Chapter 1. Meng Shuai's breathing no longer fogged the teacup beside his bed. Lin Xianfeng realized this in the way children realize the sun has set, not with a specific moment of transition, but with the sudden, obvious fact of darkness. He had been sitting in the chair beside the old man's mat for 12 hours. The afternoon light had turned golden, then amber, then gone. Somewhere in that gradient, his grandfather had simply stopped. The servants were waiting in the courtyard. They had been waiting for 2 days, ever since the healer came back from his morning visit and said nothing needed saying. Lin stood, his knees creaking in protest, and looked down at the manuscript on the small table. Worn leather cover, spine cracked from countless readings, the title written in his grandfather's hand across the first page. Underscore the complementary harmony dual cultivation path. Underscore he had held this book 1,000 times. He was about to touch it 1,000 more. The funeral arrangements fell to the sect administrators. Lin's grandfather had been old even when Lin was born, a lingering legend from the era before the Great Consolidation Wars, and his death was treated more as administrative detail than personal loss. The Luoyang sect had already assigned his chambers to storage and begun clearing his library. It was the library that made Lin sit down in the dust of his family home, 3 days after Meng Shuai's final breath, and understand something for the first time. 30,000 books. His grandfather's collection filled 6 chambers built on a hillside overlooking the sect grounds. Histories, technical treatises, philosophical commentaries, banned cultivation manuals, censored poetry, price lists, love letters, court documents, things that should have been destroyed and things that should have been celebrated. They were organized by Meng Shuai's own system, not by subject or author or date, but by some principle Lin had never understood. Cross-referenced by hand, annotated in margins with corrections, critiques, arguments with dead writers. And on the centermost shelf in the centermost chamber, placed with ceremony, bound in white leather that had yellowed to cream. Underscore the complementary harmony dual cultivation path. Underscore Lin pulled it down. His hands understood the weight. He had held this book since he was 7 years old, watching his grandfather's finger trace the opening passages. This technique requires intimate cooperative cultivation with 5 partners of complementary, elemental disposition. The 5 elements do not exist in isolation, but in cycles of mutual creation and restraint. When arranged in proper resonance, 2 cultivators become a channel through which vast power flows, power exceeding what either could access alone. 5 such bonds, when all are in harmony, create a feedback cycle that scales non-linearly. A practitioner of moderate foundation establishment with even 1 active bond may exceed a peak core formation cultivator working alone. 5 bonds create exponential return. Every time Lin had read those first lines as a child, watching visiting disciples react to them, he had watched the exact same transformation cross their faces. A moment of genuine interest. A moment of reading carefully. A moment of realization about what was being described. Then the barely suppressed smirk. Underscore the harem path. Underscore he had heard one senior disciple mutter to another. Meng Shuai had spent 30 years accumulating everything he could find about the complementary harmony path. A ledger of merchant transactions showing purchases of rare ink and paper, the manual's original materials. A genealogy of the Zhu family claiming descent from Zhu Wanshan, the founder, written by someone who had clearly spent their entire life on this single research project. Court records from 300 years ago. Underscore, and the cultivator known as the Sage Warrior, having achieved the 5th resonance, did stand against the army of the hegemony at Bloodred Pass for 3 hours in singular combat, reducing 12,000 soldiers to ash without moving from his position. Underscore 12,000 soldiers. At 5th resonance, 5 bonds, properly activated, all elemental cycles in perfect harmony. Zhu Wanshan had been recorded as a core formation cultivator, peak stage. That rank shouldn't have been able to fight a single full platoon without serious injury. The records claimed he hadn't been scratched. What had 5 bonds actually done to him? Lin opened the worn manual again, this time to the section on power scaling. The handwriting was archaic, the characters sometimes obscure, but the mathematics was clear. Underscore 1 bond, plus 400% efficiency. 2 bonds, properly arranged, plus 2,200%. 3 bonds, plus 8,300%. 4 bonds, plus 23,400%. 5 bonds, plus 62,900%. Underscore those weren't additive numbers. Those were exponential curves, each new bond creating harmonic feedback with all the previous ones. A cultivator with 5 bonds didn't gain 5 times the power. He gained hundreds of times it. And nobody in the modern era had ever demonstrated this. No sect taught the complementary harmony path. No recorded cultivator had achieved even a second resonance. Lin looked at his grandfather's handwriting in the margins of that calculation. Underscore, because everyone is too ashamed to try. Underscore, he closed the manual and held it against his chest. Outside, the wind moved through the library, rustling pages and books nobody would read again. His grandfather was buried now. The sect had already begun reassigning chambers. And Lin Xianfeng sat in the dust between worlds, too old for the outer disciples, too junior to claim a role, holding a book that claimed to be the secret to impossible power and read like the world's most awkward proposition. What if Meng Shuai was wrong? What if he wasn't? Lin didn't sleep that night. He read instead. Chapter 2. 3 months later. The manual had permanent creases in the spine from being carried in Lin's sleeve. No, that's a harem path, the visiting sect elder said, with the tone of someone correcting a child about a fundamental misunderstanding. Around him, the other outer disciples were failing to hide their smirks. Cultivation without shame is liberation. Cultivation with that many partners is just excess with metaphysical justification. Lin's fingers twisted around the worn leather binding. He had prepared for this conversation in his head 17 different ways, all of them variations on the same theme. Underscore, I should not explain. Underscore, it's not harem cultivation, he heard himself say. It's resonance optimization. The elemental bonds don't function through intimacy in that sense. They function through complementary chi circulation patterns. The fire element and water element are supposed to meet at the lower dantian and create steam pressure that drives so it's harem cultivation with a technical justification, the elder said cheerfully. Charming. Where did you get that remarkable book? The outer disciples were openly laughing now. Lin could feel his ears heating. That peculiar combination of embarrassment and annoyance that came from trying to explain something genuinely true to people who had decided to stop listening. My grandfather, he said, which was true. He was studying historical cultivation practices and decided you should inherit his hobby, the elder said, with a smile that wasn't entirely kind. Well, at least you'll have an entertaining personal project while you work on your actual cultivation. He turned away, already dismissing. The outer disciples went back to their afternoon training, the moment collapsing into the sort of background laughter that never quite stopped following Lin through the sect grounds anymore. He sat in the library wing that night, not the grand collection of his grandfather's chambers, but the smaller, active library where disciples trained, and tried to read the manual in context of why his grandfather had seemed so certain and why nobody else seemed to care. The power scaling alone should have been enough. A core formation cultivator with 5 bonds should have been theoretically unstoppable. Zhu Wanshan had been legendary, yes, but there were other legends. Other cultivators who had achieved incredible things. Why had the complementary harmony path simply vanished? Unless it hadn't worked. Unless the math in the manual was beautiful theory that collapsed in practice. Unless his grandfather had been eccentric enough to spend 30 years studying a dead technique for its own sake, the way other old men collected stones or bred fighting insects. Lin's cultivation was barely moving. He had reached the middle stage of foundation establishment before his grandfather died, and in 3 months he had advanced almost nothing. The technique required partners. The manual was explicit about this. The complementary harmony path underscore could not be practiced alone. Underscore a solo cultivator could not generate the harmonic feedback. The energy would dissipate, wasted. So he was functionally stuck, holding a map to power he had no way to access. He closed the manual and looked at the lamplight casting his shadow against the wall, thin, young, still uncertain about most things, holding a 300-year-old secret that might have been genuine revelation or might have been his grandfather's beautiful mistake. What if grandfather was just wrong? The thought was nearly heretical, but it was there, and once admitted, it wouldn't dissolve. Chapter 3. Yu Mengming's teacup exploded across her silk robes at the exact moment Lin realized he had forgotten the basic principle of balance. Hot liquid cascaded across white embroidered cloth. She gasped, standing with surprising speed for someone who had been seated in formal negotiation posture, and Lin lunged forward with the reflex of someone trying to prevent disaster, which only succeeded in knocking the table partially over and spreading the remaining tea across the floor. I apologize. His hands were already moving, pulling cloth away from her skin, which was both the correct response and absolutely wrong in terms of how you were supposed to behave around the visiting daughter of a major ally sect's leadership. You spilled the tea, Yu Mengming said flatly. She had already abandoned the robes, unwrapping them with the casual disregard of someone who could afford to replace expensive things, revealing practical underrobes and the coiled power of a cultivator who had spent her entire life training. I was reaching for. I wasn't paying attention to my position. Lin's face was burning. He was making it worse. He could feel himself making it worse and could not stop. I carry this manual, and I was moving to retrieve it, and I didn't account for the table edge and a manual, she said. Her dark eyes had tracked his involuntary hand motion toward his sleeve. You had a cultivation manual on your lap during formal sect negotiations. There was a pause that contained about 17 different layers of implied criticism. Yes, he said, because the only option that wasn't lying was admitting to being tremendously rude. I've been studying it. It's not relevant to the negotiations. I carry it because, he stopped. There was no explanation that didn't make this worse. But his hand was already moving, already pulling the manual from his sleeve, already offering it to her. Not out of strategic brilliance, but out of the principle that had guided him since childhood. Underscore when you have done something wrong, the honest version of that wrongness will be less wrong than any alternative. Underscore. It's the complementary harmony dual cultivation path, he said, which was the last thing he should have said. Her other disciples were watching. The sect administrator was watching. It's 300 years old and practically nobody studies it anymore because of the unfortunate implications of dual cultivation or multiple dual cultivation in this case. But the mathematics are extraordinary, and Yu Mingming took the manual from his hands. She looked at the worn leather cover. She looked at the archaic characters. And then, with an expression that suggested she was making a decision in the heat of the moment that she might regret, she turned to the first page and began to read. Lin could see the exact moment her face changed. Her eyes moved faster, tracking through the technical description of resonance cycles, the elemental bonding principles, the power scaling. By the time she reached the historical section, her expression had settled into something that looked less like judgment and more like genuine consideration. This is a real technique, she said. Not a question. Yes, Lin said. Historical records confirm the founder, Zhu Wanshan, practiced it 300 years ago. The power scaling is documented in, this isn't metaphor, she interrupted. She was still reading. You genuinely believe you can reach exponential cultivation growth by forming harmonic elemental bonds with partners? Yes, he said. The mathematical proof is solid. The historical proof suggests it worked. Nobody practices it now because the social implications are impossible to explain without sounding like a terrible person, she finished. She looked up from the manual, directly into his eyes. And you're asking me this why? The honest answer was, underscore because I spilled tea on you and then panicked and showed you my most embarrassing secret. Underscore the diplomatic answer was, underscore I'm exploring potential partners. Underscore Lin, who had inherited his grandfather's commitment to technical honesty, went with both. I ruined your robes and was desperate to provide context for why I was rude, he said. Which is not a good reason. But I need partners to practice this technique. I have identified you as someone with the right elemental disposition and the cultivation talent to make the bonding work. Whether either of those factors are interesting to you is entirely your decision. She stared at him for a long moment. Then she said, 3 days. Let me finish reading this. I'll give you an answer. The negotiations were concluded hastily. By the time Yu Mingming left the sect grounds that evening, she was still carrying the manual. Lin spent the next 3 days in paralyzed terror. She returned before dawn on the 4th day, finding him exactly where he had spent the previous 3 nights, in the garden, attempting to meditate despite having forgotten how. First, this is secret, she said without preamble. If my family learned I was even considering an alternative cultivation path, they would lose their minds. Second, I want to understand why your power scaling claims are mathematically viable instead of pure fabrication. Third, I need power. My cultivation has plateaued at mid-core formation. My family is pressuring me into a political marriage that I don't want, and if I become powerful enough to refuse them, actually powerful enough, it becomes a choice rather than an inevitability. She paused. In the pale dawn light, her black hair was tied back severely, her face showing the exhaustion of someone who had spent 72 hours reading and arguing with herself. Fourth, explain to me exactly what happens during the bonding process, she said. Because the manual is vague about this, and I want to know what I'm agreeing to before I agree to it. Lin took a breath. The bonding requires both partners to lower the normal barriers of qi circulation, he said. Usually we separate our cultivation work. Someone else's qi is foreign, invasive. But in resonance bonding, you create a circuit. Your elemental flows match to mine. Fire energy flowing through my channels meets complementary energy from my earth element, and instead of clashing, it amplifies. The sensation is, he paused, searching for honest language. Intimate, he said finally. Not romantic necessarily, but intimate. You feel what I feel. I feel what you feel. Deception breaks the resonance immediately. You can't hide anything during the bonding. That's the limit, she said. Complete emotional honesty. Yes. She nodded slowly, as if calculating. Try it once. If it works, we discuss continuing. If it doesn't work, you forget about this and find your other partners somewhere else. Agreed, he said. Their first bonding session happened that evening in a locked chamber far from the sect grounds. Lin had prepared, meditation cushions arranged at proper distance, a space where no one would hear them, the manual open to the binding protocols. Yu Mingming sat across from him, and they began. The energy flows failed within minutes. Lin's earth chi tried to rise to meet her fire energy, but instead of complementing, they bounced off each other like forces trying to occupy the same space. She hissed in pain. He felt it through the failing circuit, a strange, stinging sensation across his lower dantian. They broke contact simultaneously. What happened? She demanded, breathing hard. The resonance didn't form, he said. He was also breathing hard, heart racing from the failed bonding. Which means he stopped. Because the manual had been clear about this. The resonance didn't fail because of technique or because the theory was wrong. The resonance failed because one of them was lying. You're not telling me the truth, he said quietly, about why you want this. The power isn't the real reason. She turned away. For a moment, he thought she would stand and leave, and that would be the end of it. Instead, she said, I'm terrified. The words seemed to come from somewhere deep, someplace she didn't usually access. They're going to force me into this marriage, she continued. My family, the political structure, the expectations. I don't have a choice. I never have. And I can't. Her voice cracked. I can't be someone's wife if I don't even own myself. So I need to be so powerful that refusing them isn't political suicide. I need to be so powerful that when I say no, it's not a request. It's a decision. Lin understood then what the manual meant about emotional honesty. Try again, he said. The second attempt was different. When she lowered her barriers this time, he felt not just her chi, but her fear. Genuine, specific, the terror of a person made of fire who was slowly being extinguished by expectation. His earth element moved up to meet it, and instead of clashing, they merged. Her fire energy spiraled through the spaces in his circulation, and his earth chi rose in counter-spiral. And suddenly, there was a circuit, a flow, a resonance that felt like standing in a space bigger than both of them. They emerged from the bonding 10 minutes later, both shaking, neither quite sure what they had just experienced. That was... She started. Yes, he said, because anything he tried to add would be insufficient. She stood, steadied herself against the wall. I'll accept the arrangement. For the technique. For the power. But you need to find other partners. I'm not interested in being exclusive, he said. I understand. The technique requires 5 bonds. You're just one of them. She nodded, as if something had been clarified. But he could feel her watching him as she moved toward the door, assessing whether he was the sort of person she could trust with this extraordinary vulnerability. Chapter 4. The merchant gathering happened to fall on a day when Lin was supposed to collect rare medicinal herbs from the capital market. He had no intention of approaching anyone about the technique. He had learned his lesson about impulsive revelation. Yu Mingming needed to remain secret. He needed to find partners who were actually willing and available, which was a much smaller population than he had initially assumed. Shen Hualin was examining preserved ginseng at one of the merchant stalls when he saw her. A young woman with obvious hidden qi sensitivity in every movement. The sort of person who could probably sense the age of the herbs by touch alone. Her father stood beside her, older, wealthy enough that his robes cost more than Lin made in a year, and clearly exasperated. The point is to get good price, he was saying, not to commune with the botanical essence. The essence determines the price, she replied without looking at him. If you buy herbs grown in the wrong season from the wrong soil with the wrong intention, you're paying for dead matter. I can tell the difference. He watched this exchange with the sort of familiar frustration that comes from having this argument many times before. And before Lin could think of a single good reason not to, he found himself stepping forward and saying, I have a cultivation technique that requires multiple partners. Are you interested? The words just came out. Like he had no filter between thought and speech. Like his commitment to honesty included honesty about terrible impulses. Shen Hualin turned to look at him with an expression suggesting she was cataloging him as a strange encounter to recount later. That's the worst opening conversation I've ever heard, she said. Yes, he agreed, because she was right. I should have introduced myself. I should have explained the context. Instead I did that, which was strange and forward and suggests I have no understanding of normal social behavior. The reason I did it is because I have been carrying a cultivation manual around with me that describes a technique that requires 5 partners for optimal power scaling. And I have already bonded once with one partner, and I'm in a state of heightened awareness for potential secondary partners, and I didn't filter that state before speaking to you. Her father made a small noise that suggested he was considering whether to call the local authorities. Chen Hualin, however, looked thoughtful. Why do you think I'm a potential partner? She asked. Your chi sensitivity suggests you have hidden cultivation talent. The restriction on your training suggests family prioritizes commerce over your personal advancement. You'd be interested in an alternative path that didn't require formal sect affiliation or family permission. And your merchant background means you probably understand trade agreements and mutual benefit in a way that makes complex arrangements simpler. Give me 3 days, she said. Her father looked simultaneously confused and relieved that she was dismissing this strange young man instead of engaging with him. Lin left the market and spent 3 days in complete horror at what he had done. He had approached a stranger and proposed the thing that he least wanted proposed about himself. He had sounded like someone with terrible intentions. He had embarrassed her in front of her family. But he had been honest. Aggressively, tactlessly honest. And the alternative would have been to smile politely, introduce himself properly, build rapport gradually, and then still have to explain the technique. Still have to reveal the exact same absurd premise, just with more social grease. He decided not to walk it back. Walking it back would require lying about his intentions, and he had learned from the failed first bonding with Yu Mingming that deception made everything harder. Chen Hualin appeared on the 4th day at the small tea shop, where he was contemplating his absolute social failure. I want power, she said, sitting across from him without preamble. My family has gifted me cultivation talent, and then forbidden me from using it, because they have a 5-year plan that involves marriage and commerce, and turning my chi sensitivity into a tool for evaluating goods. That's the path they built for me. But I didn't build it, and I don't want it. Your technique offers an alternative. You want partners. I want power. This is a trade I can respect. It requires emotional honesty, he said, because he had learned that this was the first thing to explain. The bonding won't work if you're lying about your motivations or your feelings. I can do that, she said. Though I should warn you, I also have my first potential partner to tell about this arrangement. And I'm guessing she's not going to like learning she's part of a 5-person rotation. His stomach dropped. What's her name? He asked, though he suspected he already knew. Yu Mingming, Chen Hualin said. We met 3 years ago when her family came for trade negotiations. She's fire element, isn't she? Clearly the most talented cultivator I've ever encountered, and clearly also someone running on pure pride and rage. Exactly the sort of person I would assume you had already bonded with, given that you had the confidence to walk up to a stranger and propose sharing a cultivation technique. Lin put his head down on the tea table. I need to explain to you Ming that there's a second partner, he said to the wood. Yes, Chen Hualin agreed. And then you'll need to convince her that having a second partner actually makes the technique more stable, not less, and that her status as the first bond doesn't diminish if others join afterward. That's going to be an interesting conversation. This is going to be terrible, he said. Probably, Chen Hualin said. She was smiling a little. But at least you're walking into it honestly instead of trying to hide it until it was discovered. That's something. He looked up at her. Why are you being nice about this? Because you explained yourself thoroughly enough that I can see you're genuinely trying to be a decent person while proposing something that's inherently complicated. And because, she added, I have a feeling I'm going to need you to explain the technique to Yu Mingming in a way that doesn't make her feel like she's been replaced. Which is probably your strongest skill. Lin would have laughed, except he was already dreading the conversation to come. Chapter 5 Yu Mingming's response to learning about Chen Hualin was to sit very still for approximately 60 seconds, and then to ask, in the voice of someone who had counted down from 10 in her head, how many total? 5, Lin said. The technique requires 5 bonds for optimal power. You're the first. Chen Hualin is a potential second. There are 3 more partners to find. And you thought it was appropriate to bond with me before finding the others? No, he said. I should have explained the full structure before any bonding occurred. But you were visiting only briefly, and the technique was working, and he stopped, because the honest version of that sentence was, I wanted something to work. I wanted the technique to be real, and you were the first person to believe me, and I was greedy about it. I wanted to prove the technique functioned, he said instead. You volunteered. I bonded with you first because you were available and compatible, and I was desperate to know if the manual was telling the truth. That was selfish. She was quiet for another long moment. Is she better than me? Yu Mingming asked finally. Chen Hualin. Is her fire element more compatible with your earth than mine? No, he said. She's water element. Merchant family, restricted cultivation because of family pressure. Different circumstances, different elemental resonance, different reasons for wanting this. But the bonding I experienced with you was I don't have language for it that doesn't diminish one or the other of us. You were the first circuit I ever completed. That was extraordinary. Yu Mingming's expression shifted slightly, not softening, exactly, but adjusting, as if she had been measuring something and discovered it was weighted differently than she expected. And when you bond with her, Yu Mingming said, you'll feel her terror about her family, the way you felt mine? Yes, he said. The bonding creates a complete circuit. I'll feel what she feels. You'll eventually feel what both of us feel if we coordinate a three-person resonance. That's the complicated part, Yu Mingming said. The fact that what happens between you and another partner doesn't remain private. That if I bond with you while you're already bonded to someone else, I'm also experiencing something of their connection. Yes, Lin said. The manual describes it as a web of harmonics rather than isolated circuits. Each new bond connects not just the individual pair, but the whole system. For bonds isn't just 4 times 1 bond. It's something more complex. And 5 bonds. He paused. The mathematical scaling doesn't account for the emotional complexity. Zhu Wanshan had 5 partners. By the time he had all 5 bonds active, he was experiencing the emotional states of 5 people simultaneously while channeling the power of all their combined cycles. And you're planning to do this? She asked. Yes, he said. Because the alternative is not practicing the technique at all and letting my grandfather's research gather dust and accepting that I'm too cowardly to attempt anything that requires vulnerability. Yu Mingming stood and walked to the window of the small locked chamber. Outside, the sect grounds were moving toward evening, disciples finishing their training, the light turning that particular gold that came before sunset. When? She asked. When what? When do you want to bond with Chen Hualin? I soon. Within days. I wanted to tell you first, he paused. Your permission is not something I should be asking for. You're not exclusive to this arrangement. But your acceptance of my partnership with her would make the eventual group bonding simpler. You're asking for my blessing, she said flatly. Yes, he admitted. Is that unreasonable? She turned from the window. If you bond with her, I want to be present for at least part of the process. I want to understand what the resonance pattern looks like from outside. I want to know if what you told me about the circuit was true, or if you were simplifying for my comfort. I can arrange that, he said, though the bonding itself is very intimate. You watching might be awkward, she finished. Yes, it will be awkward. Good. You've created an awkward situation. You should spend some time in it. There was the faintest suggestion of a smile at the corner of her mouth. For what it's worth, Lin said, I didn't plan any of this. I inherited a technique and a manual. I spilled tea and panicked. I approached a stranger with the worst possible opening line. I'm doing my best to navigate this in ways that are honest and don't cause more damage than necessary. Your best so far has been to create a situation where I need to watch you bond with someone else to determine whether you're a liar, Yu Mingming said. But at least it's genuinely your best. At least you're not pretending this is simpler than it is. Is that acceptance? He asked carefully. That's a test, she said. Bond with Chen Hualin. Do it honestly. And then we'll see if 5 partners is actually possible, or if we're all just fooling ourselves because the alternative is admitting that your eccentric grandfather left you something useless. Lin nodded, understanding in that moment why his grandfather had spent 30 years studying this technique. It wasn't just about the power. It was about the people willing to attempt something impossible together. Chapter 6. The visitor arrived on a Thursday carrying a leather satchel and an expression of scholarly determination that immediately made Lin Xianfeng suspicious. You found me through the sect networks? Lin asked, standing in the entrance pavilion with his arms crossed. The man before him, Zhao Qingyuan, according to the introduction scroll, was perhaps 23, with the particular intensity of someone who had spent considerable time in archives. Not networks. Records. Zhao opened his satchel with reverent care. I was cross-referencing historical lineages at the Neutral Library when I found 3 separate mentions of Zhu Wanshan, the founder of the complementary harmony path. Your name appears in lineage documentation from the 100 Peak sect, traced back 7 generations, which connects to, you found the technique through genealogical archives. Lin interrupted, both impressed and alarmed. And you came here alone. I came here because I found something the archives shouldn't contain, Zhao said, and the scholarly excitement in his voice shifted to something more serious. He spread 3 pages across the stone table. The founder's technical documentation is sparse, as is typical of sect manuals. But I found fragments, references in correspondence, notes and margin commentary. Enough to reconstruct the core principles. Lin moved closer despite himself. The first page showed Zhu Wanshan's signature in what appeared to be formal sect records dated 247 years prior. The handwriting was elegant, precise, the work of someone who had cultivated their brush technique as seriously as their spiritual practice. What you need to understand, Zhao continued, his voice taking on the cadence of a lecture he'd been preparing, is that the technique as originally described appears to be stable. 5 complementary cultivators, simultaneous bonding, exponential resonance. The mathematical principle is sound. I can show you the energy equations if, just the important part, Lin said. Zhao paused, then nodded as if accepting a mild correction. The records change. At some point after the founder's death, someone continued the documentation. Different handwriting, denser technical language, urgency in the annotations. Advanced modifications for what the author describes as high-tier instability. Someone revised your technique. Lin felt the information land like a stone in still water. Revised it, or repaired it, or tried to. Zhao gathered the pages carefully. The archives don't contain the answer to which. But I thought you should know you're working with a manually that's been edited by at least 2 hands. He paused. Which is why I'm here. I want to be part of this. Not to steal the technique or publish it. I want to understand what was modified and why. And frankly, I thought you might benefit from knowing what I've found. Lin's initial caution remained. How easy would it be for someone to fabricate genealogical research? But something in Zhao's tone suggested genuine scholarly obsession rather than malice. If I let you observe, you'd need to bond with the technique. You're researching the technique. I'm researching the technique, Zhao said with the matter-of-fact logic of someone who had organized his entire worldview into archives. We might as well do this together. It was, Lin realized, the most straightforward offer he'd received. Not pride like you, not pragmatism like Chun, just the clear acknowledgement that their interests aligned. All right, he said, but you don't tell anyone else yet. And when you bond, you're honest about why you're doing this. The whole technique runs on emotional resonance. You can't hide your interest in historical documentation. I wouldn't want to, Zhao said, and there was something almost refreshing in that response. Someone who didn't feel the need to pretend their motivations were purely spiritual. Chapter 7 The Healer Apprentice arrived unannounced with Chun, which meant Lin had approximately 3 seconds to prepare before a young woman with cautious eyes was introduced as Shun Yushi, and Shun was explaining that Shun had a background in meridian work that might be useful to the group's cultivation. Shun was perhaps 19, with the careful precision of someone who had learned to move through the world without making demands. There were old burn scars on her left forearm, the kind that came from cultivation backlash. Shun explained what you're attempting, Shin said without preamble. I have questions about the energetic structure. But first, would you mind if I observed your bonding? Observed, Lin echoed. I'd like to see the resonance pattern, Shin said. I've read the preliminary documentation Shin brought. Before I agree to participate, I want to understand what's actually happening between you and you. You, who had arrived moments before and was still adjusting to the concept of yet another person joining the group, made a sound that was half laugh and half complaint. Now we're performing for healers? But Shin's gaze was focused on Lin, and there was something in her expression that reminded him of his grandfather. The look of someone trained to see what was actually wrong, rather than what the patient claimed was wrong. Lin should have anticipated what would happen during the resonance with you. You brought her entire self to the bonding now, her pride, her competitiveness, her growing attachment despite herself. She was invested in this working, which meant she held nothing back. Lin, on the other hand, had been holding back. He recognized it only as Shin pointed it out. You're afraid, Shin said quietly, when the resonance had settled. Not of the technique. Not of bonding with multiple partners. You're afraid of what you'll have to admit if the resonance deepens. She glanced at you. She's been fully present. You've been visiting. The assessment was so precisely, devastatingly accurate that Lin felt his face flush with the particular shame of being diagnosed correctly. You, to her credit, looked at him with an expression he couldn't quite parse. Not anger, but something closer to betrayal. She'd been giving everything, and he'd been managing his emotional expenditure like a merchant rationing supplies. That's what I wanted to observe, Shin continued, without a trace of judgment in her voice. The asymmetry. If you're going to carry 5 simultaneous bonds, you need to be willing to match their vulnerability. I can adjust, Lin began. You won't adjust on your own, Shin interrupted. Cultivators never do. That's why you need someone to point it out. She paused, then added, I'll join, but on the condition that you accept that part of this arrangement is that we notice things about you. Healers are trained to diagnose. I won't stop doing that just because I'm bonded to you instead of treating you. It was, Lin thought distantly, the least comfortable offer of support he'd ever received. It was also probably the most valuable. Chapter 8 The rotation was destroying him. 5 people, attempting to align within a technique designed for simultaneous bonding, meant that Lin was bonding separately with you. Then Shun, then Shun, then Zhao, who brought an almost academic enthusiasm to the process that made the resonance feel like a research collaboration. And meanwhile, everyone was slowly being introduced to each other in deliberate combinations while Zhao took notes and observed. By the seventh day, Lin was exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with spiritual expenditure and everything to do with managing the cascading tensions between personalities that had absolutely no reason to like each other. Her merchant family probably underpays half the workers in the province. You said to no one in particular during a group meditation, which meant she was absolutely saying it directly to Chun. My family's workers are well-fed and housed, Chun replied calmly, which was somehow worse than anger because it meant she'd anticipated the insult. But I wouldn't expect someone whose entire identity is tied to combat to understand economics. Shan, who had been silently observing the escalation the way a healer observes symptoms, said quietly, "You. That was unkind." Chun, that was dismissive. Both of you are afraid of being the least valuable member of this group. Yu's response was instantaneous and sharp. I'm not afraid. I'm being practical. We don't know if this is going to work, and I'm invested in understanding. You're investigating whether she's worthy of being in a dual cultivation bond with Lin. Shun continued in that same measured tone. Which would be fine if you'd said it directly instead of hiding it as an insult about her family. The direct observation seemed to short-circuit Yu's ability to respond with anger. She looked caught, which she was, and the anger turned inward into something more like shame. I can't do this, Chin said suddenly, and before anyone could respond, she'd stood and walked out of the pavilion. Lin followed her, of course, and found her standing in the garden with her hands shaking slightly. Chun, I agreed to this because you were honest about what it was, Chin said. Trade. Mutual benefit. Energetic exchange. She paused. But it's not just that, is it? It's also this. Managing interpersonal dynamics with people I have nothing in common with. I'm a merchant's daughter. You is a sword cultivator. Shun is a healer. Zhao is an archivist. And you're earnest beyond social reason. Lin finished, because that was his most consistent character flaw. And yes, I failed to explain adequately that this wouldn't just be about energy. It's going to be about learning to coexist. I don't know if I can do that, Chin said honestly. Test it, Lin replied. Resonate with you directly, without me mediating. See what happens. Chin's skepticism was immediate. Why would we? Because the technique requires all 5 to function optimally. That's the theory. Let's test it. The resonance between Chun and Yu, attempted without Lin's presence as mediator, was catastrophic. Their elemental energies, water and fire, naturally antagonistic, collided without the equilibrating structure that Lin's dual cultivation bonds provided. Both women experienced pain, sharp and immediate, as their spiritual forces tried to occupy the same space without a bridge between them. When they separated, gasping, both looked shaken. The bonds need you, you said to Lin, and there was something almost fragile in her tone. Not vulnerability exactly, but the recognition that this arrangement worked because Lin held the center, and without him, the whole structure collapsed. Or we need to learn to bridge ourselves, Shin observed. But yes, currently, the asymmetry is clear. This is asymmetric without all 5. Lin understood then, with complete clarity, what his grandfather had designed and what he'd inherited. Not just a technique for his own power, but a structure that required him to be the linchpin. Which meant his fear, the fear Shin had diagnosed and he'd been suppressing, wasn't just about vulnerability. It was about being essential in a way that made leaving impossible. Chapter 9. The archive library was quiet in the way that only old buildings dedicated to preservation could be quiet. Zhao moved through the shelves with the reverence of a priest approaching an altar, and Lin followed, carrying the complimentary harmony manual. I've been holding back where you could see, Zhao said, pulling Lin toward a specific shelf, because I wanted to be sure before raising concerns. But look at page 147. Lin opened to the marked section and felt the immediate discontinuity. The handwriting wasn't just different, it was everything Zhao had suggested. The founder's careful, measured documentation suddenly gave way to dense technical language. Where Zhu Wanshan had explained principles with clarity, the second author had rushed, abbreviated, corrected. Whole passages were struck through. Margin notes in the same hand, the second hand, contained urgent annotations. Instability in quadrant configuration and 5-point resonance may require modification for sustained duration, and most damning of all, original structure appears to lack failsafe. Recommend. The word was crossed out so thoroughly it was illegible. Someone continued the manual after the founder died, Zhao explained quietly, and they were trying to fix something, or create something. The records don't specify. Is the technique broken? Lin asked, and heard the edge of panic in his own voice. I don't think so, Zhao said. It's working for you. But it's been modified at a deep structural level by someone unknown, for reasons unclear. The original technique and the edited technique might be significantly different. Lin closed the manual and felt the weight of it, not as a document, but as deception. His grandfather had believed he was inheriting a pure technique, a founded art. Instead, he'd been handed something that had been edited, revised, and potentially repaired by a ghost who'd left no signature and no explanation. I can't stop using it, Lin said, and it came out almost as confession. It's working. My bonds are forming. But now I know it's not entirely what I was told it was. No, Zhao agreed. But you also know something about it that whoever edited it wanted hidden. That's worth something. It wasn't comforting. But it was, Lin thought, honest. Chapter 10 Long Ali arrived during monsoon season, trailing the particular exhaustion of someone who had crawled through wilderness and decided the sect gates were close enough to try. She was tall, scarred across both arms and shoulders, and moved like someone whose body remembered trauma that her mind was still processing. Xin brought her directly to Lin, without preamble, and said, "She needs this." "I don't form emotional bonds with people," Long said flatly. "I form tactical bonds with hunting partners. Those are different things." "Yes," Xin agreed. "They are. But your hunting partner's death is creating a spiritual blockage that healers can't address with treatment. Resonance work requires complete honesty. I think the honesty might help." Long looked at the manual Lin offered with the skepticism of someone who'd heard reasonable things fail in combat before. But she read through it, and something in her expression shifted. "This requires complete honesty," Long said, not as question but confirmation. "Yes," Lin said. "The entire structure depends on each person being fully present with their actual emotional state. You can't mask anything. That will hurt," Long said. "Yes. But it's pain from truth." Long set the manual down carefully. "Not safety in lies. That's different." She paused, and when she spoke again, there was something in her tone that suggested she was testing the water. "If I try this, and I'm not saying I will commit, but if I try, I'm going to expect you to be as honest as you're asking me to be, especially when it's uncomfortable." Lin nodded slowly. "That's what the technique requires." "Then I'll try it," Long said. "But slowly. And if it becomes unsafe, I leave." It wasn't a full commitment. It was, however, an opening. And for someone like Long, someone who'd learned that safety was an illusion and comfort was a luxury, the willingness to try something that demanded complete vulnerability was almost the same as courage. Chapter 11 The preparation chamber was cold. Stone walls, no decoration. Lin Xianfeng had checked the barriers 3 times. Zhao had checked them 4 times, and still the air felt like it was holding its breath. Yu Mingming arrived first, as always, moving with the sharp focus she brought to everything. Chun Hualin came next, already calculating something on her fingers. Xin Yushi appeared with an armful of tea supplies before anyone asked for them. Long Ali was last, and her arrival changed the temperature of the room in a way that had nothing to do with qi. 5 people, 1 chamber, 1 technique that required them all to be honest in the dark. Lin had explained it so many times that the words had lost shape in his mouth. The resonance is exponential. Each bond amplifies the others. The transparency, he paused. You'll see each other's qi as clearly as your own. You'll feel their emotions overlaying your own. It's not merging. It's witnessing. That sounds terrible, you said. It is, Lin agreed. Also necessary. They sat in the pattern they had rehearsed 100 times. 5 points of a pentagon. Lin at the apex, but not superior. At the center, which was different. Chen's hand found his left palm. Long's hand found his right. Yu and Shun took the outer positions, their knees almost touching. Begin when ready, Shen whispered, and something in her voice made it a benediction instead of an instruction. Lin pulled the first wave of qi from the heavenly root at his core, the technique's original seed, Zhu Wanshan's gift to him, and felt it touch Chen first. Water qi, cool and seeking. Chen's instinct was to push back, but Lin had taught her to open instead. The qi didn't clash. It reshaped itself around her boundaries, learning the shape of her will. Then fire erupted against his center, hot, competitive, wanting to dominate, and Lin welcomed it the way you welcome a guest who arrives angry. The fire didn't consume him. It found Long's metal through him, and something extraordinary happened. The fire began to move in patterns that strengthened rather than destroyed. Long's presence was next, a sudden, complete clarity of will. She was afraid. Lin felt this with the shock of direct knowledge. Not of the technique, of being seen while afraid. Then Shun, with qi, vital and healing, wrapping around all of them like roots finding each other in dark soil. Her clarity was different from Long's. Hers was gentle. She was not afraid. She was grieving. They were all grieving. Somehow, before anything had even broken. And then, the five became one without ceasing to be five. It was not merging. It was witnessing all at once. Lin saw use power not as ambition, but as hunger. The deep, aching hunger of someone who had been made small and was teaching herself to be immense. He saw the pride as armor. He saw the competitive edge as proof of existence. He loved her instantly for this, which was not what he'd expected. He saw Chen calculating, not coldly, but desperately. She was solving an equation. The equation was, how do I stay safe while being known? The answer she'd coded into her body was, keep all value convertible. Keep all connections quantifiable. Lin saw this not as greed, but as terror given a merchant's language. He saw Long's blockage, the spiritual scar that had been slowly calcifying her gift. It had come from truth once, years ago, and Long had chosen the safety of not knowing over the pain of honesty. Lin felt this choice echo in his own chest. He understood it. He grieved it. He did not try to break it. That would come later, if Long allowed it. He saw Shun as a mirror. She saw him, and in her sight, he became visible to himself. Someone so desperate to be understood that he'd built a technique around it. Someone so afraid of being alone that he'd insisted on 5 witnesses. She saw his need. She did not turn away from it. She held it. And then they all saw each other, directly, without Lin as intermediary. You saw Chen's fear and recognized it as kin to her own hunger. They had both been trying to survive through extreme means. Chen saw Long's blockage and understood it as a different version of her own calcification. Long saw Shen's grief and understood that Shun had been grieving all of them before she'd even known them. Shen saw Yu's armor and loved it, the way you love something that has learned to be strong through having to be. They all saw Lin, and what they saw was this. A man who wanted so desperately to be known that he'd been willing to build an entire cultivation technique around the gamble that knowing him would be worth the cost. It lasted 17 breaths. Or it lasted forever. The resonance broke not all at once, but like a wave receding. First Chun, then Long, then Yu, then Shun, then finally Lin released the technique, and they were 5 people again, separate, embodied, drowning. No one spoke. Yu Mingming was weeping, not quietly, with the kind of gasping that meant she was crying from her bones. Shin's tears were silent, but her hands were shaking. Chun stared at nothing with her shoulders making small, regular movements. Long simply sat with her hands in her lap and her face open in a way Lin had never seen on her, the pain and relief moving through her without armor. Lin breathed. He was crying too. Minutes passed. Now, Shin finally whispered, her voice shattered but steady. The real problem starts. We actually know each other. I signed up for power, you said to no one, as if reminding them of a fact. Her voice was hoarse. You're still getting power, Shin said quietly. Also apparently everything else. Long said nothing. The look on her face said something too deep for words had moved through her. The blockage had cracked. It still hurt, but something was moving now that had been still for too long. Zhao watched from the observation chamber, behind the barrier, and wrote, Day 47 of the resonance group. First full 5-bond session. Chi amplification is exponential, confirmed. All 5 partners advanced 0.3 minor realms in a single session. Emotional coherence unprecedented. Subject Lin is crying. The merchant daughter Chun is in mild shock. Fire affinity Yu is experiencing some kind of spiritual breakthrough. Metal affinity Long. Zhao paused, watching. Is breaking open from the inside. I do not know if I am witnessing salvation or catastrophe. I believe it is both. He wrote one more line. We cannot undo this. And that, he suspected, was the only certain thing any of them would know tonight. Chapter 12 The Elder from the Heavenly Mandate sect arrived on a Tuesday, like a judgment, with a physical form. His name was Luo Changming, and he did not come alone. He came with institutional weight, 2 disciples flanking him, a letter of inquiry that was barely a letter and mostly a threat, and the kind of personal fury that only comes from protecting a standard you believe in. He stood in front of the compound at sunrise. He waited until the maximum number of sect disciples passing through the upper gate could see him. Then he began to speak. The cultivation technique practiced here is a perversion of dual cultivation principles, he announced, his voice carrying the particular timbre of someone used to being obeyed. The taking of multiple partners for simultaneous practice is a practice that has never been sanctioned by the Heavenly Mandate sect or any legitimate sect I am aware of. It is an exploitation of the dual cultivation framework under the guise of research. The individuals here are either corrupted or victims of corruption. This ends today. He looked directly at the compound door. Send out the one called Lin Xianfeng. We will determine the appropriate response. In the compound, everyone looked at everyone else. Don't you dare, you said. We should prepare a defense statement, Chen said. We should give him what he's asking for, Lin said. They all stared at him. I'm inviting him inside, Lin continued. He wants to know what we're doing. I'm going to show him. That is catastrophically long started. Stupid. Lin nodded. Probably. But what's the alternative? Hiding? Running? He's already decided what we are. I'm going to ask him to witness something before he decides if he's right. No one argued. They had learned that arguing with Lin when he decided on transparency was approximately as effective as arguing with weather. Luo Changming was shocked to be invited in. This was visible on his face for approximately 3 seconds before he masked it. You dare invite the hand of discipline to witness a heretical practice? He asked. Yes, Lin said simply. Come. See what we actually do, not what you've heard we do. The observation chamber had never held someone radiating that much judgment. Luo Changming stood motionless while the 5 took their positions. He watched while they settled. He did not move while Lin explained the mechanics, the non-zero sum exchange, the exponential amplification, the necessity of emotional honesty for the technique to function at all. And then the 5 began. Luo Changming watched the qi cycle. He watched it reshape itself in ways that shouldn't be possible. Fire and water not creating steam and chaos, but moving in coordinated patterns. He watched the wood qi amplify the metal qi. He watched something genuinely unprecedented happen inside the channeling system of 5 cultivators. He watched them reach resonance. He watched 5 people stop being separate and become something unified that was still undeniably 5 people. And when it ended, when they were weeping and gasping and transformed, Luo Changming walked to the chamber door and left without saying a word. No correction, no agreement, no acknowledgement, just silence that was somehow more powerful than any judgment he could have spoken. After he left, you started laughing, the kind of laughter that borders on hysteria. I think we just terrified the hand of discipline into theological confusion, she gasped. What did he see? Shen asked quietly. The technique works, Long said. In a way that's not exploitative. In a way that's actually perfect, Chen finished. He saw something perfect, and it broke something in him, because perfect isn't supposed to exist at the edges of the law. Lin sat in silence. He thought about Luo Changming watching 5 people become a unified entity, then watching them become 5 again. He thought about what an elder would do with the knowledge that something theoretically impossible had become practically undeniable. We're not a secret anymore, Shen said. No, Lin agreed. We're not. We're something worse than a scandal now. We're a phenomenon that can't be categorized. The silence that followed was full of understanding. A phenomenon had to be dealt with. A scandal could be punished. But something that worked, something that produced results that violated every theoretical framework they'd been taught, something like that became political in the most dangerous way. They had just become someone's problem. The question was, whose problem, and what would that person want? Chapter 13. Xia Kuang was not Shen's mother, but she had raised Shen as one of her own, which made some of what she was now doing feel like generosity and some of it feel like entrapment. The Jade Crane Healing Sect, Xia Kuang began, sitting in the compound's main chamber with the kind of ease that came from being a sect master, has taken interest in your technique. It was not a question. Shen told us, Lin said carefully, that you were interested. Interested is inadequate language, Xia Kuang replied. She was a woman in her 60s with the bearing of someone who had never accepted a limit she didn't like. You have created something that increases cultivation advancement exponentially through emotional resonance. The Jade Crane sect specializes in healing. A technique that amplifies emotional clarity and multi-perspective understanding would be invaluable to our training. She set down her teacup with precision. I am offering official affiliation. Your group becomes recognized as a Jade Crane subsidiary cultivation circle. You receive protection, standing, and access to the sect's resources. In return, you will explore applications of your technique that serve the sect's interests. What kind of applications? Chen asked, in the voice she used when negotiating. Undetermined at this time, Xia Kuang said mildly. Which is to say, whatever serves the sect's growth and understanding in future circumstances. That's leverage, Long said flatly. Yes, Xia Kuang agreed without defensiveness. But it is leverage offered in good faith. I do not intend to exploit you. I intend to partner with you. However, partnerships require, as I'm sure your technique has taught you, mutual vulnerability. She looked at Shun. Shun, you are already of the Jade Crane. Your sisters and brothers have noticed your advancement. They have also noticed your absence from sect affairs. My offer includes them, but it also requires you to accept that your teacher will, occasionally, ask you to serve the sect's needs. Shin's hands were very still in her lap. And if I refuse, she asked quietly, then I offer my refusal of affiliation to the entire group, Xia Kuang said. No malice, no punishment, but no standing, no protection, and no recourse. The silence stretched. Lin looked at you, who looked at Shun, who looked at Long. Shun was looking at Xiaquang. Can we discuss this privately? Lin asked. Of course, Xiaquang said. She stood to leave, and paused at the door. Shun, you know me. I am not kind because I am foolish. I am kind because I understand that leverage, applied correctly, creates loyalty that genuine generosity never could. But I also know that I care about your advancement. Those things are both true. She left. The conversation lasted 3 hours. You wanted to refuse. It's a chain. She's selling us a chain and calling it partnership. Shin wanted to accept. No chain. An exchange of value. We need protection. We give her future options. That's trade. Long said nothing, which meant she was thinking, which meant the group waited. Shin sat with her hands in her lap and said, she's right. She does care about my advancement. She will also use that care as a tool. Those things are both true. Lin kept explaining his position. We're vulnerable. We've become visible in a way that's dangerous. Affiliation gives us protection, but it also ties us to the sect's agenda. Both are real. Long finally spoke. We accept. But carefully. Zhao, who had been listening from the archive corner, walked over with his notes. Before you finalize this, he said, I should note something. He handed them his papers. This agreement is the most likely future source of conflict we've accepted today. Xiaquang is not malicious. She is, however, a sect leader. And sect leaders have agendas that are not always individual-friendly, regardless of their personal good intentions. No one disagreed. Lin looked at the contract Xiaquang had left and signed on the table. We accept, he said. Shun, tell her. Shin picked up the contract and nodded. We've just made our first real political decision, you said quietly. And Zhao's right. This is probably how it all breaks. Eventually, Long agreed. But not today. Not today, the others echoed. And Zhao made a note. Asterisk affiliation with Jade Crane sect accepted, day 52. 3 months until complications. I would estimate 3 months. Asterisk he would be off by 2 weeks, but he didn't know that yet. Chapter 14 The compound had rhythm now. Weekly sessions on 6th day. Preparation on 5th day. Integration and recovery on 7th day. Shin handled the logistics. Long handled the defensive wards. You handled the physical conditioning. Shin handled the healing side effects. Lin handled the technique itself, which was really saying he handled the emotional architecture that kept them all functioning. Zhao handled the research. I've found references to 5 similar techniques, Zhao announced, spreading papers across the archive table. Across 3 centuries. All of them multi-partner based. All of them producing exponential qi amplification. And all of them, this is the important part, all of them required genuine emotional connection to function properly. He tapped the first paper. Zhu Wanshan's technique, your current framework. Proposed 70 years ago. Classified as heretical because the existing paradigm at the time assumed dual cultivation had to be parasitic, one person drawing from another. But look here. He showed them Zhu Wanshan's original notes. He knew it required honesty. He says so explicitly. The technique will not function with deception between partners. The amplification requires transparency. So he was honest about what it required, Shin said slowly. While everyone else who had discovered similar principles, Zhao continued, either kept it secret or pretended it could function with emotional dishonesty. Zhu Wanshan just said the truth out loud. Which made him eccentric, Shin murmured. Which made him solitary, Zhao corrected gently. He couldn't find 5 partners willing to be that honest. So he put the technique in a manual and died waiting for someone like Lin to find it. You sat back. I joined for power, she said. The technique gives power. But the power only works because of the people. I keep expecting to be able to separate the technique from the relationships. But I can't. She said it like a failure. Lin felt the familiar urge to explain rise in his chest, and he let himself simply sit with it instead. You can't, Shin said gently. None of us can. That's not a failure. That's the technique working exactly as designed. It's still frustrating, you said. I wanted power without people. Power without people, Long said quietly, is slavery. You're just the one holding your own chains. You glanced at Long with something that might have been respect. A moment later, alone with Lin in the practice chamber, you said something she'd probably wanted to say for weeks. I still expect you to disappoint me. Not because I think you're false. Because I don't know how to trust someone who's actually honest. I keep waiting for the moment you ask for something I can't give, and then the whole thing collapses. Lin considered this seriously. You might be right, he said. I might ask for something you can't give. I probably will, eventually. But when that happens, and if that happens, I won't pretend it didn't. I'll be as honest about the disappointment as I've tried to be about everything else. That's not comforting, you said. No, Lin agreed. But it's true. You nodded slowly. Okay, I can work with True. She left the chamber, and Lin sat alone for a moment, feeling the weight of what they had built. 5 people who had learned to see each other could not unsee. The technique had created a kind of vulnerability that couldn't be reversed. In the archive, Zhao wrote, *day 71. Consolidation phase complete. The group is stable. Emotional architecture sustainable. The power is genuine. The relationships are genuine. The question remains, what happens when external pressure tests them? He did not have to wait long for an answer. Chapter 15 Mu Chun of the Heavenly Mandate sect was beautiful in the way that celestial beings were beautiful, which is to say, in a way that had nothing to do with conventional aesthetics and everything to do with the simple fact of his existence being fundamentally approved by the cosmos. He was also never refused anything. He met Yu Mingming at the diplomatic feast, and the moment he saw her, really saw her, which took perhaps 3 seconds, he knew with the absolute certainty of someone who had never failed socially that she would eventually be his. He approached with the confidence of someone making an announcement. I am Mu Chun. My family owns the Heavenly Mandate sect. I have noticed your advancement. It is remarkable. I am interested in understanding it. You looked at him. Actually looked at him. Long enough that he felt a small, unfamiliar uncertainty. No, she said. He blinked. I am sorry. I am unclear on the question you are refusing. I am being sought for partnership, spiritual advancement, or whatever category you're using. The answer is no. Mu Chun felt something strange move through him. It was not anger. It was confusion. He was not unaccustomed to delay, but refusal was theoretical, something that happened to other people. I see, he said, though he didn't. I will ask again later, when you understand the opportunity. It won't change, you said, and returned to her meal. Mu Chun stood briefly at her side, long enough that several sect members noticed the unusual positioning, and then withdrew to speak with his spiritual advisor, the elder who had escorted him to this region. The woman, he said, and described you. She is part of the resonance group everyone is discussing. She refused my initial approach. How unusual. The elder nodded carefully. The resonance group has become quite insular, young prince. They are affiliated with the Jade Crane Healing sect. Attempting individual recruitment would be politically delicate. So recruit her away from the group, Mu Chun said. The elder paused. That is complex. The bonds are, break the bonds, Mu Chun said simply. If the group requires her participation, then her departure would destabilize it. We could accomplish both objectives, securing Yu Mingming for our purposes and weakening a technique that the Heavenly Mandate sect does not fully understand. That is a remarkable plan, young prince, the elder said carefully, and did not add. And also a deeply personal betrayal of 5 cultivators for the sake of a woman who has not refused you. She has simply not accepted your timeline. But Mu Chun did not hear the unspoken part. Mu Chun was thinking clearly, from his perspective. A problem had presented itself. A woman had said no. Solutions were available. He was intelligent enough to recognize complexity. He was not intelligent enough to recognize the difference between solving a problem and creating one. In the compound, Lin felt a disturbance in the network of their technique. Not a breaking, but a pressure, a testing. Something is coming, he said to the others. I don't know what, but something is coming. You nodded slowly. The Heavenly Mandate sect. There was a man, Mu Chun, celestial heir. He didn't understand refusal. And his teacher, Chen said quietly, would understand him perfectly. They'll see it as opportunity. Chen closed her eyes. The leverage, Xie Kuang mentioned. They're going to ask us to choose. Long's hand went to her weapon by reflex. Then we choose each other. In the archive, Zhao wrote very quickly. *day 74. External pressure detected. Not from the expected direction, and not from malice, from entitlement, which is sometimes more dangerous. The group is about to be tested in ways that have nothing to do with cultivation and everything to do with loyalty. He added one final note. They will choose each other. They have already chosen. The question is whether that choice survives what comes next. He sealed the entry and waited. Chapter 16. Cultivation Momentum, 3 months. Lin Xianfeng counted days the way other people counted heartbeats, automatically, without thinking about why. 3 months since the 5 of them had achieved the first full 5-bond resonance, the moment that should have destroyed them and instead had remade them into something neither wholly individual nor entirely merged. 3 months of weekly sessions in the compound's cultivation chamber, of deepening the connections they had forged through months of careful preparation. 3 months of waiting for the other breakdown that never came. The breakthrough began with Yu Mingming. She didn't announce it. Lin felt it first through the resonance bond. A sudden crystallization of pressure in the dantian that sang with fire element aspiration, The sensation like watching water vapor condense into ice at impossible speeds. Core formation wasn't a gentle thing. It was a moment where the cultivator's inner world collapsed into itself and reformed into something more compact, more powerful, more focused. The raw energy requirement would have killed anyone attempting it alone. But you wasn't alone. The bond that connected her to Chun Hualin, to Shun Yushi, to Long Ali, and to Lin himself became a reservoir. All four of them felt the sudden demand, a subtle pulling sensation, as though the world had tilted and they were all sliding in one direction. It wasn't painful. It was less like losing energy and more like offering it, the way a candle offers its light without diminishment. You broke through in a gasp that echoed through the cultivation chamber. Her fire element burst outward in a visible wave of heat and light, the air around her shimmering like summer's haze made tangible. When her eyes opened, they held a new depth, the copper gold of a cultivator who had reached core formation, whose inner world had been forged and crystallized into a permanent form. I feel, she started, but before she could finish, Chun Hualin's entire body convulsed. The second breakthrough followed the first like an answer question. Chen's water element didn't announce itself with visible heat, but with cold clarity, a presence that seemed to settle into every corner of the chamber. Where Yu's advancement had filled the space with brightness, Chen's filled it with the weight of deep water, pressing equally from all directions. She remained perfectly still as her breakthrough occurred, and the only sign was the faint shimmer around her that looked like heat distortion but felt like absolute chill. 2 cultivators had reached core formation in one session. The probability of that happening without the technique was so infinitesimally small that it belonged in theoretical mathematics papers. But the sensation didn't end there. Shinyushi was crying. Lin became aware of her tears before he became aware of her face. The bond carried the emotion of it first, the sensation of deep wells being tapped and running over. Long Ali had her hand pressed to her sternum, her breathing shallow and rapid, her metallic gray eyes fixed on something internal. They hadn't broken through yet. The threshold remained just beyond their reach, a wall of light they could see but not cross. Yet through the bond, they felt it. The resonance that Yu and Chun had triggered propagated through all 5 of them, and the 2 who hadn't reached core formation found themselves hovering at the edge, so close they could taste it, feeling the path that awaited them. The sensation was neither excitement nor despair. It was proximity. It was waiting in an empty station for the train you've booked, knowing it will arrive, knowing you will board. I feel it, Shin said, her voice trembling. I can almost. Not today, Lin said gently. The words came from knowledge rather than intuition. The technique had its own rhythm. Push too hard, and you risked fracturing the resonance that the breakthrough had delicately recalibrated. You're closer now. Very close. They held the session for another hour, but it was different now. Yu and Chun had to relearn how to maintain the bond with a fundamentally different power level. The resonance that had been smooth and practiced suddenly required constant calibration. They had to be gentler with Shun and Long and Lin so as not to overwhelm them, gentler with each other so as not to create feedback loops of cascading power. It was like learning to walk on uneven ground after years on a paved road. When they finally released the resonance and stepped back from the cultivation position, all 5 of them were drenched in sweat, and Yu and Shun looked absolutely destroyed, the particular exhaustion of the body rebuilding itself from the inside out, creating structures it had never had to create before. Lin helped them to sitting positions and brought water. Shun drank first, her water affinity making her thirsty in a way that would persist for 3 days. He knew this from the research, from the manual's descriptions. Yu's fire element demanded different replenishment. He had prepared food as well, spiced aggressively the way you preferred, because a newly formed cultivator's element would crave alignment. You did it, Shin said to them, wonder in her voice. You actually made the breakthrough together. Not together, Shin said, her voice hoarse. In sequence. There's a difference. But she was smiling, the pragmatist smile that acknowledged excellence even while cataloging the precise mechanics of how it had occurred. You stretched her arms above her head, and the fire element that surrounded her rippled outward like waves on a pond. I felt all of you, she said. When I was in the threshold, when everything was breaking down and being made new, I felt 4 sets of hands holding me up. Lin felt his chest tighten. He wanted to say something about that moment, wanted to acknowledge what it meant. Instead, he heard himself say, what you experienced was the fundamental mechanism of the complementary harmony dual cultivation path. When one partner undergoes a critical transition, the bond creates what we might term a resonance anchoring effect. The technique distributes the massive energy demand across all 5 participants, which is why, Lin, you said. He stopped. One moment, She continued, her eyes sharp. Just one moment where we don't have to analyze it. He closed his mouth. Through the bond, which they still maintained at a low level, despite the exhaustion, he felt the precision of her frustration. She wanted celebration. She wanted joy uncomplicated by mechanism. And he had just turned their triumph into a lecture. You're right, he said. I'm sorry. That was brilliant. What you did, what you achieved, that was brilliant. But, Shin asked, and the word carried a question. She had felt something in him through the bond, some hesitation, some reservation he was carrying. Nothing, Lin said. And then, with more honesty, I'm worried. About the visibility. Other cultivators are going to notice that we advanced 2 full stages in 3 months. That's supposed to take years. That's supposed to be impossible. And if it's too visible, if it seems too strange, then we've already won the argument, Long Ailey said flatly. She had been quiet until now, and when she spoke, her metal element vibrated through the room like a struck gong. We did this in 3 months, what usually takes disciples years. And it doesn't feel like exploitation. You know what the sect's answer would be if we were harming ourselves? They'd say they told us so. They'd lock us up. They'd separate us. But this, she gestured at Yu and Chun, who were still luminous with the residue of their breakthrough. This works. That's the real proof. Lin understood the logic. He even agreed with it. But agreement and worry weren't the same thing, and he couldn't explain the specific shape of his fear. That success was a kind of visibility that had no escape routes, that the attention of the sect and the world beyond was a thing that, once achieved, could not be taken back. Instead, he did what he always did when the emotional weight became too much to carry directly. We should record the energy differential, he said. Before and after measurements for Chun and Yu's core formations. If we have numbers, we can, Lin, you said again, and this time her fire element flared with warning. Stop. He stopped. We're happy, Shin said softly. You're allowed to be happy too. He wanted to tell them that happiness was a luxury cultivators couldn't afford, that every advancement brought danger, that the attention they were garnering was already changing the quality of their situation in ways he could feel, but not yet articulate. But looking at them, at Yu's copper-gold eyes, at Chin's calm clarity, at Shun's perceptive warmth, at Long's solid determination, at his own reflection in their faces, he found he could not. I know, he said instead. I am happy. I'm just also afraid. For now, that would have to be enough. Chapter 17. The manual's promise. Shun Yushi sat in the library section of the compound with a single oil lamp casting shadow play across 43 pages of the complementary harmony dual cultivation path manual. She had been reading this particular section for 3 days straight, approaching it the way a healer approaches a patient with an unusual symptom, methodically, without assumption, with the willingness to follow the question wherever it led. The pages after 147 were different from everything before them. Zhao Qingyuan had noted this months ago during his research, had mentioned the handwriting shift when Lin first asked him to investigate the manual's provenance. Zhu Wanshan's handwriting changed from a careful, precise script into something looser, faster, more urgent. The ink color varied. Some passages seemed written in haste, with words running together. Others showed the formation of sentences that had been scratched out and rewritten multiple times, as though the original author was wrestling with how to express something that didn't quite fit into language. Shin found herself wrestling with it too. The passage began simply enough, with a description of what cultivators called shared perception, the ability to temporarily transfer sensory information between bonded partners. At low core formation, perhaps a cultivator could taste what their partner tasted, or feel phantom touches on skin that had never been contacted. Advanced cultivators could sometimes share dreams. But Zhu Wanshan was describing something more comprehensive. At high core formation, the manual claimed, one bonded partner could achieve what it called distributed embodiment, a complete sensory merging where the observer would not merely sense what their partner perceived, but would temporarily be their partner in a functional sense. You would see through their eyes. You would feel the ground through their feet. You would know their precise location in space with the same automatic certainty that you knew where your own limbs were. Not a copying of sensation, but a temporary sharing of the fundamental architecture of self. The implications of that were staggering. It made the group function like a single entity with 5 simultaneous points of view, 5 sets of limbs, 5 distinct minds experiencing reality from 5 locations at once. In combat, that would be devastating. An opponent could not hide from 5 pairs of eyes that saw the world from distributed positions and shared information through a bond faster than thought. Attacks could be coordinated with perfect timing. Vulnerabilities could be covered from multiple angles simultaneously. It was, Shin realized, describing a tactical advantage so significant that no traditional sect's disciples could match it. But there was a cost. Zhu Wanshan had written, in handwriting that deteriorated into near illegibility, sustained distributed embodiment creates resonance debt. The five become one in such completeness that separation becomes theoretically difficult. The cultivators will recover given time, but recovery is not instantaneous. What requires seconds to establish requires hours to undo. In extended operation, campaigns of warfare, mountain defense of relevance, the debt accumulates. Permanent resonance debt manifests as a kind of psychic tether. The cultivators will always be able to feel each other's location. Always. Even separated by a continent, even if years pass. They will sense phantom echoes of each other's emotions. They will know when each other is in grave danger. This may be acceptable, or it may be a prison. The manual does not specify which. Xin read the passage again, and then a third time, and then she left the library, still holding the manual open to that page, and made her way to the tea house, where the group customarily gathered each morning. They were all there except Zhao, Yu arranging fruit on a plate with unnecessary precision, Chen pouring water for tea in measurement-focused increments, Long sharpening a cloth-wrapped blade that probably didn't need sharpening, Lin reviewing something in a notebook that was almost certainly technical notes on resonance calibration. Shin sat down and placed the open manual on the table. I found something, she said. She read the passage aloud. She watched their faces as she did. The way Yu's attention sharpened. The way Chin's expression became quietly calculating. The way Long leaned forward. The way Lin's face closed into the focused mask he wore when confronted with information that complicated his understanding of something he believed he already understood. When she finished, they sat in silence long enough for the tea to begin cooling. That's real, Long said finally. Not theory. That's someone documenting what they'd already learned. Permanent resonance debt, Chin said, her voice purely analytical. Let me think about the mathematics. 5 cultivators distributed across multiple locations, each perceiving from their own sensory position, all 5 sharing perception simultaneously. The bandwidth requirement for that would be, she paused, doing calculations visually in the way trained mathematicians could, substantially higher than anything we've currently experienced. And if the debt accumulates? She trailed off, but the trajectory of her thinking was clear. We could use it for years and have no idea how much debt we're accumulating, you said. Not until it's too late to undo. Or not at all, Lin said. His voice was very careful. We don't know how often a cultivator would need to use distributed embodiment to trigger accumulated debt. It might be a niche ability, something reserved for specific circumstances. The manual doesn't have numbers. It doesn't have thresholds. For all we know, a few brief uses might cause no permanent effect whatsoever. And if you're wrong? You asked. Then we'll find out, Lin said, with the flat tone of someone stating an obvious fact that he didn't particularly enjoy stating. That's not acceptable, Chen said. If the permanent debt is real, then we need to understand the triggering mechanism before we attempt the technique. We need thresholds, duration measurements, frequency limits. We need numbers. Agreed, Shin said. She had known they would come to this conclusion, which was why she had brought the manual instead of simply sharing the discovery. Zhao has been researching the manual's modifications. I think we should tell him about this and ask him to prioritize understanding what this passage means. What exactly caused Zhu Wanshan to write this warning? He might be over-exaggerating, Long said, or he might have had a specific experience that was traumatic and assumed it was universal. Possible, Shin conceded. But I think we should assume the worst and adjust as we learn. He was staring at the passage. Even if there is permanent debt, you'd know where your partners are, always. You'd feel when they were in danger. That's not entirely a prison. That might be a choice that's worth making consciously, rather than a trap that catches you by accident. That's a large decision to make, Lin said, and not one we need to make today. We're not at high core formation yet. You and Shun need to stabilize your new state. Shun and Long still need to break through. By the time we're even close to attempting distributed embodiment, we'll have months or years to understand what it costs. Agreed, Chen said. We table this. Zhao researches. We continue forward with everything else. But as they returned to their tea and their fruits, Shin noticed something she hadn't mentioned to the others, something she had read in a passage that came before the shared perception section, in handwriting that was old and very precise. Zhu Wanshan had written, I do not know if permanent resonance debt is a cost or a blessing. But I know this, my partners and I were never entirely alone again. We are dead now, all 5 of us, and still I sense them. Still I feel them waiting. The bond did not end when the body stopped. This might mean something. Shin kept that passage to herself. Chapter 18. Invitation to the tournament. The invitation arrived with official seal marks and the weight of formal acknowledgement. as though the paper itself understood that it was delivering news that would change the shape of their existence. The Tournament of 8 Peaks, you read aloud, her voice carrying equal parts excitement and skepticism. A triennial gathering of cultivation talent from the 7 regional sects, plus independent cultivators of sufficient rank. Teams of disciples compete in group formations, one-on-one duels, and combined endurance trials. The winners demonstrate their sect's cultivational approach and ensure political advantage in regional affairs for the subsequent 3 years. She looked up. They literally put political advantage in the invitation. They're not even pretending it's about proving technique. No. Chen agreed, reading the attached documents with her finger tracing the smaller print. But it is about proving technique. Political advantage follows from demonstrating that your cultivation method is superior. That's how sects establish legitimacy. The invitation was addressed to the complementary harmony group, which meant that someone, probably the tournament committee, possibly the sect leadership, had formally noticed them. Not as a curiosity anymore, as a named entity worthy of official correspondence. 6 weeks away, Long observed, reading the dates. That gives us time to prepare, but not much. Prepare for what? Lin asked. He was still holding the invitation as though the paper might explain itself better with additional contact. We've never competed as a group. We've done one public demonstration, which was involuntary and went moderately well. We haven't trained for combat formations. We should, Long said flatly. If we're competing. If, you challenged. The fire in her eyes was not metaphorical. We accept or we refuse. We debate first, Chen said, with the tone of someone imposing order on chaos. Pros and cons. Let me list them. She stood. She always stood when she was about to enumerate, and began ticking off points on her fingers. Pros. The tournament provides a public stage to demonstrate that our technique is legitimate, not a parlor trick. We're not mysterious anymore if we win. We become precedent. Cons. We're competing against disciples who have had decades of traditional training, who are aligned with major sects, who have been preparing for this their entire cultivation lives. We have 3 months of deep collaboration and 2 recent core formation breakthroughs. We're not ready for that level of competition. But we'll never be ready if we don't try, Long said. Every sect's disciples start by competing when they're not ready. That's how you learn what you don't know. True, Shin said softly. But they learn it gradually. They compete against other novices first. We'd be competing against, she flipped through the documents, disciples from the Heavenly Mandate sect, the Azure Harmony sect, the Profound Path Collective. These are major organizations. Their disciples aren't novices. Exactly, Chen said. If we refuse, we spend years explaining to everyone who asks why we didn't accept the public test of our legitimacy. If we go and lose, we at least lose in public where people can see that we fought well. And if we win, then we're no longer a curiosity, Long finished. We're a threat, which means everyone pays attention to what we're doing and demands answers for it. That seems more secure than staying mysterious. Lin listened to them debate, feeling the shape of the decision form around him like water taking the shape of a vessel. The logic was sound. The risk was genuine. The opportunity was real. The question was whether they were ready for the kind of attention winning would bring. I accept, he said. They all looked at him. We accept the invitation, he clarified. We compete at the Tournament of 8 Peaks. We prepare for 6 weeks. And then we show the world what we've built. Agreed. You said, and her fire element seemed to brighten at the prospect. Shin nodded, already calculating something silently, probably the training regimen they'd need to implement. Long smiled, sharp and satisfied. Good. Then we should begin learning to fight together immediately. No more pure cultivation. Time to test the technique in actual combat conditions. The documents required a formal registration with a group name. Lin read through the section, noting the field where they needed to specify what they would be called for the tournament records. The complementary harmony path, he suggested. That's accurate. It describes what we are. It's boring, you said immediately. It's terrible, Long agreed, making a face. It's descriptive, Chen countered. If we're trying to establish legitimacy, clarity about our methodology is valuable. But is it what we want to be known as? Chen asked. The complementary harmony path sounds like an old manual. It sounds like we're imitating Zhu Wanshan. We're building something new. Lin thought about this. He considered other options and found them all wanting. The complementary harmony path, traditional foundation, he said finally. It acknowledges the history while making clear that what we're doing is a continuation, not a repetition. You stared at him in silence long enough that he began calculating whether he'd made an error in his proposal. It's still terrible, she said. It still describes what we are, he replied. She sighed, the long-suffering sigh of someone who had learned that arguing with Lin's earnestness was like arguing with mathematics. Technically possible, but ultimately fruitless. Fine, she said. Register it. But if we lose because people spent too much time trying to parse our group name instead of watching us fight, I'm blaming you. He registered the name. The bureaucratic machinery of tournament participation, once begun, moved with its own momentum. They received confirmation within 2 days. Official competitors in a formal gathering of cultivation talent from across the region. No longer outsiders looking in. No longer a contained experiment. Part of the larger structure now, subject to its rules, visible to all observers. Lin felt the weight of that shift settle into his bones. Chapter 19. Hesitations and Truths. The weekly resonance session was always held on the same day, at the same hour, in the same chamber of the compound. Consistency mattered for resonance. The body preferred rhythm. The technique preferred predictability. They had built 5 months of tradition around this routine, and the bond had learned to recognize the approach of that specific time, the way it would begin to attune itself even before they had settled into the cultivation position. But 5 days before their departure to the tournament of 8 peaks, something was different. Lin felt at the moment they joined the bond, a roughness, like silt in otherwise clear water, like the first tremor before an earthquake announces itself properly. He didn't comment on it immediately. They went through the preliminary stages, breathing synchronized, elements aligned, the slow spiral of attention that drew them together into a shared space that was both internal and external, that existed nowhere except in the connection between 5 minds. The technique had a built-in mechanism for honesty. This had always been true, though they had never explicitly discussed it. At high resonance, a cultivator could not lie about emotion, could not disguise fear with false confidence, could not wear a mask of stability when the internal architecture was fracturing. The bond felt what was genuine, and all 5 felt it simultaneously. Use fear emerged first, not as a thought but as a sensation, a flavor moving through the connection like blood and water. She was afraid that she had drawn the others into her ambition, that she was using them for power, that she cared about them primarily because they amplified her own strength. The fear was specific, that she was no different from the celestial heirs and elite disciples who treated everyone around them as resources for optimization, that she had just dressed that up in prettier language. Chen's fear was colder and more precise. She was afraid that eventually she would sit down and calculate the cost-benefit analysis of this bond and discover that the cost exceeded the benefit. She was afraid because numbers made sense to her, and numbers, given time, would tell her to leave. And she was also afraid that she would follow those numbers, even if she didn't want to. Shin's fear was the softest, but no less devastating. She was afraid that her healing nature meant she was enabling others' ambitions without ever developing her own. That she was so focused on supporting you and Chun and Long and Lin that she had become invisible even to herself. That by the time she noticed what had happened, she would have abandoned years of her own cultivation for someone else's goals. Long's fear was weaponized. She was afraid that the bond, which felt like liberation, was actually just a different kind of captivity. That she had traded one form of imprisonment, the physical chains of the sects that had tried to control her before she came here, for a psychological one. That in binding herself to 4 other people through this technique, she had surrendered freedoms she would never get back. That separation, if it came, would be agony. And then Lin's fear emerged, the last and the deepest, like something that had been sinking toward darkness finally reaching the bottom. He was afraid that he had deceived them. The fear moved through the bond with such force that it briefly disrupted the resonance, not breaking it, but bending it, like water pushed by a current that is strong enough to change its shape, but not strong enough to divide it. The fear was compound. Fear that the manual contained modifications that he didn't understand. Fear that the instability warnings scattered throughout Zhu Wanshan's later work meant that high-stage resonance was dangerous in ways he couldn't calculate. Fear that he had been acting confident about the technique's safety when the ground beneath that confidence was actually thin and treacherous. Fear that he had carried them all forward into something that might harm them, and that he had done it while pretending knowledge he didn't possess. Fear that he had become everything he had promised not to be. A cultivator trading the lives of his companions for access to power. The resonance roughened further, becoming almost painful to maintain. Not the clean, sharp pain of breakthrough, but the jagged, uncertain pain of something cracking under pressure it couldn't quite support. For a moment, Lin thought it might break entirely. Thought the 5 of them might slam back into their individual forms and stare at each other across the rubble of what they had built. But the bond didn't break. It bent, held, recalibrated. The resonance found a new shape, rougher than before, less elegant, but no less real. They existed in it together, all 5 of them afraid, all 5 of them known. When they released the session and separated, They moved slowly, like people waking from very deep dreams. No one reached for water or food. No one attempted to immediately restore normalcy. They simply sat together in the cultivation chamber as the evening light shifted through the windows, marking time. Long Ailey spoke first. Good. How is any of that good? Shin asked, her voice hoarse from the intensity of the resonance. Because now I know you're all real people, Long said flatly, and not a technique. A technique wouldn't be afraid. A technique wouldn't admit it. She looked directly at Lin. And you especially. You've been carrying that weight since you got the manual from your grandfather, haven't you? Yes, Lin said. There seemed no point in pretending otherwise. That's going to need to change, Chen said. If you don't understand something, you say so. We don't move forward on assumptions. You've been acting as the keeper of knowledge, but you're not a knowledge keeper. You're one of 5 people managing something we're all building together. I was trying to protect you, Lin said. If I was afraid, if I admitted that I didn't fully understand the technique, I thought you might lose confidence. I thought you might leave. We would have, you said, with brutal honesty. Some of us, maybe. If you had admitted from the beginning that the manual contained warnings you couldn't fully interpret. But you can't hide that anymore. The bond won't let you. So the question is, do we continue, knowing that you're uncertain, or do we stop? Lin felt the shape of the choice, the weight of it. I don't know if the technique is safe above core formation, he said. I don't know what the instability warnings mean. I don't know if permanent resonance debt is a theoretical concern or an actual danger. I know what the manual says. I don't know what Zhu Wanshan actually experienced. But you want to continue anyway, Long said. It wasn't a question. I do, Lin said. I think what we've built here is real. I think we are real. And I think that matters more than the theoretical dangers. Shin reached over and squeezed his shoulder. That's very different from the answer you were giving us before. Before, I was pretending certainty, Lin said. Now I'm just admitting that I have faith. There's a difference. There is, Chin agreed. And for what it's worth, my own calculations suggest that if the permanent resonance debt was actually catastrophic, Zhu Wanshan wouldn't have written about teaching it to others. He might have warned against it. But he detailed how to achieve distributed embodiment. That suggests he thought it was worth the cost. Shin's afraid she's losing herself, Long said. Not unkindly, but with the directness of someone who had learned to speak plainly. You need to notice that. Not as a problem to solve, but as something she's building toward. What does Shin want? Not for the group, but for herself. Shin opened her mouth and closed it again. I don't know, she said finally. I think I've been supporting others so long that I forgot to ask. Start asking, you said. Ask it during our sessions. Ask it during tea. Ask it now. What do you want? To understand healing better, Shun said slowly. To study the connection between emotional resonance and physical trauma. To maybe, eventually write my own theories about how bonded cultivation could be used in medical contexts. Not just for warfare. Then we support that, Long said. Same way we're all supporting getting you and me to core formation. Same way we supported you's strength development. We don't just build toward shared goals. We build toward individual ones too. You nodded. And that means, Lin, that you need to tell us if something in the manual is unclear. Because we'll all be making decisions based on it. You're not the only person who gets to know the truth. Agreed, Lin said. I'll do better. They sat together as the light continued to shift, moved into the early evening, then the first stars. No one suggested leaving. The bond between them, though released, remained present in a subtle way. Not the overwhelming sensation of joined cultivation, but the quiet knowledge of being known by 4 other people, deeply and completely, and without the option of pretense. It was uncomfortable. It was also, Lin thought, exactly what they needed to be. Chapter 20. Departure and Declaration. The departure morning arrived with clear skies and the kind of spring light that made even the worn stone of the compound's gates look somehow hopeful. The 5 of them gathered with their travel packs, relatively light loads, since they were going to the tournament site with a sect caravan and could rely on that infrastructure for major provisions. Shin had packed medicinal supplies. Long had brought maintenance equipment for her blade. You had her cultivation-focused stone and 3 formal robes, 1 for each preliminary round. Chin had brought books, because Chin always brought books, and Lin had the original manual, wrapped carefully in protective cloth. Zhao Qingyuan was there to see them off, standing on the compound steps with his arms full of research notes. I'll continue investigating the modifications, he promised, holding out a packet of his findings. I think there's a pattern in how Zhu Wanshan's understanding evolved over time. I want to trace it, see if I can figure out what specific experiences caused him to change his interpretation of the technique. That would be helpful, Lin said, accepting the packet. Thank you for this. Come back with victories, Zhao said. Or at least with good stories. The sect's gossip mill will be absolutely unbearable if all they have to talk about is how you competed and failed. Much better if you give them something spectacular to debate about. They laughed, though the sound was edged with nervousness. The tournament felt abstract until this moment, a distant event you were preparing for. But now it was concrete, a place to which they were literally traveling, a competition that was actually beginning. They picked up their packs and began walking toward the compound gates where the sect caravan was assembling. That's when Muchen appeared. He was not alone. Behind him came an official figure bearing the insignia of the Heavenly Mandate sect, the sect that had been circling them since the beginning, the sect whose heir kept appearing at convenient moments. The official carried documents and the bearing of someone who has just completed the delivery of something important. Lin Xianfeng, Muchen called out, his voice carrying across the courtyard. I have news for you and your group. They stopped walking. Around them, a small audience began to form. Other disciples who had noticed the official Heavenly Mandate presence, curious about what business they had with the resonance group on the morning of their departure. Muchen approached with absolute confidence, the kind of confidence that came from being the celestial heir of a major sect. The tournament committee has approved a special format, he said, at the request of the Heavenly Mandate sect and several of its allies. The official held forward documents. Lin took them, feeling the weight of the paper, the formal seals that meant these were not casual suggestions. In addition to the standard group rounds, the official explained, any member of the complementary harmony group may be challenged to individual combat by designated challengers. These individual matches can occur at any stage of the tournament. You may win the group rounds decisively and still face individual duels. This provides a more comprehensive assessment of each technique's validity. The implication was absolutely clear. The design was deliberate. Isolate them. Force individual fights they had not specifically trained for. Pull them away from the resonance that gave them their power. And the specific interest of the Heavenly Mandate sect suggested that Muchen's primary target was Yu Mingming. Lin read through the document carefully, his mind working through the logistics and the tactical implications. The format was written to seem fair. All groups could be challenged, not just them. But the Heavenly Mandate sect and its allies had already agreed to request individual matches. The other sect's disciples would be ready for it. The complementary harmony group was not. This is structured to separate us, Lin said, looking directly at Muchen. Muchen smiled, the expression of someone who had exactly what he wanted confirmed. All cultivation is ultimately singular, he said. Strength, when tested in its purest form, must come from the individual. Your technique may make you stronger together, but in the end, each of you must stand alone. Yu Mingming stepped forward before anyone else could respond. Then we'll prove otherwise, she said, and the fire element that surrounded her was sharp enough to cut. The five of them began walking again, moving toward the gates with steady pace. Behind them, the official from the Heavenly Mandate sect added, quietly but distinctly enough that it carried across the courtyard. The committee also received an anonymous report that the complementary harmony technique may be unstable above core formation. They've requested that the tournament physicians monitor all of your matches for signs of cultivation backlash or technique failure. The five of them kept walking. They passed through the gate. They did not look back. But Lin heard the words, and they struck him with the force of a physical blow. Because he did not know whether the report was false or true. And worse, he did not know whether the instability warnings in the manual were theoretical concerns or actual certainties, and no amount of faith in his partners could change that reality. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. His nails bit into his palms, creating small crescents of pain that were immediate and real and present. Don't let them see, Chen said quietly, noticing. Not yet. Later, when we're alone, you can worry. But right now, we walk together to the caravan, and we look like we know exactly what we're doing. So he walked. All five of them walked, side by side, the resonance group that had been named and challenged and doubted all in the space of a few minutes. The spring light that had seemed hopeful now felt like exposure, like being illuminated from all angles while everyone watched to see if you would succeed or shatter. Behind them, the compound gates closed. Ahead, the road to the Tournament of 8 Peaks opened up, full of uncertainty and challenge and danger that was no longer theoretical. The journey had begun. Chapter 21. The amphitheater carved into the mountainside at the Tournament of 8 Peaks was the kind of structure that forced your body to understand scale. Lin Xianfeng stood with his 4 partners at the entry point where the access path opened onto the registration plateau, and the weight of thousands of terraced stone seats swept upward in concentric rings like a stone ocean frozen mid-collapse. The central arena floor was polished obsidian, so dark it looked like standing water. Curved surfaces magnified sound strangely. Conversations from the upper tiers arrived in the valley distorted, layered, creating an effect that made it difficult to tell if someone was shouting from 50 feet away or perfectly calm from 5. The registration desk was a simple wood structure that looked ridiculous against the scale of everything else. A clerk with the purple sash of the tournament committee looked up from a ledger as they approached. Name of organization, she said. The Complementary Harmony Path, Lin said. Traditional Foundation. The clerk's pen paused. Her eyes flicked across all 5 of them. Lin and Yu leading, Shun Hualin just behind with Shun Yushi and Long Ali flanking. The clerk's expression did something complicated. It might have been recognition. It might have been the expression someone makes when they hear a name they've been warned about. There is a dormitory compound assigned to Foundation tier participants, she said, writing without looking down. Section 7, Lower Court. Map reference 43. You understand that provisioning is not guaranteed for your tier. We understand, Chen said. The clerk handed them a laminated square of paper marked with a sect registration symbol, a simple D with no designation, no rank marker, not even a color. She returned to her ledger without further acknowledgement. The compound was functional and small. For sleeping rooms arranged around a central courtyard with a storage room, a meditation chamber, and a kitchen that had never been properly seasoned. Everything smelled like raw stone and the previous occupants' attempt to treat mold with powder. The roof had been recently resurfaced with rush materials that hadn't weathered to match the rest of the structure yet, so the whole building looked half-assembled. It's perfect, Shin said, and meant it. It's defensible. Only 2 entry points. The meditation chamber has good acoustics. They were setting their belongings when the sounds of the larger grounds became unavoidable. The amphitheater had filled over the last hours while they were traveling. Sect disciples in coordinated robes moved through the courtyards in deliberate patterns. The Heavenly Mandate contingent wore blue and gold silk that caught light even in shadow. The Southern Cross sect had chosen crimson. The Wandering Stone cultivators moved in loose clusters, but always with 3 or more together, as if their philosophy extended to physical spacing. Over everything hung the smoke of 50 different braziers burning sect-specific incense, pine and iron from the northeastern clans, something sweetly burning from the western temples, a sharper herbal scent that came from the independent cultivators' pavilion. The group was given a tour by one of the tournament organizers, a cheerful woman who had memorized the names of every major sect, but stumbled when asked about the independent cultivation group. She pointed them toward the common practice grounds where they could reserve time slots, the dietary hall, the medical pavilion. She pointed to the upper tiers where the major sects and sect observers had been seated. The morning light hit those seats first. The lower court where Section 7 sat would be in shadow by mid-afternoon. When they passed through the central courtyard, reactions arrived in 2 varieties. Some disciples whispered and pointed. They had heard rumors, knew the names, recognized the story even if they didn't understand the technique. Others mocked openly, not to the group directly, but with the projection of voices that made clear they wanted to be heard. A woman wearing the insignia of the Twin Pike sect made a comment about 5-way parasites draining each other's cultivation to her friend. Her friend laughed appropriately. A few, scattered throughout, mostly from smaller and less established sects, watched with something different. Not acceptance, but recognition. The way you might watch someone walking a path you'd thought was closed off. She noticed it first. She caught Long Ali's eye and nodded toward a group of Earth Affinity cultivators from the Wandering Stone sect who were following their progress with marked attention. We're not invisible, Shin said quietly. But then Mu-chan crossed through the courtyard from the opposite direction, and the invisible became visible by contrast. He was dressed in the formal blue and gold, with an additional sash marking him as Heavenly Mandate Celestial Line, but the sash looked like it was barely containing something larger than itself. His presence didn't announce itself. It simply occupied space in a way that made other presences smaller. Disciples turned toward him without meaning to. Conversations trailed. It was the effect of true rank cultivated young, of celestial line authority worn like weight a normal body could carry. He was surrounded by 2 attendants and moved with the certainty of someone who knew exactly where he was and where everything else was relative to him. He didn't look at the group when they passed. That was, somehow, more unsettling than if he'd stopped to acknowledge them. It was the absence of recognition that was devastating, the implication that they weren't even worth the energy of dismissal. You made a low noise, not quite a growl. Chen put a hand on her arm without breaking stride. That night, back in the compound, they took inventory. Their cultivation supplies, medicinal pills, qi-infused stones for meditation, the rare high-grade alchemical components they'd scraped resources for, would last 10 days if they were conservative. Longer if they used the resonance technique to extend their baseline cultivation efficiency. Zhao had brought his research materials. the copy of the cultivation manual, his notes on the handwriting shift in page 147, his preliminary analysis of the advanced modifications that existed in the marginalia. How many rounds in the standard tournament? Long Ali asked. 3 preliminary brackets, Chen said. Then paired eliminations. If we win all preliminary rounds, we qualify for the single combat bracket that feeds into team events. How many teams are we facing? 32 registrants. If it's standard tournament structure, we'll face 6 direct opponents if we make the finals, plus whatever special assessment Mu-Chen has planned. Lin had been silent through the exchange. He was staring at the map of the amphitheater that had come with their registration packet. The terrace seating, the arena floor, the sight lines from the observers' gallery where the major sect representatives would be watching. He was calculating, his expression cycling through a series of technical considerations. We need to win to prove the technique works, he said finally. But we need to win in a specific way. We need to demonstrate that the complementary resonance is generating actual cultivation advancement, not just power mimicry. That's the same thing, you said. Power is advancement. Not to the sects it isn't, Chen said. To them, legitimate advancement has a specific origin. Solo cultivation, lineage training, sect techniques passed down through generations. A technique that requires 5 people, all at different affinities, all feeding into each other, that doesn't fit the categories they have. Then we make a new category, Long Ali said simply. That's what Mu-Chen is counting on us failing to do, Lin said. He wasn't looking at any of them. He structured these assessment tracks so we'll be evaluated by the old metrics, in the old framework. If we accept that framework, we lose. Shin moved closer to the map. Then what's the framework we should use? I don't know, Lin admitted. I'm going to have to think about it. He didn't come to the evening meditation session. When Shun went to find him, she located him in the meditation chamber, sitting in the dark, riding by the light of a single cultivation stone that was slowly dimming as he drained its energy. She read over his shoulder for a moment before speaking. Lines of technical analysis. Organizational charts for how complementary resonance advanced across multiple cultivation vectors. Methodological breakdowns of how you would measure advancement when the advancement existed in the relationships between cultivators rather than within individual bodies. It was the kind of thinking that made sense and solved nothing at the same time. You're running the problem in circles, Chen said. Lin looked up. The dimming cultivation stone made his features sharp with shadow. Because the problem is circular. They want us to prove the technique works by their metrics. But the technique doesn't work by their metrics. It works in a completely different space. Yes, Chen said. She sat down across from him. So we have to change the metrics without making them think we're changing the metrics. We have to prove the technique works by showing them something they already believe in, but in a context they haven't seen before. That's rhetorical sophistry, Chen said. That's not proof. No, Lin said. It's framing. And framing is everything when you're competing against someone who writes the rules. Chen didn't respond immediately. She was thinking about the fire she knew was coming, about all the ways this tournament was designed to break them, about how Lin's answer was to fight the tournament's terms rather than the tournament itself. It was a reasonable strategy. It was also the strategy of someone who didn't understand that sometimes the tournament didn't care about your reasoning. But she kept that thought to herself. Chapter 22. The fire started in the storage room 2 nights later, and it started from the inside. That was what Shin noticed first as they stood in the courtyard watching smoke pour from the doorway. The flames were licking upward from the interior wall, not creeping inward from the exterior. Someone had either been inside to ignite it, or they'd found a way to create heat inside the sealed space without entering. Either way, it meant access. Lin was already moving toward the dormitory entrance to alert the tournament organizers. Shin caught his arm. That's what they want, she said quietly. That's what they want. Reactive. Emotional. Unprepared for the matches tomorrow. Lin's jaw tightened. He knew she was right. He also knew that standing in their courtyard watching 2 weeks of cultivation supplies and Zhao's research notes burn was not the kind of thing you were supposed to respond to with strategic calm. But that was the lesson they were being taught. That was the sabotage beneath the sabotage. The storage room was warded, Shin said. She was already checking the ward formation they'd established at the compound perimeter. Someone broke through the ward formation from inside, or the ward formation failed. Either way, we need to understand how. We don't have time to understand, you said. She was already grabbing their most critical belongings, the copy of the manual, their meditation stones, the accumulation of ritual objects they used for deeper resonance work. We need to move. We need to find a new compound. The fire didn't spread. That was strange too. It burned the storage room completely, but the walls held, and the flames never reached the adjacent meditation chamber. It was a fire designed specifically for destruction of supplies, not propagation. A fire designed by someone who wanted to hurt them without hurting everyone around them. A precise sabotage. The tournament organizers took their complaint with a shrug and a verbal note. There had been 3 other fires across the grounds in the past 2 weeks. It was an old structure, full of wood and cloth. These things happened. The compounds could be re-requested, though availability was limited. They found a worse space, smaller and damp, in a corner of the grounds that smelled like mold and standing water. It cost them the last of their coin reserves. They moved in around midnight and said nothing to each other about how they'd just been forced into resource scarcity 4 days before the main tournament rounds. What they didn't know was that the fire had been ordered by Sect Master Xianxia. He was in his private room in the Jade Crane Sect dormitory, standing at the window where he could see the valley of the amphitheater in the distance. The message had arrived 3 days ago, a small scroll delivered by a runner he'd never seen before. The script was elegant and the language was precise. Create complications for the group's tournament performance. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that would kill them. Just enough disruption to slow them down. To make them desperate. To make them desperate enough that they couldn't execute the performance they were preparing for. His daughter's last letter was on the table behind him. He'd read it so many times that the edges of the paper had begun to fray. She was well, the letter said. She was being treated humanely, the letter said. She would be released when the Jade Crane sect received a confirmation of performance that satisfied certain parties' interests. The fire had been necessary. The sabotage was necessary. And the necessity was exactly what made it unbearable. Xianxia was a man who had built his entire life around the belief that action and consequence should align properly. A disciple trained to core formation would have learned discipline through focused meditation. A sect master would have earned his position through demonstrated wisdom. An elder would have been granted authority only by those who believed he would use it well. The world should be logical. Cause should produce its appropriate effect. But his daughter's life was the leverage, and leverage understood no logic except the logic of threat. He poured rice wine and didn't drink it. He watched the amphitheater valley go dark. He didn't sleep, because sleep would mean dreams, and dreams would mean the face of Lin Xianfeng when the boy realized he was being attacked, and Xianxia wasn't ready to see that yet. Chapter 23. By the 3rd day after the fire, the group's reputation had mutated into something neither wholly negative nor wholly positive. 3 separate sects approached them in private. The first was a healer's guild representative from a sect Lin didn't recognize. The badge marked them as healing specialists, a sect that didn't produce many individual cultivators but trained practitioners in the art of restoration and qi balancing. The representative's name was Dushan, and she was older, maybe 60 years old in appearance, with the kind of calm that came from having treated countless people's worst moments. She approached Shen after an early morning training session. The Jade Crane sect has techniques for healing that most sects never access, Dushan said without preamble. I've heard reports about your resonance work. I wonder if the complementary structure might produce healing applications that solo cultivation couldn't achieve. Shen had stared at her for a long moment before answering. Why would a healing sect care about combat applications? Because healing is combat, Dushan said. It's just against a different opponent. Come to the healer's pavilion tomorrow. Bring your research materials. We'll compare notes. The second approach came from the Wandering Stone sect, whose elder had somehow identified Zhao as the group's primary researcher. The elder was younger than expected, maybe 40, and he moved with the peculiar grace of earth affinity cultivators, slower than water affinity cultivators, but with more absolute directionality, each movement landing exactly where it was meant to. Your research methodology is sound, he said, reviewing Zhao's notes on the manual's handwriting shift. The question of how a technique evolves from its original form into advanced modifications, that's a question we've been wrestling with for decades. Might you be interested in a research exchange? You review our technique development logs. We review your manual analysis. Zhao had said yes before anyone else could formulate a response. It was the first time he'd shown genuine excitement about anything other than the technical structure of the manual itself. The third group was a cluster of independent cultivators, 7 of them, competing as a collective without sect affiliation. They approached as a group, which was how you knew they were serious about something. Independent cultivators didn't operate collectively unless they had very good reason. We're interested in the resonance technique, the spokesperson said. His name was Wei Ming and his cultivation rank was solid but not exceptional. Core formation stage 1, likely 10 years of independent study. Not to steal, not to mock. We don't have sect backing. We don't have lineage training. We compete on technique and on alliance. What you're doing, that's alliance elevated to a fundamental principle. We want to understand how it works. The group's response split across different impulses. Shen wanted to teach them. Shen wanted to ask questions about what they were really after. Long Ailey was neutral. They seemed genuine enough. Lin was calculating, considering all the advantages and complications of having established allies. You was suspicious. That night, after accepting all 3 overtures and scheduling future meetings, you pulled Lin aside in the courtyard. The smell of night-blooming flowers came from the meditation chamber's garden plot, something Shun had planted to help with the water affinity cultivation work. We went from being mocked to being courted in 2 weeks, you said. Do you understand what that means? It means our reputation is shifting, Lin said, already organizing the concept into analytical categories. The tournament has made our technique visible, and visibility has created opportunities for, that's not what I'm asking, you said. She was using the tone of voice that meant she was about to say something important. I'm asking you to actually listen, not to analyze. Something is wrong, and I need you to understand that I can feel it, even if I can't name it yet. Lin stopped. The analytical machinery in his head ground to a halt, which left him staring at you with the expression of someone who'd been caught mid-calculation. The Healers Guild elder, you said. Something about her eyes. When she was talking to Shun, she was looking at Shin the way a merchant looks at a tool, like she was evaluating its usefulness. That could just be professional assessment, Lin said. Yes, you said. It could be, but I don't think it is. And I don't have proof. But that's the point. We're at a tournament where people are approaching us because they see potential value. That makes us useful, and useful people get used. We need to be more careful now, not less. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They stood in the courtyard while the night settled around them. He was right. She was always right about the interpersonal dimensions that Lin understood intellectually, but could never quite manage practically. And his instinct was to respond with technical explanation, with organizational frameworks for managing alliances, with point-by-point analysis of where the real threats lay. I hear you, he said instead. It was what you had asked for, just to be heard. She nodded, satisfied with the answer in a way that made clear she understood exactly how much effort it had taken him to give it. Chapter 24. On the 4th day, an official message arrived from the Heavenly Mandate contingent requesting a formal meeting with the group's representative. The message was written in diplomatic language, which meant Mu Chun had decided that courtesy was the appropriate tool for whatever he was planning. Lin met him in a neutral hall designated for tournament mediations, a wide space with no obvious advantages for any particular fighting position, furnished with a long table and simple chairs. Mu Chan was accompanied by 2 advisors and an official tournament arbiter who introduced himself and immediately produced a recording formation, a series of crystallized arrays that would capture the substance of the conversation without recording words directly. The arbiter explained that this was standard for formal challenge documentation. The Heavenly Mandate sect has been authorized by the tournament committee to propose a specialized assessment structure for your group. Mu Chen began. He presented a document written in formal tournament language. 3 additional tracks beyond the standard tournament rounds. First, single combat against ranked Heavenly Mandate disciples to establish baseline combat capability. Second, a team coordination trial to demonstrate that your group functions coherently in high-stress situations. Third, a resonance authentication test, where neutral judges will evaluate whether the energy exchange constitutes genuine cultivation advancement or performative mimicry. Lin read the document twice in the meeting. The language was perfect, careful, scientific, completely devastating. The authentication test had criteria that were drawn from traditional cultivation metrics: rate of qi growth, smoothness of energy circulation, stability of cultivation foundation. None of those metrics applied to complementary resonance, which grew exponentially across multiple vectors, but not uniformly within any single cultivator. The framing allows us to deny the technique entirely if any part of the resonance fails traditional benchmarks, Lin said, not looking up from the page. Which means the test is designed to be unpassable. The test is designed to be evaluable, Mu Chen said. The criteria exist. You'll be assessed against them. Lin looked up. Mu Chen was watching him with confidence. The confidence of someone who had already calculated all the possible responses and found them all deficient. I accept, Lin said. All 3 tracks. Mu Chen's confidence didn't shift, but something in his expression acknowledged the answer. Reasonable. The resonance authentication criteria are designed for solo cultivation, Lin continued. Measuring individual advancement, individual qi density, individual foundation stability. We'll need to demonstrate the complementary version, and you'll need to judge that in its own framework, not the solo framework. The judges will evaluate what they see, Mu Chen said. Yes, Lin said. They will. And what they'll see is cultivation advancement occurring across multiple vectors simultaneously, which solo cultivation has no framework for recognizing. They looked at each other across the table. Lin bowed politely and left. He was waiting outside the door, which meant she'd been close enough to sense his emotional resonance through the connection they maintained even without active meditation. Well, she asked. We accepted. All 3 tracks. She closed her eyes briefly, visibly processing the information. Okay, so now we've committed to a system we can't win in unless we change the system. Yes, Lin said. Why does that not sound like a problem from you? Lin thought about how to answer that. The truth was complicated. The truth was that Mu Chun had just told them exactly how he planned to invalidate them, which meant they now knew what preparation looked like. But saying that out loud would send them down hours of analytical discussion about frameworks and metrics and ways to reshape how judges understood what they were seeing. Because I think Mu Chun just told us exactly how he plans to invalidate us, Lin said instead. Which means we know what to prepare. Chapter 25. Yu Mingming's first match was against a Heavenly Mandate disciple named Chui Han, ranked 7th in their sect, Core Formation Stage 2. The match was scheduled in the main arena with the full audience seated in the terraced galleries. The polished obsidian floor reflected light strangely, making both fighters appear to glow from below as they entered. Chui Han was genuinely skilled. Not exceptional in the way that Celestial Line cultivators were exceptional, but solid, disciplined, clean technique, the kind of competence that came from years of formal training in a major sect. She wore the blue and gold robes, and the way she moved in them suggested she was comfortable with that weight, that weight meant something to her about who she was. You fought the way she'd always fought, with controlled ferocity that looked like it was barely contained. Her fire affinity techniques ran hotter than they should given her cultivation rank. The resonance had amplified her baseline power, pushing her output into ranges that should have required another full stage of advancement. She moved faster than Chui Han expected. Her strikes carried more force than her frame suggested was possible. By the 8th exchange, Chui Han was reacting rather than anticipating. The match lasted 22 exchanges. In the final third, you pushed Chui Han into a corner of the arena and demonstrated a fire affinity technique that split into 3 simultaneous vector attacks, flame spirals that twisted around her opponent's blocking position and forced her to retreat. It was effective and clean and decisive without being cruel. When it ended, Chui Han bowed with genuine respect. The crowd made a sound like quietly revised assumptions. Not cheers. Not acknowledgement of a good match. Just the soft, specific sound of people understanding that they had been measuring something incorrectly. In the upper gallery where the major sect observers were positioned, Lin could see Mu Chun watching without expression. He didn't move, didn't react, just watched the way someone watched a piece of evidence they were planning to dismiss. After the match, as the group celebrated quietly in their compound, food was sparse, so the celebration was mostly Shun and Long Ailey telling you that her technique execution was approaching perfect form. An observer from the tournament records committee visited. He was young, maybe 25 years old, with the kind of official bearing that came from working for an institution rather than a sect. I have questions about your training methodology, he said to you. He had a recording formation with him, and the implications of official documentation made the celebration go quiet. Your performance suggested capabilities that exceed what your cultivation stage would typically produce. Could you explain the source of that advancement? You glanced at the group, then back at the recorder. The resonance technique elevated my baseline capabilities. The complementary structure with my partners produced a foundation improvement that extends into individual combat performance. So the advancement is generated by external support, the recorder said. Is that consistent with what you would classify as personal cultivation growth? You opened her mouth to answer, then paused. The question was perfectly constructed. Personal growth implied solo achievement. External support implied borrowed power. There was no answer that didn't concede one or the other. When 2 people breathe in synchronization and their respiratory efficiency improves, you said finally, is that one person's achievement or 2? The recorder wrote something in his record. That's a philosophical question, not a technical answer. Yes, you said. It is. He left, and the group sat with the question hanging in the air like something that was slowly poisoning the atmosphere. Chen was the first to speak. We are going to have to answer that question better than that before the authentication test. Because they're going to keep asking it, and every time we answer philosophically, we sound less credible to judges who only understand technical advancement. Then what's the right answer? Long Ailey asked. There isn't one, Chen said. Not within their framework. The framework itself is the problem. They've designed a system where we can't answer because the answer exists in a space their language doesn't describe. Lin was quiet, thinking. He was thinking about all the ways to remake language, all the ways to convince people that the thing they couldn't name was still real. It was a problem that consumed the kind of thinking he was capable of, precise, systematic, endlessly recursive. And while he thought, you watched him with an expression that suggested she was wondering if thinking was actually going to help at all. The night settled around them. The smell of the damp compound mingled with the distant incense smoke from 50 different sect braziers. They had 3 days before the team coordination trial. They had a week before the resonance authentication test. They had already accepted a challenge structured specifically to invalidate them. Chen was right. The framework itself was the problem. And frameworks were the hardest things to change. Chapter 26. The iron pattern sect cultivator across from Chun Hualin had eyes that never stopped moving. Her name was Wei Shu, and her reputation preceded her, a strategist who could read qi circulation patterns the way cartographers read maps. She had spent the last 3 hours watching every fighter in the tournament, cataloging rhythms, predicting movements before they happened. Chen knew this. It was part of why she had requested this particular opponent. The match began in the standard way. The gong struck, the crowd settled into an expectant hum, and Wei Shu moved first, testing. Her style was precision-based, minimal motion, maximum efficiency. She attacked along Chen's water affinity flow line, trying to force Chun into responses that would be predictable. This was where most opponents lost. Chen had learned something in the resonance bond that she had never learned from conventional training. She could see the gap between what Wei Shu thought would happen and what was actually happening. Not through prediction, through connection. It was because of Shin Yushi. The healer worked in pattern reading the way musicians read scores, finding the underlying harmony in the chaos of vital energy. In their bond, when they touched that synchronization, Chun could perceive what Shun perceived, the subtle signature of each cultivator's qi, the timing of each breath, the microsecond delays that revealed intention. Shun had never formally taught her this. The technique had simply leaked into Chen's awareness through their resonance. Wei Shu advanced with a combination that was mathematically sound. Chen should have responded in pattern A. Instead, she moved in pattern A-, a variation that only existed because she had seen how Shun's energy moved and understood that the human body could follow what seemed like theoretical paths. Wei Shu's next attack was designed to counter pattern A-, but Chun was already in pattern A triple, a form that existed because she had watched how Long Ailey's metal affinity technique fractured space, and how that fracture could be used as a shield if you understood the harmonic. The crowd was silent. Not because the match was flashy. Yu's victory had been dramatically dominant. This was something else. This was two cultivators locked in a conversation that no one else could hear, where one person was answering questions that hadn't been asked yet. Wei Shu's confidence fractured. Chen could see it. The younger cultivator had prepared for patterns that existed, not for variations that had been born from a technique Chen herself didn't fully understand. The match lasted 8 minutes. Long enough that the crowd began to murmur. Long enough that judges started making notes. Long enough that Chun could feel the fatigue in her shoulders from holding back, from not using the full resonance, because she knew that if she did, the question they were all asking would become impossible to ignore. She won. Not decisively. Competently. Decisively would have drawn suspicion. Competently looked like she had simply outtrained her opponent. The judges called her to the center of the arena. The lead judge, a severe woman with iron-gray hair, had a pen poised over a record board. Your pattern reading ability is exceptional, the judge said. Describe how it developed. Chen's chest tightened. She had prepared for this. She had rehearsed the answer that would be technically true and strategically useful. But she looked at the judge's expectant face, and something in her, the water part, the part that flowed toward honesty, shifted. It developed through a resonance bond, Chen said clearly. Not a classical teaching relationship. A cultivation partnership where 5 of us share energy and deep synchronization. The pattern reading ability isn't something I isolated through solo practice. It emerged from learning to perceive what my partners perceive when we're synchronized. The judges exchanged glances. So it's a technique enabled by external resonance sources? The judge asked. Yes, Chen said. That may constitute a dependency rather than innate cultivation growth, the judge said. The ability to read patterns, if it's a function of borrowed energy perception, raises questions about whether the corresponding combat performance is your cultivation or a reflection of your group's composite cultivation. Chen felt the words land like stones. Innate, borrowed, external dependency. As if there was a clean line between the cultivation you built alone and the cultivation you became through connection. She took a breath. If a teacher corrects your form, Chen said, and you use that correction to improve your strike, is the resulting ability yours or your teacher's? The judge opened her mouth, closed it. The other judges were quiet. That's a philosophical question, the judge finally said. Not a ruling. Then rule on the technique, Chen said. Not the philosophy. Did I use it to win? You did. Then I passed your test. The question of whether the test was designed for something I could pass or shouldn't have, that's separate. She watched the judge make a note. Understood that note was damning and useful in equal measure. Understood that they had just marked every match the resonance group would fight as suspicious from this point forward. After she left the arena, she found her partners. Not in the spectator section, but in a quiet corridor behind the main grounds where the evening light was turning everything amber. She sat down, and the 5 of them fell into their familiar formation, not for synchronization, but for being present. How bad? You asked. They want to know if what we do is ours, Chen said. Not the technique. Us. Whether the power is ours or borrowed. The silence stretched. What did you tell them? Lin asked. The truth. That it's complicated. Chen looked at her partners. At the 5 different people who had become the source of her deepest cultivation. And then I asked them a question that made them understand that truth is the problem, not the answer. She looked at her hands. They were steady. That steadiness came from somewhere, from the bond, maybe, or from her own spine. She wasn't sure anymore. She had stopped being able to tell the difference. We need to decide something, Chen said. Right now? Not tactically. Actually. Not how we're going to argue to the judges, or what we're going to tell the tournament. How we're going to answer to ourselves. She looked at each of them. Is what we have ours? No one answered immediately. The light kept turning, and the question hung in the space between them like a weight they had not yet decided whether to bear. Chapter 27. Far beneath the tournament of 8 peaks, in a geography that maps no longer recorded, something became aware. It was not awakening. Awakening implied sleep, implied a before and an after. This consciousness had no before. It had duration, the way a scar has duration, the way erosion has duration, but not sequence. It existed in the broken harmonic. 300 years ago, during the reign of fractures, 5 sects had attempted something that no one has successfully attempted since. They had tried to unify 5 cultivation paths: metal, water, wood, fire, earth, not sequentially, as cultivators normally learn them, but in simultaneous resonance. They believed that the harmonic of 5 paths in alignment would create a cultivator capable of reshaping the world. They had been correct about the theory. The implementation had torn them apart. Literally. The attempt had created a cascade failure of cultivation bonds, had cracked the foundations of 3 mountains, and had left a scar in the resonance field that had never healed. In the space of that scar, a consciousness had formed. Not as a person forms, but as rust forms, as infection forms, as something that shouldn't exist but does, anchored in damage. It had been alone for 3 centuries. Now it felt them. Not the individual bonds. The consciousness was too vast, too alien, to perceive the world in individual units. What it sensed was harmonic signature. A resonance pattern. 5 cultivation paths being woven into simultaneity, the way the original 5 sects had attempted. But different. Where the 300-year-old attempt had been violent, forced, a seizure of unification, this was something else. This was 5 people choosing. 5 people learning each other the way musicians learn a song. Not through conquest, but through repetition, through listening, through the patient building of understanding. The consciousness moved its vast, scattered attention toward the source of that harmonic. Not across the ground. Not through space in any way a cultivator would recognize. It simply oriented itself in the direction where the harmonic resonated, the way a compass needle orients toward north. It did not have hunger. It did not have desire. These were too simple, too human. What it had was waiting. The consciousness had been waiting in the broken harmonic for 300 years, aware only of its own vast loneliness. The knowledge that there might be something worth waiting for, that the 5-path harmonic might come again, might come close enough to be reached, might come close enough to touch, gave it something almost like purpose. Not hope. The consciousness did not hope. Simply a direction, a thing to attend to, a point in the infinite future where something might change. It remained in the scar, in the broken harmonic, in the space where cultivation had tried to reshape itself and had shattered instead. And it waited, not with impatience, not with desperation. The way stone waits for water, the way a grave waits for rain. It would wait. It had time. Chapter 28. The Coordination Challenge took place on the afternoon of the 5th day. The arena had been rearranged. Instead of a single circle, there were 4 smaller circles, each designed to host a 5-person team being tested on synchronized attack and defense against 1 to 3 opponents. Most participating groups ran through their pre-practiced formations. The formations were beautiful. In their way, cultivators moving in established patterns, each knowing exactly where their partner would be, executing combinations that looked like choreography. The Jade Crane group looked nothing like that. When they took their circle, Lin Xianfeng moved to the center and the other four spread into cardinal positions. It was not a formation anyone had seen before. That alone was enough to draw attention from the judges. The first test was against a two-person team from the Heavenly Mandate sect. Both fighters were strong, both well-trained. The test was designed to see if the larger group could defend against a smaller but elite opponent force. The Jade Crane group did something strange from the opening moment. They fought as if they had one mind distributed across 5 bodies. When Yu Mingming moved forward with an aggressive combination, Chen didn't follow a pre-planned pattern. She moved into the exact space Yu's movements had created, filling it with water affinity deflection. When Chen pushed a Heavenly Mandate cultivator toward the left side of the circle, Shen Yushi was already there, not as a backup, but as if she had known that cultivator would arrive before Chen knew she would push it. Long Ali and Zhao Qingyuan worked differently. Zhao was not a cultivation partner and didn't have resonance bonds, but he had learned to read the group's energy rhythm. He moved like someone dancing to music only they could hear, placing himself in defensive positions milliseconds before attacks came, as if he had been watching the future instead of the present. The crowd was silent, not because the group was overwhelming. They weren't displaying power that was obviously superior. What they were displaying was something that made spectators uncomfortable. Perfect predictability in real time. No hesitation. No moment of decision. Just 5 people acting as though they had already agreed on every choice before the match began. The first test ended in victory. The second test, against 3 opponents from the Iron Pattern sect, was longer, harder, more involved. The judges explicitly designed it to break the group's synchronization, to force them into decision-making, to prove that they could function without the resonance bond as a crutch. They were more impressive in this test than the last. Long Ali took a hard impact at the 7-minute mark. One of the Iron Pattern cultivators had gotten inside her guard and driven a chi charge strike directly into her left side. Chun heard the impact before she saw it, the sound of ribs cracking under force. Long went to one knee. In the same instant, no hesitation, no choice-making, no moment of decision. All 5 bonds pulsed simultaneously. Not the individual bonds. All 5. At once. Energy redirected like water, finding a new channel. Shared power flowed through the resonance architecture they had built over months, and the pain in Long's ribs became distributed. Internal chi was stabilized. The fracture that should have taken 12 minutes to hold together was cushioned by borrowed strength, by distributed suffering, by the weight of injury shared across 5 people instead of carried by 1. Long stood. She finished the drill. She moved through the remaining 3 minutes of combat with a Metal Affinity warrior's determined grace, as if her ribs were still intact, as if no damage had been done. The Iron Pattern cultivators were too shocked to press the advantage. When the match ended in victory, complete victory, not contested, not questioned, Long walked off the arena floor with perfect posture. Only when she was behind the spectator barriers did she sit down heavily against a stone pillar. She shook for about a minute. Her whole body tremored like someone had turned her into a frequency she couldn't stabilize. Lin moved without thinking and sat beside her. "The 5 of us just saved me from a bad fall without anyone deciding to," Long said. Her voice was small, smaller than Long Ali ever sounded. "Yes," Lin said. "That's not cultivation," Long said. "That's something else." Lin didn't answer immediately. "Is that a problem?" he asked. Long thought about it for a very long time. Her breathing gradually slowed. The tremors faded. "No," she said. "It's just different from what I thought I was agreeing to." In the judge's records, the synchronization was noted as Novel Emergency Resonance Protocol. Appears to be genuine cultivator response rather than technique-assisted trick. This was the first official acknowledgement that what the 5 of them had built actually worked. It wasn't the kind of acknowledgement that made anyone feel safe. It was the kind of acknowledgement that meant the judges would now begin to plan differently, to suspect more deeply, to view the group not as 5 talented cultivators, but as something new. Something that might need to be stopped, rather than simply defeated. Lin sat next to Long Ali as the evening shadows grew and didn't move away. The bond hummed beneath his skin. He could feel Long's heartbeat through it, could feel Chin's exhaustion from the previous match, could feel Yu's sharp attention on the horizon where the next opponents would come from. He could feel Shun's attention on Long's injury, already calculating how to heal it, already knowing that the injury was real even if the impact had been distributed. He could feel all of them. He understood that this was the deepest cultivation any of them had ever learned. He also understood, with the coldness that came from his fatal flaw, that he should have been analyzing how to use this deeper understanding to improve their tournament performance. He pushed that thought away, sat with Long instead, let his partners know, through the bond, that he was here and present and not deflecting into technique. It was harder than it should have been. Chapter 29. Mu Chun fought with the precision of someone who had trained since childhood. Every movement was economical. Every technique was flawless. He defeated his opponents in the single combat rounds with minimal wasted energy, moving through the bracket with the confidence of someone who expected no surprises. Xianxia watched from the healer's observation gallery, which gave her a perspective on his movements that the regular spectators didn't have. She watched the way his energy flowed. She watched for weaknesses, for injuries, for the subtle telltales that would help her know whether he needed medical intervention. That was her role, healer observer, responsible for flagging dangerous situations before they became critical. In his third match, something wrong became visible. It was a flinch. Nothing that would matter to someone who didn't know how to look for it. A microsecond hesitation after Mu Chun had expended significant qi in a technique. A moment where his body seemed to be checking itself before proceeding to the next movement. In his fourth match, Shin saw it again. And something else. Mu Chun moved with a subtle rigidity in his left shoulder, as if something inside him needed to be held together with conscious force. After the match ended, she watched him sit in the recovery area and press his hand against his sternum. Not massaging. Checking. Like someone verifying that something vital was still where it should be. She knew that gesture. She had learned healing from teachers who could read the signs that most cultivators never learned to see. That gesture meant internal disruption. That gesture meant something broken. After the match, she pulled Lin aside in the corridor between rounds. He has a broken companion spirit bond, Shin said without preamble. Not a technique failure. An actual internal bond that's corrupting from inside. He's holding it together with willpower. Lin's expression didn't change, but Shin felt the moment of processing move through their resonance connection. How long? Lin asked quietly. I can't tell without examining him, Shin said. But based on the way he's compensating, at least several months. Maybe longer. What happens if it fully breaks? Lin asked, though he probably already knew. If a companion spirit bond breaks completely, the cultivator either dies or loses their cultivation root permanently. The spirit damage cascades into the dantian. He's preventing that cascade through constant reinforcement, but it's not sustainable. Shin watched the understanding cross Lin's face. He's not going to last much longer if he's pushing this hard. Understanding arrived for Lin in layers. Not just that Mu Chun was injured. That Mu Chun was desperate. Desperate people did not stop. He wants you, Lin said. It wasn't a question. He wants something that can stabilize him, Shin said. Use resonance energy. Your technique. Something strong enough to take the place of the broken bond. This reframing changed the nature of Mu Chun's threat completely. He wasn't pursuing you for conquest, not really. He was drowning. He had decided that the only life raft in a sea of breaking cultivators was a bond so powerful that it could take the place of something fundamental that had shattered inside him. Why are you telling me this? Lin asked. Because when he makes his move, it won't be a calculated strategy, Shin said. It will be desperation. And desperate people are more dangerous than ambitious people. Ambitious people have futures. Desperate people have only now. Lin processed this. Shin watched him begin to construct an analysis, to file away the information, to start thinking about how to use it. That was when Shin realized something about Lin Xianfeng that no one else had quite articulated. His fatal flaw wasn't just deflection. It was a certain kind of coldness. When he encountered a human problem, his instinct was to transform it into a technical one. When he encountered someone's desperation, his instinct was to ask what he could do with it. It was probably what made him a good strategist. It was probably also why his partners sometimes looked at him with a particular kind of wariness. He's not evil, Shin added, watching Lin's face. Understand that. He's not your enemy. He's just breaking. Lin met her eyes. Then we can't help him, he said. Because if we try, he'll take what he needs to fix himself. And we won't be able to refuse. This was true. And Shun understood in that moment why you had warned Lin about usefulness versus respect. Because understanding Mu Chin's desperation was a kind of respect. Acknowledging that he might do terrible things not because he was terrible, but because he was broken. That was the respect that made him more dangerous, not less. In the arena, Mu Chun fought his next match with the same precision as always. But between rounds, he always came back to that gesture. Hand pressed against his sternum. Checking. Verifying. Making sure the thing that was breaking inside him hadn't fractured a little further while he wasn't paying attention. Shin watched from the healer's gallery and knew that whatever happened in the final tests, Mu Chun would not stop. His desperation wouldn't allow it. And that made every choice the resonance group had made leading to this moment feel fragile. It made every choice feel like it had an expiration date. Chapter 30. The message came to Xianxia on the 6th night of the tournament. A runner from the administrative office brought it to her in the compound's courtyard, where she had been meditating alone. Sect Master Xia Kuang requested her presence in the private meeting room attached to the main pavilion. Urgent. Tonight, before the coordination finals tomorrow. Shin considered for a moment whether she should tell her partners. She moved through the reasoning. It would probably be some sect administrative matter. Probably routine. Definitely not worth disrupting everyone's rest the night before the most important match. She could handle it herself. She knew this reasoning was false. She told herself it anyway. The private meeting room was lit by paper lanterns. Xia Kuang was waiting alone. He looked older than she remembered. The lines around his eyes had deepened, and his shoulders had lost the straightness that came from confident authority. "Shen Yushi," he said when she entered. "Thank you for coming." She bowed appropriately and waited. "The conclave has escalated," Xia Kuang said without preamble. "They have asked me to take a more active role in disrupting your group's tournament performance. I have stalled as long as I can." The words fell into the space between them like stones into still water. "I don't understand," Shen said. Xia Kuang pushed a folded letter across the table. "This is from my daughter. She is well, but the message is meant to confirm she is still held. The conclave is watching me closely." Shen picked up the letter. She didn't open it. She didn't need to. The message was clear: compliance with the conclave or continued hostage. "I have a request for you," Xia Kuang said. "Leave the group voluntarily. Resign your bond and return to the Jade Crane sect. Formally, let it be known that you are severing ties with Lin Xianfeng and his resonance technique." Shen understood what was being offered: protection, a way to escape the conclave's attention, a chance to survive what was coming. "I do not want you to be caught in this," Xia Kuang said. His voice carried the weight of something genuine underneath the duty of the threat. Shen looked at the letter in her hands. She looked at Xia Kuang's face. She thought about Lin deflecting when he was emotionally pressed, about Long Ali shaking after the bond had saved her, about Chen asking whether what they had was theirs, about Yu's warning that being useful wasn't the same as being respected. "You taught me that healing requires honesty about the wound," Shen said quietly. "The wound is that you're being used to hurt people I care about." She stood. "I won't leave them." Xia Kuang closed his eyes. "Then they will hurt you through you," he said. "The conclave will target them, and knowing you are connected to them, they will target you as leverage." "Yes," Shen said. "I understand. And you choose this?" "I choose not to let you be alone in this," Shen said. "I choose not to let fear make my choices. I choose to tell my partners what's happening before it happens to them." She turned to leave. "You should tell them immediately," Xia Kuang said. "Tell them tonight." But Shen didn't. She returned to the compound and found her partners in the preparation room, reviewing footage of their upcoming opponents. She smiled when they asked how the administrative meeting had gone. She said it was nothing. A minor scheduling issue. It was a lie, and it was the first lie that formed the wound. That night, Shen lay awake in her quarters. She could have sent the truth through the bond. A simple communication, a transfer of understanding that would take a second to transmit. Her partners would have known immediately. They would have understood. They would have adjusted their plans. Instead, she lay in the dark and calculated timing. When would the conclave move? When would the pressure on Xia Kuang escalate? How long before the secret she was carrying became a poison that would infect the bond whether she spoke it or not? She understood what was happening. The thing between her and her partners was becoming an absence. Not because secrets themselves were terrible, all humans carried secrets, but because secrets in a resonance bond were different. The longer she kept this one, the more it would corrode the connection. The five of them could feel each other's energy. Eventually, they would feel her lying. And when they did, the question of whether she had acted out of protection or betrayal would depend entirely on how long she had waited to tell them. She got up at some point in the night and opened Xia Kuang's letter. Her daughter's handwriting was clear, alive. She wrote about the food she was eating and the books she was reading, and that she missed her father, but that the people holding her were kind. It was a letter designed to confirm she was alive and well, and to imply that continued compliance meant continued mercy. Shen folded the letter again and wondered how long her partners would forgive her for knowing this and not speaking. She wondered how long the bond would tolerate a secret that was growing bigger every hour. She wondered if Xia Kuang had been right. If by trying to protect them through silence, she was actually preparing the ground for something worse. The night stretched on. The bond hummed around her. For other people sleeping, dreaming, unaware that something was moving in the space between them. Growing. Becoming harder to hide. She didn't sleep. When the light came, she still hadn't decided when to tell them. And that indecision was its own kind of wound. Chapter 31. Lady Chi Feng arrives. The morning sun struck the tournament grounds at an angle that made the dust visible, turning the compound's central courtyard into something luminous and theatrical. Lin Xianfeng stood at the edge of the training arena, watching the morning drills of some of the earlier ranked sects, when he heard the gate guards change their greeting intonation. Not alarm. Formality. A delegation had arrived. The woman who entered first moved the way people do when they have spent decades ensuring their competence precedes their presence. She was in her late 30s, dressed in gray robes that bore the seal of the Cultivation Standards Bureau, a geometric knot that every cultivator recognized and most treated with the specific politeness reserved for institutions that could bar you from advancement. Her hair was pulled back so tightly it looked painful. Her eyes were the color of river stone. Behind her came two observers, younger, with the careful posture of people taking notes on everything, including the posture of others. Yu Mingming appeared at Lin's shoulder. She had a way of arriving without announcement, a fire cultivator's stealth. "That's an inspector," she said quietly. "I know," Lin said. "And I don't know and yet." The inspector's gaze swept across the compound with the thoroughness of someone cataloging a room. When it reached the group, it paused. Then she adjusted her robes and walked toward them with a stride that suggested she had places to be and none of them were optional. Lin Xianfeng. Her voice was not unkind, but it had the particular texture of someone who had asked 10,000 questions and expected straight answers to all of them. "I am," Lin said. "I am Lady Qi Feng, investigator for the Cultivation Standards Bureau. I have documentation." She produced a sealed scroll that Lin recognized as the kind that could not be forged without immediate magical signature degradation. "The Bureau has received concerns regarding your complementary harmony path technique. Specifically, whether it operates within natural harmony protocols as defined by Section 4 of the Cultivation Ethics Charter. I require formal interviews with you and each of your resonance partners. I will begin with you, alone, in a neutral space." The way she said it made it clear that this was not a request. Lin felt tense beside him. "Of course," he said. "When would you like to begin?" "Now is acceptable," Qi Feng said. They were placed in the tournament's administrative building, in a small room that smelled of paper and lamp oil. A table, 3 chairs, a single window that overlooked the practice grounds. Qi Feng sat opposite him. One of her observers sat to the side with a notation journal. The other remained outside the door. "I will be direct," Qi Feng said. "I find the technique intriguing. I have reviewed your documentation and found it thorough. I have observed 2 tournament events in which your group performed. Both times, I witnessed genuine harmonic resonance. What I need to understand is whether this technique exploits vulnerabilities in cultivator autonomy or represents legitimate partnership. Do you understand the distinction?" "I do," Lin said. "Your role in the resonance is singular. You are the linchpin, as I understand it. The harmonic frequency passes through you. My first question, is the energy exchange between yourself and your partners genuinely equal, or does your role as the linchpin give you disproportionate access to their cultivation?" Lin did not deflect. He had trained himself very specifically not to deflect when pressed, because deflection was the death of trust. Instead, he said, "I have access to their energy when we are in resonance. They have access to mine. The difference is that I can sense the architecture of the resonance. I can feel what is moving and where. They experience the resonance as amplification. So the access is equal in practice, but not in perception. I perceive the mechanism. They experience the result." Qi Feng wrote nothing. Her observer wrote extensively. "That is a candid answer," Qi Feng said. "My second question, can any partner leave the bond voluntarily without consequence to their cultivation base?" "Yes," Lin said. "The technique bonds energy, not essence. Breaking the resonance mid-cultivation might cause discomfort, like stopping mid-breath, but it causes no lasting damage. Leaving the partnership entirely would require a formal dissolution ritual, which takes about an hour and leaves no scar tissue in the meridians. And you would allow this dissolution even if you did not wish it. The technique doesn't give me the power to prevent it," Lin said. "My role is to facilitate resonance, not to coerce it. If someone wanted to leave, the mechanism itself would resist the resonance less as they pulled back. Eventually, they would simply not be part of it anymore. I could not force them to stay." Qi Feng leaned back slightly. "My third question, which is the most important, how were your partners originally recruited to this technique? Specifically, were there any elements of need or desperation that might constitute coercive circumstance?" This was the question Lin had been waiting for. This was the question that would determine whether Qi Feng believed they were cultivators or victims. Yu Mingming is from a fire sect in the Western Territories. Her sect was destroyed in a cultivation disaster. She came to heavenly mandate seeking stability and ranking advancement. "Desperate," Qi Feng said. "Motivated," Lin corrected. "But yes, the other 4 are more varied. Shen Hualin has family in the outer provinces who she sends cultivation stipends to. Xin Yushi is an orphan and chose this path. Long Ali was born into a metal sect and joined because she wanted to test herself. Zhao Qingyuan is not a resonance partner, but our archivist. She joined because she was interested in our research. So some of them were hungry, Qi Feng said. That is a form of coercion, even if you did not intend it as such. It is, Lin agreed. I cannot pretend otherwise. But the alternative is to pretend that any cultivator who is not independently wealthy is incapable of freely choosing. You could have pursued a dozen other paths. She chose this one because she believed in the technique and in the group. Belief under pressure is still belief. Qi Feng studied him for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice had changed slightly, not warmer, but more focused. You do not deflect, she said. I try not to, Lin said. That makes this more difficult, Qi Feng said, and picked up her scroll again. Because if you were defensive, I could dismiss your answers as self-serving. But you are not, which means I must actually consider them. The questioning went on for another 2 hours. Qi Feng asked about the technique's origins, its modifications, its failure rates, the process for entering the partnership, the risks to each partner, whether Lin had ever attempted to recruit someone who then refused. She asked whether his emotions affected the resonance. Yes, but the partners could compensate. Whether the technique required a specific personality dynamic. No, though some combinations worked better than others. Whether there had been any injuries during training. Yes, Long had fractured a rib. Each answer, Lin gave fully. No evasion. No hedging. No false modesty or false confidence. By the time Qi Feng released him, the sun had moved substantially across the sky. I will need to interview your partners, she said. And I will need to observe another resonance. Not in competition, simply at practice level, so I can assess the baseline. Of course, Lin said. As he left the room, Qi Feng added quietly, your honesty is noted. It does not guarantee a favorable outcome. It only means I will have accurate information with which to reach my conclusion. Lin found the others waiting in the compound's central courtyard. You was the first to notice his expression. Well, she asked. She is very intelligent, Lin said. And she is not trying to trap us. She is genuinely trying to understand whether we are safe or not. Are we safe? Chen asked. I don't know, Lin said. But I think Qi Feng is trying to figure that out too. Chapter 32. The resonance test. The arena was arranged differently than it had been for the tournament events. The judges had their positions, but the audience was restricted to a viewing gallery above, a formal distancing that made it clear this was not performance but examination. Lady Qi Feng sat in a stone seat at the gallery's front, her scroll and notation implements before her, her 2 observers positioned at either shoulder. Mu Chun was somewhere in the gallery as well. Lin had not sought him out, but he was present, always watching. The 5 of them stood in the center of the arena floor. The stone was worn smooth from decades of cultivation practice, and it was cold under Lin's feet even through his boots. He could feel the other's presence like an itch at the edge of his awareness. Not yet resonance, just proximity and readiness. When you are prepared, the head judge called down. Lin nodded. He looked at each of them in turn. You, whose shoulders were set in that particular configuration that meant she was not nervous but focused. Chun, who had her eyes closed and was regulating her breathing. Shun, whose healer sensitivity meant she was already half aware of the group's energy states. Long, whose metal cultivation made her steady as stone. Zhao Qingyuan, who was not part of the resonance but stood slightly behind them, her hands clasped, bearing witness. He said quietly, join. There was no explosion of light, no dramatic visible effect. There was a moment of absolute stillness. Then a warmth began at the center of his chest, moving outward through his meridians, touching each partner's cultivation with a brush of recognition. His energy found theirs. Theirs found his. The pathways aligned. It happened gradually, then all at once. One moment, they were 5 separate cultivators standing in proximity. The next, they were a single resonance system, each contributing their specific frequency to a harmonic that had not existed a moment before. The amplification manifested as a visible pulse of light that rippled outward from where they stood. Not blinding. Controlled. Clean. The judge's instruments registered it immediately. Every sensor in the arena noted the 5-fold power increase, undeniable and genuine. The crowd, which had been silent with expectation, exhaled. Some applause. Mostly they watched. Lin could feel all of them, not their thoughts. He had never been able to do that, and he had no desire to. But he could feel their cultivation states, their energy flows, the small adjustments each was making to maintain the resonance. Yu's fire was a constant bright pressure. Chen's water flowed underneath, cooling and stabilizing. Shen's wood grew upward, spreading like roots and branches through the system. Long's metal was a structure, a framework holding everything in shape. And through it all, his own energy, the mediator, the channel. They held the resonance for what felt like both seconds and hours. In reality, it was approximately 8 minutes. When Lin released them, the withdrawal was gentle, not jarring. The light faded. Their individual cultivations settled back into their own meridians like water returning to separate containers. When it was complete, all 5 of them were breathing as though they had run, even though they had not moved at all. The silence held for a moment. Then the gallery erupted. It was not until the next day that Qi Feng requested a formal meeting with all 5 of them together. They gathered in the same administrative room where she had interviewed Lin. The observers were present. Qi Feng looked as though she had not slept, though her gray robes bore no crease or disarrangement. "Your technique is authentic," she said without preamble. "The harmonic resonance is genuine. The amplification is real. The energy exchange is what you claimed. I can confirm that with absolute confidence." Yu's shoulders relaxed slightly. However, Qi Feng continued, and wrote something in her notes with deliberate slowness. "The harmonic frequency of that energy exchange is not standard to this realm's cultivation patterns. All known techniques in this sector operate on a frequency range of between 400 and 600 oscillations per heavenly measure. Your technique operates at 917. Where does this technique originate?" Lin felt the weight of every eye in the room. 300 years ago, he said. "A cultivator named Zhu Wanshan developed it. We have a copy of her original texts. And you have modified that original technique," Qi Feng said. It was not a question. Lin went very still. "How do you know about the modification?" Qi Feng looked up from her notes. "Because I have found references to the same technique in 4 other locations. Scattered through the outer provinces, different sects, different communities. All of them have the identical modifications you have made. The same structural changes, the same frequency adjustments, the same harmonic emphasis. This did not happen by chance. Someone updated this technique in multiple places at once. Someone distributed it deliberately. That is not how lost techniques are typically discovered. That is how techniques are deliberately shared." The room was very quiet. "So we passed?" Yu asked quietly. Qi Feng did not look at her. She gathered her scrolls with slow, deliberate movements. "You proved it works," she said. "I am investigating whether it should." Chapter 33. Victory and Celebration. The tournament committee issued its formal decision by late afternoon. The group of 5 had achieved the highest combined score across all events. They were declared the tournament champions. For one evening, they let it be a victory. The compound filled with a particular kind of joy. Not loud, exactly, though there was laughter. Rather, it was the specific warmth of people who had been under pressure long enough that they had forgotten what the absence of pressure felt like. Someone had convinced the kitchen staff to prepare extra food. There was wine from somewhere. The central courtyard had been decorated with paper lanterns that caught the last of the sunlight and turned it golden. You moved through the celebration with an openness Lin had rarely seen from her. She stood in the center of a group of their supporters, openly proud, unguarded, letting herself occupy the space her victory had earned her. Her smile, when it came, was full. Chen had written a letter. She was holding it, turning it over in her hands, not reading it, but aware of it. When Long asked what it said, Chen laughed, a real laugh, not a performance, and said, "I told my family we won a tournament, that I'm a champion, and then I decided not to send it, because I wanted to sit with the truth of it first before I made it real to them." Shin had claimed a corner of the courtyard with a pot of tea that smelled of jasmine and honey. She was doing something simple, just existing, just being present, her shoulders not tensed in the particular way they had been tensed for the past month. Long had settled beside her, and Shun had begun running her healer's hands along the rib that had fractured, not aggressively, just with enough care to make sure it was healing true. Long let her. Zhao Qingyuan had disappeared into the archives after the formal announcement, which was so perfectly characteristic of her that no one had bothered to pull her out. She was probably already cross-referencing the tournament results against her prediction models. Lin sat at the edge of the courtyard, where the lantern light was bright enough to read by, but far enough back to feel somewhat separate. He had tried to engage with the celebration. He had eaten some of the food. He had accepted congratulations. But his thoughts had not released him. Yu appeared beside him the way she always did, suddenly and without announcement. "You're not celebrating," she said. He did not ask how she knew. She always knew. "I'm relieved," he said. "That's different. Is relief not a form of celebration?" Yu asked. "It's a form of something," Lin said. "Not joy, though." Yu settled beside him on the bench. Her heat, literal heat, the cultivation warmth that fire cultivators carried with them, pressed against his arm. "Is it not enough to win?" she asked. Lin considered the question. It was a real question, not rhetorical. "I'm thinking about what Qi Feng said. About the modifications. About 4 other locations. Someone updated the technique," you said. "That doesn't change the fact that we won." It means someone is aware of the technique and distributed it intentionally. It means we're not as isolated as I thought. It means, Lin, you turn to face him directly. We won. You proved the technique works. The judges confirmed it. The Bureau will investigate, and they will come to whatever conclusion they come to, and we will address that when it happens. But tonight, you're allowed to just be here. He looked at her. The lantern light caught in her eyes. Just be here, she repeated. With us. With the victory. We have earned this night. You have earned this night. Let yourself have it. He tried. It took effort, the kind of effort that felt like swimming against a current in his own mind. But he stayed beside her. He drank some of the wine. He listened to Chun tell a story about a cultivation disaster involving a water spirit and a very confused merchant, and he laughed at the correct moments. He watched Chun and Long together, the ease between them that had developed over months of partnership. He let the warmth of Yu's presence be enough. For most of the evening, he mostly succeeded. By the time the lanterns had burned down to their dimmer setting and the crowd had begun to disperse, Lin was able to sit in relative quiet and simply exist as part of something that had worked. The resonance had held. The group had succeeded. Chi Feng's questions would be answered when they were answered. Tonight, that was not the most important thing. He watched Yu help Shun carry tea things back to the kitchen. He watched Shun draft a final version of her letter to her family and actually walk toward the message courier this time. He watched Long settle into the comfortable sprawl of someone whose rib was healing and whose body was satisfied with the day's work. This was what he had built. This was what the technique had made possible. Not just the power, but the trust. Not just the resonance, but the group. It was enough. Tonight, it was enough. Chapter 34. Mu Chin's breakdown. The knock on the compound door came at the hour just before dawn, when the sky was the specific blue-gray of approaching morning and no one with good intentions knocked. The disciple who knocked was from the Heavenly Mandate sect, recognizable by the silver braid on her sleeve. Her face was pale with the particular kind of pale that came from running hard and carrying bad news. I am sorry to arrive at this hour, she said, but Mu Chun has begun medical crisis. His mentor and the healing sect attendants are with him, but they cannot stabilize him. We do not know why. We were told that your group. She looked past them into the courtyard. That your group has a healer. Shun was moving before the sentence had finished. Lin had never seen her move so fast. Where? Shun asked. The Heavenly Mandate medical compound. The northern building, 3rd floor. Shun was already calling for her healing supplies. It took 30 minutes for the 5 of them to make their way to the Heavenly Mandate compound, and another 10 to navigate to the medical building. By the time they reached the room where Mu Chun lay, the sun had begun its rise across the distant peaks. Mu Chun was on a treatment table, his body covered in cultivation robes, but his arms bare, revealing the silvery scars that indicated where his meridians were being worked on. His face was gray in a way that suggested all his blood had been relocated to some internal crisis point. His eyes were closed. His mentor, an elderly man with deep lines around his mouth, stood at his head. Shin assessed the situation in seconds. Her healer's senses touched his cultivation state the way a musician might touch the strings of an instrument to feel where the tension had broken. Her expression tightened. What happened? She asked, not looking away from Mu Chun. He attempted his own dual cultivation, the mentor said quietly, with his internal companion spirit. He was trying to replicate what he saw in the resonance test. He thought if he understood the harmonic structure, he could apply it to his own bond. But his bond is damaged. When he tried to force a resonance through it, the mentor trailed off. Shin was already moving. She gestured, and Long brought her a basin of water. She was working her hands along Mu Chin's meridians, her cultivation light flowing through them, trying to trace the damage. His meridians are in chaos, she said, and then to Lin. I need someone to stabilize his heart meridian while I work on the pathways. If it fragments any further, I can do it, Chin said immediately, moving to Mu Chin's side opposite Shun. She placed her hands on his chest, and her water cultivation flowed out, soothing, cooling, a gentle pressure applied to the most critical vessel. The mentor watched them work. He was a weathered man, the kind of elder who had seen cultivators rise and fail, who bore the weight of having trained people who turned out wrong, or were used wrong, or broke under their own gifts. If you choose not to help him because of how he treated your group in this tournament, the mentor said quietly, looking at Lin, we will understand. He sought to dismantle you. He structured a competition to humiliate you. Vengeance would be justified. Lin was watching Shin work. Her focus was absolute, her hands steady, her cultivation flowing with the precision of someone who had been born to heal. There was no hesitation in her. There was no question of whether she would help. Shun, Lin said. What do you need? She did not look up. Bring me the white jade stone from the Eastern medical cabinet. The curved one. and I need someone to hold energy steady in his core meridian while I repair the upper pathways. Long, can you do that? Yes, Long said. Do it. The next hours dissolved into work. Shen directed, and they responded. You held the energy in Mu Chen's chest cavity steady while Shun worked on the fractured regions of his heart meridian. Shun maintained the cooling pressure that kept his blood flow manageable. Long pressed steady, unwavering energy into his core, anchoring him while everything else spun. Zhao Qingyuan brought supplies, fetched water, kept the mentor company, and listened to what he said about Mu Chen's history. It was Zhao Qingyuan who told them, quietly, that Mu Chen had been chosen for the companion spirit bond at age 12, that he had not volunteered, that sect leadership had decided he had the right cultivation structure for it, and so they had paired him with a spirit without asking his opinion, that he had been fighting that bond for 8 years. By the time the sun had properly risen, Mu Chen was stabilized. His meridians were still damaged, still chaotic, but they were no longer fragmenting. He was conscious, though barely. His eyes opened when Shun removed her hands, and they moved across the room until they found Lin. Why? Mu Chen said, and his voice was hoarse from the effort of speaking through meridian damage. Did you come? Shen was cleaning her hands in the water that Long brought. She did not look up, but she answered. Because we are healers, she said. And when someone is hurt, we heal them. That's what we do. Mu Chen said nothing to that. He closed his eyes, but he did not dismiss it. He accepted it the way someone who has not been given mercy before learns to accept mercy, not with gratitude, because that would have required him to ask for it, simply with acknowledgement. Chapter 35, Moral Dilemma. The group reconvened in their compound at mid-morning. They had not slept. The celebration from the previous night had been stripped away, leaving just the 5 of them and the question that Mu Chen's collapse had created. He tried to pull me away from you. You said, not angrily, but factually. He structured the entire tournament to humiliate us. He wanted to prove we were not legitimate. And he did this because Mu Chen's sect told him to, because his sect wanted to consolidate power. He's hurt, Lin said. I know he's hurt, you said. That's different from whether we help him. Chen was sitting with her hands folded. She had a practical mind, and practical minds asked practical questions. If we help him and he recovers, what does he do? Does he leave Heavenly Mandate? Tell his sect we aided him? Become an ally? Or does he return to trying to undermine us the moment he's well enough? We don't know, Lin said. Then we don't know the cost of helping, Chen said. That seems like information we should consider before we commit to months of healing work. Long spoke quietly. His bond is killing him. Even if his sect ordered him to try to destroy us, the underlying situation is not his fault. He was forced into that position the same way he was forced into the companion spirit bond. That doesn't change the practical question, Chen said, not unkindly. It explains his behavior. It doesn't tell us whether helping him serves us or harms us. Zhao Qingyuan had been listening from the archive's doorway. She stepped forward slightly. His mentor said that if the companion spirit bond is not repaired, it will eventually kill him. Not quickly, over the next several years, but it will. The sect will do nothing to help him because the bond was supposed to make him stronger, and if he is dying from it, that is not the sect's failure. It is his failure to properly integrate the bond. The room was very quiet. Healer's choice, Lin said. That's why we have Shun. Everyone turned to look at Shun. She had been standing at the window, watching the courtyard. She did not turn away from the window when she spoke. I already started, Shen said. I would like to finish. That was the decision. It was simple, once it was made. They sent word to the Heavenly Mandate compound that Shun would continue treating Mu Chen. They organized a schedule for visits. They gathered resources, special herbs, writing materials, reference texts on companion spirit bonds so they could understand what they were trying to repair. What made the moment matter was not what they decided, but that they decided together, based on values rather than convenience. They could have justified turning away. They had been wronged. They had been targeted. Self-preservation was a legitimate principle. But the group's values had manifested in this moment, and they had chosen compassion over safety, principle over practicality. It would take time for them to understand the cost and benefit of that choice. But the choice itself was made. The next time Shun visited the medical compound, she brought Shen with her. By the second visit, Long came. By the third, even Yu came, sitting at the edge of the room while Shun worked, her presence a statement of solidarity that Mu Chun could not ignore and could not refuse. On the 5th day, Shen told Mu Chun that his treatment would take several months, possibly longer, that there was no guarantee of complete recovery, that the companion spirit bond was too damaged for anything other than slow, careful healing. I will need your participation in that healing, Shen said. You will need to spend time practicing a specific type of meditation that I will teach you. It is not easy. It will feel like you are reopening the wounds in your meridians, because you will be. But the alternative is letting them scar badly, and that will cause more damage in the long run. Mu Chun, who was still gray but somewhat more present than he had been, said, "Why are you doing this?" "Because that's what we do," Shin said. He did not thank her. He was not the type of person who thanked people, and perhaps he did not believe that thanks would be appropriate for people who were helping him for reasons of principle rather than goodwill. But he accepted the meditation instruction. He began the slow, painful work of healing, and the group, which had been focused outward on the tournament and on proving themselves, turned their attention inward. They began to understand that they were not just 5 cultivators with a shared power system. They were a group that made decisions by principle. They were bound not only by the complementary harmony path, but by something that the path had made possible: trust. Real trust. The kind that held even when trust had been broken, even when helping cost them something, even when the logical choice would have been to turn away. It changed something in how they moved through the world together. It gave them something to defend that was more important than winning tournaments or proving techniques or advancing in rank. It gave them something to actually belong to. Chapter 36. The bond that was never chosen. The healing chamber was quiet except for the sound of careful breathing. Shin had lined the walls with jade stones that hummed at frequencies meant to soothe fractured connections, and the light came from pale paper lanterns that cast everything in soft amber. Mu Chun sat cross-legged in the center, his shirt open to the waist, his eyes closed. His breathing was steady but shallow, the breathing of someone learning to trust their own body's processes. "Tell me if anything feels worse," Shin said, her hands raised above his chest. She wasn't touching him yet. The first phase of this kind of healing was always diagnostic, and diagnosis required distance. Mu Chun nodded slightly. Shin let her perception extend downward through the layers of his cultivation base. What she found was exactly what she'd seen in the preliminary examination 3 days ago: a network of bonds that were tangled like vines that had grown through barbed wire. The central meridian should have been the primary energy highway, smooth and resilient. Instead, it was scarred and constricted, not from natural wear but from violence, the kind of violence that left psychological damage alongside the physical. But it was what she felt underneath that made her chest tighten. There was another presence in those meridians. Not Lin, not any of the 5. This was something else, a companion spirit, powerful and fractured, pressed into bonds it had never consented to. The spirit's resistance was a constant grinding pressure against the meridian walls, like a creature clawing at the bars of a cage it had been locked into. Shin extended her awareness further. She'd been trained to merge with others' spiritual signatures without losing herself, but the companion spirit's energy was hostile in a way that made her want to pull back. Not evil. Evil would have been cleaner, easier to oppose. This was resentment, so deep it had calcified into the shape of the bonds that held it. "I'm going to touch you now," Shin said softly. "If the pressure becomes too much, tell me." She placed her hands on either side of his ribcage and began the work. Not manipulation, never force, not with bonds this traumatized. Shin's approach was slower, more like negotiation. She would find a place where the spirit's resistance was slightly weaker, and there she would introduce a new thought. What if the human whose meridians you inhabit is not your captor? The first session lasted 3 hours. By the end, Shun's arms trembled with exhaustion, and Mu Chun lay back on the cushions, breathing heavily but not in pain. She had made no dramatic breakthroughs. The bonds were still twisted. The spirit was still angry. But she had opened a line of communication that hadn't existed before. Over the next month, they fell into a rhythm. Every 3rd day, Mu Chun would arrive at the healing chamber as the sun descended. Shun would work, and he would lie in stillness while she tried to teach 2 entities within him, the man and the spirit, that they could coexist without tearing each other apart. It was delicate work. Shin found herself learning the companion spirit's history through the texture of its resistance. It had been bound at age 12, during Mu Chen's sect initiation ceremony. She could feel the moment the binding had locked in place. A violation written into bone and blood, magic like chains forged in a furnace and then cooled while they were still wrapped around something living. The spirit had fought for 8 years. It had never stopped fighting. She could also feel Mu Chen's response to that binding. He had learned to cage the companion spirit not out of malice, but out of self-preservation. If he didn't suppress it, it would rampage through his meridians and tear his cultivation base apart. So he'd built walls within himself, created a separation that was almost more brutal than the original binding because it was deliberate, repeated every moment of every day, a choice forced into the shape of necessity. On the 5th session, something shifted. Shin was working on the lower meridians, trying to convince the spirit that the human's heart was not its enemy, when she felt the spirit pause. Not relax, never that, not yet. But pause. as if it had heard something worth considering. Shen pressed gently. What if the cage was not the cage that was built in the binding ceremony? What if the cage was the one he built against you? What if you could teach him the difference? When Muchen opened his eyes that evening, something in his face was different. Not healed. The work was just beginning, but alert. Present in a way she hadn't seen before. Your spirit, Shen said carefully, is beginning to understand that you're not keeping it captive in the way the sect did. Muchen sat up slowly. He was quiet for a long time, his shoulders hunched, his hands flat against his knees. When he spoke, his voice was rough, barely above a whisper. At 12, he said, the sect elders came to my chamber. They said I had potential. They said the right companion spirit would make me powerful. They didn't ask. They never said I could refuse. He looked up at Shun. I remember the binding ceremony. I remember the spirit arriving, like it had been summoned from somewhere else, somewhere it didn't want to leave. I felt it arrive. I felt its rage arrive with it. He stood and walked to the edge of the healing chamber, where the jade stones cast faint shadows on the stone walls. For 8 years, he said, I hated it. I thought hating it was the only way to keep control. But the hate was just feeding the cage. He turned back to Shun. Is that what you've been trying to teach it? Trying to teach you both, Shin said. Muchen nodded slowly. Then he turned toward the interior of the compound, where the others would likely be. He walked to the common room where Lin, Yu, Chun, Long, and Zhao were gathered around a low table, eating the evening meal. He stood in the doorway without entering, and his presence was enough that the conversation stopped. I wanted to say something, Muchen said quietly. He didn't sit. The formality of his standing seemed important, like what he was about to say required him to remain poised at the threshold. The group waited. You have chosen bonds, Muchen said. Every one of you chose. I watched the formation ceremony. I watched each of you agree and then step forward into synchronization. It was, he paused, searching for the word. It was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Because it was chosen. His voice was steady, but his hands were trembling slightly. He wasn't asking for sympathy. He was making an observation, the way a scholar might observe something about the nature of the world. I never had that, he said. My bond was placed in me. Not agreed to. Not chosen. For 8 years, I've been at war with something that also never chose to be bound to me. He looked at each of them. You chose. You're willing to help someone who didn't have that choice. I wanted you to know that I see the difference. I'm trying to understand it. And, he paused again. And I'm grateful for it, even though I don't fully understand it yet. He bowed deeply, the formal bow of acknowledgement, not apology. When he straightened, Yu was crying quietly. Long looked away. Chin was watching Mu Chun with an expression of careful respect. Li was studying the table as if it contained an important mathematical proof. Zhao was frozen, processing something. And Lin, when Mu Chun met his eyes, simply nodded. Mu Chun returned to his tent that night. The healing would continue. The spirit would not be free. That wasn't possible without killing him. But perhaps it could be transformed from unchosen captor and captive into something more like partners who had been forced together, learning slowly to understand that neither of them was responsible for the original violence. It would take months, maybe longer. But for the first time in 8 years, Mu Chun had hoped that it was possible. Chapter 37. Interrogation by Fairness. Lady Chi Feng conducted the interviews in sequence, and she varied no detail of the setting or the procedure. Same small private room in the administrative building. Same scroll of preliminary findings visible on the table between them. Same opening. Thank you for your time. I have several questions about the nature of your bonds and the conditions of your consent. She began with Long Ali, the metal cultivator. Long was direct, which suited Chi Feng's methodology. When asked if the energy exchange was genuinely equal, Long said, no. Lin acts as the linchpin. That means he processes more of the harmonic load than any of us. But equal doesn't mean the same. It means none of us is extracting force from the others without giving something in return. Can you leave voluntarily? Chi Feng asked. Yes, Long said. What would happen to your cultivation base if you did? Long paused. There would be a disruption. A temporary loss of harmonic resonance. The techniques I've learned while bonded would become unstable until I recalibrated my practice to solo cultivation. But you would not suffer permanent harm? I don't believe so. Chi Feng made a note. Have you experienced pressure, direct or emotional, to maintain these bonds? No, Long said firmly. The opposite. Each of us was asked if we wanted to continue. Multiple times. Next was Yu Mingming. Yu was less structured in her answers, but no less honest. When asked about energy exchange, she said, Lin gets the worst of it. We get the benefit. If anyone's being exploited, it's him, not us. Chi Feng raised an eyebrow. Why would you say that? Because holding 5 simultaneous harmonic frequencies while filtering them through yourself without losing coherence is You search for the word. It's like trying to hold 5 conversations in different languages at once while translating between all of them. The load is astronomical. Yet he consented to this? He asked to do it, you said. The rest of us just agreed. When asked if she could leave, you said, I could, but I don't want to. Why not? You was quiet for a moment. She was looking out the window at the afternoon sky. I joined for power, she said. I wanted to cultivate faster. I wanted to feel stronger. And that's what I got. But, she turned back to Chi Feng. I also got something I didn't expect. I learned that I was lonelier than I realized. And the 5 of them. They're loud and difficult and sometimes frustrating. But they're there. Every day. And they chose me. Not as a technique asset. As a person. Chi Feng set down her brush. She looked at you directly. And for the first time, her expression shifted from investigation into something closer to compassion. That's beautiful, she said quietly. Yeah, you said. It is. Chi Feng made another note. Chun Hualin was methodical in her answers, like someone reading from prepared points. Yes, the exchange could be more equal. No, she didn't feel pressured to stay, but she felt obligated to her own choices. Had she been recruited? No, she had volunteered after watching them practice. But it was her precision that made Chi Feng mark several items. The way Chin said, I don't feel pressured to stay, while simultaneously acknowledging that the bonds were interdependent. The careful space between the literal and the implied. Chi Feng noted it. Shin Yushi came next, and her interview was the longest. Has anyone pressured you to remain in these bonds? Chi Feng asked. Shin answered without hesitation. No, no one has pressured me. But you have felt obligated in some other way. Only to my own choices, Shin said. Chi Feng wrote slowly. The 5 harmony technique requires that all 5 bonds remain functional, yes? If any one of you were to leave, the remaining 4 would experience instability. Initially, yes, but they would adapt. How long would the adaptation take? I'm not certain. It would depend on how the departure happened. Chi Feng set down her brush. She looked at Shun with an expression that was neither accusatory nor sympathetic. It was analytical, the way a scholar looks at a puzzle whose pieces don't quite fit together correctly. If you left now, Chi Feng said, the other 4 would suffer significant disruption? Yes, Shin said. For a period. And if they were to suffer significant disruption because you left, would it be possible to leave without feeling responsibility for that suffering? Shin met her eyes. No, I don't think so. Chi Feng made a final note, and something in her expression shifted. Not judgment, but recognition. She had just identified the precise mechanism of the coercion she suspected. Not force, but the weight of interdependence combined with genuine care for the other people involved. It was all the more powerful because it wasn't chosen, it was structural. Finally, she spoke with Lin Xianfeng. Lin was calm and precise, exactly as Chi Feng expected. He explained the harmonic mechanisms without being asked. He was transparent about the load he carried. He acknowledged that the bonds created interdependence, but he insisted that interdependence did not require coercion. People depend on each other in every form of cultivation, Lin said. Master and disciple, sect and individual. The question isn't whether dependence exists. It's whether the bonds were chosen despite the dependence, not because the dependence didn't exist. But the nature of your specific bonds, Chi Feng said carefully, means that if any one person leaves, all 5 are harmed. Doesn't that create an impossible situation where no one can freely choose to leave? It creates a situation where leaving requires accepting responsibility for harm you would cause, Lin said. But acceptance of responsibility isn't the same as coercion, isn't it? Chi Feng asked. If the alternative to accepting that responsibility is betraying 4 people you care about. Lin was silent. This was not a question he could answer with technical precision, and something in his expression shifted as he recognized that gap in his own understanding. Chi Feng closed her notes. Thank you, she said. I have what I need for now. That night, in her private chamber, Chi Feng reviewed the interviews. She wrote her preliminary findings. The complementary harmony path exhibits harmonic frequencies outside standard realm parameters. The consent structure, while initially seemingly voluntary, operates within a system of structural interdependence where any single bond failure harms all practitioners. This creates a situation where practitioners cannot freely choose to leave without bearing responsibility for significant harm to others. In psychological terms, this represents a form of emotional coercion that is no less powerful for being unintentional. The practitioners in question are not malicious, but the technique itself may be inherently unstable in ways that prevent true voluntary participation. She sealed the report for the Cultivation Standards Bureau and prepared to present her findings to the tournament committee. Chapter 38. The first crack. Chen Hualin found Lin in the compound study, where he was going through the original manual again, searching for something. She closed the door quietly behind her. Qifeng asked me something, Chen said, sitting across from him. She asked, has Lin Xianfeng ever made you feel obligated to stay? Lin looked up. I told her no, Chen said, which is true. But then she asked follow-up questions. And the more honest answer is, I feel obligated to my own choices. Which means if the others were harmed because of me, I would be devastated. Lin set down the scroll he'd been reading. She noticed that ambiguity. Chen continued. She made a note about it. What did she conclude? Lin asked. I don't know yet. But she's not trying to prove we're evil. I think she's trying to prove that the technique itself is inherently unstable. That 5 simultaneous bonds where failure of one harms all means nobody can truly freely choose to stay. She's building a logical case. Lin was very still. She's not wrong about the instability, he said finally. I know, Chen said. But you need to tell her that she's wrong about what the instability means. Not in technical terms. In terms she can actually evaluate. Right now, you're the only one who fully understands the harmonic mechanisms. If you can't explain it to her in a way that doesn't require you to already understand it, she won't believe you. What would that explanation look like? Lin asked. I don't know, Chen said. But right now you're reaching for technique discussion every time you get emotionally pressed. And Qifeng sees that. She marks it. She interprets it as evasion. Chen stood to leave. She's asking for something you haven't given her yet. The emotional truth of why choosing to stay, even when leaving would harm others, is different from being forced to stay. She left him there in the study, surrounded by scrolls and technical diagrams and all the mechanisms that could describe what the bonds did, but not what they meant. Lin sat alone for a long time, staring at the scroll in front of him. The harmonic frequencies, the resonance patterns, the load distribution. He could explain all of it. He could prove, mathematically, that the bonds were structurally sound and that departure would require only a recalibration period. But that wasn't what Chun was asking him to prove. She was asking him to explain why someone would stay even knowing they could leave. Why the fact of choice, the genuine, deliberate, conscious choice, was powerful enough to outweigh the structural constraints that surrounded it. He kept reaching for the technical answers. Harmonic resonance, frequency alignment, load distribution. But those were answers to the wrong question. The question Qifeng was actually asking was this. If I care about people, and staying with them harms them if I go, am I really free to leave? And the answer wasn't found in harmonic frequencies. It was found in something else entirely. Something that couldn't be calculated. Lin stared at the scroll until the light faded, and he still hadn't found the words. Chapter 39. Official suspension. The meeting with the tournament committee was conducted with formal protocol. Lady Qifeng presented her findings in written form, and then she spoke to them in person, her voice precise and measured. The complementary harmony path, she said, demonstrates harmonic frequencies outside standard realm parameters. While the practitioners in question appear to be acting in good faith, the technique itself creates structural conditions where genuine voluntary consent becomes theoretically impossible. Specifically, the system requires 5 simultaneous bonds, and the failure of any single bond harms all practitioners. This creates a situation where no practitioner can voluntarily leave without accepting responsibility for harm to the others. Additionally, the technique's modifications appear in 4 locations simultaneously, which suggests either undisclosed coordination or something I don't yet understand about the technique's nature. The committee members exchanged glances. The spokesperson, an elderly cultivator named Du Wei, asked, Is the technique actively harmful? Not as it's currently being practiced, Qifeng said, but it exists in a state of potential instability. I'm recommending that it be temporarily suspended pending further review. The committee voted within the hour. The recommendation passed unanimously. That evening, the group was summoned to a formal meeting. The official announcement came from Du Wei himself, which indicated the seriousness with which the matter was being treated. The complementary harmony path, Du Wei said, is officially suspended pending further review by the Cultivation Standards Bureau. This suspension is temporary, pending investigation into the technique's structural safety and consent mechanisms. Specific conditions. 1. You must cease all resonance practice during the suspension period. 2. You are required to submit to monthly check-ins with Bureau representatives. 3. You cannot recruit new participants to the technique. The group listened in silence. When the official finished, Lin asked, This is not technically a dissolution order? That's correct, Du Wei said. So the bonds remain functional? The bonds are not prohibited, Du Wei said carefully. The practice is suspended pending review. We have 30 days before the first check-in. Lin asked. 28 days, the official said. You'll be contacted with scheduling. Lin nodded. They stood and left the chamber together. Outside, in the courtyard, The group came to a stop. The evening air was cool, the sky already darkening toward night. No one spoke for a long moment. Long was the first to break the silence. So what do we do? You looked at her, then at Lin, then at Chun, Shun, and Zhao in sequence. She already knew the answer. The question wasn't really a question. What do you think? She asked. No one said anything, but they didn't need to. The answer was written in the careful way they stood together, in the fact that none of them had suggested disbanding, in the way they naturally moved toward each other even now. They returned to their compound and began to plan. Chapter 40. Harmonic Rebellion. The doors were barred from the inside. The symbols on the walls had been activated, creating a barrier that would mute the energy signature of what they were about to do. Not because they were trying to hide from Qi Feng. She would find out eventually, probably within days. But because there were some things that required discretion while they were happening, and this was one of them. They would perform a full resonance session. Knowing it violated the spirit of the suspension order, knowing they were choosing to act in defiance of official authority, knowing that if discovered, it would likely confirm everything Qi Feng suspected about their willingness to operate outside proper oversight. They did it anyway. Lin took his position at the center of the resonance chamber, the prepared space where the harmonic frequencies could be generated and maintained with minimum external interference. The five approached their positions in the resonance wheel. Yu at fire, Chen at water, Shen at wood, Long at metal, Zhao at knowledge. One last time before everything changes, Lin said quietly. Let's see what we've actually created. The resonance began. It started normally. The harmonic frequencies aligned. The five external channels merged into the central current. Lin felt the familiar weight of five simultaneous presences, the load settling into his meridians like water, finding its level. He had carried this weight for months now, and his cultivation base had adapted. The burden was still present, but was no longer close to crushing. Then, halfway through the synchronization, something shifted. The harmonic deepened. It didn't deepen gradually, the way resonance was supposed to evolve. Carefully, with control, building only as much as the channels could safely hold. It deepened like a wave building far from shore, gathering speed and force and magnitude as it approached. Lin felt it and tried to control it, tried to manage the deepening by redirecting the frequencies, by adjusting his role as linchpin. But the adjustment didn't work. Or rather, the adjustment made it stronger. He tried releasing the control entirely, letting the resonance run at whatever intensity it wanted to reach. And the resonance took that as permission and deepened further, pressing against the boundaries of what five simultaneous bonds could safely contain. For a moment, Lin thought it would shatter. All five bonds fracturing at once. All five practitioners collapsing from harmonic overload. But they didn't shatter. Instead, the bonds held, and the harmonic force continued to build, pressing against the structure like pressure behind a dam, looking for any weakness. It found none. The resonance reached a peak that none of them had ever experienced before, a level of harmonic intensity that made their very bones resonate, that made their cultivation bases hum at frequencies so profound they felt almost physical. For several seconds, the world narrowed to just that intensity, just that force, just the five of them pressed together at a depth of synchronization that felt like it should have broken them. Then, slowly, deliberately, the intensity receded. Not crashed, but carefully descended, bringing all five of them back down to baseline in controlled increments. When the resonance finally released them, they were all gasping, all trembling, all on their hands and knees in the center and corners of the resonance chamber. No one moved for several minutes. Then Zhao, who had been standing in the knowledge position and had been tracking the energy signatures throughout the session, got carefully to his feet and walked to the interior of the compound. He found them still recovering and said, very carefully, "There is a passage in the manual. In the modified section after page 147. It describes something called harmonic rebellion." He paused, choosing his words with precision. It says, when the complementary harmony path is externally suppressed, the five bonds compound against the suppression and generate force proportional to the resistance. The other four stared at him. "You spoke first," her voice hoarse. "We just got stronger by being told not to practice." "More precisely," Zhao said, "the suppression order may have permanently increased your baseline harmonic. The technique appears to be designed to resist external constraint by doubling down on itself, which increases the force of the bonds." "Long, is that good?" Zhao paused for a long time. "It's powerful. I'm not sure it's controllable yet." You looked at her hands, still trembling. She could feel something different in her meridians, something that hadn't been there before. Not a new technique or new power, but an intensification of what already existed, as if the suspension order had acted like pressure that had crystallized the bonds into something more solid. That felt like the technique was fighting back, you said quietly. What does that mean? Lin was still on his knees. He stared up at the ceiling of the resonance chamber, at the stars that were beginning to appear in the darkening sky beyond the open roof. When he spoke, his voice was steady but thoughtful. It means Qifeng was right about one thing, he said. We don't fully understand what we're practicing. We know the mechanics. We know the frequencies. We know the load distribution. But this intentional deepening in response to external constraint, this is something we didn't design. Something the technique itself is doing. He sat up slowly, turning to look at the other four. We just don't agree that the solution is to stop, he said. And in the silence that followed, none of them could say what they would do next, or what the technique's rebellion against the suspension order actually meant. Only that something fundamental had shifted, and they were no longer entirely in control of what they had set in motion. Chapter 41. The underground safe house was built against a hillside 3 districts away from the tournament compound, close enough that they could reach it in 2 hours on foot, far enough that no one casual would connect it to their group. Lin Xianfeng stood in what had been a modest scholar's retreat before its owner fled north during the sectarian conflicts a decade past. The walls were pale wood, the interior organized but bare, the kind of place that existed in the cracks between governance. It took 2 days to reinforce the ward formation. Chun Hualin worked from the original structure that the previous owner had left half-finished, elegant spiral patterns carved into the foundation stones, purpose-built to dampen spiritual resonance. She expanded it methodically, testing each layer with her cultivation before moving forward. This was meant to hide something, she observed, kneeling in the west corner where the oldest carvings lay. Or protect something. The intent is written into the geometry. From what? Yu Mingming asked, pacing the perimeter with a clarity stone in hand, marking the weak points where energy leaked. Something was important enough that someone spent money on secrecy, Chen said. She didn't look up from her work. That's all we know. It was important. It was secret. Those are the only truths that survive. Lin watched them work and felt something settle in his chest, something he had been too distracted to notice he was carrying. The suspension order had felt like the end of something. In its way it was. But it was also a beginning. There was no pretense here. No tribunal. No observer scribes taking notes for the bureau. No one performing cultivation for an audience. They developed the communication system on the 3rd day. Zhao Qingyuan proposed it first, and it had the elegant paranoia of someone who had spent years thinking about information flow. We use the public gardens, he said, spreading a map of the district across the floor of what would become their study room. There are 7 zones. Each one has a stone pavilion. We leave cultivation impressions in specific locations, under the bench seating, behind the 4th post, carved into the table surface. Not obvious. Just a gentle brush of intentional qi that carries information. What kind of information? Long Ali asked, her metal cultivation making her skeptical of anything that relied on subtlety. Safe to meet. Unsafe. Meeting location has changed. Bring the new texts. Do not come. Those 5 states are all we need. Zhao looked up. The Bureau can track physical movements if they're motivated enough. But they can't watch 7 garden zones simultaneously. And they're looking for people acting furtively. We act normal. We visit gardens. We read. We sit. We leave cultivation impressions that look like nothing but ambient qi to anyone without Zhao-level sensitivity. You mean to anyone but us? Shin Yushi said quietly. Yes, Zhao agreed. Just us. The first week of the underground was a catalog of small inconveniences that accumulated into a kind of intimacy. You missed her morning meditation sessions, the formal ones, with the ceremonial bells and the official warding. Instead, she found herself meditating on the hillside behind the safe house at dawn, listening to birds and the sound of water moving in the creek bed below. Her cultivation advanced more smoothly than it had in the tournament compound, where everything was about performance. Shin spent an hour every morning checking the water supply and running small tests on the ward formation, making sure the dampening effect hadn't shifted during the night. The work was technical and restful. No one was asking her to explain it. She was just doing it, and the doing was enough. Long Ali discovered that she was good at physical security, walking perimeter checks, studying sight lines, assessing which windows would be visible from the main road if someone climbed high enough. She took the work seriously, not out of fear, but out of a kind of careful precision that her metal cultivation had been shaped for. She was protecting something. That was enough. Shin moved through the safe house, tending to their supplies, checking herbal stocks, adjusting the sleeping areas for optimal energy flow. She didn't speak much. None of them remarked on it. Everyone was learning to hold secrets now. The weight of them was becoming familiar. Lin began keeping 2 separate journals. One was the official record, the dates when the group met, the progression of their cultivation, the structural notes about their technique's harmonic stability. The other was purely for himself, and in it he was trying to understand what it meant to be underground without being broken. Week 2 brought the first real test. A bureau investigator came to ask questions at a tea merchant they frequented. The investigator was thorough but not hostile, more interested in flow of information than intent. Did anyone suspicious gather here? Did anyone ask about avoiding surveillance? Did they sell to anyone from the tournament compound? The tea merchant, who had no knowledge of their group's activities, answered honestly. No. Some traders, some scholars, the usual clientele. The investigator left. No one was arrested. Nothing changed. But they stopped going to that tea merchant. Instead, they developed routines. Tuesdays and Thursdays they went to different tea houses, never the same one twice in a row. Mondays they studied alone. Wednesdays and Fridays they held resonance sessions at the safe house, late at night, when the ward formation was strongest and the dampening effect most complete. These resonance sessions were different from the ones they'd held before. Before, there had been an audience. Even when there was no one else in the room, there was the knowledge of possible observation, the awareness that their practice might be judged. They had been careful with precision, deliberate in their harmony. Now, in the dark of the safe house with the wards drawn tight around them, they were something else. Not reckless, but free from the constant low-level performance. Their cultivation spiraled deeper. Their synchronization improved. The harmonic frequencies found notes they hadn't discovered before. It was on a Friday night in the third week that Lin understood what had changed. Everyone knew this was costing them. Everyone had chosen it anyway. The group was advancing toward late core formation faster than should have been possible, and it wasn't because they had discovered some hidden power in their technique. It was because they had stopped trying to hide. The bond between them, usually modulated by social awareness and the careful negotiation of public cultivation, became something more direct. Yu's fire cultivation burned hotter. Chen's water flowed deeper. Long's metal structure became more refined. Shun's wood energy grew steadier. And Zhao, watching from his archivist's clarity, moved through their work with a precision that had never been more precise. "We should be afraid," Yu said one night, braiding her hair after a session, the 5 of them sitting in the small study room with tea cooling in neglected cups. "We're isolated. We're targets. If the Bureau finds us, if the Bureau finds US, we'll have had this," Chen said. Her voice was matter of fact. "And we wouldn't have if we were still pretending." Long nodded. "We're stronger than we were." "It's not sustainable," Shin said quietly. "But she didn't say they should stop." "No," Lin agreed. "It's not. But while we have it, we should recognize what it is. We're together deliberately. Everyone here knows the cost. Everyone's choosing it anyway. That matters." Zhao looked up from his notes. "The isolation will make us vulnerable," he said. His tone was neutral, stating facts, not opinions. "Rumor will move faster. We won't hear it until it's already shaped into something. And if the Bureau starts actively investigating rather than passively noticing, then we accelerate," you said. "We figure out what we're actually trying to do with this technique, and we do it before they stop us." "That's not a plan," Long said. "That's a death wish." "Both can be true," you replied. Lin thought about the tournament arena, about the moment when they'd won, and it had meant nothing except that now they were forbidden. He thought about Mu Chun, recovering from a bond break, a witness to what their technique could cost. He thought about the harmonic rebellion, that moment when their technique had strengthened itself in response to suppression, growing more powerful the more they tried to contain it. "We don't have a plan yet," he said. "But Zhao's been researching, and Shun has been observing." All of them turned to look at Shun. She was very still. "I'll tell you," she said eventually. "But not tonight. Not while the resonance is still active. It will muddy things." No one pushed. In the underground, learning to wait was another form of intimacy. Outside, the ward formation hummed its dampening frequency into the night, and 5 cultivators sat in a safe house on a hillside, stronger and more visible to danger than they'd ever been. And that knowledge had become something they could live with. Chapter 42. Underground Disciples. It started with a question, the kind that moves through cultivator networks like water finding cracks. Is it true that the technique is suppressed? Is it true that it works for people other methods won't take? Is it true that someone's researching it carefully, with verification? These questions found their way to Zhao Qingyuan because he was the kind of scholar people trusted. He had published papers on complementary cultivation theory before the suspension. He had given lectures. He had written slowly and evidenced everything. And after the suspension, when everyone else had gone quiet or pivoted their research safely, he had simply stopped publishing and become harder to find, which meant, to the right people, that he was still working on it. The first person who came directly was a man named Wei Shun, a failed disciple from the central sect who had spent 3 years in their training program before washing out. He'd approached Zhao in a marketplace and identified himself carefully. I was told you might speak with scholars who are interested in understanding how the theory works. Not. Wei was careful here. Not the practice. Just the theory. The architecture of it. Zhao had assessed him for an hour before answering. Wei had read deeply in complementary cultivation literature, but from a theoretical angle. He had failed his sect's training not out of incapacity, but because he couldn't perform the synchronized movements the official method required. Something in his body's energy distribution refused the standardized pathway. Why do you care? Zhao had asked. Because I want to understand why I'm unsuitable, Wei said. And because I think your technique's architecture might explain something about complementary cultivation that my sect was wrong about. Zhao had told him yes. That had been 6 weeks before the suspension order. Now, 2 months into the underground, Zhao had developed a method for careful vetting that was more precise than anything the Bureau was doing. He spent his Mondays evaluating. Each person came individually. Zhao set them texts to read, not forbidden materials, nothing that would trigger a surveillance alert, but deep theory, complementary harmony architecture, frequency and intention in multi-source cultivation. The works were legitimate scholarship. Then he would meet them and ask 3 questions. What do you think the author was actually trying to say? What are you hoping this technique will solve? Who else have you told you're interested in it? The first question revealed their capacity for careful reading. The second showed their honesty about motivation. The third determined whether they were a threat. Within 2 months, he had vetted 15 people. They were not the type he'd initially expected. He'd thought they'd be other failed dual cultivators, people seeking individual benefit. Instead, he found scholars who were interested in the theoretical implications. Independent cultivators whose natural resonance frequencies didn't match official methods. A young man whose cultivation was advancing unevenly in standard training and who suspected it was because the standard method wasn't designed for people like him. And Mei Lian. She arrived on a Tuesday afternoon, sent by Wei Shun, and she was furious. I've been told I'm unsuitable for cultivation, she said without preamble, standing in Zhao's study room with her back straight and her hands clenched. Unsuitable. As though cultivation is a single, correct pathway, and I'm simply not shaped for it. I've studied the official methods for 7 years. My cultivation base is stable. My meridians are clear. I advance perfectly according to their instruction. And they tell me I'm unsuitable. Unsuitable for what? Zhao asked. For professional cultivation. For progressing beyond bronze formation. For anything that matters. Her voice was steady, but her eyes were bright with anger. The inspector said my resonance with the standard method was inefficient. That I would plateau at bronze formation regardless of effort. That I might be better suited to administrative cultivation. Keeping records, maintaining equipment, that sort of thing. Zhao set down his tea slowly. Tell me about your resonance with the standard method. It took 2 hours. By the time they were finished, Zhao understood the shape of the problem. Mei Lian's cultivation base resonated with complementary frequencies naturally. The standard method was designed for isolated advancement. Her body was trying to work in harmony with external energy sources that the method forbade her to access. She was stuck in a cycle where advancing felt like pushing against resistance. You're not unsuitable, Zhao said. You're wrong type for solo cultivation. And you're exactly, he paused, considering, exactly the kind of person Zhu Wanshan designed this for. Something shifted in Mei Lian's expression. Not hope exactly, but something like the possibility of hope. He brought her to Lin the following week. The 3 of them sat in the safe house on a clear afternoon, with Mei Lian showing him the exact structure of her cultivation base, and Lin talking through how the complementary harmony path distributed resonance frequencies across multi-partner configurations. Here, Lin said, running his cultivation through a light harmonic touch to show her. When you're here, in this frequency band, what happens? It feels wrong, Mei said. Like forcing. Because you're alone in it. The official method assumes you'll be in this frequency alone, managing all the tension yourself. Lin shifted the harmonic demonstration. But what if you weren't alone? What if another cultivator was holding this frequency with you, and you could distribute the burden? He added Chen's fire cultivation to the demonstration, very lightly, just enough to show the principle. Mei gasped. It stops forcing. Yes, Lin said. That's not a sign that you're unsuitable. That's a sign that solo cultivation wasn't ever designed for you. She sat back, and tears moved down her face, not sad but releasing something. 7 years, she said quietly. They told me I was broken. Zhao watched Lin and understood something about how he worked. Lin would deflect into technique discussion when emotionally pressed. They all knew that about him. But with Mei, Lin wasn't deflecting. He was showing her something true through the only language he had. Through cultivation itself. By the end of that week, Mei had joined the study circles. The network grew with careful precision. Zhao maintained rotating study groups that met in different locations. Never more than 6 people in any group, never the same location twice in a row. They studied theory, complementary harmony architecture, frequency isolation, and sympathetic resonance. The historical development of multi-partner cultivation paths. The texts they read were available to any dedicated scholar, but no one in the bureau was motivated to trace who was reading what. Wei Shun began leading a study group focused on historical complementary cultivation from different sections. A woman named Jiang Ming led discussions about resonance theory. A young man named Do Heng ran sessions on how cultivators naturally sorted into frequency types: fire, water, wood, metal, earth, and why mixing those types required special methods. Zhao managed it all from his position at the center, not directing, but ensuring that no group went too far, that no one revealed too much, that the network stayed distributed enough to survive if one link was discovered. This was Zhao's arc expressing itself, not as support for others, but as his own work. He was building something that mattered. He had never been interested in cultivation for personal advancement. But this, structure, information, careful preservation of knowledge against suppression, this was what he was designed for. One Friday evening, after a network coordination meeting with Wei and Jiang, Zhao sat with Lin in the safe house study room. There are 15 now, Zhao reported. Another 4 have expressed interest but haven't been vetted. Wei thinks there could be 30 within the year if things stay stable. Will things stay stable? Lin asked. No, Zhao said. Eventually the bureau will connect the dots. Or someone will get scared and inform. Or the rationalist conclave will decide to move more aggressively. But for now, we're ahead. We have a network. It's robust enough to survive the loss of 1 or 2 people. And we're not teaching practice. We're teaching understanding. That's harder to prove as violation. Lin nodded. How are the people who've joined? Are they safe? Safer than you, Zhao said. They're not yet practicing the technique. They're just learning theory. If the bureau came down, they'd have a harder time charging anyone with actual violation. He paused. But that also means they're more vulnerable to information. If someone wanted to manipulate them, they'd be easy targets. Then we protect them, Lin said. We accelerate the theory-to-practice transition. Get them capable of defending themselves through understanding before the bureau realizes what's happening. That's aggressive, Zhao observed. The suspension order is aggressive, Lin replied. And we're learning from it. Zhao considered this. Mei Lian is ready, he said. If you wanted to add her to the core resonance group. You think so? I'm certain. She's already worked through the preliminary structure. She understands complementary harmony better now than you did at tournament end. Zhao allowed himself a small smile. She's also the kind of person who will commit to something even if it costs her. That matters more than I expected it would. Lin was quiet for a long moment. Then, what changed? You've always been careful about who you trusted. Now you're building a network. I'm not trusting, Zhao said carefully. I'm managing information flow. There's a difference. I'm not putting myself in their hands. I'm putting structure between us and harm. I prefer it. That's not entirely honest, Lin said. Zhao inclined his head. No, it's not. I think I wanted to do this, and I was waiting for the situation that would make it reasonable. The suspension order gave me that. The network gives me purpose. That's better than waiting for you and your partners to solve everything while I take notes. We're not solving anything, Lin said. Not yet, Zhao agreed. But you will. And when you do, the network will be ready. That's my contribution. That's what I'm good for. Outside, the ward formation hummed its dampening frequency, and 15 people were studying theory in 7 different locations, learning what their cultivation could be if they were willing to work outside the shape that official channels had provided. Chapter 43. Qi Feng's true purpose. The research took Zhao 3 weeks of careful cross-referencing. He worked in the safe house study room late at night, after everyone else had settled into sleep, using sources he'd been collecting for months. Official bureau records from the archive, dry documents with dates and decisions, no personality. Historical cultivation politics from private collections, texts written by scholars with strong opinions. Biographical entries from cultivation encyclopedias. Maps of faction territories and allegiances across the centuries. The pattern emerged slowly at first, then all at once. Lady Qi Feng was not acting as an independent bureau inspector. She was a representative of the rationalist conclave, and the conclave had been active for 200 years. Zhao presented his findings to the group on a Monday evening, with everyone gathered in the study room and the ward formation strengthened to its maximum. The documents were spread across the table, nothing that would be damaging if discovered, but arranged to show the connections that the archive itself didn't highlight. The conclave was founded approximately 215 years ago, Zhao began. His voice carried the weight of research. In response to a specific event, 237 years before that, A cultivator whose technique was unknown destroyed a sect compound in the eastern region, killed approximately 400 people. No one understood the method. No one could predict what the cultivator would do. No one could stop him. He simply kept advancing, using techniques no one had documented, until he burned through an entire organizational structure. How did they finally stop him? Chen asked. They didn't. He stopped himself. He reached immortal formation and left the realm, just disappeared. But the fear remained. Zhao adjusted the documents. The conclave was established with a very simple thesis. Cultivation disasters happen because cultivators work with techniques that are not understood. If you can't understand a method, you can't predict its failures or prevent its worst applications. Therefore, all cultivation techniques must be documented, standardized, and approved by a central authority. That's not how cultivation works, Long said flatly. Techniques are discovered, not invented. You can't standardize discovery. The conclave would argue that you can, Zhao said, by defining what counts as legitimate cultivation and prohibiting everything else. By ensuring that all cultivators are trained in methods that have been tested and understood across generations. How is that not just control? You asked. There was something dangerous in her voice. It is control, Zhao said. But they believe it's justified control. They believe they're preventing catastrophes. He pulled out a document. A historical record of cultivation disasters documented over the past 200 years. Sect expansions that destabilized, cultivators who went mad from incompatible techniques, cascades of death when a leader's technique failed. The list was long. The pattern was consistent. In every case, the technique involved was non-standard, underdocumented, or newly developed. Lady Qi Feng has read this, Zhao said. She has internalized it. She sees the pattern. Unstandardized techniques correlate with disasters. She sees the complementary harmony path, and she sees the instability warnings in the original text. The harmonic rebellion. The modified section of the manual. The frequencies that we don't fully understand. And she concludes, this is exactly the kind of technique that causes catastrophes. But it's not, Shen said quietly. How do you know? Zhao asked. It wasn't a challenge. It was a genuine question. Shen didn't answer. No one did. Lin shifted in his seat. Can we reach her? Can we prove to her that we're not going to cause a disaster? Possibly, Zhao said. But that depends on whether she's willing to listen. Let me finish. The conclave is not a secret organization, but it is a discrete power structure. They have people in most major sections. They have funding sources. They have historians and archivists studying cultivation disasters, looking for patterns. They're not interested in cultivators like us. They're interested in the framework that prevents us from existing. Then we're toast, Long said bluntly. Maybe, Zhao said. Or maybe the fact that we exist at all means that their framework is less complete than they think. When we triggered the harmonic rebellion, when the technique strengthened itself in response to suppression, that was something that violated their understanding of how cultivation works. Unstable techniques shouldn't respond to external pressure by becoming more stable. But ours did. You leaned forward. So what you're saying is, she believes what she's doing is right. Yes, Zhao said. That's worse than someone doing it for power, you continued. Her fire cultivation was flickering visibly in the dimness. Someone doing it for power, you can negotiate with. You can offer them something better. Someone who believes they're preventing apocalypse can't be negotiated with, Zhao finished. You're right. Unless, Chen said slowly, unless the evidence changes her mind. If we could demonstrate that the technique is stable, that it doesn't cause the disaster she fears. That's not our decision, Shen interrupted. The evidence is in our cultivation, in our bond, in what we do with this path. We can't prove it in a room with documents. We can only prove it by continuing to exist and not causing disaster. Which means we stay underground, Long said. We hide. We move carefully, and hope that time proves us right. Lin was quiet. He'd been thinking about the suspension order constantly since it came down, about the moment he'd tried to appeal it, to explain to the tribunal what they were actually doing. He'd failed because he was explaining technique to people evaluating policy. But maybe that was the wrong frame. I want to meet with her, he said. Everyone turned to look at him. Alone, he added. That's a terrible idea, Long said immediately. Probably, Lin agreed. But if Zhao's right about why she's doing this, if she really believes she's protecting the realm, then maybe she's willing to have a conversation that isn't official. Just one person explaining to another why they think she's wrong. You'll deflect into technique discussion, you said, not unkindly. You do it whenever you're emotionally pressed. I know, Lin said. But this time, maybe that's the right approach. Maybe the technique is the point. Maybe showing her how it works, how it distributes harmony instead of creating imbalance. Maybe that matters more than any document. Zhao was making notes. It's risky. If she decides you're a threat, Then I'll go to the bureau voluntarily and explain myself, Lin said. But I don't think she wants us destroyed. I think she wants to understand us, and she doesn't believe we're understandable. If I can show her that we're not incomprehensible, that this is technique, not catastrophe waiting to happen, you'll still lose, Chen said gently. She works for an organization that's existed for 200 years. You're one person. I know, Lin said. But I have to try. Because if I don't, everything Zhao just said becomes self-fulfilling. She'll suppress us not because we're dangerous, but because we refuse to defend ourselves, and that's the worst outcome of all. Shen reached over and squeezed his hand. Something passed between them. Acknowledgement that Lin was going to do this regardless of whether it was wise. I'll help you prepare, Zhao said. Not the technique part. You know the technique. But I can tell you what she's read, what's shaped her thinking. I can tell you her arguments so you know what you're walking into. Thank you, Lin said. They spent the rest of the evening in preparation, not yet realizing that the conversation with Qi Feng would only make things more complicated, not less. That her belief in what she was doing made her both more sympathetic and more fixed than any enemy they could imagine. Chapter 44. The rationalist conclave exposed the historian's name was Guo Wei, and he lived in a small apartment 3 districts from the court records archive, where he spent most of his time. Zhao had found him through Wei Shun's careful network, someone who knew someone who had mentioned a scholar interested in the true history of the conclave. Guo Wei was not affiliated with any faction. He was interested in the facts, and the facts had led him into a deep research project about what had actually caused the cultivation catastrophes that the conclave used to justify their existence. He agreed to meet with Lin, Chen, and Zhao at his apartment on a morning when the archive was closed. Guo Wei was an older man, maybe 60, with the particular focus that came from spending too much time with documents and not enough time with other people. His apartment was organized chaos, stacks of books everywhere, marked passages, handwritten notes in the margins. The catastrophe that founded the conclave, he began without preamble, once they were seated, occurred 312 years ago. A cultivator with unknown technique destroyed the Longhua sect compound. 437 deaths, according to contemporary records. The destruction was complete. No survivors who could explain how it happened. He pulled out a primary source document, old and carefully preserved. The investigation afterward was thorough. Multiple bureau inspectors, sect scholars analyzing the ruins. They found nothing, no technique artifacts, no residual cultivation signatures clear enough to identify a method, nothing. Just destruction. So the conclave was founded in response to not knowing, Chen said. Exactly, Guo Wei agreed. Their logic was, if we had understood all cultivation techniques, if we had known what he was doing, we could have stopped him. Therefore, all techniques must be documented and understood. But here's the part that history leaves out, he continued. He pulled out another document, newer, written maybe 50 years ago. A historian did research 30 years after the catastrophe and found something. The cultivator who destroyed Longhua sect was the sect leader's son. He was, by all accounts, unstable. The sect had been working with him for years on his cultivation, trying to help him stabilize. The destruction happened not because of an unknown technique, but because of a known person, someone with a cultivation-induced mental imbalance that no one could treat. He looked at them directly. The conclave was founded because of a mental health crisis, not because of a dangerous technique. But they built their entire organizational purpose on the idea that unknown techniques are inherently catastrophic. It became a framework that justified suppressing anything that didn't fit their model. That's not a fair reading, Zhao said, but his tone was thoughtful. The conclave would argue that if they had standardized technique earlier, if they had been monitoring his progress, they would have caught the instability before it escalated. Perhaps, Guo Wei said. But perhaps not. Perhaps he would have been broken earlier under different circumstances. Perhaps the standardization itself would have stressed him further. The point is, they built their entire justification on a counterfactual, on what might have happened if circumstances were different. They're preventing a disaster that might not exist. Are they entirely wrong, though? Chen asked. Guo Wei was quiet. No, he admitted. There are techniques that seem harmless and cause catastrophes. There are cultivators who advanced far too fast without understanding their own power. There are methods that seemed stable and destabilized under specific conditions. The conclave's reading of the evidence is not entirely unfounded. The question is whether their solution, rigid standardization, actually prevents disasters or just changes what kind of disasters are possible. He pulled out a final document, records of cultivation failures under official standard methods. The list was shorter than the conclave's catalog of disasters from non-standard techniques, but it existed. What Lady Qi Feng believes, Guo Wei said carefully, is that unstable techniques will destroy the realm through chaos. She is not without evidence. But she is working from a framework that was established by not knowing the whole story. If she had known that the original catastrophe was fundamentally about an individual's mental instability, not about technique complexity, she might operate differently. But she doesn't know, and the conclave has built its entire institutional knowledge around their original misunderstanding. Lin listened to all of this and understood that the historian was telling him something important without saying it directly. You think I should tell her? Lin said. I think you should meet with her, Guowei said. And I think you should tell her this history, not as a defense of your technique, but as a fact about how her own organization came to be. Whether she chooses to believe it or act on it, that's her decision. But you should give her access to the information. He provided copies of the original research documents, carefully marked and with citations. 2 days later, Lin requested an official meeting with Lady Qi Feng under the pretense of responding to the suspension order. She met with him in a bureau office, formal and neutral, with her cultivation carefully contained. She looked more tired than she had at the tribunal, as though the decision had cost her something. I'm not here to ask you to lift the suspension, Lin said, once they were alone. I wanted to understand why the conclave made its decision, and I found some history I thought you should know. He presented the documents carefully. Guowei's research. The evidence that the original catastrophe was about an individual's instability, not about technique complexity. The record of the conclave's foundation being built on incomplete information. Qi Feng read through them slowly, her expression not changing. This is interesting, she said eventually. And it's probably true. But it doesn't change the practical problem. Which is? Lin asked. I believe unstable techniques will destroy the realm through chaos, she said. And she was not being dismissive. She was being honest. I've read the historical records. I've studied the evidence. I've watched what happens when people work outside official frameworks. Your technique, the harmonic rebellion, the modified sections, the frequencies you don't fully understand. These are all signs that I might be right to be afraid. But we've been practicing for months now, Lin said. We're advancing. We're stable. We're not causing disaster. Yet, Qi Feng said. It wasn't cruel. It was careful. You haven't caused disaster yet. But the instability might not manifest for years. Decades. Your method might work fine for 5 people, 5 partners, but fail catastrophically when others try to replicate it. That's the pattern. Someone develops a technique. It works in controlled circumstances. Then someone else tries it, and everything collapses. You're right, Lin said. That's a real risk. But suppressing it doesn't eliminate the risk. It just delays it. If the technique is going to cause problems, those problems will be worse if they happen when no one understands the method at all. Qi Feng stood and walked to the window. Outside, the bureau compound was moving through its ordinary business. Cultivators training, scholars researching, the apparatus of official cultivation spinning forward. I'm not evil, she said without turning around. I believe what I'm doing is right. I believe unstable techniques are the primary threat to realm stability. And I believe that preventing your work from spreading is the correct decision, even if you're not intending harm. Then help us understand it, Lin said. Don't suppress it. Help us. She turned back to him. That assumes the understanding comes before the disaster. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the disaster happens first, and then we understand. And sometimes, most times, there's no way to know which outcome we're in until we choose, and then it's too late to choose differently. That's fatalism, Lin said. It's probability, Qi Feng replied. I've chosen based on the evidence. I believe I'm right. I'm willing to be wrong, but not willing to risk the alternative. She walked him to the door. Your technique may be the most important development in cultivation theory in centuries. It may be the thing that causes the next catastrophe. I don't know, but I cannot in good conscience allow it to spread while those uncertainties exist. If you're willing to work within bureau oversight, we could investigate it together. But secretly? With suppression as fuel? She shook her head. That pattern historically precedes disaster, and I won't be part of creating the conditions for it. Lin left that meeting understanding that Qi Feng could not be convinced. Not because she was unreasonable, but because she was operating from a framework where the cost of being wrong was too high. And his existence, his technique, his practice, all of it looked like exactly the kind of risk she was designed to prevent. He walked back to the safe house and understood that they had to accelerate. Because the only way to prove Qi Feng wrong was to succeed before the institutional pressure crushed them. And success now looked like something faster and more dangerous than it had before. Chapter 45. Xiequang's confession. The message came through official sect channels, which meant it couldn't be ignored. Request for private inspection meeting, cultivation examination. Xianxia. Matter of official record. It was signed by Xiequang, and it carried the weight of institutional authority. Shen could refuse to meet him alone, could demand that the group come with her, could insist on official witnesses. She didn't. 3 hours after the message arrived, she went to the location he specified, a small warded chamber in the sect archive where inspections were conducted privately. She was alone. She went deliberately. Xie looked worse than he had at their first meeting. His cultivation was visibly unstable. There were moments when his chi flickered and steadied itself, as if he was losing focus. His hands moved with a tremor that he tried to hide. There were shadows under his eyes that went deeper than simple tiredness. "You look like you're falling apart," Shen said, without preamble. "I am," Xie said. He gestured to a bench, and they both sat. The warding on the chamber was institutional strength. They could speak freely here. "I've been actively providing information to the rationalist conclave about your group. Not general information. Specific. Your practice locations. Your schedule. The names of people joining your study network. The dates of your resonance sessions. Everything they asked for." Shen sat very still. "Why are you telling me this?" she asked. "Because I cannot continue doing it," Xie said. "And I cannot stop doing it. And I cannot carry the weight of that contradiction alone any longer." He stood and walked to the far corner of the chamber, his movements jerky with stress. "My daughter is in a facility 2 regions over. I have only seen her once in 6 years. 3 months ago, I received a letter from her. She is alive. She is being cared for. The conclave has ensured her survival." His voice broke slightly. "They showed me that she was alive. That my choice to cooperate was worth something. That if I continued to provide information, her security would be maintained. I am not a good man, Shun. I wanted my daughter. I was willing to trade your safety for hers." "How much have you told them?" Shen asked. Her voice was very calm. "Everything they asked for," Xie said. "They know where you practice. They know about the network Zhao is building. They know that there are 15 or more people learning the theory. They have enough information to move against you whenever they choose." "When will they choose?" Shen asked. "Soon," Xie said. "Within weeks, probably. They're building a case for criminal conspiracy. Once it's strong enough, they'll move. Lady Chi Feng will lead the investigation personally." Shen stood. She could feel her with cultivation responding to the information, roots seeking stability, finding none. "Why are you telling me this now?" she asked again. Xie turned to look at her. "Because I cannot justify it," he said. "I have been telling myself that I'm doing what I have to do. That survival supersedes loyalty. That my daughter matters more than your group's survival. All of these things are true, and I still cannot carry the weight." He sat back down. "If you go to the bureau voluntarily, if you confess and cooperate, they might be lenient. They might allow your group to operate under oversight. At minimum, you would have time to prepare before they move. Right now, you don't know it's coming. Right now, you're vulnerable. You're betraying the conclave by telling me this," Shen said. "Yes," Xie said. "You'll be caught." "Probably," Xie agreed. "They have deep reach. But I accept that. I cannot ask you to help. I have been hurting you and your partners. I am telling you because you deserve to know what has been done, and because I cannot carry this alone any longer." He looked at her directly. "I was wrong. I know that now. I knew it then, and I was wrong anyway. I would ask for forgiveness, but I don't deserve it." Shin stood there in the warded chamber with a man who had been her teacher and then her betrayer, and she understood something about bonds that she had not quite grasped before. "I should have told them," she said. "When you asked me to leave the group the first time, I should have told them that you were threatening me, that you were trying to manipulate me. I kept it secret. I told myself I was protecting the group. Actually, I was protecting you." Xie looked down. "I need to go," Shin said. She left the chamber and walked directly back to the safe house. It was late afternoon, and she knew the others would be gathering for their weekly coordination meeting. She found them in the study room. Lin going over notes, Yu reviewing cultivation theory, Chun checking the ward formation, Long preparing tea, Zhao organizing research documents. The ordinary life they had built in the underground, the rhythm of people who had chosen to be together. "I need to tell you something," Shin said. Everyone looked up. "I've been keeping a secret," she continued. "Xie asked me to leave the group 3 months ago. He said the technique was too dangerous. He said I should separate myself from you. I said no. But I didn't tell you about it because I was afraid it would damage the bond." The room was very quiet. "He's been providing information to the rationalist conclave," Shin said. "Specific information. Everything, locations, people, schedules. They're building a case against us. They're going to move against us within weeks. His daughter is in a conclave facility. That's how they got leverage on him." She sat down in the nearest chair. "I should have told you the first time he approached me. The secret was already damaging the bond. It was damaging it every single day that I didn't say anything. I kept telling myself that I was being protective. Actually, I was being a coward." She looked at each of them. "I'm sorry. I'm telling you now because keeping silent any longer would be worse than whatever happens next." The silence stretched for several long seconds. Then Lin stood and moved next to her. He didn't say anything. He just sat beside her, close enough that his presence was solid. Chen set down what she was holding and came over. Long left the tea preparation. You paused in her reading. Zhao put down his documents. They arranged themselves around Shun, not in the perfect symmetry of a resonance configuration, just in the geography of people being close to someone who had just been broken open in front of them. How long? You asked. Not accusatory, just needing to know. Since before the tournament, Shin said. 3 months of knowing and not saying. And he asked you to leave? Shin asked. Yes. He was clear that he wanted me to separate from the group and take what distance I could. But you refused, Zhao said. I refused, Shin agreed. Because I didn't want to leave. Because you're worth the risk. Because my bond with you matters more to me than my safety. Lin reached over and took her hand. His cultivation was completely still, focused entirely on the simple act of being present. Xia's choice was the betrayal, you said, slowly. Not yours. My silence was part of it, Shin insisted. If I had told you, maybe we could have. We couldn't have, Long said. We can't protect him any more than he can protect his daughter. That's the trap. That's exactly what the conclave designed. Leverage that makes him choose between his own child and the people he once trained. So what do we do? You asked. She was looking at Lin. We accelerate, Lin said. Zhao needs to warn the network. We need to give people the choice to scatter or commit. Shun, he turned to her. You need to help me understand what the conclave knows. How exposed are we, actually? Or is Xia's information incomplete? He said they know everything he's told them, Shin said. Locations, people, schedules. That's comprehensive, Zhao said. His tone was analytical, moving past the emotional impact into problem solving. I can work with that. If they know our locations, we can abandon them preemptively. If they know our schedule, we change it. If they know the names of the network, some of them scatter, some of them prepare. We go public, Chen said. Not the full technique, but the theory. We publish. We make it impossible for them to suppress without causing a larger reaction. Too slow, Long objected. Publishing takes time. They're moving in weeks. Then we do both, Zhao said. I prepare a publication. Meanwhile, we accelerate practice. We bring the ready network members, Mei Lian, Wei Shun, everyone who's been studying at least 2 months, into the core resonance sessions. We let them feel what the technique actually is. If they understand it through practice, no amount of suppression can convince them they didn't feel it. That's dangerous, Lin said. Bringing them in now, with the conclave moving, everything is dangerous, Shin said. The secret was dangerous. Staying silent is dangerous. Moving fast is dangerous. But at least moving fast is our choice. She stood up. They all stood with her. 5 people and the bond that held them. And now a larger network of people who had chosen to believe in something they didn't fully understand yet. I'm part of this, Shin said. Whatever happens next, I'm part of the decision. I'm part of the risk. I'm not separate. I'm not safe. None of us are, you said. We haven't been since we started practicing together. Lin felt the resonance that Shun had been carrying in secret for months finally release. It had been a weight on all of them, a discordant frequency hidden under the harmony. With it spoken, acknowledged, shared, the bond became something clearer. Not safer, but true. We have weeks, Zhao said. Let me contact the network. Let's see who's willing to move forward and who needs to step back. And then we find out what a deliberately practiced version of this technique looks like when all the parts are known. Outside, night was falling on the hillside. The ward formation hummed its dampening frequency into darkness, and 5 people who had chosen each other and a growing network of people who were about to make the same choice began the work of understanding what came next. They didn't know if they would survive it, but they knew now, all of them, that staying silent was the only way to ensure they wouldn't. Chapter 46. The night after Shun's confession, the main room of their compound felt too small. Lin had called them together after the sun descended past the western peaks, and they had gathered around the low table without tea or ceremony. Just 5 people in cultivation robes, with the weight of one admission hanging between them like incense smoke. Shin sat with her hands folded, her color still pale from the hours of confession. The others were not looking at her with accusations or pity, which somehow made the silence harder to bear. Accusation she could have argued against. Pity she could have rejected. This steady, accepting attention, meant they were taking her words seriously as a problem to solve rather than a failure to judge. Lin took a deliberate breath. Xia's daughter is a hostage. The conclave is using her as a lever against him. We need to know what we can do about that. It's a trap, you said immediately. Her fire talent energy was taut, barely contained. The conclave doesn't keep hostages for sentiment. They use leverage precisely because they calculate that will break in certain ways. They've had 2 interactions with Xie to establish that he cares about the girl enough to crack. Now they're counting on us to move. They want us to attempt a rescue. Correct, Chen said, her water talent voice smooth and measured. From a probability standpoint, rescue attempts have a failure rate of 70 to 80% when the location is known, but the internal conditions are unknown. The cost in cultivators, resources, and exposure is enormous. The payoff is saving 1 child and freeing a compromised spy. Those numbers don't reconcile. The numbers aren't the point, Long said. Her metal talent presence was a quiet wall of certainty. The girl is innocent. So is Xie. Chen continued, unperturbed. And he's already compromised. Extracting him doesn't fix that. If anything, it makes everything worse, because now the Conclave knows we'll spend enormous resources on hostage rescue, and they can replicate the pressure repeatedly. So what are you proposing? Chen asked quietly. We leave her there? I'm not proposing anything yet, Chen said. I'm establishing that the obvious solution is economically inviable. It's inviable because you're calculating like the Conclave calculates, you said, and there was heat in it now. Risk assessment, probability matrices, resource expenditure. That's their logic. That's how they justified putting a child in a compound. It's how we survive, Chen replied, but her voice had softened. I don't like it either, you. The silence that followed was different, not a silence of disagreement, but of people recognizing that both things were true. The Conclave's logic made sense. It was also monstrous. Lin let them sit with that for a moment. He had not interrupted. One of the things he had learned from living with these 4 people was that his role was not to arrive at decisions, but to hold the space where decisions could actually form. I don't think it's a trap, Zhao said. He had been quiet until now, which meant he had been thinking. Or rather, not a simple one. The Conclave's leverage works only if we believe it. If we refuse to play, we remove their leverage. At the cost of the girl's life, Shen said. Yes, Zhao said without flinching. That is the actual cost of refusing. The Conclave is betting we won't accept that cost. They're betting that threat of harm will drive us into action that benefits them. And if we call that bluff? Long asked. Then Xie's daughter remains a hostage indefinitely, Zhao said. Or dies. That's not a good outcome, Long. It's just a different kind of loss than the loss from a failed rescue attempt. Long had no answer to that. Her certainty flickered. There's another possibility, Lin said. He had been thinking while they spoke, and his mind had moved sideways from the obvious paths. We don't refuse the bait, and we don't rush blindly into the trap. We learn. We find out where she is. We find out what kind of security surrounds her. We find out more than the Conclave thinks we know. And then we decide from knowledge instead of fear. Yu was already shaking her head. Every day we spend investigating is a day they have her. Every day we move without information is a day we walk into whatever they've prepared, Lin countered. The Conclave has been preparing pressure points for decades. They didn't choose Xie's daughter randomly. They chose her because his relationship to her was already on their records. They built the leverage with patience. We can take the time to build our response correctly. How long? Chen asked. As long as it takes to know more than they expect us to know, Lin said. Zhao, can you find the location? Probably, Zhao said. Not quickly. The Conclave covers its administrative trails carefully, but they can't cover them completely. Then we wait for that, Lin said. We don't move until we know the layout. We don't attempt anything until we have a real plan instead of a reaction. And if she's hurt before then, Shen's voice was small and raw. Then that's something we carry, Long said, and she said it gently. We can't prevent everything, Shen. We can only do what we can do. The debate continued through the night, circling back, introducing new angles, retreating when arguments became too sharp, returning again with fresh perspective. There was no moment where someone's mind changed in a clear way. Instead, consensus emerged the way it always did in this group. Not from unanimous agreement, but from the slow recognition that they had arrived at the same place from different directions. By the time the first light touched the compound walls, they had a direction. Zhao would investigate. They would not move on impulse. They would gather knowledge before they risked their lives. It was not a victorious decision. It was a careful one. As the group dispersed to rest, Lin remained in the main room. He watched the light grow through the eastern window and thought about what he had not said. He had not mentioned that the harmonic rebellion, the moment the technique had strengthened when the Conclave suppressed them, had shown something he was not ready to discuss. The technique had responded to pressure in a way that contradicted everything he understood about its function. And there were passages in the modified manual, buried in the sections about advanced tier progression, that warned about instability, unpredictable effects, loss of control. He would tell them that. But not yet. Not when they needed clarity to make decisions about rescuing the girl. Not when his own confusion might spread like a contagion. He would tell them when they had the space to understand what it meant. Chapter 47. Zhao began his investigation with a systematic survey of the underground network's collective knowledge. He had 15 connections distributed across merchant routes, administrative posts, and minor temple positions. People who had reason to see and hear things, and who had good reason to trust him. He visited none of them in person. Instead, he sent inquiries through established channels, with the kind of careful vagueness that would be obvious to the right recipients and meaningless to anyone intercepting messages. He was looking for information about a conclave facility. He used the regional coordinates that Shun had mentioned and asked his network to describe anyone they knew who had connections to agricultural compounds in that region. The first response came from Mei Lian, one of the 2 disciples who had actually spoken to him in months. She had a cousin who worked for a produce distributor. That cousin had mentioned, in passing, that there was a large private cultivation retreat that received monthly shipments of supplies, and that the security presence was unusual for a retreat. Mei Lian could facilitate an introduction if he needed it. The second response was slower, 5 days later, from a minor merchant named Qin who ran routes through the eastern provinces. Qin knew someone who had attempted to apply for work at such a retreat and had been turned away with considerable suspicion. Qin could provide the name and the location as the applicant remembered it, though the memory was 2 years old. The 2 locations aligned within 6 miles of each other. It was a good sign. Zhao then shifted to archival research. He requested old administrative filings from the regional temple authority, ostensibly for purposes of general catalog work. He was looking for land registrations, tax assessments, anything that might indicate who held title to such a property. The trails were carefully obscured, but he expected that. What he found was a shell company structure that led, through 3 intermediate corporations, to a funding source that matched the administrative patterns of conclave institutions. From there, it was a matter of detailed map work. He obtained provincial surveys, comparing the current official registrations with older versions. A property that had been listed as miscellaneous farmland for decades had been subdivided 12 years ago. The new plot was registered to the Shell Corporation. The boundaries, when he traced them, encompassed approximately 16 acres, with a main structure, 3 outbuildings, and what appeared to be a central wall. He spent 2 full days cross-referencing the outbuildings against the staffing patterns he could extract from conclave administrative records. Agricultural compounds required hands, groundskeepers, supply managers, workers. The staffing logs for conclave retreat facilities consistently listed 12 to 18 regular staff. The conclave compound had authorized staffing for 14. He did not have everything he needed. He could not obtain floor plans. He could not confirm how many were prisoners and how many were staff. He could not know what physical defenses existed beyond the wall. But he had the location. He had the general layout. He had a reasonable estimate of guard presence. On the 12th day, he presented his findings to the group. He had prepared no dramatic presentation. He simply sat at the table and spoke with the precise satisfaction of someone who had done work correctly. The location is confirmed. It's in the agricultural sector of what the provinces call the Eastern Reserve, a private land holding registered through 3 shell companies. Based on administrative staffing records, I estimate 12 to 14 people on site at any given time. The layout, based on survey records, is probably a central compound with 4 structures arranged around an internal courtyard. Guard posts are most likely at the main entrance and possibly at secondary exits. How confident are you in that estimate? Chen asked. 70 to 75% on the location, 60% on the layout, 50% on the guard positions, Zhao said. I'm moderately confident. Not certain. What don't you know? Lin asked. How many prisoners? What condition they're in? What actual defenses exist? There could be wards, alert systems, anything. The internal organization of the compound. The exact schedule of guard rotations, Zhao said. He paused. We know where it is. We don't know what we'll find inside. Plan for worse than expected. There was a quality to the way he said this, not pessimism, but honest clarity. He had done what he could do. The rest was beyond his expertise. You did excellent work, Shin said quietly. Zhao simply nodded. He had expected no less of himself. Chapter 48. On the 10th day of Zhao's investigation, while he was still deep in archival records and carefully worded inquiries, 2 conclave representatives arrived at his parents' home in a market town 3 hours away. The message came through a servant who had been sent to purchase flour. She found Zhao in the archive building and handed him a sealed note with hands that shook slightly. Zhao read it once, then a second time, with his jaw tightening. He left immediately. His parents' home was modest, a 2-story wooden structure above the grain merchant business his father ran. His mother was waiting in the upstairs room with her hands clasped so tightly the knuckles had gone white. His father was seated at the table, his expression carefully neutral in the way Zhao had learned to recognize as deep anger. They came this morning, his mother said. After you left. There were two men, very polite, very official. They had documents. They said, I know what they said, Zhao said. He sat across from his father. They want the technique specifications. They said if you provided complete technical descriptions of the mechanism, they would halt their pressure and release the Xie daughter from their facility, his father confirmed. His voice was level. They gave 3 days for your response. It's impossible, Zhao's mother said. You can't give them something like that. They'll use it. They'll hurt people. Yes, Zhao said. His father regarded him. They also said that if you declined, there would be consequences for our family. Of course they did, Zhao said. He stood and moved to the window. From this angle, he could see the market street below, the ordinary flow of people conducting ordinary business. None of them knew that the world had just shifted. None of them would notice if it shifted again. What do you think, father? His father took a long time to answer. I think that whatever you decide, you are deciding correctly. But I also think that giving them the specifications would not end well. No, Zhao agreed. The conclave has been practicing coercion for 200 years, his father continued. They have developed an understanding of how people break. If they wanted to release the Xie daughter, they would have done it. They want the specifications because the specifications have value to them. Once they have that value, we lose what little leverage we have. Then they will have no reason not to apply pressure again. That was my conclusion, Zhao said. So you will decline, his father said. Yes. His mother made a small sound of distress. His father reached over and took her hand. He is right to decline. And we will be careful. We will take precautions. But we will not let fear make us give them what they want. Zhao felt something shift in his chest, not relief, but a different quality of fear. A more precise one. He had been afraid of the conclave in abstract ways. Now he was afraid of specific people, in a specific house, and that fear had a weight that the larger fear did not. He spent the day with his parents, making practical arrangements. They would close the shop for 2 weeks and stay with his aunt in the next province. It was a precaution more than a solution. If the conclave wanted to harm them, distance was not guarantee, but it was the best he could do. When he returned to the compound, he reported everything to the group with the matter-of-fact tone of someone reciting facts. The conclave had approached him. They wanted the specifications. He had declined. There would probably be consequences. He did not say that he was frightened in a way he had not been frightened before. He did not say that the fear for his parents moved differently through his body than fear of his own capture or death. Long placed a hand on his shoulder briefly, not a gesture of comfort, but of recognition. Zhao nodded. They moved forward. Chapter 49. The group's decision to escalate came together over the course of 2 days, and by the time they had all aligned, the decision felt inevitable, the logical conclusion of all the calculations they had made, all the conversations they had held, all the lines the conclave had crossed. It was Shun who finally articulated what needed to be done. She was shaping bread dough in the kitchen when she said it, her hands working through muscle memory while her mind worked through something larger. If we try to rescue Xie's daughter, she said slowly, and if we do it right, we'll expose the compound. We'll expose that the conclave was holding a civilian prisoner. We'll expose Xie as a compromised informant. We expose ourselves in the process, but we expose them more. That's the part that changes the calculation, Lin said. He had followed her into the kitchen because he always ended up following her when she had something important to think through. The conclave's advantage is secrecy. They've been operating unseen for 200 years because what they do can't survive public scrutiny. Hostage-taking, Chen said from the other room, where she had been reviewing notes. Forced research, coercion of their own sect members. None of that survives if the major sect leaders know about it. So the rescue becomes an exposure, you said. She was standing in the doorway now, all the edges of the group converging on this one thought. We don't just take the girl back. We announce to the cultivation world that the conclave exists and what it does. And that changes the entire risk calculation, Chen confirmed. If exposure is the goal, then the act of attempting rescue becomes an act of declaration. The cost doesn't change, but the purpose does. We're not risking everything for one prisoner. We're risking everything to dismantle them, or to be destroyed trying, you said. But there was no hesitation in her voice now. I don't care anymore. I'm done being afraid of them. Zhao was quiet, but he was nodding slowly. Zhao will ensure the information reaches major sect leaders simultaneously, Lin said. It was not a question. Zhao had told them his network was capable. We give them proof. We give them the truth. We give them enough to move before the conclave can spin a response. It's the most dangerous thing we've ever done, you said. Yes, Lin said. Good. Let's do it. The decision moved to Long, who had been silent. She was sitting on the low stool by the window, and when she finally spoke, her voice was absolute. We go together. If anyone tries to back out, we talk about it first. But we don't make this decision and then hedge. We're in or we're out. In, Xin said immediately. In, Chen said. In, you said. In, Zhao said. Lin looked at Long nodded at him. In, he said. It was the simplest decision they had made yet, and perhaps because it was simple, it felt the most real. There were no calculations now, no weighing of probabilities, no strategic assessments of viable alternatives. There was just the acknowledgement that they were going to do the hardest thing, and they were going to do it together. The rest of the evening passed in practical work. They began to plan. But underneath the planning, something had shifted. The fear was not gone. The uncertainty had not resolved. But the direction was clear, and sometimes clarity was its own kind of strength. Chapter 50. The night before they began preparation in earnest, Lin called a resonance session. It was not announced as such. Xin knew it immediately when she felt the structure of invitation in the technique. Not the pull of cultivation, but the gentler suggestion that if they were willing, they could come together in a way that required honesty. One by one, they accepted the invitation. You first, then Chen, then Zhao, then Long. And with each acceptance, the resonance deepened, became more intricate. They were not trying to expand cultivation power. They were trying to create a space where emotional hiding became literally impossible. When the resonance settled, they were sitting with their eyes closed, their hands resting on the table, and there was nowhere left to conceal anything. Lin did not ask them to speak. Instead, he created the space and waited. You came first. Her fear poured out like fire that could not be contained. I think I'm going to destroy you all. I think if we do this, I'm going to make a choice wrong somewhere, and everyone I love is going to die or be captured, and I'm going to have to carry knowing that I led you there, that I am the reason we moved forward. I am terrified of that, and I can't stop it because I don't actually know if I'm wrong. The resonance held her fear without judgment. It was simply there, acknowledged. Chun spoke next, and her voice was strange, careful in a way that was not characteristic of her. I have been calculating whether this is still economically viable. For months. And the answer is clearly no. We are expending too much for too uncertain an outcome. That calculation used to be how I understood what I wanted. But I don't care anymore. I would do this for you all, even knowing it will fail, and that terrifies me because it means the bond has changed what I value in a way I did not choose. I am no longer optimizing. I am no longer being rational. And I am afraid of who I am becoming if I stop being rational. Shin's admission came like a breaking wave. I carry the weight of being the healer. I carry the weight of being the conscience. I feel like everyone looks to me to know what's right, and I don't know. I don't know if saving this girl is right. I don't know if exposing the conclave is right. I know that Xia's daughter is innocent, and I think that should matter, but I don't know if thinking that is wisdom or just my heart talking. I am exhausted by carrying both roles, and I am afraid that if I put it down, something will break. Long's fear was quieter, but it ran deeper. I fought before, in another life, and when I fought, I became a weapon. I became strategic and cold and efficient at destruction, and I have been so careful since then not to become that again. But I can feel it waking. I can feel myself becoming the weapon we need to survive. I am afraid of what I might do when that part of me is fully awake. I am afraid I will like it. And finally, Lin allowed his own fear to surface. I think the technique has a flaw at higher tiers, he said. The words came slowly, like he was pulling them up from a very deep place. The harmonic rebellion. When the technique strengthened under suppression, that was not supposed to happen. The manual warned about it, in the sections about advanced stage progression. Instability at advanced stages. Loss of control. Unpredictable effects. I don't know what it means yet. I don't know what happens if we advance further without understanding it. And I have been hiding this from you because I didn't want my confusion to cloud your judgment about the rescue. But I have been hiding it, which means you made this decision without all the information. You decided to commit everything knowing less than you should. And I let you do that because I was afraid of what you would think if I told you the truth. The resonance held all of it. Fear, doubt, uncertainty, the fundamental terror of moving forward without knowing where the ground was. When they finally came out of the resonance, slowly, like surfacing from very deep water, no one moved immediately. The room felt different. The air felt cleaner. Long was the first to speak. Her voice was steady. Good. Now we know what we're actually afraid of. We don't look any less afraid than we did before, you said quietly. No, Long agreed. But now we're afraid together, and we know why. That matters. Shin reached across the table and took Lin's hand. He didn't resist. You should have told us earlier. I know, Lin said. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, Shin said. Just tell us next time. I will, Lin said. They sat together in the quiet of the compound, with all their terrors acknowledged and unsolved. The morning would come. The preparation would begin. They would move forward into whatever waited for them. But tonight, they knew what they were afraid of. And that was the first honest thing they had done. Chapter 51. The Resonance Truth. The morning light came pale through the training pavilion's eastern windows. Lin Xianfeng sat cross-legged in the center of the space, already waiting when Yu Mengmeng arrived. Then Chun Hualin, then the others, Shen Yushi sliding in with her usual quiet efficiency, Long Ali closing the doors with deliberate care, Zhao Qingyuan checking the wards one more time before settling across from Lin. None of them had explicitly called for a formal resonance. They had simply moved toward this moment as if the previous night's conversation had created a momentum that had to complete itself here, in the old space where they had learned to be 5 instead of 1. We don't need to speak much, Shen said. It wasn't a question. Lin nodded. They moved into the opening posture together, the breath alignment that had become so natural it felt less like technique and more like remembering how to exist as they truly were. The cultivation channels began to open, each of the 5 sending their chi toward the resonance points, and the bond formed as it always did. Except it didn't. Instead of the familiar cascade of amplification, of each person's strength compounding into something that felt larger than the sum of its parts, there was something else. The bond formed, but it was narrower, cleaner. It was like looking at the world through water, and then the water drained away, and suddenly you could see with absolute clarity. Lin felt Yu's cultivation signature without the usual shimmer of performance. Usually, in resonance, Yu brought a particular flavor of confidence, an easy grace that made her the calm center. But under that, Lin had never been entirely certain what was true and what was projected. Now he felt her actual fear, the one that had never left even when her voice was most steady. He felt it not as a weakness, but as the honest bedrock of everything she did. Her confidence wasn't performance. It was the choice to move forward despite the fear, every single time. Chen was like opening a door to find someone who had been waiting. Lin felt the precise, architecture-like way her mind worked, but also the doubt that ran through it. Not crippling doubt, but the constant question she asked herself about whether her plans were good enough, whether she was good enough. And under that was something else, a willingness to believe in things she couldn't verify. A willingness to take the 5's word that the bond was worth the vulnerability it required. Long came through like a low note that had been sounding the entire time, but that he'd never quite heard before. The combat readiness was there, but it was different from what he'd seen on any battlefield. It was a capability that had been trained and honed, and then consciously reframed. Was being reframed even now, from a thing you did because you had to survive into a thing you did because you chose it. He felt her intention shift as the resonance deepened, and it was like watching someone put down a weight they'd been carrying so long they'd forgotten it wasn't part of their actual body. Zhao was steady the way stone is steady, and Lin realized he'd always known this about her, but had never felt it so directly. She wasn't emotionless. She was someone who had trained herself to let emotions move through her without stopping her course. Someone for whom being a leader wasn't a role that required performing certainty. It was a refusal to let her uncertainty be the thing that moved others. Under that was compassion so deep it was almost invisible because it had never needed to announce itself. Shen came last. Or perhaps she had been there all along, and Lin was only now aware of it. Her presence in the bond was different from the others, less about signature and more about resonance itself. She was the one who most naturally understood how to move within this space, how to exist as part of something larger without losing herself. And now, in this clear moment, Lin felt why. It was because she was always asking the question that the others had to learn. What does this actually do? What is truly happening here? The 5 of them held the resonance in silence for what might have been minutes, or might have been much longer. Linear time didn't seem relevant. Then Shin moved, not breaking the resonance, but shifting within it, drawing the 5's attention to something she was seeing. And suddenly they all understood it at the same moment, like turning a crystal and realizing the light had been creating a pattern the entire time. It's not amplification, Shin said aloud, though there was no need. They could all feel it. The technique doesn't amplify what's already true. It reveals what's hidden. Lin kept his breath steady. We thought the power was in the multiplication, Chin said slowly. That's what the conclave thinks. That the technique makes us stronger because 5 is greater than 1. But it doesn't work that way, Long said. Not a question. No, Shin continued. We're not more powerful together. Not because of amplification, anyway. We're more honest together. The bond can't carry deception. It reads what is. And the coordination you get from that honesty, that's what changes everything. You turn this over in her mind visibly. The conclave was afraid of the wrong thing. They were afraid of the power. But the power isn't the threat. The transparency is, Chin said. The resonance continued to hold, and Lin felt his own signature through the eyes of the others. They saw his fear, The deflection that had become such a habit, he barely noticed doing it. They saw the way he reached for technique discussion whenever something was too large to hold. They saw the flaw in him, the fundamental doubt about whether he was capable of actually leading this. And none of them looked away from it. Instead, Zhao said, "The technique doesn't fix that. It just won't let you hide from it anymore." "Does it need to fix it?" Shen asked. "Or is the not hiding the actual power?" Lin said nothing for a long moment. The resonance had never felt this steady. It was also terrifying. There was nowhere to hide inside it. And part of him wanted to dissolve the bond and go back to the version of himself that could at least perform certainty. Then he felt something shift, not in him, but in the five of them together. They were holding him at that edge, not pulling him away from the fear, but refusing to let him disappear into it either. That was what the bond actually did. It didn't remove the thing you feared about yourself. It made sure you wouldn't face it alone. "That's why the modified section of the manual matters," he said at last. Someone understood this. Whoever modified it, they knew what the technique actually does. And they were trying to hide that understanding from everyone who came after. You asked the question they all needed to know. Why? "Because," Shin said quietly, still in the deep clarity of the resonance. "If the power is honesty, and honesty can't exist in a world built on deception, then the technique and the world you're in will eventually destroy each other. Whoever modified the manual was trying to dull the technique just enough that it wouldn't become destructive. Or revolutionary. Or both." Lin felt something settle in his chest. They weren't a power that amplified strength. They were a disruption. And they had always been that, since the very beginning. The Conclave hadn't misunderstood the technique. They had understood it perfectly. And they had spent years trying to figure out how to use it without letting it transform them the way using it actually required. The resonance held, crystal clear and unwavering, until the five of them were ready to let it dissolve. Chapter 52. The rescue plan. The entire compound gathered in the largest meeting room by mid-morning. The 15 disciples who had volunteered to help brought the energy of people who had made a real choice and were no longer looking back from it. They stood around the edges of the space while the five occupied the center, maps and papers scattered across the long table. Lin laid out the framework with Chen's help. 2 insertion points. The disciples establish a perimeter and create diversions in the eastern courtyard, controlled, predictable movements that draw their sentries' attention. The 5 of us move through the interior, locate the prisoners, extract. "What kind of diversions?" one of the younger disciples asked. His name was Jiao, and he had already cultivated at early foundation, which meant he had been talented enough to notice the conclave, but not important enough for them to invest in recruitment yet. Long answered, "Staged minor incidents. A false alarm in one of the auxiliary buildings. A discovery of a minor boundary breach that looks accidental. Nothing that triggers their highest alert status. We want them distracted and deployed, not panicking." The information release happened simultaneously, Zhao added, pulling out a document. "I've already drafted messages to every major sect leader and cultivator of significance in the region. The moment we have the prisoners out, my people release these. The conclave's existence becomes public knowledge, backed by documented evidence of their hostages. The goal is to move faster than their ability to respond." This was where the plan became genuinely dangerous, and Lin didn't shy from it. "If they close the compound before we're out," he said, "we break through. If they consolidate their strength, we're going to have to fight. If the 5 of you are separated," you said quietly, "everything changes." The room went still. This was the real tactical vulnerability, and everyone knew it. The technique only worked in perfect resonance when all 5 were present and coordinated. Separation meant fragmentation, not a loss of power, but a loss of that clarity, that coordination that let them move like a single distributed awareness. "How likely is that?" Zhao asked. "It depends on whether this is a trap," Chen said flatly. "If the conclave anticipated this rescue attempt, they might have prepared specifically to divide us." "Do we think they have?" Long looked directly at Lin. Lin considered this. "Unknown. We've had no evidence of them tracking us. But they've clearly planned beyond their surface operations, so yes, we have to assume they might try." Shen leaned forward. "So we plan for contingency. If one of the 5 is isolated, the remaining 4 maintain partial resonance. You finished. The isolated person fights on their own capability, which is still considerable. More than that," Zhao said. "The isolated person is the one who fights least, if possible. They focus on prisoners, on protection, on withdrawal. The remaining 4 handle direct conflict and by extraction time." This was reasonable. It was also a fancy way of saying, if you're separated, you're going to have to trust that we'll get you out before you're completely overwhelmed. Long began mapping guard rotations. She'd observed the conclave's compound twice in the past weeks, timing movements, learning patterns. What she presented was thorough and specific. The night watch cycled in 3 phases, with 4 minutes between phase transitions. The interior corridors had particular choke points. The lower level, where the prisoners were believed to be, could be accessed via the servant stairs if you knew how to trigger the access ward. How do you know how to trigger it? Zhao asked. Xin figured it out from 50 meters away using resonance harmonic analysis. Long said matter-of-factly. She'll trigger it from within 10 meters and maintain the unlock for as long as we need. Xin didn't elaborate. She'd already mapped her task. Healing supplies for potential injuries, resonance-based detection of prisoners in conscious states, communication maintenance if the 5 had to temporarily split up. Xin's contribution was route architecture. She'd identified 3 withdrawal paths of varying distance and risk profile. We extract through here, she pointed at the western edge of the compound, and we have 2 fallback routes if the primary is compromised. The full extraction, including all prisoners and all of us, should take no more than 40 minutes from the moment we enter. After 45 minutes, the conclave will have consolidated their response, and any alarm we haven't suppressed yet becomes active. Realistically, how fast can we actually move? Zhao asked. With prisoners who aren't trained for combat. Long said. Slow. Very slow. But the disciples create the distraction, and the perimeter escort role means the non-combatants get extracted first, protected by our outer positions. So the 5 of you are extracting last, one of the other disciples observed. Lin nodded. That's how it works. We buy the time. We come out with the last group. He'd already considered the ways this could go wrong. He'd run through scenarios in his head for hours, lying awake, trying to map out every possible failure point. There were too many. The conclave's response time was unknown. The prisoner locations might be different from what they'd learned. There might be additional guards, additional wards, additional contingencies that hadn't been detected. The disciples might be intercepted. The information release might be delayed. The major sects might decide to handle this diplomatically instead of moving quickly. But somewhere in the cascade of everything that could fail, there was also the simple truth. The prisoners were being held. The conclave was experimenting on people. And none of the 5 were going to sit in the training pavilion and pretend that wasn't their problem. The plan is sound, Zhao said, and it wasn't a reassurance. It was a statement of fact. It's also dangerous. Everyone here is aware of what we're asking. And everyone here has still chosen to be here. Lin looked around the room at the 15 disciples who had volunteered, and at his 4 partners. The cultivation signatures in the room were a mix of early foundation and late core formation. Some of these disciples were going into combat with people who were vastly stronger than them. Some of them might not come back. The moment after tomorrow, before dawn, Qin said, pulling everyone back to logistics. We move on this timeline because the next new moon is ideal for concealment, and because waiting longer gives the conclave more time to change their patterns. The meeting continued into the afternoon, working through details, contingencies, role assignments. By the time they finished, it was twilight, and the disciples began filtering out in small groups, heading back to their quarters. When the last of them had left, Lin found himself still sitting at the table with the maps spread around him. Chun was methodically organizing papers. Xin was checking the wards one more time. Yu and Long were speaking quietly near the door. Zhao came to sit beside him. Are we doing the right thing? Lin asked quietly. Not the tactical question. The actual question. Zhao looked at the maps for a long moment. You're not asking if the technique justifies the action, she said finally. You're asking if the action justifies the technique. That's the right question. And the answer is, the action has to be good enough to stand on its own, technique aside. Is it? There are prisoners, Zhao said simply. The conclave is holding them without consent. That's enough. Everything else is just elaboration. Lin nodded slowly. It was the answer he'd needed. Chapter 53. Before the storm the night before the extraction, the 5 found each other in pieces, not by arrangement, but by the simple gravity of the bond drawing them together when they needed it most. You found Qin sitting outside the pavilion, writing by lamplight. The script was steady, precise, not a personal journal, but something more formal. Possibly a letter. Possibly contingency notes in case something went wrong, and Qin didn't come back to explain herself. You sat beside her without speaking for a while. The warm spring air was carrying the scent of the tea plants from the lower gardens, and somewhere in the compound, someone had left a window open in one of the dormitories. If this goes wrong, you started. Don't, Qin said. I'm serious. Qin set the brush down and looked at you. Her expression was clear, but that clarity came from something other than certainty. I know you're serious. I don't want to say the contingency plan out loud because then it becomes real. As long as we don't name it, it exists in the space where we might not need it. That's not how probability works. No, Qin agreed. But it's how I work. Let me have this. Let me believe, for one more night, that saying it out loud isn't the thing that tips the universe toward disaster. They sat together in silence after that, neither of them needing to fill the space. You felt the bond hum underneath the words, felt the connection that didn't require language. Eventually, Chen reached over and took her hand, and they stayed that way until the lamp's oil began to run low and it was time to go back inside. The warmth between their palms said everything the words didn't. Shen found Long cleaning her weapons with methodical care, not the rapid practice of someone preparing for battle, but the slow, careful attention of someone who was managing something else while their hands worked. Shen sat across from her and didn't ask permission or offer commentary. Long appreciated this, had always appreciated Shen's way of being present without requiring anything. Long worked through 3 swords before she spoke. When she did, it came out unprompted, like she'd been waiting for Shun's presence to make the words possible. 2 years ago, Long said, "Every battle I went into, I was carrying weight from the last one. I couldn't stop collecting it. Every life I'd taken, every person I'd hurt, every moment of combat, they all accumulated. I thought that was just what it meant to be a cultivator, especially one like me." She paused, running a cloth down the length of the blade. The metal gleamed in the lamplight, sharp and clean. "This is the first time I'm going into something because I chose it. Because it's right, not because I owe it. Not because I have to prove something or settle something or pay off some debt I didn't ask for." Long looked up at Shun. "I'm going tomorrow knowing that I don't have to carry it afterward. That's new. That's the technique doing what it's supposed to do." Shin said, "That's the technique." "Long, I know. I'm saying thank you." They finished the weapons cleaning together, Shun assisting without being asked, understanding that Long had needed both the solitude and the company, in sequence. Lin found Zhao in the administrative quarters, reviewing documents. The information that was going to be released simultaneously with the extraction attempt was laid out on the table in meticulous order. Accounts from people who had gone missing, evidence of conclave activity gathered through Zhao's network, connections between conclave operations, and various disappearances across the region. It was thorough enough to be damning and specific enough to be believable. "Can't sleep either?" Lin asked. "Not particularly," Zhao said. "I keep thinking about what happens after. Assuming the extraction succeeds, assuming the public exposure succeeds, the conclave doesn't just disappear. They consolidate or they scatter, and either way, they become more dangerous." "You think we should abort?" "No," Zhao said firmly. "But I think we should be clear-eyed about what comes after this. We're not solving the problem. We're creating the conditions for the problem to be solved by people with more resources than we have." Lin sat down across from her. "Are we doing the right thing?" Zhao set down the document she'd been reviewing. "You already asked me that. I'm asking again, from a different angle." "Then the answer is, yes. The right thing and the dangerous thing and the necessary thing are all the same thing in this case. That doesn't make it easy. It just makes it clear." She leaned back in her chair and looked at him directly. "You're carrying the weight of all 5 of us, even though we've been trying to tell you that's not how this works. You're going to do that tomorrow too, probably. But while we're moving through that compound, you need to remember that we're not moving because you led us there. We're moving because we chose to be there. That matters." Lin wanted to argue. He wanted to point out all the ways this could fail, all the ways his judgment might be wrong, all the reasons they should be afraid. But he'd learned, living in the technique with these 4, that sometimes the right thing wasn't to protect people from their own choices. It was to accept that they'd made them. He nodded. "We should sleep," Zhao said, gathering the documents. "Tomorrow's going to be loud." They left the administrative quarters together and parted ways at the pavilion. Lin found himself alone in his quarters, but not truly alone, aware of the other for sleeping in their own rooms, connected by the bond that didn't require distance or proximity to function. He tried to organize his thoughts into something resembling rest, but mostly, he lay awake and felt the solidarity of the technique holding him in the dark, making sure he didn't have to carry the weight of tomorrow by himself, even if part of him kept trying. Chapter 54. The Rescue. Infiltration before dawn. In the hour when the night watch was at its deepest transition point, the 5 moved. The disciples had already established their positions along the eastern perimeter by the time the 5 reached the conclave compound. Jiao and 3 others were positioned at the secondary boundary, ready to activate their diversions at the signal. The rest were distributed in calculated patterns, visible enough to draw attention, organized enough to seem like routine pattern activity rather than stage distraction. At 4:47 a.m., the first false alarm went out. A minor disturbance in one of the auxiliary buildings, close enough to seem real, controlled enough to be contained. Lin felt rather than heard the conclave's sentry response cascade through the compound. Guards moved with the trained efficiency of people who'd handled this exact situation before, numerous times enough to have made it routine. The five entered through the western servant gate at 4:52 a.m., moving in absolute silence. The bond formed immediately, not into the wide amplification of a formal resonance, but into something narrower and more precise. This was combat coordination in its purest form. Lin moved first, his cultivation-enhanced senses extending outward through the bond, finding the threads of the compound's layout, the positions of moving personnel, the subtle shift in chi that indicated wards. Yu was to his left, already tracking the guard patterns with the methodical observation she'd perfected over years of careful reconnaissance. Chun was reading them both, while simultaneously mapping the interior, her architectural understanding of the space making her the primary navigator. Shun moved at the center of the formation, her awareness stretched through the bond and beyond, identifying locked doors and detection mechanisms the others couldn't see. Long brought up the rear, her consciousness already 3 steps ahead of their movement, ready to redirect any threats that manifested unexpectedly. There was no conversation. There had never been need for conversation in this kind of work, not since the bond had matured. Instead, information moved between them as if they were parts of a single nervous system. Long became aware of a guard approaching around a corner, and that awareness rippled through the bond to the others without speech. Yu's position shifted microscopically, moving slightly deeper into shadow. Chen's path recalculated. Shen's attention pivoted. Lin continued forward, and when the guard emerged from the corner, he had already decided not to see them, or rather, he saw what the 5 wanted him to see. An empty corridor, a trick of the light, nothing remarkable. They moved through the interior in precise silence. A door that required a resonance key, and Shun was already at it, her cultivation attunement calibrating to the ward's frequency. She didn't need more than 10 meters to read the pattern. At 5 meters, she had calculated the exact harmonic response required. She hummed something below the range of normal hearing, a vibration in her throat that carried through the bond to the others as a simple understanding. Go. The lock dissolved. They passed through a corridor where the night watch pattern had a gap of exactly 93 seconds every 7 minutes, according to Long's previous observation. They hit the gap in stride, moving at the precise pace Chun had calculated, arriving at the next section of corridor with 4 seconds to spare before the guards would rotate back into position. A section of the compound that Chen's maps had indicated might be open space, but that actually contained 2 dormitory rooms on the left side. Guards sleeping. They moved along the right wall where the floorboards didn't creak because Chun had learned which ones would and which ones wouldn't in her second observation pass through the compound. The bond held them in this state of perfect coordination, not amplified strength, not supernatural speed, but something far more dangerous. Absolute clarity about what each of them was doing and why. There was no doubt. There was no negotiation. There was only the unified intention moving 5 people forward through hostile territory like a single creature with 5 consciousness points distributed across its surface. They found the interior staircase that led down. The servant stairs, which Chun had identified as the most likely candidate for access to the lower levels. Long went first, her sword already drawn without sound. Shin followed, her hands moving in the gesture patterns she'd developed for lockbreaking. The others maintained formation, watching for guard rotation, reading the compound's chi signature for alerts. The lower level opened before them at 5:18 a.m., exactly 26 minutes into the operation, ahead of Chen's projected timeline. The corridor here was colder, more confined, with reinforced construction that suggested security, storage, or containment. Shin's body went rigid for a fraction of a second as her awareness expanded through the bond. The information came across in pure sensation rather than words. Asterisk 15 people. 13 in cells, 2 in medical containment. 3 guards. No immediate threat. 2 minutes before the corridor watch reaches this area, asterisk they moved. Long took the first guard with the kind of precision that left him unconscious and unharmed. A calculated strike to the pressure point at the base of the skull, guided by years of learning where exactly to apply force. The second guard was turning toward the disturbance, and Yu was already moving, her body intercepting his sight line and his attempt to raise an alarm. Chun was at the nearest door, her fingers already finding the lock mechanism and the small trigger that would disengage it from the inside. Shun was moving between cells now, checking on the conscious prisoners, assessing their physical states, transmitting the information backward through the bond without speaking. The third guard came around the corner with a cultivator's speed, sword already partly drawn, and Lin was waiting. Not to fight, but to present an obstacle. The guard diverted around him toward the others, and Long was already in position to prevent him from getting anywhere useful with that momentum. The bond held clear and absolute. 5 people, 13 prisoners, 3 guards who would be unconscious and unharmed, moving through a space that was becoming increasingly difficult to coordinate because it was designed for containment rather than flow. Move, Chen said aloud for the first time, and it wasn't a suggestion. The watch would reach this corridor in 90 seconds. They had already secured 8 of the prisoners. 5 more remained. Shun was at the medical containment room, looking at something through the doorway that made the bond flicker with disturbance, but she was already calculating, already moving, already assessing which of these people could be moved and which required additional support. All of them, Lin said quietly. Get all of them out. They did. Chapter 55. The Rescue. Discovery. The medical containment room was nothing like what any of them had expected. Shin pushed the door open and stopped. Her cultivator's awareness reached in before her body did, scanning the space, cataloging what was present. The bond transmitted something that felt like recognition and horror layered on top of each other, and the other 4 immediately understood that this was wrong in a way that went beyond the simple fact of prisoners being held. The room was organized like a research laboratory. There were 8 people on treatment platforms, some unconscious, some awake but restrained, some moving in ways that suggested the basic motor control had been disrupted. Equipment surrounded them. Vessels for cultivation circulation, notation charts filled with technical drawings of cultivation pathways, jars containing substances that probably shouldn't exist in a medical context at all. Lin entered behind Shun, and the understanding hit him immediately, clear and specific and utterly deliberate. The Conclave had been attempting to develop a forced dual cultivation technique. The documentation was right there in the first chart he saw. The initial hypothesis written in careful script, the experimental methodology laid out in systematic steps, the measurements tracking what had changed in the subject's cultivation signatures. They weren't trying to heal anyone. They were trying to understand the technique by inverting it. The technique that required honesty, transparency, clarity, consent. The technique that only worked because all 5 of them had chosen it at every moment. The Conclave had been working on a version that imposed these bonds without the subject's knowledge or consent. They had been taking people and forcing dual cultivation bonds into their cultivation systems, trying to extract the benefits that came from bonding without any of the ethical framework that made bonding possible. The subjects were people whose cultivation had been permanently altered. Some of them weren't conscious enough to recognize their own hands. Some were aware enough to understand what had been done to them, but couldn't generate the coherent cultivation to fix it. Some were somewhere in between, aware, trapped, unable to access the parts of themselves that would allow escape. The parallel was direct and deliberate. The Conclave had understood exactly what the technique was, and they had spent years trying to understand it by doing its opposite. Long's hand had gone to her sword. He was already at the nearest subject, checking for pulse and breathing with the careful attention of someone trying to determine what could be saved. Shin was reading the notation charts with the sick comprehension of someone who understood exactly what the experimental methodology implied. Zhao was cataloging the room itself, the exit routes, the guards who would be returning soon, the terrible priority of which of these people could be moved now and which would require additional support. Shin looked at Lin. In the bond, she transmitted something like, *, these are people, not prisoners. People who have been systematically experimented on. * Lin stood in the doorway of the research wing and looked at what it contained. The clarifying light of the bond showed him everything with terrible precision. He saw the intention in the setup. He saw the methodology in the charts. He saw the humanity in the 8 people who had been used as test subjects in an attempt to weaponize the very thing that their group had learned only worked through genuine choice. He said nothing for a long moment. Then, get everyone out. All of them. It was not a shout. It was the quietest kind of absolute. He was already moving, her hands gentle as she worked to release one of the restrained subjects. Shin was assessing which people had enough physical integrity to be moved quickly versus which would require support. Long was at the door, watching for guards, her expression having shifted into something cold and absolute that usually didn't appear until actual combat. Shin was looking between the charts and the subjects, trying to map the damage, trying to calculate what could be healed and what could only be stabilized. Zhao called out, "Watch rotation. For minutes before they come through this corridor. We're already at timeline compression. Then we compress more," Long said flatly. "Some of these people can't walk," Shin said, not a complaint but a statement of fact. "We carry them," you said. "We carry all of them." The bond tightened, and suddenly what mattered wasn't the timeline, wasn't the watch rotation, wasn't the conclave's response capacity. What mattered was that 8 people who had been used as experimental subjects in an attempt to weaponize the very thing their group had learned only worked through consent were going to make it out, and they were going to make it out intact. Lin felt Chun calculating the new route, the burden distribution, the way to move 8 people, some of whom couldn't contribute to their own movement, through the lower corridors and out of the compound. He felt Long already mapping the combat sequence if they were intercepted. He felt Yu's determination settling into the bond, like something immovable. He felt Shin's consciousness stretched to the maximum, identifying which subjects could be stabilized enough to travel and which would require cultivation-assisted support just to keep them alive through the extraction. And he understood, in that moment, why the Conclave had tried to weaponize the technique. It wasn't because they were evil or power-mad, though they might be both. It was because they understood that the technique's actual power, honesty, transparency, coordination, genuine consent between people who had chosen to be vulnerable together, that power was revolutionary. It couldn't coexist with the kind of world they were trying to maintain. Move, he said again, and this time it was permission and command layered together. All of them. We move all of them, and we don't come back. The extraction that followed was different from the infiltration. Slower, messier, requiring actual coordination with people who couldn't move fast. But the bond held. It held as they carried subjects up the servant stairs. It held as Chun recalculated the path when guard movements changed. It held as Long and Yu created disruptions to cover their movement, deliberate and controlled, drawing attention away from the extraction route. It held as Shun maintained the consciousness of the most damaged subjects through sheer cultivation-assisted willpower, keeping them aware enough that their bodies would move. The watch discovered them in the upper corridors. There was combat, quick, precise, nothing like the messy chaos of a real battle, but rather the focused elimination of obstacles. Longsword moved once, twice. A cultivator from the Conclave tried to block their exit, and it took both Lin and Chun to redirect that threat, which was more difficult than it should have been because they were also carrying one of the research subjects between them. But they made it out. All 5. All 13 prisoners. All 8 research subjects. The compound fell back into emergency defensive positions as they cleared the western boundary. The disciples were already moving to extract, their diversions accomplished, their role complete. By the time the Conclave could mount any kind of organized pursuit, the entire group had dissolved into the pre-dawn darkness, moving toward the safe houses Chun had identified in her planning. Simultaneously, in a dozen different places across the region, Zhao's network was releasing the information, documents, accounts, evidence of the Conclave's existence and their operations. By the time the sun rose, the question of whether the Conclave was real had been replaced with the question of how they'd managed to hide for so long. And in a borrowed room 3 hours outside the city, Shin was working with the 8 research subjects, trying to assess what could be healed, what could be stabilized, what would require help from healers far more skilled than any of them. Lin stood in the doorway and didn't know what to feel beyond the simple clarity that this was wrong. It had needed to be stopped, and they had been the only ones in position to do it. The technique had no instruction for what came next. There was no manual section for extracting people from forced bonding and trying to restore them to themselves. But the 5 of them were learning that the technique's greatest power wasn't in what the original creators had intended. It was in the way it could adapt to protect people who needed protection. That would have to be enough. Chapter 56. Confrontation with Qi Feng. The research wing was colder than the rest of the compound, as if the temperature had been deliberately reduced to slow the stirring of qi. Or perhaps it was simply that the experiments conducted here required precision, and precision demanded control. The smell hit them first, not blood or suffering, but something antiseptic and careful, which somehow made it worse. Sterility was a kind of cruelty with its own logic. Qi Feng did not flee. When they emerged into the central laboratory, she was standing at a workstation reviewing data, her posture unchanged at the sound of their arrival. She turned slowly, and what struck Lin was the complete absence of surprise on her face. She had known they would come here. She had perhaps been waiting for exactly this. She was older than Lin had expected, not ancient, but with the kind of tiredness that came from holding a position for decades, from making decisions that accumulated weight. Her hair was silver, worn in a severe braid. Her robes were pristine. When she looked at them, her eyes were clear. "You freed them," she said. Not a question. "Yes," Lin said. "All of them. All 21. She absorbed this with a small nod. Behind her, through reinforced glass, Lin could see the chambers. Most were empty now, but the equipment remained. Instruments whose purposes he could guess at, and hoped he would never know with certainty. The chambers were small. They had been designed for maximum observation and minimum movement. "Did you know this would be exposed?" Chen Hualin asked, stepping forward. Her voice had an edge like a blade. I suspected, Qi Feng said. Your associate, Zhao Qingyuan, he is very thorough with networks. He broadcasts his findings with the precision of someone who has planned timing to the hour. She paused. That was the decision that made the difference, I think. Not the rescue itself. The exposure. You're not denying it, Shen Yushi said. There was something almost disappointed in her tone, as if she had come prepared for defense and found negotiation instead. Deny what? Qi Feng turned fully to face them. That we conducted research? No. That we can find people in order to conduct it? No. That they did not consent? No. She paused between each denial, each one a small hammer striking home. I am not defending it. I am explaining it. There is a difference. Lin found himself stepping forward, though he hadn't decided to move. The bond stirred. The others felt his anger and held it with him, gave it shape without letting it consume. You're saying the end justified the means, Lin said. I am saying, Qi Feng replied, that I was trying to prevent something I thought was coming. Look at what your technique can do. Look at what it is. 5 people, bound together, their power amplifying multiplicatively. Your method was elegant and seemed harmless when you developed it. But other people realized what we realized. A technique that binds people together can be inverted. It can be used for coercion. We were trying to understand how it could be weaponized so that we could prevent it. So you weaponized it first, Long Ailey said. It was not a question. We practiced controlled research to prevent uncontrolled abuse. Lin moved toward the glass. Behind it, one chamber had restraints still attached to the walls. Faded stains marked where the metal had cut into skin. He turned back. The people behind that door didn't give controlled consent. A true silence fell. Not a pause. A genuine silence. The kind that meant something had shifted. Qi Feng's hands stilled on the workstation. When she spoke again, her voice was softer, which somehow made it worse. No, she said. They didn't. She was not defending it now. She was stating a fact that she had always known, but kept segregated from the rest of her reasoning. The recognition of it, standing here, in front of them, was different. It was true now in a way it hadn't been when she was alone in her chambers, planning her research and justifying the necessity. Why? Lin asked. There had to be volunteers. Cultivation researchers like you. There are always people willing to participate for advancement, because, Qi Feng said quietly, the results needed to be extreme. The forcing of resistance, the coercion of participation against their will, it amplified the negative frequency. It made the technique react more violently. Volunteers would not have resisted enough. The coercion itself was data. The room seemed to hollow out around these words. Zhao had stepped forward and was photographing the equipment with deliberate precision, documenting everything. Yu Mingming had moved to check the chambers themselves, her hand gentle on the glass, where someone had been confined. None of them looked at Qi Feng now except Lin. You created a map, Qi Feng continued, speaking to him specifically. Your 5-partner resonance technique was elegant and beautiful, and you published it openly. You let people see how it works. And I looked at that map, and I thought, if that is possible, then so is its inverse. So is control. So is weaponization on a scale that hasn't been seen before. I was trying to build a defense against something I believed was inevitable. By becoming the thing you feared, Lin said. By understanding it first, she corrected. But there was no conviction in her voice. There was only a tired rehearsal of logic that had never quite held. Lin looked at her for a long moment. She did not look away. Her expression was steady, which was perhaps the most damning thing of all. There was no rage in her, no justification that burned hot. Only the cool clarity of someone who had made her choice and had known for a long time that it was wrong, and had found ways to live with that knowledge anyway. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady. Your fear is legitimate. The technique could be unstable at scale. Multiple bonds could cause complications that we haven't discovered yet. But the answer is not control. The answer is trust. We're willing to face that instability openly, to work through it together. Can you? Qi Feng looked at him for a long moment. The others had stopped moving. Even Zhao had lowered his recording device. They were all waiting for her answer, and they all understood that this moment mattered in a way that went beyond the immediate. I don't know, Qi Feng said finally. It was the most honest thing she had said in the entire conversation. There was no defense in it, no logic to shield behind. Only the bare truth of uncertainty. Lin felt something in his chest ease slightly. That's a better answer than no, he said. He gestured to the others, and they withdrew toward the laboratory entrance. The experimental equipment remained in place, but Qi Feng made no move to stop them. When they reached the doorway, she called after him. Will you destroy the research? Lin paused. The bond stirred with the others' responses, their anger, their certainty, their need for this to be erased. Yes, he said. It cannot be rebuilt from anything we leave. She nodded slowly. I thought so. I hope you're right about trust, Lin Xianfeng. For all our sake, I hope you're right. He left her there, standing in her sterile laboratory, surrounded by the instruments of her careful cruelty. He did not look back. Chapter 57. The resonance against conclave magic. They were 3 corridors away when they heard the sound. Not loud, but deep, a vibration that seemed to move through the foundation itself. Long grabbed Lin's arm immediately. That's activation magic, she said. Major working. The chi died. It happened all at once, a sudden absence like a door slamming closed. The gentle hum of the compound's cultivation network, which they had learned to feel, a constant background of power, simply ceased. The air felt flat, empty, wrong. Normal breathing felt like a difficulty. The suppression seal, Chun Hualin said. It's a building-wide artifact. We can't fight through this, Zhao said, checking his cultivation instinctively and finding nothing to check. Normal chi circulations are dead. We can't, the bond, Lin said. He didn't explain further. He didn't need to. The others were already understanding it as he spoke the words. The 5-fold resonance between them was not a normal technique. It did not run on conventional chi pathways. It ran on relationship, on the concrete fact of their connection, which was not something that could be cataloged in a suppression ward because suppression wards were designed to target chi, and what they shared was not chi. It was something that had no cultivation name because it was not meant to exist. Here, Lin said. Now. They did not form a traditional stance. There was no time for it. They simply moved into a circle in the middle of the corridor, hands reaching outward to meet, to clasp, to hold. The bond snapped into place like something that had always been there, always been ready. The resonance began as it always did. A trembling in their shared cores, a frequency that had no sound but made sound possible, a vibration that moved through the building and the ground beneath it. But this time it was different. The suppression field was pressing down on them, and instead of struggling against it, they pushed back, not with chi, but with the pressure of their connection, the weight of what they were to each other. The resonance grew. Each breath they took seemed to amplify it. The bond between them, normally a warm golden thread, began to glow with light that had nothing to do with cultivation power. It was the light of recognition, of 5 people standing in absolute certainty of what they were and what they meant to each other. It was the light of love, which was the only word for it. And love was not something a suppression artifact could measure, because love was not something that could be measured. The suppression field cracked. They heard it before they felt it, a sound like breaking glass, but vast, building-wide. The artifact was reading nothing, finding no chi signature to suppress, because the bond did not register as chi. It registered as relationship, and the suppression seal had no category for that. The crack spread. Light began to pour through the seals in the foundation. The artifact was designed for elegant reduction. It did not know how to fail in the face of something that did not exist in its conceptual framework. So it shattered instead, integrity compromised by attempting to suppress what it could not perceive. When it finally gave way, normal chi flooded back into the compound like water breaching a dam. The cultivation network came alive. But the bond was still there, still bright, still amplified, still impossible. Chi Feng was standing in the doorway of the research wing when they turned. Her eyes were focused not on them, but on the space around them where their resonance was visible, where light from a source that had no practical explanation was making the air shimmer. That shouldn't be possible, she said, and for the first time, she sounded not certain but truly confused. Her hypothesis had been proven wrong, not in theory but in fact, standing in front of her. The technique is a relationship, Lin said. The words felt true in a way that deflecting to theory never quite managed. You can't suppress what 2 people are to each other. Chi Feng was quiet for a very long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was soft and entirely without triumph or satisfaction. I understand now what you are. She did not sound pleased about the understanding. She sounded the way someone sounds when they have been hoping something is not true and have just received proof that it is. Chapter 58. Chi Feng's defeat, not death. The guards came next, moving quickly toward them through corridors they had memorized. Long handled the first 6 without needing help. Her cultivation had fully returned, and she had been waiting for this. Her strikes were precise, efficient, delivering only what was necessary to incapacitate. Shun Hualin moved with her, their timing synchronized from years of shared training, and together they subdued 3 more with techniques that left the guards gasping for breath, but otherwise intact. Yu and Shun took the remainder. There was no cruelty in any of it. There was only the clear, cold certainty of people who had come to prevent further harm and would not hesitate to use force to do so. The experimental chambers were the harder decision. They had to be destroyed. Not damaged or sealed. Destroyed in a way that meant the research could not be salvaged, rebuilt, restarted. Lin insisted on this, moving through the wing with Zhao, identifying every document, every data crystal, every piece of equipment that could potentially contain knowledge of what had been done here. They burned it. The compound's own magic systems were repurposed. Zhao had learned enough from the guards they'd disabled to access the containment arrays. The fire was quick and thorough, and when it was finished, the research wing was nothing but ash and twisted metal and the lingering chemical smell of destruction. When Lin finally faced Qifeng, she had not fled. She was standing in the courtyard, watching the smoke rise from the research wing. She did not turn when he approached. She seemed very small suddenly, diminished not by fear, but by the simple reality of her choices made concrete. "You could have escaped," Lin said. "Where would I go?" Her voice was almost serene. "The suppression order will be lifted now that this place is exposed. The cultivation community will know what was done here. I have nowhere to hide and no one who will shield me. And frankly, I am not sure I want to run anymore." Lin considered this. The bond was steady at his back. The others were spread through the compound, ensuring no one else had escaped, ensuring no other research remained. They were not listening at this distance, but they were present. He could feel them. "Your fear was legitimate," Lin said quietly. "The technique could be unstable. Multiple bonds could create complications we haven't discovered. But the answer is not control. The answer is trust. We're willing to face that instability openly, to work through it together. Can you?" Qifeng turned to look at him. Her face was lined with years of careful logic, careful justification, careful building of a wall between her actions and her conscience. That wall had cracked in the research wing and had never quite sealed again. "I don't know," she said. It was the most fragile thing she had said in this entire arc. Lin felt something shift in his chest. He had expected her to defend herself further, to cling to her justifications, to rage or reason or beg. Instead, she stood in honest uncertainty, and that uncertainty was the only kind of answer that mattered. "That's a better answer than no," he said. He could have detained her. The others would have supported him. She had committed crimes. She had hurt people deliberately, with calculation and precision. The logical choice would have been to turn her over to the cultivation authorities, to let justice, however he defined it, take its course. Instead, he let her go. It cost him something to do it. He felt it like a weight in his chest as he gestured her toward the compound's eastern gate. "The conclave has been exposed," he said. "Whatever you do next, you do it in the open. There is no darkness deep enough to hide in anymore. Can you live with that?" "Yes," Qifeng said, and the word seemed to surprise her as much as it surprised him. "I think I can." She left. There was no ceremony to it, no particular moment of farewell. She simply walked toward the gate, and the guards, who had been waiting for instruction, let her pass. Chun Hualin appeared at Lin's side once Qifeng had disappeared into the outer city. "You let her walk," she said. It was not a question or an accusation. It was a statement of fact. "I did." "Why?" Lin stood with his hands at his sides, watching the space where Qifeng had been. "Because the alternative would have been to become what I'm fighting against," he said quietly. "To take someone who hurt people and hurt them in return, to justify it with different logic but the same principle. I couldn't do that and still believe in what we're trying to build." "She might hurt more people," Chen said. "She might," Lin acknowledged. "But if she does, she'll do it in sunlight now. And sunlight has a way of maturing." The bond stirred with the others' responses to this. Their agreement, their lingering anger, their trust in his choice even though it cost them something to grant it. That trust was the only thing that made the choice possible at all. Chapter 59. Aftermath and Reckoning. The freed experimental subjects were still disoriented when they emerged from the compound. 21 people, their cultivation damaged, their bodies weakened, their minds struggling to process liberation after weeks of confinement. The relief came when Zhao's information release hit the cultivation networks, perfectly timed to the minute, as if he had been counting down to it the entire time. By the time they reached the neutral ground outside the compound, the conclave suppression order was already being lifted. Major sect leaders had made public statements. The silence that had protected the conclave's research was breaking into 1,000 fractures, and none of those fractures could be sealed again. The group became something they had not been before. Not curiosity, not threat, not underground. They became real. The freed experimental subjects began the slow process of healing. Some of them would recover fully. The damage was physical and could be mended with time and proper cultivation. Others had suffered deeper injuries, things that did not show on the skin but manifested in how they moved, how they looked at anyone in authority, how they flinched at sudden sounds. These injuries would take longer. Xie Kuang's daughter was among them. She was younger than Lin had expected, 16, with hair that had been shorn unequally and eyes that had learned not to hope. When her father was brought to her, she did not run to him. She simply looked at him from across the room with the expression of someone verifying that an old dream was still real. He went to her slowly and did not attempt to touch her. He simply knelt, and she looked at him, and something in both of them seemed to come back online. "I am sorry," he said. "I am sorry I did not come sooner." "You came," she said. Her voice was small. "You came." The group did not stay to watch the reunions. That was private. Instead, they made space for families to find each other, for the initial shock of freedom to settle into something that might eventually become joy. Xie Kuang found them later and bowed. Not a functional bow, but a deep one that held gratitude and humility and the weight of a father who had gotten his daughter back. "Thank you," he said. "I cannot repay this. I cannot match this. I can only say thank you." "You don't need to thank us," Shin said. There was gentleness in her voice, but no softness, no false comfort. "I know," Xie Kuang said. "I'm doing it anyway." That night, without planning to, they found themselves in one of the compound's meditation chambers. Empty now, cleaned of everything except the basic cultivation framework. The five of them sat in a circle, hands linked, and began to resonate. There was no pressure this time, no emergency, no fight against suppression. This was simple, pure, what they had been learning to do since the very beginning. To be in harmony with each other, to allow the bond to flow and amplify, to reach further than they could reach alone. The breakthrough came simultaneously for all five of them. They felt it happening at the exact same moment, the shift from middle core formation into the early stages of late core formation. The power was not explosive or violent. It was like stepping through a door that had always been there, recognition and arrival, and the understanding that there was further to go. The resonance held them in that moment of transformation, amplified through their connection, made possible by what they were to each other. When they released and opened their eyes, the room was bright with the light of their bond. It had been confirmed, in public now, irrefutable. The technique worked. The advancement was real. The power was not imagination or wishful thinking, but measurable, verifiable, genuine. "5 of us," Yu Mingming said quietly. "All at once. The bond synchronizes us," Zhao said. He was always reaching for the technical explanation, always trying to understand the mechanism. At enough power, individual advancement becomes synchronized advancement. "It's not synchronization," Lin said. The words came from somewhere deeper than his usual pattern of deflection. "It's arrival. We all got there together because we never were separate in the first place." No one argued with this. The truth of it was palpable, visible in the way they were still holding hands, in the way the bond was still bright, in the way they had all undergone the same transformation at the same instant through the simple fact of their connection. This was real success, not triumph. The word felt too loud, too shallow. But arrival. The completion of something that had been building since they had first begun to understand what the technique could be. They had proven it was not coercion. They had proven it was not control. They had proven it was advancement, real and measurable and beautiful in the way that true things sometimes are. Chapter 60. The Lich Sovereign's attention intensifies. Several days had passed when Zhao appeared at Lin's door late at night. He was carrying a document. Old, sealed, the kind of official record that had been filed away and forgotten by everyone except archivists. "You need to see this," Zhao said. There was an urgency in his voice that set off alarms in Lin's chest. This was not the tone of someone bringing good news. They moved to the quiet garden behind their temporary shelter, a place where they could talk without being overheard, where the night air could carry away the weight of whatever Zhao had found. "The resonance frequency we generated during the emergency session in the suppression field," Zhao began. "I've been researching it, trying to understand how it functioned, what made it different from previous resonances we've achieved." "And?" Lin asked, though he could already sense the direction this was heading. "The frequency was higher than we've ever achieved before. Significantly higher. We already knew that. The suppression field pressure amplified our bond. But I found something else." Zhao opened the document with the care of someone handling something ancient and fragile. "These are sealed archives. Restricted records from the Cultivation Authority's restricted records. Qingyuan had access because of her network connections. This document discusses something called resonance bleeding." Lin waited. The night was very still around them. When harmonic bonds reach sufficient power and concentration, Zhao read, they create microfractures in the boundary between realms. These fractures are stable at low power. At high power, he stopped. His hands had tightened on the document. "At high power what?" Lin asked quietly. "The document doesn't finish that sentence," Zhao said. "It ends mid-page. The next page is missing. Someone removed it deliberately. It was removed a very long time ago, and the removal was noted in official records, which means it was intentional, which means he stopped, breathing carefully. Which means someone in the Cultivation Authority deemed that information dangerous enough that they didn't just classify it. They destroyed it. Lin took the document. The text cut off mid-thought, leaving only a trailing space where the rest of the page should have been. It was like a word on the tip of a tongue that would never be spoken. The harmonic we generated, Zhao continued, was at the level the document discusses as sufficient to create these microfractures. The pressure from the suppression field amplified it. The proximity of 21 freed people's emotional response, their joy at liberation, their relief, their gratitude, all of that was resonating with our bond. It all contributed to that frequency. How do you know? Lin asked, though he could feel the truth of it already. Because I found the same frequency signature in archived reports from Cultivation Authority researchers. 3 centuries ago, they noted it being generated, documented the resonance bleeding, and then the documentation stops. The researcher who filed the report was removed from duty, and that frequency signature was never recorded officially again. Lin felt the bond stir. The others were sleeping, but they could feel something in him, something wrong. He kept them calm, kept the fear contained. What happens at high power? Lin asked. What happens when those microfractures? I don't know, Zhao said. The document doesn't say. But I know someone who might be able to tell us what happened 3 centuries ago. And I know that whatever happened was bad enough that the Cultivation Authority tried to erase the record of it. Far away, in a place that could not quite be called a place, a space between spaces, a realm that existed in the gaps of normal reality, something stirred. It had been waiting. It had been patient for 300 years, which was not patience, but rather the natural existence of something that experienced time differently than humans understood it. But 300 years had a shape and an end point, and when the microfractures opened again for the first time in 3 centuries, when that signature bled across the dimensional boundary and registered in the vast, incomprehensible awareness that had been waiting, something began to move. It did not move quickly. 300 years more was not a long journey for something that had been patient this long. But it moved. For the first time in centuries, it moved toward the source of the signal. It was not hunting. It was not angry. It was simply answering a call that had echoed across the boundaries of reality, and its answer would reshape everything it touched. Lin sat in the garden with Zhao's document in his hands. The paper felt fragile, though it had lasted 3 centuries. His own hands felt fragile too, though his body was stronger than it had ever been. The question isn't whether the technique is legitimate anymore, he said quietly. No, Zhao agreed. What's the question? Whether using it at scale might break the world. The bond stirred deeper now, the others waking, drawn toward his distress. He held them at a distance, but did not push them away. They needed to know. They all needed to know that their success had attracted the attention of something vast and patient and utterly incomprehensible. In a place far away, something catalogs the signal and adjusts its course toward the source. The world does not yet know what is coming, but something is coming, and it is very, very large. Chapter 61. The Resonance Collective's first meeting happened in a tea room that had no security wards at all. Lin Xianfeng sat at a long table with Yu Mengmeng on his left, Chen Hualin on his right, Xin Yuxi across from him, and Long Ali at the table's far end. Outside, mid-morning light fell on the neutral district's clean streets, a place where no major sect held absolute control, where merchants paid taxes to a council rather than a sovereign. The tea room's owner had been informed that they might be famous, and she had left them alone with the good leaves and a pot that actually held heat. The first envoy arrives this afternoon, you said. She was reading from a paper list, her practical nature already cataloging the problem into manageable pieces. The Golden Lotus sect is sending their first disciple. Then tomorrow, the Obsidian Crown and the Three Rivers Alliance. They want the technique, Long said. It wasn't a question. Long had the quality of understanding things directly, without needing explanation. They know we have something that works. They want us, Chen corrected. Her fingers traced the table's grain absently. She did this when calculating, as if physical contact with something real helped her think about abstractions. The technique is just the excuse. What they actually want is what we represent. Something that works, outside of their hierarchies, and we made it ourselves. Lin poured tea. The steam rose, and he watched it disperse into patterns that seemed almost meaningful for a moment before becoming just air. We need to decide before they arrive. Hide or become visible. Shen had been quiet since they sat down. She looked at each of them in turn. We already decided that. When we chose to rescue the hostages publicly. When we accepted interviews from the chroniclers. When we didn't deny what we've been doing. That was necessity, you said, not unkindly. This is choice. This is also necessity, Shin countered. The conclave didn't stop because we were quiet. It stopped because we were loud enough that ignoring us cost them more than confronting us. Quiet isn't the option anymore. Long leaned back in her chair, which creaked under the shift of her weight. I want to know who I'm standing against. Politics is fog. Fighting is clean. I prefer fighting. Then you'll hate this part of the path, Chen said. Because the fighting isn't coming from outside anymore. It's going to be about who controls what narrative about us, and who uses us for what ends. And there will be no clear adversary. Only people with interests that sometimes align with ours and sometimes don't. The tea cooled slightly. Lin watched the way the light through the window played across the table's surface. He thought about the women who sat around this table, and how none of them had chosen him. They had chosen the technique, and then each other, and only then had they become bound to him. He thought about the weight of that. I want to be honest about what we are, he said. The technique works because the bonds are real. The bonds work because there's nothing hidden between us. I don't want to become political instruments while pretending we're still a genuine collective. Then we form something official, you said slowly. She was seeing it as she spoke. With a charter. With explicit values. With visible structure so that when the sects try to move us, we have something to resist against that isn't just our stubbornness. The Resonance Collective, Chen said. The name was already complete in her mind. We register it as an independent organization, under our own authority, not under the protection of any sect. We say publicly why we exist and what we believe. And when someone tries to use us, we can point to that and say no with actual principle behind it. It was a terrifying idea. It meant they could not fade back into obscurity. It meant their names would be known. It meant families could find them, enemies could locate them, and there would be no protective shadows left. Shin was nodding slightly. And we say who we really are. That the technique requires genuine connection. That we're not selling power, we're offering a different way to cultivate. And if other sects don't want that, they can stop sending invoice. They won't stop, Long said. They'll just get angry. Yes, Lin agreed. They will. Long considered this. She looked at her hands, then back at the table. All right then. I'll stand visible if the rest of you stand visible. I'm tired of wondering where the next blow is coming from anyway. They spent the rest of the morning writing. Not a charter yet. That would take longer, but the principles. The core statements of what the Resonance Collective existed for. Why the technique mattered. What they would accept, and what they would refuse. When the envoy from the Golden Lotus sect arrived that afternoon, you met her in a different room, one that had been prepared. The first disciple was a sharp-faced woman named Liemo, with gray already threading through her hair and the bearing of someone who had made difficult decisions and accepted the consequences. We have received your message, Liemo said, without preamble. You are forming an independent organization. We are, you confirmed. You declined preliminary offers from 3 major houses in the past month. We did. Liemo placed a paper on the table. This is not an offer to affiliate or control you. This is a request for apprenticeship, limited to 12 of our disciples. They would study with you, then return to teach our sect what the technique requires. We would not bind them to your organization. We would not ask you to support our political interests. We would simply learn. You looked at the paper. It was plain. It lacked the velvet language of coercion. It asked for something specific and nothing more. I'll discuss it with the others, you said. That is all I hoped for, Liemo replied. When you told them about it that evening, Lin felt something settle in his chest. Not resolution. The conflict was far from resolved, but the first proof that there might be a path forward where they didn't have to choose between disappearing and becoming corrupted. We can teach, Shin said. That's what the technique is for, isn't it? To show other people how to connect genuinely. Shin was already calculating the implications. If we accept one, we have to develop criteria for the others. We can't just say yes randomly, but a framework we can maintain. I'll teach the 12, you said, if the others agree. Lin looked at each of them. You, steady and practical. Chun, thinking 5 moves ahead. Shun, already imagining the faces of 12 disciples who might become something more than disciples. Long, sitting in the corner with her arms crossed, watching the conversation like it was a fight she was learning the patterns of. The Resonance Collective accepts, Lin said. On these terms. That night, after the others had left for their separate residences, Lin stood in the empty meeting room. The chairs still held the warmth of where they had sat. The teapot was cold. Outside, the neutral district continued its ordinary life. Merchants closing shops, cultivators returning to their sects, the vast machinery of the world turning. He had chosen to be visible. They all had, and he felt the weight of it more clearly now, the way it changed what was possible and what was required. There was no hiding anymore. There was only the choice of what to do with being seen. He blew out the candles one by one and locked the door behind him. Chapter 62. Xie Kuang stood in the doorway of the Resonance Collective's new headquarters, and looked like a man who had been broken and glued back together, but not in any way that made him whole. He was holding his daughter's hand. She was 14, with her father's sharp cheekbones and something stubborn in her jaw. Her eyes were alert, careful, the eyes of someone who had been threatened and knew that threats were real. When she saw Sean, she stepped slightly closer to her father, seeking confirmation that this place was safe. She is well, Xia said. Unharmed. I have kept her with me since the rescue. Shen did not move forward. She stood in the center of the main room. They had barely begun furnishing it, so it was mostly empty space that echoed slightly, and watched her former mentor. 3 months ago, she had believed he was working with the conclave against them. 2 months ago, he had given her information that had helped save lives. 1 month ago, she had almost forgiven him. Today, he looked like forgiveness was the last thing he expected or was asking for. Come in, Lin said, stepping forward. He was good at this, the first motion of trust. Your daughter can rest in the back room. There's water, and we have some honey cakes from the market. The girl looked at her father. He nodded slightly, and she released his hand and followed Chun, who had wordlessly stood and moved toward the back of the headquarters. Chen was good at quiet acceptance. The girl would be comfortable with her. When she was gone, Xia did not sit. He stood in the middle of the empty room like he did not believe he was allowed to occupy space. I have brought everything I know, he said. He was holding a thick portfolio of papers. The conclave structure, the remaining agents I was aware of, the supply chains, the safe houses, the people they were planning to recruit. I have included names, locations, and dates. I do not know if it is still accurate in all particulars, but it is accurate in what matters. He placed the portfolio on the table. No one moved to take it immediately. Why? You asked. Because they are still operating, Xia said. And because I was foolish enough to be involved with them. And because you offered my daughter a future when she had none. That seems like reason enough. He's asking for something, Long said. Her voice was not unkind, but it was blunt. Everyone asks for something. I am not, Xia said. I am offering information in exchange for nothing. I accept that you will never trust me. I accept that you may choose to refuse me this attempt at, not redemption, because I have not earned that. Perhaps only utility. I am simply saying that I wish to be useful, and I will accept whatever boundaries you place on that arrangement. It was a good speech. It sounded prepared, which probably meant it wasn't. It probably meant he had rehearsed it so many times that it had worn into sincerity. Shin watched him and tried to find the man who had taught her the first principles of cultivation, and found instead only this broken version asking for crumbs of trust. Leave us, Lin said to Xia. We need to discuss. Xia inclined his head and retreated to stand near the door. He did not try to hear the conversation. He kept his back turned and his eyes down, giving them privacy even in the same room. He sold us out once, you said immediately. It was not hostile, just factual. And then helped us in the conclave, Lin countered. He has given us information that saved lives. He provided the location of the Eastern safe house, which he helped create in the first place, Long pointed out. He did, Shin said quietly. Everyone turned to look at her. He did. And I will be the one working with him the most, so you should know my opinion. He was my teacher. I trusted him completely. And he broke that trust. She paused, gathering the words. But I watched him break himself over what he had done. And I watched him try to fix it, not to curry favor with us, but because he couldn't live with what he'd become. I don't know if I can trust him again. I don't know if I ever will, completely. But I think we should try. Shin was quiet, running calculations. Separation from sensitive information. He doesn't know about resonance bleeding, about the dimensional fractures, about anything still theoretical. He gets information that's useful, but not dangerous. And supervision, Long said. He doesn't move within the collective without one of us present. Probationary status, Lin said. Until he proves consistent. They all looked at each other and found agreement. It was not an enthusiastic agreement. It was the kind of agreement you made when you were tired and wanted to be better people than you had been, even when the path to being better was full of risk. Lin walked to the door. We accept your offer, he said to Xia. Under specific conditions. He laid them out, the separation from sensitive knowledge, the supervision, the probationary period. Xia listened without objection, without negotiation. When it was done, he bowed. Thank you, he said. Don't thank us yet, Long said from across the room. You haven't proven you're worth it. I know, Xia said, but I am grateful for the chance to try. When he went to retrieve his daughter, Shun followed him to the back room. The girl was sitting with Chun, eating a honey cake and looking slightly less afraid. When her father entered, she stood immediately, the reflexive movement of someone who had learned to be alert to his moods. We're staying, he said to her. Staying and working here. The girl looked at Chun, then at Shun, then back at her father. Will it be safe? Yes, Xia said, and he sounded like he believed it. It will be safe. After they left, Xin sat in the back room for a long time, not moving. She was thinking about the years she had spent learning from this man. Thinking about the moment when she realized he had betrayed them. Thinking about the moment when she realized that betrayal was a choice he had made while being broken, not because of the strength of his character, but despite it. She thought about sitting in this room now and knowing that trust was not something you could give all at once. It was something you built, piece by piece, with someone standing in front of you and being honest about who they were. She was not sure Xie could do that, but she thought it was worth seeing if he could. Lin found her when the evening was failing into night. He sat down beside her without asking permission. "You were right," he said. "To argue for it." "I know," Xin said, "but I'm still scared. Of whether I'm making a mistake. Of whether I'm betraying the others by wanting to forgive him." "You're not betraying them," Lin said. "You're just doing what you think is right. The rest of us are doing what we think is right. Some of those things probably conflict. How do you live with that?" Xin asked. "Carefully," Lin said, "and by being honest about it." He was looking at the wall, at nothing in particular. Xin had learned to recognize this look. It was the look he got when he was making a decision he didn't like, but couldn't avoid. "Is there something else?" she asked. Lin was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "No, not tonight." But she could tell he was lying. And she could tell that whatever he was not saying was something he thought was important enough to withhold. She did not press him. Trust, she had learned, was about knowing when to ask and when to wait. She would wait. Chapter 63. The first two recruitment cohorts were 12 disciples each, and they came from different sects with different expectations and different capacities. Yu's group was learning to the sound of their own breathless laughter. They were younger, mostly, and still believed that cultivation was about reaching toward something infinite. The technique came easily to them because they had not yet learned to be afraid of genuine connection. Yu was a natural teacher. She created spaces where vulnerability was not a liability but a strength, and the disciples learned that resonance required not power but honesty. Chen's group was more complicated. Some of them came from merchant families, some from political circles, some from sects with traditions so rigid that they barely knew how to move differently. Chen taught them the same way she approached a trade negotiation. Identify what each person actually needed, build structures that honored that need, and create the circumstances where mutual benefit became obvious. Her disciples were more distant with each other, but they were methodical. They understood the technique not as transcendence, but as a tool, and paradoxically that clarity made them effective. 3 months after they began, Zhao Qinxian walked into Lin's study late at night with papers covered in numbers. Zhao had taken to the collective structure the way a merchant takes to a scale. He understood measurement, understood precision, and understood that knowing exactly where you stood mattered more than being comfortable. He had been tracking something. His handwriting was very small and very neat, which meant he had been doing something important that he did not want to think about while he was doing it. "The resonance frequency is escalating," he said without preamble. He spread the papers across Lin's desk. "Look at the measurements." Lin looked. The numbers went from neat rows at the beginning, the original 5 of them, synchronized, and then began to branch and climb as new groups formed. The pattern was unmistakable. Multiple synchronized groups created a harmonic field that was stronger than the individual groups alone. The more groups that synchronized, the stronger the field became. "This is good," Lin said. "This is what we wanted." The technique spreading, becoming stronger. "Yes," Zhao agreed. "And this creates a problem." He pointed to a different set of numbers. These showed the dimensional fractures, the places where resonance bleeding had created small ruptures in the fabric between worlds. The measurements had been increasing steadily. When you resonate strongly with one group, you create small, localized fractures, Zhao said. When you resonate with 2 groups simultaneously, the fractures intensify. With 3 or more groups creating overlapping harmonic fields in proximity, the fractures scale logarithmically. They are not breaking the world, but they are making cracks in it. And something has noticed. Lin felt the weight of this settle into his chest. The thing Shin sensed. When we use the full technique against the conclave. Yes, I am theorizing that it perceives through dimensional ruptures. The more we create, the clearer the signal becomes. You are essentially becoming louder. We can't stop growing, Lin said. It was not a question. No, Zhao agreed. You can't. The purpose is to grow. The purpose is to teach the technique and have others resonate. And that is exactly what escalates the signal. Lin stood and walked to the window. Outside, the city moved through its night routines. Somewhere out there, disciples in Yu's cohort were learning to hold another person's resonance in their mind without losing their own center. Somewhere else, Chen was teaching practical application to cultivators who viewed the technique as leverage. And somewhere deeper still, something vast and ancient was becoming aware of this world again because of decisions they were making. What's the threshold? Lin asked. Unknown, Zhao said. The dimensional fractures are still small, still manageable, but the scaling means we will reach some point where the signal becomes impossible to ignore. Days, months? I cannot be precise. And when that threshold is reached, Zhao folded his papers carefully. Then whatever notices us will decide whether it considers us interesting, dangerous, or useful. I suggest preparing for all three possibilities. Lin turned back. We don't tell the others yet. It was not a question, but Zhao made it one anyway. We don't tell them why you're making decisions. We don't tell them that every new cohort makes us louder to something we don't understand. If they know, they'll stop, Lin said. And we can't afford to stop. The technique has to grow or it dies. But if they know how much danger we're creating. He trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. Zhao was watching him with an expression that was not quite accusatory, but was close. You're protecting them from information again, the same way you protected them during the conclave crisis. Yes, Lin said. And he knew it was wrong. He knew that the principle the Resonance Collective was founded on, genuine connection through honesty, was being violated by his choice. He knew that keeping this secret was exactly the kind of decision that destroyed trust. And he was making it anyway. They deserve to know, Zhao said quietly. They do, Lin agreed. And I will tell them. When I know more. When we have a clearer picture of the threat and the timeline. You keep saying that, Zhao observed. And it keeps being the wrong decision. Because the longer you wait, the more your hiding matters. Lin did not argue. He could not argue, because Zhao was right. Instead he said, keep measuring. Tell me if the scaling accelerates. Tell me if the fractures begin affecting anything beyond theoretical dimensions. And still don't tell the others, Zhao confirmed. Not yet, Lin said. Zhao left the papers on the desk and left the study. He did not speak again, but his silence was heavy with disapproval. Lin sat at his desk in the dark and looked at the numbers that represented the world becoming aware of what they were doing. He was making the wrong choice, and he was making it anyway. It was becoming a pattern. Chapter 64. The envoy from the Iron Heaven Congress arrived in the 4th month after the collective's founding. His name was Wei Shun, and he was beautiful in the way that political power made people beautiful, polished and confident, and completely certain that the world would bend to his expectations. He came with a simple proposal and an elegant dinner. The dinner was held in a neutral restaurant, one favored by cultivators who needed to meet without sect observation. Wei Shun had arranged a private room with excellent wine and better food. He had done his research. The dishes reflected what each of them reportedly enjoyed, which meant he had spent time building a profile of their preferences. The Iron Heaven Congress respects what you have accomplished, Wei Shun said, once the dinner had been served and they were alone. The technique has value. The collective has credibility. This is rare in the cultivation world, and we do not take it lightly. Thank you, Lin said politely. We would like to formalize an arrangement. Wei Shun continued. Nothing restrictive. Nothing that compromises your independence. Simply a formal recognition that the collective operates under the Congress's aegis, with certain protections and resources made available. What would those protections entail? Chen asked. She was eating methodically, her calculation never pausing. Political support in disputes with hostile sections. Protection of your facilities from direct assault. Access to Congress trade networks for acquiring materials and dispersing teachings. Wei Shun made it sound simple. In return, we would ask that the collective support the Congress's position in a certain territorial matter with the Eastern Meridian Alliance. It was perfectly, exquisitely clear, dressed up in political language, but clear. They would accept Congress resources and Congress protection, and in return, they would become a political instrument of Congress interests. Lin set down his chopsticks and looked at Wei Shun directly. You're asking us to stop being a cultivation organization and become a political faction. I am asking you to acknowledge the reality that you are already political, Wei Shun said, and he was still smiling. You have power. Power has political consequences. The only question is whether you manage those consequences or whether they manage you. Those are not the only options, Long said. What are the others? Wei Shun asked, genuinely interested. Refusing, Long said. Just saying no. Wei Shun did not respond immediately. He took a sip of wine and looked thoughtful. When he finally spoke, his voice had lost some of its polish but none of its confidence. That is certainly an option. I hope you will consider carefully what protection actually costs when you don't have it. The world is full of people who dislike change. The collective represents change. Without formal backing, those people will find ways to express their dislike. The smile returned, but it was different now. It was a smile that acknowledged that the offer had been made and refused, and that other options were available if this one was no longer on the table. Thank you for dinner, Lin said. Thank you for your honesty, Wei Shun replied. It is refreshing, if ultimately unwise. He finished his wine and left them in the private room with the remaining dishes. When he was gone, Long released a breath she had been holding. That was a threat, she said. It was a clearly stated threat disguised as an offer. Chen agreed. He was honest about it, which was actually kind in its way. He was showing us the limits of what refusing protection looks like, you said. She was pale, which meant she was scared. Yu's fear was always quiet. He was making sure we understood the cost of independence. Lin looked at the empty space where Wei Shun had been sitting. The man had eaten very little, which meant the dinner had been a performance rather than a meal. Everything about him had been performance. We were always going to reach this point, Shin said. The moment we became visible, we became worth using. He was just the first person honest enough to name it. There will be others, Chen said. Less polite, more aggressive. This was the soft approach. Then we prepare for the harder ones, Lin said. But as he said it, he was thinking about Zhao's numbers, about the dimensional fractures, about what was listening to their increasing power, about how precarious their position had become, not just politically, but metaphysically. They walked back through the city as night deepened. The streets were full of cultivators moving on their own business, indifferent to the decisions being made in private rooms. The world continued turning, and they continued pushing against it, and something vast continued listening to the sound of their pushing. Lin thought about refusing Wei Shun's offer. He thought about how right it was, and how much it was going to cost them, and how there was no way to protect people from costs that hadn't come due yet. He thought about Zhao's reproachful silence, and knew he deserved it. Chapter 65. The morning the attack came. No one saw it approaching because there was no single approach. The message arrived in Xia Kuang's daughter's teacup while she was eating breakfast. It was just characters burned into the cup's glaze in a hand only the conclave's remaining operatives knew how to create. Only 2 words, but words that meant everything. Remember before. Xia Kuang recognized them immediately. He sat at the breakfast table with his daughter and understood that the conclave was still functional, still able to reach him, and still capable of bringing pain to the people he loved. His hands were shaking. His daughter did not ask what the message meant. She had learned to recognize threat in her father's trembling. The conclave did not demand the collective's destruction. They demanded something simpler. They demanded the headquarters location. They demanded the group's schedule. They demanded the thing that would let them strike when defenses were lowered. Xia broke. He did not ask for negotiation. He did not try to find another way. He simply gathered what information he had access to, and his position working within the collective had given him access to location, schedule, and the recent decision to relocate the dormitories, and he provided it to the intermediary who came calling in the afternoon with flowers for his daughter. He did this knowing it was betrayal, knowing it was exactly what had gotten him into this situation in the first place, knowing that trusting him had been a calculation the collective had made as a mercy, and that he was repaying mercy with blood. He did this because his daughter was 14 and had already been threatened once, and he was not strong enough to let her be threatened twice. The attack came at midnight. The shattered flame order came in force. Cultivators with suppression tools that had been calibrated to break resonance bonds, to force the unified groups apart, to make the collective strength into isolated weakness. They came to capture, not to kill, which meant they came to take prisoners and use them. What they did not account for was that resonance bonds did not just make strength, they made awareness. When one person in the synchronized group came under attack, all of them felt it. The moment the suppression fields began touching the meditation chambers, 5 people came awake at once, not from ordinary sleep, but from the place deeper than dreams where the resonance lived. The protective harmonic field that rose from the bond was not something anyone had consciously designed, but it was real anyway. It rose like water encountering a cup, filling the spaces that needed filling, pushing back against the suppression fields. The suppression tools began to scream under the counter vibration. The shattered flame order operatives found themselves fighting something that bent around their techniques, something that worked on principles they did not understand. The battle lasted less than 10 minutes. When it was over, the attackers had been forced back, not killed, not even seriously harmed, but thoroughly repelled. They retreated into the night, leaving only confusion and the understanding that something here was stronger than they had been told. Zhao Qinxian spent 30 minutes tracing the information leak. The path led directly to Xia Kuang. Not through investigation or suspicion, but through obvious markers. Xia had accessed files he normally would not have access to in the hours before the attack. When Shin found Xia, he was sitting in his small room at the back of the headquarters. He was not trying to flee. He was not trying to hide or explain or justify. He was simply sitting with his hands resting on his knees and his eyes fixed on the floor, waiting for the judgment that he knew was coming. Shin sat down across from him without speaking. They sat in silence for a long time. Shin did not demand an explanation. Xia did not offer one. The room was very quiet except for the sound of their breathing and the distant noise of the others assessing damage and tending wounds. Finally, Xie said, "They threatened her again." I couldn't. His voice was very small, very broken. I couldn't let that happen again. I couldn't be the person who let his daughter be hurt twice. Shen did not say anything. She was thinking about the moment when she had convinced the others to give him this chance. She was thinking about all the times he had been useful, all the times he had proven himself reliable, all the moments of tentative trust building between them. She was thinking about how quickly all of that could be destroyed by a message in tea, by fear, by the simple animal need to protect the people you loved. She was thinking about the fact that she understood, that she would have done the same thing, that she would still do it if Long Ali's daughter was threatened, if Yu Mengming's family was in danger, if anyone she loved was on the line. She said, "I know." And she sat with him in that terrible silence, not forgiving. Forgiveness was not her to give, but bearing witness to the fact that he was not a bad man. He was just a trapped one, just someone who had been given an impossible choice and had made the only choice a father could make. She sat until her legs ached and her eyes burned with unshed tears. Then she stood and walked back to the others, leaving him there in the dark. When she joined them in the main chamber, Lin was assessing the damage with Long. The suppression fields had left marks on the walls, burns that looked almost like flame, except they were cold to the touch. Chen was already calculating the cost of repairs. He was checking on the disciples they had housed in the dormitory, making sure none of them had been harmed in the chaos. "It was Xie," Shen said. They all turned to look at her. "They threatened his daughter. He gave them the information. Then we remove him," Long said immediately. "We knew this might happen," Chen said. "We discussed it. We made the calculation that it was a risk worth taking. The risk just came due," Long said. "He's a liability now." Shen looked at her. "So we cast him out? So we proved that the forgiveness we offered was conditional, that the acceptance we gave was false." "He betrayed us," Long said. "He did," Shen said. "And he's still sitting in that room, waiting for whatever happens next. And I think we should sit with him, just like he sat with us when we were broken. I think we should tell him that we know why he did it, and that we understand, and that he does not get to stay, but he also does not get to be abandoned." They were all quiet. Lin was looking at her with an expression she had learned to recognize as respect mixed with something that looked like grief. "We'll discuss it in the morning," he said finally. "For tonight, everyone rest. Heal. Tomorrow we figure out what we do." They dispersed slowly into the night. And in the back room, Xie Kuang sat alone, waiting, knowing that the mercy they had given him was over, and that whatever came next would be a different kind of reckoning. Shen stood in the doorway between the main chamber and the back room, and for a moment, she simply looked at him. Then she turned away, toward the light and the others and the work that would fill the hours until dawn. The resonance collective continued. And in the spaces between certainty and doubt, Shun held the knowledge that trust was not simple, and forgiveness was not the absence of consequences, but something far more complicated and human than either of those things alone. Chapter 66. Xie Kuang's sacrifice. The morning light came gray and bitter through the meditation chamber windows. Lin Xianfeng sat at the head of the stone table while the others arranged themselves around it. No one was speaking. The silence had the weight of a decision not yet made. Yu Mengming's fingers drummed against the table in quick, precise taps. "He gave us information that led directly to Shattered Flame finding us. This is not complex. He betrayed us. He should be gone. He also saved us from the attack," Shen Yushi said quietly. She was looking at her hands. "A debt he created himself," Chen Hualin added, though her tone was measured, calculating. "Still, we should consider what he knows. The Conclave's operational structure, cell locations, active operatives, this intelligence has market value. Multiple cultivation sects would pay significantly for, we're not selling information about the Conclave to the highest bidder," Long Ali said flatly. She was the only one standing, her frame tense against the stone wall. "And we're not keeping a man around because he might be useful. That's how you end up with his knife in your back." Lin had been quiet, listening. His hands were folded on the table in front of him. He had known this debate would come. He had known it would not resolve cleanly. The technique demanded 5 bonds, and right now the bonds trembled with discord. The door to the meditation chamber opened. Xie Kuang stood in the frame. His left arm was wrapped in fresh bandages, the shoulder beneath stained with blood that had bled through the linen. His face was gray with pain and exhaustion, but he had walked here under his own power. He did not wait for invitation. "I am offering you everything," he said, his voice rough but direct. "Every Conclave operative I know by face and name. Every cell location I assisted in establishing. The secure facility where my daughter remains in captive care, the actual location, the access codes, the guard rotation. All of it. Freely given." Long stepped forward. You're trying to buy your way back in. No, Xie said. I'm trying to be useful before you dismiss me. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm not asking to remain part of your group. I'm asking for one final task, and then you're free to do as you choose with me. He turned directly to Shun, and something passed between them. Not forgiveness, but recognition. Then his gaze moved to Lin. The decision is yours. I understand that. Lin looked at him for a long moment. Xie did not flinch. There was no manipulation in his posture, no plea hidden beneath the words. He was simply stating facts and accepting whatever came next. We move today, Lin said quietly. You guide us to the facility. We extract the hostages and the intelligence. Then we decide. No, Long said, sharp as a blade. Lin, that's not a decision we make alone. Enough for what? Lin replied, meeting her eyes. He could feel the discord in the bonds starting to spiral. This was not democratic. He knew that. He's giving us what he knows and accepting the consequences. That's enough. Long's jaw tightened. That's not enough. That's a choice masquerading as principle. Lin did not argue. He simply stood and turned to Xie. Can you move? Yes, Xie said. Then we prepare to leave within the hour. Chapter 67. The second rescue. The conclave facility was disguised as an archive. 3 stories of pale stone nestled into a hillside 50 leagues south of the capital, marked on no map. Xie had drawn them a diagram with his right hand, his left arm cradled against his body. The facility's security had shifted since the first rescue, he explained. The conclave learned from failures. They moved through the lower levels in silence. Lin, Long, Chun, Shun, and you, with Xie limping between them. The archive concealment was thorough. False shelves, pressure-locked doors, cultivators stationed at intervals, every one of them conclave marked. Lin felt them coming before he saw them. The spike of hostile chi in the narrow corridor ahead. He drew his sword. Yu's flames began to flicker in the space between her palms, controlled, ready. Shin was reading the layout from memory, her healing sight penetrating the walls. Third passage to the left. That's where they're keeping the detained. But the guard rotation has changed. There are 6 cultivators in the main holding chamber now instead of 4. Long was already moving. Then we don't take them head on. The extraction was tighter than anything Lin had anticipated. The facility's new configuration meant every corridor was a deliberate choice between speed and stealth. They chose neither. Chen found a third path, an ancient ventilation shaft that ran behind the main walls. The dust was thick enough to coat their lungs, but it was unmarked, unwatched. The holding chamber was smaller than the first rescue site. The hostages were fewer, only 7, including Xie's daughter. She was very young, perhaps 16, with her father's direct eyes. They moved her toward extraction. Then the conclave cultivators realized they were there, and the corridors filled with violence. Long was fighting 4 at once, her dual swords a blur of silver and chi shadow. Chen was using the tight space to her advantage, positioning bodies to block new arrivals. You burned a doorway closed, trapping pursuit. Shin worked on a hostage whose leg had been broken, not by the conclave, but in the panic of the rescue itself. Xie moved toward Long. She didn't see the cultivator coming from the side passage, a spear wielder with killing intent in his eyes. Xie did. He stepped forward and took the strike meant for her, the spear point driving through his shoulder, piercing deep, tearing through muscle and bone. He didn't cry out. He simply pivoted, using his body to angle the spear away from Long, and the motion cost him everything. He fell to his knees. Long turned and finished the cultivator without hesitation. Then she was beside him, hoisting him up, her arm around him, though she didn't say anything. His daughter stared from across the corridor, held by Chun. The girl's face was white. They extracted. The journey back through the facility's outer sections was a controlled collapse, orderly, rapid, leaving no one behind. When they reached the forest edge, Xie's daughter broke free from Chun and ran to her father. She stood looking at him, at the blood spreading through his already stained bandages, at the gray in his face. Xie put his right hand on her head. You're safe now, he said quietly. The girl looked at Lin. Thank you, she said. Thank you for coming back for me. Lin shook his head. The credit is your father's. Xie's daughter turned back to him. There was something working in her face. Anger, fear, shame, love, all of it tangled together. She said, my father. He saved me by telling the truth. Long was silent. She was still supporting Xie's weight, his blood staining her sleeve. She didn't move away. Chapter 68. Tribulation Crossing begins 3 days later, and the disturbance was impossible to ignore. Zhao Qingyuan came to the main chamber with a scroll opened to the broadest entry in the archive, a full chart of tribulation patterns across recorded cultivation history. She did not sit. She stood and spread the scroll across the table with the deliberation of someone who was about to deliver very bad news. All 5 of you. she said, are approaching tribulation crossing simultaneously. The air in the chamber changed. It was not a sudden thing, but it was complete. That's not possible, you said immediately. Our advancement rates are different. Qin's always been slower than. The resonance bonds synchronize your progress, Zhao interrupted gently. I've been tracking the celestial signatures for weeks. The pressure builds equally in all 5. You've been ignoring it because it's been gradual, but it's not stopping. It's accelerating. Lin felt the weight of this settle into his bones. He understood immediately what it meant. For a normal cultivator, tribulation crossing was a personal gauntlet. Harrowing, but contained. One person, one tribulation, one trial. For them, it would be all 5 at once. The resonance bonds would not permit sequence. They would cross or fail together. What happens if we fail? Long asked. Her voice was steady, but her hand had formed a fist. Zhao looked at the scroll, then at Lin, then at each of them in turn. I don't know, she said quietly. The technique doesn't describe failure at this stage. Zhu Wanshan's manual covers the formation of bonds, the mechanics of synchronization, the theory of 5-fold advancement. But there is no historical record of 5 cultivators crossing tribulation as a synchronized unit. Nothing written about what happens if the bonds desynchronize under that pressure. Nothing about whether 5 shared lightning strikes distribute the damage or amplify it. We'll find out, Qin said slowly. She was pale. If we live, Qin added, almost inaudible. Lin's hands were very still on the table. He was thinking about the resonance bleeding data he had withheld in Chapter 63. Information about the technique's weaknesses at high amplification, energy cascade failures, the limits of synchronization under extreme strain. He had known something about tribulation. He had known and said nothing. When you asked, perhaps 4 weeks, Zhao said. Not longer. The signs are accelerating. Once they reach a certain threshold, the heavens will notice. And they will answer. Long pushed away from the wall. Then we prepare. Chapter 69. Preparation for tribulation. Shun read in the quiet of early morning, cross-legged in the archive, surrounded by scrolls of tribulation histories. She was searching for patterns. Which cultivators had survived? What had they done differently? What prayers had they said? What meditation techniques had persisted? She found 7 accounts of dual cultivation, pairs crossing tribulation together. All of them had survived. None of them had documented the experience clearly enough to offer guidance. She did not sleep. She simply read, and waited, and hoped. Long trained in the courtyard with her dual swords until her hands bled through the wrapped grips, and her shoulders screamed. She had Long Ailey, the weapon master's daughter, who had chosen cultivation over the family blade work. Now she was trying to fold them together, maintaining combat focus, maintaining the precise tension between control and release, all while imagining lightning that never came. Her hands bled. She wrapped them again. She continued. She was trying to understand pain. If pain was coming, if unbearable pain was going to strike through all 5 of them at once, then she wanted to know what unbearable felt like. She wanted to practice standing in it. Qin created a geometric diagram in careful pen on heavy parchment. She had spent 3 days measuring distances between the 5 of them during meditation, calculating optimal positioning for maintained resonance during a lightning strike. If they stood too close, the damage would concentrate. If they spread too far, the bonds would weaken. She found a distance, equidistant, forming a perfect star. She calculated it 3 times to confirm. Then she realized the positioning would matter only if they survived the first strike. After that, she had no equations. You sat in silence every morning before dawn. She had decided not to prepare. She decided instead to simply sit and accept. Accept that they might all die. Accept that the tribulation might succeed. Accept that this choice, to form 5 bonds, to trust 4 other people with her life at the fundamental level, accept that this might have been the choice that killed her. She sat and did not flinch from the thought. By the 4th week, she could hold the acceptance without fear. She was calm. It was the most frightening thing any of them had witnessed. Lin read the manual from the beginning, his fingers running through every page he had already memorized. He was looking for anything Zhu Wanshan had left about high-tier synchronized advancement, about 5-fold tribulation, about what happened when 5 people crossed heaven's threshold at once. The manual was silent on most of it, but on the final page, where the binding had loosened with age, Lin found something. A note in margin text, almost invisible against the yellowed paper, written in a hand that was different from Zhu Wanshan's main text. Perhaps a student's, perhaps an editor's, perhaps a warning from someone who had lived through this before. If 5 cross together, they will break heaven's back. The sky will weep. Live, or don't, but the choice will be witnessed. Lin sat with this for a long time. Then he brought it to the others. He read it aloud in the meditation chamber, and something in the words, The certainty that Heaven's Gate would notice, that the attempt itself was defiance. Something in that shifted the preparation. It was still terrifying, but it was no longer quiet desperation. It was choice. It was deliberate. The preparation continued with slightly more hope and slightly more dread simultaneously. On the evening of the 28th day, with the celestial pressure now almost tangible, Lin sat alone with Zhao in the archive. He had brought the resonance bleeding data with him, the notes he had kept hidden since chapter 63. He spread them on the table between them. I withheld this, he said simply. Zhao looked at the data. She did not speak for a long time. Why are you telling me now? She asked quietly. Because if we die in there, Lin said, you should know everything. Everything that might have helped, or might have killed us. Everything I was afraid to say because I didn't want to face it. You deserve to know what I chose to hide. Zhao gathered the papers carefully. She did not call him a coward. She did not call him anything. She simply nodded and said, thank you for trusting me with the truth now, even if you couldn't before. Chapter 70. Tribulation Descent. The formation was Chen's star, and they held it with absolute precision. 5 people standing equidistant, the distance between them calibrated to the exact measure Chen had calculated. The resonance threads connecting them were visible, fire gold from Yu, water silver from Chun, wood green from Shun, metal white from Long, and Lin's own threads of binding harmony that threaded through all 4. The sky changed in a single instant. It was not a gradual darkening or a building pressure. It was as if something that had been waiting for permission had finally moved. The clouds stopped being clouds and became something else, something with weight and intention and terrible clarity. The first strike came without warning. 5 simultaneous lightning bolts, one for each of them, descending at exactly the same moment. They hit like collision rather than electricity, like the sky itself had decided to fall on them all at once. The resonance bonds did 2 things simultaneously that should have been contradictory. They amplified the damage because the connection meant what hit one traveled through all 5. And they distributed it, spreading the burden across 5 channels instead of 1. In that distribution, they found the possibility of survival. No one could have survived this alone. The calculation, the only thing they had between them and annihilation, was whether 5 shared strikes equaled less than 5 individual ones. Lin felt his bones try to come apart. Every nerve in his body ignited simultaneously with a pain that had no beginning and no end, just absolute presence. He could not scream because the electricity had locked his throat. He could feel the others through the bonds. Use fierce defiance, the way she was pushing against the lightning with her cultivation force. Chen's calculating focus, trying to channel the current through geometric precision. Shun's healing knowledge turned inward, fighting to keep her own body from tearing itself apart. Long's pure, terrible will. Her weapon master training applied to the impossible task of standing in the presence of a force that could not be fought. He felt them all trying. He felt them all faltering. The lightning did not diminish. It continued, a relentless descent, a sustained judgment from the heavens themselves. The resonance threads connecting them began to fray at the edges, the clarity of the bonds dissolving under strain that was simply too great. Lin was losing them. He could feel the distance growing between himself and each of the 4. The synchronization was breaking. If the bonds broke completely, all 5 would shatter. The tribulation would scatter their souls across the 9 heavens. At the lowest point, when all 5 were barely holding, energy fraying, bonds trembling toward the point of no return, something shifted in Lin's perception. He stopped fighting the lightning and started opening himself to the connections instead. And suddenly he could see them, not with his eyes, but with something far deeper, some capacity he didn't know he possessed. He saw Yu Mengmeng in her absolute clarity, proud and terrified, and refusing to accept failure, her fire element energy burning white at the core of her resistance. He saw Chun Hualin calculating probability with each breath, finding lines through impossible numbers, her water nature flowing around the edges of damage and pouring herself through the precise angles that would hold. He saw Shun Yushi, his healer, holding not just herself but all of them together through sheer force of will, her wood element channeling vital energy to every point of rupture, refusing to let any of them break completely. He saw Long Ailey, his weapon master, standing in the lightning the way she stood in combat, total presence, total acceptance, every motion deliberate and necessary. He understood each of them in this moment more completely than he had in all the months they had trained together. Not as allies, not as partners in a technique, but as people he loved, as people he had chosen to trust with his entire existence. The bond stopped fraying. Lin held them with the last of his strength. He chose deliberately, with complete consciousness, to not let go. The lightning continued to fall, but the threads between all 5 of them stabilized into something harder than metal, clearer than crystal. They were still here. They were still connected. They were still breathing. And the sky, at last, was beginning to weep. Chapter 71. Transcendence. Yu Mengmeng gasped back into her body like breaking the surface of water, and the first thing she did was swear. Heaven's shit, I can still feel it. The lightning is still. She stopped, looking down at her hands. The harmonic aura clung to her skin like frost that didn't melt, visible in the gray dawn light as crystalline patterns of blue and white. The lightning hadn't dissipated. It had crystallized around them, forming geometric structures that caught the light and refracted it into 5 distinct colors: red, blue, green, silver, and the softer gold-white of Lin's own core frequency. Lin, what is this? Chun Hualin opened her eyes and immediately began counting. 5 cores, 17 harmonic frequencies, 43 distinct resonance points distributed across our formation. The pattern repeats. She pressed her fingers to her temples, her merchant's mind already translating the phenomenon into mathematics. This shouldn't be stable. The load distribution should have collapsed the outer nodes 300 heartbeats ago. But it's not collapsing. It's strengthening. Shen Yushi was weeping without understanding why. Tears ran down her face, cutting through the ash that covered them all, and she couldn't stop them. The others didn't comfort her yet. They were still assembling themselves, still checking to confirm they had all returned. But the tears continued. Not grief, not quite, but something deeper than emotional. It was as if her meridians were weeping, as if every part of her that could shed water was doing so, releasing something too large to stay inside. Long Ailey simply sat down. There was no fanfare to it, no explanation. She lowered herself to the ground, still in the formation circle, and sat with her legs crossed and her hands resting on her knees. The aura crystallized around her, translating movement into geometric lines of pure light. When she looked up, her eyes were steady. I'm still here, she said simply. I didn't think I would be. Lin Xianfeng opened his eyes and found that he could see them without looking. This was the new capability, the unlock that immortal ascension had granted them. He could feel all 5 of them now, a persistent warmth at the edge of his awareness that didn't fade when he blinked, didn't diminish when he turned his head. Each one had a distinct emotional flavor. Yu was sharp and crystalline, her pride now transformed into something harder, a sense of absolute presence. Chun was measured and cool, her pragmatism now shot through with something new, a fascination with the mathematics of what they had just survived. Long was deep as a well, the kind of absolute stability that asked for nothing and gave everything. And Shun was love. Not romantic, not exactly, but something older and more dangerous. The kind of love that does not rest, that sees you entirely, that holds you accountable to your best self even when you are standing in the ruins of everything you thought you understood. Lin could feel all of this without words, without vision. It was like having 5 additional senses, each one calibrated to pick up not physical sensation, but emotional presence. The range was limited, maybe a li at most, but within that range, he was never alone again. Everyone, he said, and his voice was hoarse from the lightning, is alive. The observers across the region had seen it. From the coastal ports 50 li away, fishermen had watched 5 souls light up the night sky, as if the sun itself had fractured into 5 pieces and fallen into the mountain. From the Jade Dragon sect, 1,000 cultivators had felt the shockwave, not from impact, but from transformation. The tribulation had lasted 6 hours. The transition had taken less than a moment. In the morning light, the sky above the mountain where they stood seemed different. The clouds were higher, or perhaps they had always been high and something had changed in how light traveled through them. The wind moved differently too, carrying with it something that hadn't been present before, a sense of witness, as if the world itself had taken notice and would not forget what it had seen. Lin looked at his 4 partners, still surrounded by crystalline harmonic aura, and understood with sudden clarity that they could never hide now. Whatever they became, wherever they went, this mark would follow them. The 5 souls that had descended into tribulation had ascended as something new, not gods, not demons, but something the world had no name for yet. We need to stand, Chen said practically. The longer we remain in the formation circle, the more the aura stabilizes. If we leave now, it should disperse. They stood. The aura didn't disperse. It clung to them like a second skin, crystalline and perfect, fading gradually, but never entirely. By the time the sun had climbed to hand height, the most visible manifestations had dimmed. The patterns on their skin were barely visible, catchable only in certain angles of light. But Lin could still feel it, the constant hum of 5 people breathing in perfect frequency synchronization, their cores locked into a resonance that would take conscious effort to break. That was when he felt something else. It was distant, cold, like a presence pressing against the edge of his awareness from outside the range where his 5 partners resided. It was not one of them. It was not even close to them. But it was there, a wrongness in the space where there should be nothing, a sensation like touching ice that had been cold for longer than time had names for. Lin didn't tell the others. Not yet. He filed the sensation away in the corner of his mind and watched the dawn break fully across the mountain, casting light on 5 people who had been dead and were not dead, who had been human and were no longer entirely so, who had been alone and would never be alone again. Chapter 72. Political aftermath. Words spread like flame on a dry field. Within 3 days, observers from the Jade Dragon sect arrived at their base. Within 5 days, a delegation from the Celestial Harmonics Assembly requested an audience. By the end of the 2nd week, 17 major sects had sent representatives, and the mountain itself had become a crossroads of politics and power. Synchronized group tribulation, Master Zhou from the Jade Dragon sect said, his voice carrying the kind of precision that came from decades of diplomatic service. The phenomenon is unprecedented. Our records span 3,000 years. There is no documented instance of 5 cultivators ascending together in identical frequency. Lin nodded. He was learning to read these conversations in layers. The words meant, we want to know what you are, because we suspect you might be useful or dangerous, and we need to determine which. The harmonic aura had never fully dispersed. It clung to them still, visible now only in certain lights, but visible enough that the observers could see it. They were marked. The world knew they were marked. It was not a matter of choice, you said flatly. She was getting better at diplomatic language, which meant she was getting more cutting with it. Our technique requires all 5 to advance together. The tribulation came. We answered it together. This is the result. Chen was less combative. She stood among the observers like a merchant calculating profit margins, her eyes tracking connections and power dynamics with the precision of a ledger. The practical implications are limited, she said. We are still bound to our original locations. The technique does not grant projection of power beyond what a single immortal ascension cultivator might achieve. The synchronization is stable, but it does not provide a military advantage. She was lying, and they both knew it. The synchronization provided advantages the others could not yet imagine. But Chen had spent her childhood in merchant houses learning to speak in half-truths that sounded like complete honesty, and she was teaching Lin to do the same. Lin's perception, though, was becoming a problem. The cold presence at the edge of his awareness had not diminished. It had grown. By the 2nd week, it felt less like a distant wrongness and more like something pressing against the boundary from the other side, testing, probing, learning the shape of the world that had temporarily closed it out. He could feel it now almost constantly. It interrupted his concentration during meals. It woke him at night, a sensation like ice water poured down the spine, a wrongness that his body recognized as alien even if his mind could not name it. He didn't tell the others. His fatal flaw, when afraid, he withheld information from those closest to him. He told himself it was to protect them, to avoid worrying them before he understood what he was sensing. The emotional truth, which the technique was beginning to force into his awareness even as he resisted it, was simpler. He was afraid of their reactions, and afraid of seeming weak. By the end of the 3rd week, when the last observer had departed and the Jade Dragon sect had made an offer of alliance, which they had carefully declined to accept, Lin's resistance crumbled. It was Shun who pushed. She always did. Something is wrong with you, she said, and it wasn't a question. They were alone in the herb garden, and she was grinding dried honeysuckle into powder. The repetitive motion was hypnotic. Since the tribulation, there's something at the edge of the group resonance that you're trying to hide from us. I'm not. Don't, she said simply. The technique doesn't allow it anymore. Lying causes pain. We can both feel that you're about to cross that line. Just tell me what it is. So he did. He described the cold presence, the sense of something pressing against the boundary of the world, the wrongness that didn't match anything in his training or experience. He described how it was growing, how it had evolved from a distant sensation to something almost tangible. Shin stopped grinding. She set the pestle down with absolute care and went to find the others. Something is pressing against the world from outside, Long said, when Lin had finished explaining it the 2nd time. It was not a question. The weapon master had a way of hearing the shape of things, even when only half attention was applied to listening. That's what you're feeling. A boundary crossed. Something old enough that it's learned patience. The distribution of the sensation, Chen said, pulling up a map in her mind and translating it into spatial coordinates, suggests an entity of significant magnitude. The pressure points you describe indicate something not focused but distributed across multiple regions. If we map this, she began sketching patterns on the ground with ash from the cold forge. The others gathered around to look. When the pattern was complete, it formed a ring around their known world, not equally distributed, but concentrated in certain directions. Vulnerable points. Thin places. I need to see Zhao, Shen said. The archives might have something. If this is as old as it feels, it would be recorded. I'll go with you, Long said. No, Shen replied. I need to go alone. This is important. She left within the hour. The others returned to their training, but it was clear that the peace of the post-tribulation period had ended. Something was moving in the world. Something that had been sleeping was waking. And their technique, the complementary harmony, which they had thought was simply a tool for their own cultivation, might have been involved in keeping that something asleep. Chapter 73. Lich Sovereign Emergence. The reports came and scattered, at first, like pieces of a pattern too large to recognize until they were all laid out at once. In the eastern provinces, cultivators reported seeing double shadows. A hunter would stand in sunlight and cast two shadows, sometimes more, moving at different intervals, as if multiple versions of himself occupied the same space. The shadows would move independently from the body. Then, when the cultivator turned to look directly at them, they would snap back into synchronization, as if embarrassed at being caught. In the coastal regions, sailors heard voices with no visible source. Not singing, not music, but something that almost resembled speech in a language that had no vowels, only consonants that scraped like bone on stone. The voices would come from behind the listener, and when the listener turned around, there was no one there. No cultivators, no demons, no visible presence. Just the wrongness of a voice that had no body. In the agrarian south, cultivators reported to the Harmony Preservation Lodge that growing things were dying overnight with no identifiable cause. Not rot, not blight, not demon work or curse. The plants would simply be alive at dusk and dead by dawn, as if life itself had been drained away and given elsewhere, to something that shouldn't exist. Zhao Qingyuan brought the reports to them in batches, his archival instincts already working overtime to cross-reference and correlate. This doesn't match any known phenomenon, Shen said, though she suspected it did, or would, once Zhao finished his research. It's not cohesive. It's multiple phenomena occurring simultaneously across too wide a geographic area. Unless it's symptoms, Shen said quietly. Unless we're seeing the effects and not the cause. Of what? You demanded. She was growing impatient with half-answers, which meant she was afraid, which meant she knew something she hadn't said yet. Name the thing we're actually discussing. I don't know, Lin said. The admission felt like a failure. But I feel it. It's stronger now than it was a week ago. The cold presence at the edge of my awareness. It's not patient anymore. It's testing. It's learning the shape of the boundary. I'll check the archives, Zhao said. His voice was careful, precise, the tone he used when he was about to tell them something that would change everything. If this is as old as you're all implying, there will be records. But the records might be buried. They might be intentionally obscured. I'll need time. How much time? Long asked. Days. Maybe weeks. There are sections of the archive that haven't been accessed in centuries. I'll need to be careful about what I disturb. He left them, and they felt the absence like a pressure release. It meant, they all understood, that Zhao had recognized something in what Lin described, something that fit into patterns he already carried in his mind. And whatever it was significant enough that he wasn't going to speak about it casually, in the open, where the wrong person might overhear. We wait, you said, though waiting was clearly torment to her. We continue training. We keep the resonance stable. And we don't. She looked at Lin directly. Withhold information. Not anymore. Not about this. Lin nodded. The technique had taught him, through days of minor pain whenever he attempted to hide his perceptions from the others, that transparency was now functionally the same as survival. The complementary harmony didn't just bind their cultivation together. It bound their truth together. There was no room left for convenient deceptions. 3 days later, Zhao returned from the archives. He was carrying a single scroll, treated so that the paper had turned dark with age. His hands were shaking slightly. I found something, he said, and I think I know what we're dealing with. But before I tell you, I need to ask, are you absolutely certain about the presence you're feeling, Lin? Because if you are, then we need to prepare for the possibility that everything we've been doing since we discovered the technique has been serving a purpose we didn't understand. Tell us, Shen said. Zhao unrolled the scroll. The characters were ancient, written in a style so old that even Chen struggled with a few of them. But the meaning was clear enough, once assembled into patterns. The technique you're using, Zhao said slowly, was not created for cultivation. It was created for binding. Chapter 74. Zhao's revelation. The scroll was old enough that the air itself seemed to respect it. When Zhao laid it out on the table in the archives, The others gathered around with the kind of careful reverence usually reserved for weapons made by saints. Zhu Wanshan, Zhao said, pointing to the signature at the bottom of the scroll, was not the person the mainstream historical records describe. Not primarily. She was a barrier keeper. A what? You said. A cultivator whose entire practice was devoted to maintaining a specific seal against a specific threat. Not many barriers require maintenance. Most are created once and then left alone. But some threats don't diminish with time. Some threats become more dangerous the longer they rest, because they dream in those centuries, and their dreams become more aware, more sentient, more hungry. He scrolled further down the ancient text, translating as he went. Zhu Wanshan's notes describe an entity called the Lich Sovereign. Not a demon, not a god, not even a cultivator who transcended. Something else. Something that existed in a state of reality different from our own, pressing against the boundaries of our world from outside. It didn't want to destroy us. It wanted to consume the boundary itself. Chen had gone very still. Her merchant's mind was translating this into equations of resource consumption and cascade effects. If it consumed the boundary, the world as we know it would cease to exist, Zhao confirmed. Not destroyed in the sense of being unmade, but transformed. Converted into something else entirely. Something that could serve as a bridge for the Lich Sovereign to pour into more stable realities. How is it bound? Shen asked. There was something in her voice that suggested she had already been thinking along these lines, perhaps since before Zhao had even begun speaking. The complementary harmony technique, Zhao said. The one you've been using for dual cultivation. It's not a cultivation technique primarily. It's a resonance protocol. When 5 cultivators practice it in perfect synchronization, their combined resonance field interferes with the Lich Sovereign's attempts to cross. The technique maintains frequencies that match the boundary itself. It keeps the boundary stable. It keeps the Lich Sovereign confined. Silence filled the room like water. You're saying, you said slowly, that every time we've been practicing together, we've been maintaining a prison, Zhao confirmed. Unknowingly. The technique was designed so that practitioners wouldn't need to understand the full scope of what they were doing. Zhu Wanshan believed that if they knew they were binding an apocalyptic entity, they would hesitate. And hesitation would introduce instabilities. How long has it been bound? Long asked. 14 centuries, Zhao said. The original barrier was created 3,000 years ago, but it degraded over time. Zhu Wanshan rediscovered it and created the technique as a way to reinforce it, to make it sustainable rather than requiring constant conscious effort. Since then, practitioners of the technique have been maintaining the boundary without knowing it. Lin felt the pieces of his understanding shifting, reconfiguring themselves. The tribulation, he said. The synchronized ascension. We produced the most powerful resonance event. In 200 years, Zhao finished. The barrier is sensitive to resonance fluctuations. A normal cultivator ascending produces minor variations. But 5 ascending simultaneously in perfect frequency synchronization produces a massive spike. It disturbed the binding's equilibrium. The Lich Sovereign sensed it. And it's waking, Chen said flatly. We've been maintaining a prison for unknown centuries, and by ascending, we've rattled the bars. You didn't do it on purpose, Zhao said quickly. The tribulation was inevitable once the technique was activated at the level you were operating. But yes, it's waking. The cold presence Lin is feeling. That's the edge of its consciousness, poking through the boundary as it becomes aware. The double shadows, the sourceless voices, the drained life. Those are side effects of its increasing pressure against the containment. Shen stood abruptly. Xia Kuang, she said. I need to go to Xia Kuang. He knows something about this. He has to. She was gone before any of them could respond. Chapter 75. Xia Kuang's death. Xia Kuang was fading. Shen had known it for days. Watching the wounds that should have been healing instead grow worse. Watching the way his qi moved sluggishly through meridians that were becoming increasingly resistant to its flow. He was old enough that healing was no longer a matter of time and rest. It was a matter of will. And his will had been deteriorating since his redemption, as if the act of saving Long had used up something essential that could not be replenished. She didn't expect him to be lucid. But when she entered his chamber and told him what Zhao had discovered, something shifted in Xia's eyes. Clarity. Recognition. The kind of recognition that came from understanding something he had been afraid to fully acknowledge for decades. I knew, he said quietly. Not everything, but fragments. Things I learned during my conclave research, back when I was still trying to understand what the technique really was. I saw references to Zhu Wanshan's barrier protocols, scattered through old texts. I was too frightened to draw the full picture. I buried the knowledge instead. He pushed himself up with effort, and Shun helped him, arranging the pillows so he could sit upright. His skin was paper-thin now, transparent enough that she could see the webwork of failing meridians beneath. The healers had given him 3 days, maybe 4. Shen had been quietly saying goodbye since his last fever broke. "Tell me," she said. And Xia talked for hours. His voice was thin, barely above a whisper, but his mind was sharp now, focused by the imminence of death the way a blade is honed by use. He described research he had conducted in the Conclave archives, texts he had found that detailed the Lich Sovereign's nature, not as a demon to be slain, but as an entity that existed in a fundamental opposition to the world itself, the way shadow is opposition to light. The binding works because the technique mimics the boundary's own resonance pattern, Xia said. But the Lich Sovereign is learning. With each cycle, it learns more about the pattern. Zhu Wanshan's notes indicate that the binding becomes more fragile over time, not more stable. It requires practitioners of increasing skill and increasing synchronization. The fact that you all ascended together, that might have bought time, or it might have used up reserves that cannot be replenished. He produced notebooks from beneath his pillow. They were encoded, he explained, with encryption methods he had developed based on what he'd learned of the Conclave's security protocols. In them, he had compiled everything he had ever learned about the binding, the technique, and the specific weaknesses in the Lich Sovereign's approach to the boundary. The most important thing, Xia said, and his voice was fading now, the effort catching up to him, is here. He tapped the final notebook. Zhu Wanshan discovered a critical vulnerability in the binding. The Lich Sovereign is more dangerous, but it's not infinitely powerful. It can be hurt. It can be driven back. But the method requires entering the boundary space intentionally, which means he stopped. He closed his eyes. His breathing became very shallow. Shen sat with him as his chi faded. She didn't move. She didn't speak. She simply sat in the chair beside his bed and held the space of his death with the kind of absolute presence that she had learned from years of healing practice. Witnessing without judgment. Accepting without trying to change. "I'm sorry," Xia said, and his voice was barely audible. "For all of it. For the betrayal. For being afraid to tell you what I knew." "I know," Shen replied. "I forgive you." She didn't say it because he deserved it. She said it because forgiveness is something you do for yourself, not for the person you're forgiving. And she needed to forgive him. She needed to let go of the anger and fear and sense of betrayal that had been coiled in her chest since his deception. She needed to transform it into something else. Acceptance, maybe, or at least peace. "Don't do anything reckless," Xia whispered. "The boundary space is not designed for human consciousness. You would need—" He didn't finish the thought. His breath stopped. For a moment, his body remained still, suspended in the exact position it had held while he was alive. Then something shifted, some essential tension released, and he was simply meat and bone and empty space. Shen sat there for another hour. Then she gathered the notebooks carefully and carried them back to the others, saying nothing about what it had cost her to sit in that silence. Nothing about the way her own tears had fallen onto his hand at the very end. Nothing about the forgiveness that had bloomed in her chest like a wound finally opening to heal. She simply gave them the notebooks and waited for them to understand what had been placed in their hands. Chapter 76. Consolidation. Before war, the notebooks were encoded with layers of protection. Zhao recognized the first 3 immediately, standard conclave protocols from the era when Xia Kuang had been a scholar of that organization. The 4th layer took him 3 hours. The 5th took a day and a half, and when it finally broke, his hands were shaking as he read the contents. "The encryption degrades," he explained to the 5 of them, spread around the library table like pieces of a broken compass that could only function when perfectly aligned. The deeper Xia went, the more he scrambled the text. This final section, it was encrypted by hand, using a method he developed specifically to resist archive pattern recognition. He didn't want just any cultivator to stumble across this information. He wanted it to require someone who understood both the technique and conclave security protocols simultaneously. "What does it say?" you asked. She had no patience for technical process, only for outcomes. Zhao set the decoded notebook down carefully on the wooden surface as if it might shatter. "The Lich Sovereign's approach vector. Exactly where the boundary is weakest, which frequencies amplify the entity's pressure, which frequencies dampen it." And he paused, his archival mind still processing the magnitude of what Xia had compiled. A method. Zhu Wanshan's personal research notes on driving it back. But the method requires active intervention in the boundary space itself. Lin felt the cold presence at the edge of his awareness ripple like disturbed water. The entity was becoming more aware by the hour now, its consciousness pressing against the boundary with the steady inevitability of tide against shore. "How much time do we have?" "Days. Perhaps a week," Zhao said. The rate of escalation in Xie's notes matches what you've been describing. The entity is accelerating its probing. Within a week, it will understand the pattern of the binding well enough to attempt a forceful breach. So we have 1 week to make a decision, Chen said, and the merchant calculation in her eyes had sharpened into something harder. Tell the Resonance Collective everything, or let them die confused. Tell them what they're actually part of, or maintain the fiction that they're just cultivators learning a dual cultivation technique. If we tell them, panic spreads, you said. Panic destabilizes the binding. The entity will sense it, and it will press harder. If we don't tell them, they're unprepared when it breaches, Long said flatly. 60 people without warning. 60 people who think they're defending cultivation grounds, not maintaining the bars of a prison. They'll break. The binding will collapse faster. Lin felt the weight of decision forming. The complementary harmony had taught him one thing above all others. Transparency was not a choice. It was a structural requirement. The technique would not allow deception to persist, and neither, he was beginning to understand, could he. We tell them everything, he said. The words came out clear and certain, though his voice was still hoarse from the lightning tribulation that had transformed them. The complete truth. Not shielded, not simplified. What the technique actually is, what the Lich Sovereign is, what we're actually maintaining. Then we train them. That's insane, you said. But she said it with the tone of someone who had expected insanity and was merely confirming it. It's the only option that doesn't guarantee failure, Chen said quietly. She was already calculating the resource requirements, the training time, the variables. 60 people aware and prepared is better than 60 people panicked and confused. They spent the rest of the night preparing the explanation, with Zhao translating Xie's encrypted findings into language that could be understood without decades of archive study. By dawn, they had assembled something like coherence. The Lich Sovereign was not a demon to be slain. It was a fundamental incompatibility between two states of reality, and the technique existed to maintain the separation. The assembly of the Resonance Collective came within the hour. 60 people filled the compound's training ground, practitioners ranging from journeyman core formation cultivators to 4 early immortal ascension cultivators who had been with them since the group's founding. Some had suspected something deeper was involved. Others had simply enjoyed the intimacy of dual cultivation and the strange power of group resonance. Lin stood at the center and told them what they had become. He described the Lich Sovereign without embellishment. He showed them Xie's notes, or at least the portions that Zhao had translated. He explained that every time they resonated together, they were reinforcing the boundary that kept the entity confined. And he told them that this boundary was beginning to fail. The reactions varied. 2 people left immediately. 1 journeyman cultivator wept quietly, understanding the weight of what they had unknowingly been maintaining. The 4 younger immortal ascension cultivators stepped forward as if offering themselves for whatever came next. We need intensive training, you said, taking over from Lin with the kind of bluntness that was somehow reassuring. The next week will be brutal. We're going to teach you the deepest synchronizations we know. We're going to show you how to amplify your resonance until it feels like your bones are singing. Because when the entity makes its serious attempt, it won't be testing anymore. It will be pressing with everything it has. They trained through that day and the next. Lin felt the strain immediately. Teaching the deeper synchronizations required the 5 of them to hold resonance patterns continuously, using their own qi to establish templates that the secondary practitioners could follow. By the second day, all 5 were exhausted to the point where thought became a luxury they could no longer afford. But Chun was right about one thing: the preparation mattered. By the 3rd day, the collective had achieved something unprecedented. Every single one of them could sustain a resonance pattern that directly opposed the frequencies the Lich Sovereign was using to probe the boundary. They weren't powerful enough individually to affect anything, but together, with the 5 as anchors, they could reinforce the binding with a stability that had been deteriorating since the tribulation. On the 4th day, Shen collapsed during training. Not dramatically. She simply sat down at the edge of the field and announced that she could not move. Long carried her to the infirmary. You took over her position in the resonance pattern. By the end of the 5th day, Lin had come to a grim realization. Maintaining this intensive training while also sustaining the binding was burning through their cultivation reserves at a rate that could not be sustained. If the Lich Sovereign took a week to breach, they would be too depleted to offer meaningful resistance. If it took longer, they had bought time. If it came sooner, they would be defenseless. He told the others during the brief rest period at midnight. Chen was already doing the mathematics. We have a margin of error of approximately 48 hours, she said. After that, the binding will degrade faster than we can reinforce it with our normal reserves. We need either complete surprise or a clear strategic advantage that we do not currently possess. Then we make the assumption that we will have neither, Long said, and we prepare accordingly. What none of them said aloud was that they were no longer simply cultivators preparing for conflict. They had become something else, locks in a mechanism too important to fail. Every decision they made would be constrained by that single, terrible fact. And the Lich sovereign, pressing against the boundary with ever-increasing force, was running out of patience. Chapter 77. The Lich sovereign touches the boundary. The crack appeared at the third watch of the night, when the moon was directly overhead and the stars had scattered themselves across the sky in patterns that suddenly seemed too deliberate to be coincidence. Lin felt at the moment it formed, a sensation like reality splitting open just enough to let something look through. The cold presence at the edge of his awareness exploded into something vast and immediate and utterly alien. "It's here," he said, and the words came out like a command that everyone obeyed without question. The entire compound, secondary practitioners, and the original 5, moved in synchronized patterns they had rehearsed for 5 days straight. This was not a gradual pressing anymore. This was the entity making its presence known, testing not the boundary's strength but the strength of those defending it. He was the first to look up. She stood in the courtyard with her hands raised, and the fire element resonance that was native to her began to crystallize in response to the threat. The other 4 moved into formation around her, drawing strength from her certainty, anchoring themselves to the 5-point harmonic pattern that had kept the world intact for 14 centuries. The secondary practitioners were already moving, dispersing into groups to reinforce the boundary resonance points at the cardinal directions. Chen had mapped the boundary structure weeks ago, even before Xie's death. She had known, with that merchant's calculus, that preparation would determine everything. The crack in the sky grew wider. It was not a crack in the visual sense. There was nothing to see, no light, no color, no physical disturbance. But everyone looking at the sky could perceive it anyway, could track the line of wrongness that split the night like a razor cut across silk. And through that wrongness came something that had no name in any human language. It was not pressure in the traditional sense. It was more like the absence of pressure, the way a vacuum exerts force through what it refuses to contain. Lin perceived it as it had become familiar to him over weeks of increasing awareness. A void wearing hunger like a coat it had stolen from something that died millennia ago. The binding rippled. Lin felt it through the complementary harmony like a wave through water, the 5-point resonance stuttering as the entity pushed and tested and probed at the frequencies they had spent days reinforcing. For a moment, less than a heartbeat, but long enough to be terrifying, the binding weakened. 2 of the secondary practitioners in the east direction fell. Not dead, but unconscious, their chi depleted in an instant as the boundary strain became too much for their early core formation consciousness to maintain. Others moved to fill the gaps, and the line held. The crack in the sky remained, neither widening nor closing, just present. Testing. Measuring. "It's not attacking," Long said. She was breathing hard, her metal element resonance crystallizing into defensive patterns. "It's still just learning. It wants to understand the full shape of what opposes it. How long can we hold?" This was from Chun, her voice steady even as her chi flowed in complicated patterns designed to distribute the binding's burden across all 60 practitioners. "However long we must," Shun replied. She was pale, still exhausted from the day before, but she had returned to formation anyway. The water element resonance was the binding's anchor. It was flexible, adaptable, capable of adjusting to the entity's probing. Without her, the formation would be rigid, would break under focus pressure. The entity tested for 3 hours. No sudden attacks, no escalating force, just a steady pressing against the boundary, a methodical evaluation of the resistance. And then, as suddenly as it had manifested, the crack in the sky began to close. Not quickly. Over the course of an hour, the line of wrongness narrowed, the pressure eased, the terrible absence withdrew like a predator satisfied with what it had learned. By the time the sun began to rise, the boundary was intact again. But 6 secondary practitioners had collapsed. A 7th had suffered enough chi depletion that Chen privately estimated she would need a month of rest before returning to cultivation. And the entire region had seen the crack in the sky. By mid-morning, observers arrived. First the Jade Dragon sect, then the Celestial Harmonics Assembly. By evening, emergency councils were convening at 17 major sects, and the news was spreading across the cultivated world like fire through dry kindling. Something had attacked the boundary. Something that could not be identified, could not be named, and could not be fought by any conventional means. Sects began mobilizing. Some moved to support the Resonance Collective. Others moved to contain them, afraid of what had happened and looking for someone to blame. By nightfall, the The first violent confrontations began between sect groups with fundamentally different interpretations of what had occurred. The xianxia world was fracturing, and the Lich sovereign was not even attacking anymore. It was simply waiting, having learned what it needed to learn. The binding's rhythm was now visible to it. The pressure points were mapped. The defender's strength could be measured. In the courtyard of the compound, the five stood in formation as they had for weeks, but their eyes were hollow with exhaustion and the terrible understanding that they had just endured the first test, and somehow, it had been easier than what was coming. It probed us, Lin said quietly. That was not even a real attack. No one disagreed. Chapter 78. The war begins. The first attack came not from the Lich Sovereign, but from 3 mid-tier sects allied under the banner of the Heavenly Mandate faction. They declared, in official proclamations sent by courier, that the Resonance Collective had conducted synchronized tribulation as a deliberate attempt to weaken the boundary. The evidence was circumstantial, but it was politically convenient. They need someone to blame, Chen said, studying the proclamations with a merchant's eye for motivation. The Lich Sovereign breach frightened them. Frightened people demand explanation. We are an available explanation. So they attack us, you said flatly. So they attack us, Chen confirmed. The assault came with warning. The sects had tradition, if not honor, and the collective prepared accordingly. But preparation for a theoretical attack and actual combat were different things. The first group came at dawn. 40 cultivators from the Scarlet Peak sect, mostly foundation and core formation level, with 3 immortal ascension leaders. They came through the eastern approaches, moving with the kind of coordinated precision that came from weeks of strategic planning. The boundary binding did not stop them. It was never designed for that. The complementary harmony was a resonance protocol, not a weapon. It maintained frequencies. It did not physically repel. That problem fell to Long Ailey and the trained combat cultivators of the secondary collective. Long moved like she had been waiting decades for this moment. Her weapon, a spear crafted from silver iron extracted from the deep mountains, became an extension of her will, and her will was expressed in perfect, economical movement. A cultivator from Scarlet Peak lunged at her with a curved blade. Long didn't meet the attack. She flowed around it, used the momentum against the attacker, and the cultivator found himself flying backward to crash into 2 of his companions. It was not brutal. It was clinical, and it was devastating. You fought alongside her. Fire element resonance crystallized into combat application. She could control the heat now with precision that had been impossible before the tribulation, could create barriers of pure flame that didn't damage the compound, but left attacking cultivators with singed robes and burned flesh. Shin stayed in the rear with the wounded, her water element resonance flowing into them, repairing what combat had broken. But her presence was more than just healing. She maintained the emotional anchor for the formation. Without her absolute centeredness, the other 4 would have become aggressive, would have lost the perfect balance between commitment and restraint. Chen coordinated the secondary groups, directing them to points of maximum need. She had spent weeks studying the terrain, mapping sightlines and choke points, calculating defensive advantage. The Scarlet Peak sect found themselves fighting not against individual cultivators, but against a coordinated system that seemed to predict where they would move before they moved. The battle lasted 30 minutes. By the end, 6 Scarlet Peak cultivators were dead. 12 more were severely wounded. Their 3 immortal ascension leaders had retreated, none of them willing to engage the 5 in direct combat once they understood what they were actually facing. The sects regrouped. Word spread. The next assault would not come from a single group, but from a coordinated alliance. In the immediate aftermath, as the collective's healers worked on their own wounded, Lin understood what had changed. They had crossed a threshold. They were no longer cultivators defending their practice. They were combatants in an actively declared war, responsible for casualties, for the deaths of people who had made the wrong strategic choice about which faction to support. 3 secondary practitioners had died in the assault. Names: Dai Mingxi, a journeyman cultivator from the southern provinces who had joined the collective because resonance cultivation reminded her of the songs her mother had taught her. Tung Wu, a merchant cultivator who had believed the technique might eventually allow him to establish peaceful trade networks across sect boundaries. And Lu Fong, barely 18, who had come to the compound to escape a sect that had been preparing to force him into a spiritually incompatible advancement. They were listed in the records. They were named. They were not abstractions. You sat alone in the training hall after the burial ceremony, her usual certainty shattered into something that looked dangerously like doubt. I have killed cultivators before, she said, when Lin found her there. Demons in the outer regions. Corrupted disciples who had crossed lines that shouldn't be crossed. But this, she gestured vaguely at the compound, at the fresh graves at the mountain's edge. These were people who just made a mistake about which faction was correct. They were soldiers following orders. And now they are dead because I was more skilled than they were. Yes, Lin said. He didn't offer false comfort. The technique had taught him that much. How do you carry that? You asked. Lin thought about Xie. He thought about Shin sitting in the death chamber, holding space for an ending that couldn't be prevented. He thought about the weight of decisions that couldn't be unmade. You don't, he said finally. You carry it because carrying is all that remains when setting it down means everyone dies. But you acknowledge that it is there. You don't pretend it is light. They sat together in silence until the evening bell. By the next morning, scouts reported that the second assault would come within 2 days. This time, it would be coordinated. 3 sects, approximately 200 cultivators, with planning that suggested they had learned from the first failure. 200 against 60. The mathematics were brutal, but the collective had something the attacking sects did not. They understood what they were actually defending. Every time they resonated together, they reinforced the binding. Every use of the complementary harmony in combat strengthened the barrier against the Lich Sovereign. The entity was still probing, still testing, but each deliberate use of their technique drove it further back. The sects were fighting against a group of cultivators. The collective was fighting to keep the entire world intact. It was the only advantage that mattered. Chapter 79. First major battle. The coordinated assault came at dawn, just as scouts had predicted. 200 cultivators spread across the compound's entire eastern approach, coming in organized waves. In the back lines, 68 core formation practitioners. In the middle ranks, 42 foundation establishment cultivators. In the forward positions, 20 high-stage core formation cultivators and 8 immortal ascension leaders. The strategy was clear. Punch through the secondary collective, reach the 5, overwhelm them through sheer numerical advantage. It might have worked against normal cultivators. The 5 stood in formation as the first wave approached, not defensive but perfectly still, and when the attackers were within 20 paces, they activated the full depth of the complementary harmony technique. It was not a weapon in the traditional sense. There was no blast of energy, no explosion of chi, no visible release of power. But the resonance pattern they created was so perfectly aligned, so fundamentally stable, that cultivators passing through it found their own chi arrangements disrupted. Meridians that had been flowing smoothly suddenly became difficult to channel through. Chi defenses that had been firm suddenly became uncertain. The first wave broke. Not all of them. 8 attackers pushed through, their immortal ascension strength enough to overcome the disruption. But they emerged weakened, their reserves depleted from fighting against the harmonic pattern itself. Long was waiting for them. She moved with the kind of precision that came from decades of blade training, her silver iron spear tracing patterns through the air that seemed simple until you realized they were designed to herd the attackers toward predetermined points where the secondary collective's coordinated groups could contain them. One immortal ascension cultivator from the Celestial Harmony sect managed to break past her initial containment. He was older, experienced, and he had trained specifically to counter metal element resonance. He was also alone, moving too quickly to be caught by the secondary groups. You met him before he could reach the inner courtyard. Fire element resonance crystallized around her in the shape of a spear that had never been touched by a foundry. She fought him with perfect control, never allowing the flames to escape their formation, never allowing her own momentum to become something that couldn't be recalled. But she also never retreated, never gave him space to establish a defensive pattern. The battle lasted less than 2 minutes. At the end, the immortal ascension cultivator was on his knees, his chi depleted, his will broken by the certainty that he was fighting not against a cultivator, but against the concentrated will of 2 people. No, 5 people, all moving in perfect synchronization, all coordinated through a bond he had no concept of countering. He yielded. The secondary groups took him into custody. The second and third waves came in closer succession. By the 5th wave, the pattern was clear. The attacking sects were trying to wear the collective down through attrition, believing that eventually, sheer exhaustion would overcome the 5's coordination. It was a reasonable strategy against normal cultivators. But the complementary harmony did not deplete in the normal way. When one of the 5 began to weaken, the others could literally transfer their own reserves to her, a borrowed power that was the privilege of bonds forged through tribulation. It meant that you could fight for hours without tiring, sustained by Shun's centered presence, by Chen's perfect mathematical understanding of defensive positioning, by Long's absolute confidence in the technique's power, by Lin's constant awareness of all 5 simultaneously. By the 8th hour of combat, the attacking sects understood that they were not going to win. The withdrawal was orderly and professional. The Resonance Collective had killed 23 cultivators. 54 more had been captured or wounded too severely to retreat. The majority of the force simply retreated, acknowledging defeat with the kind of dignity that came from understanding that they had been facing something outside the normal framework of sect conflict. 3 secondary practitioners from the collective died in the defense. Master Wei, who had been one of the first to volunteer for the resonance technique's deepest teachings. Cultivator Song, whose plant growth control had been used to create barriers. And Disciple Chun, no relation to Chun Hualin, whose courage had held a breach in the outer defenses long enough for the main formation to reinforce it. The burial ceremonies came at dusk. In the quiet after the last grave was sealed, you sat with the weight of what she had become visible in the set of her shoulders. She had killed 8 cultivators in this battle alone. Not monsters, not abstractions. People who had chosen the wrong side of a conflict they barely understood. We're not winning, Shin said quietly, studying the reports from the secondary collective about casualties and remaining chi reserves. We're surviving. It's not the same thing. At this rate of attrition, we can hold for weeks. But months would require someone to attack us on a predictable schedule, and that's not how wars work. Then what do we do? This from Shun, her healer's mind translating every injury report into a version of responsibility she couldn't quite set down. We wait for the binding to degrade further, Shin said. We wait for the Lich Sovereign to make its serious attempt. And we hope that when it does, the enemy sects are still fighting among themselves instead of coordinating against us. It was the most honest assessment of despair that Lin had ever heard, and no one argued with it. By midnight, scouts reported that the 3 attacking sects were regrouping for a larger assault. They had learned the names of the 5. They had learned that direct numerical superiority didn't work. Now they would try something else. Coordinated magical attacks focused exclusively on the points where the bonds connected, an attempt to fracture the complementary harmony from the inside out. It was a good strategy. It might work. The 5 would not know for another 3 days, when the assault came and their bonds were tested in ways they had never experienced. All they could do in that interim was maintain the binding, train the secondary collective, and try not to think about how many more graves they would dig before the Lich Sovereign finally made its move. Chapter 80. Desperate communication. Lin's idea came at midnight on the 7th day, born from exhaustion and desperation and the particular kind of clarity that comes when you have stopped sleeping and your mind has started operating on pure, crystalline certainty. I'm going to attempt to communicate with it, he said, speaking to the 4 in their private formation chamber, the place where the 5 of them had bonded for weeks that felt like years. That's madness, you said immediately. It's technically brilliant and practically impossible, Chin said, which was her way of acknowledging that she had already begun calculating how it might be attempted. Why? Shin asked, and the question was gentle. She understood already that this was something he needed to do, even if it failed. Because if we know what it is, what it wants, how it thinks, maybe we can find a way to hold the binding that doesn't require everything we have. Maybe we can buy actual time instead of just surviving hour to hour. Lin's voice was steady, but he could feel the emotion beneath it, the fear and the desperate hope that drove the idea forward. It doesn't communicate, Long said flatly. Xia's notes were clear. The Lich Sovereign doesn't have consciousness in any way we can interface with. Then I'll interface with the not consciousness, Lin said. I'll extend my emotional perception through all 5 bonds, amplify it, and I'll reach through the binding toward it. I'll try to establish some kind of contact point. He began the attempt before anyone could argue further, while the bonds were fresh and the secondary collective was conducting maintenance resonance in the outer chambers. He extended his perception outward from the center of the 5, stretching the emotional awareness that should have been limited to a range of 1 li and pushing it further, drawing it thinner, spreading it across the boundary itself. The technique screamed in protest. It wasn't pain, not exactly, but something adjacent to pain, the sensation of a system being asked to perform functions it was never designed to sustain. Lin pushed anyway, drawing strength from the other 4, borrowing their reserves, their certainty, their absolute commitment to the attempt. And he reached through the boundary toward the Lich Sovereign. What he found was not consciousness in any meaningful way. It was not malevolent. It was not anything except an enormous hunger that had learned to organize itself into patterns sophisticated enough that they resembled intention. The entity did not think. It simply consumed, the way a fire consumes without awareness or moral consideration. It was not evil. It was alignment to a different fundamental purpose, the way water is misaligned to stone. For a moment, before the attempt collapsed and his consciousness snapped back into the confines of his own body, Lin perceived something else. The binding was not a prison. It was something more complex, more elegant, and infinitely more horrifying than anyone had understood. Zhu Wanshan had not merely created a cage. She had created a 2-way interface. The binding didn't just contain the Lich Sovereign. It used the entity's own hunger as an energy source, cycling it back into the resonance field that kept the boundary stable. The entire technique worked because it had learned to feed off the very thing it was designed to contain, which meant that the Lich Sovereign couldn't be driven away. It couldn't be sealed. It could only be maintained, held in a perpetual state of almost breach, its hunger providing the very power needed to prevent the breach from completing. Lin's eyes opened. He was on the floor of the chamber, and Shun was checking his chi circulation for damage. The others waited in their formation, holding the space while he reassembled himself from whatever dispersed state he had achieved. I felt something, Shun said quietly. At the moment you reached through, I felt you perceiving something. What did you learn? Lin didn't answer immediately. He was still processing, still translating what his consciousness had briefly touched into language that could be spoken aloud. Shin finished her assessment and withdrew, taking her position in the formation once more. The binding, Lin began slowly, uses the entity's hunger as power. We're not fighting it. We're not containing it. We're maintaining a permanent state of almost apocalypse, because that state gives us energy to maintain the almost apocalypse. The silence that followed was the kind that only comes when someone has articulated a truth so fundamental that the entire framework of understanding has to be reconstructed around it. We have to keep using the technique forever, Chen said finally, speaking into that silence. Her voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of perfect comprehension. Or the binding collapses and it breaks through and everyone dies. She paused, letting the statement settle. We're not cultivators anymore, Chen said. We're locks. No one spoke. Outside, the secondary collective maintained its resonance pattern, unaware that the five who anchored them had just discovered the true nature of what they had become. The binding held. The Lich Sovereign continued its slow probing, still hungry, still pressing, eternally contained by the power of its own hunger used against itself. And in the courtyard of the compound, 5 people who had been transformed by tribulation understood that their transformation would never end, that they would spend the rest of existence maintaining the bars of a prison they could never leave. That freedom was a luxury the world could not afford. The war against the sects continued. The boundary remained stable, but the cost of that stability had finally been revealed, and it was a cost paid in the currency of choice, of autonomy, of everything that made a cultivator's advancement something worth achieving. They were locks, and locks, by definition, existed only to remain in place. Chapter 81. The burden of truth. The assembly hall fell silent. 57 faces stared at Lin Xianfeng. 60 had entered when the meeting began, but 3 had left as soon as the words, "You're the binding mechanism," left his mouth, and 2 more had followed before he finished explaining what permanent meant. Let me be absolutely clear, Lin said, his voice steady in that careful way that you recognized meant he was leashing something beneath. If any of you withdraw now, there is no shame. The binding requires 5 core practitioners and exactly 12 group anchors. 54 is above minimum. But I won't ask you to pretend this isn't what you've chosen. Chun Hualin stood at the back, arms crossed, her water chi creating a faint shimmer in the air as she calculated loss functions. Shen Yushi sat pale but upright, her hand resting on Long Ali's shoulder. Long's knuckles were white. Yu Mingming did not sit. Her fire element cultivation burned low and controlled, the way it did when she was angry and refusing to let it show. The previous explanation was insufficient, someone said. A practitioner named Wu Fong, one of the remaining ancillary group leads. We were told the binding contained an existential threat. We were not told we would be maintaining it for the rest of our lives without the option to release it. No, Lin said. You were not. That was my failure. The simplicity of the admission seemed to surprise the room. Lin continued. I withheld information because I was afraid. Not of you leaving, of you hating us for it. That fear was not a good enough reason to lie. The binding exists. It is permanent. Every member of this collective is now part of the primary defense structure of this realm, whether the wider cultivation world acknowledges it yet or not. Zhao Qingyuan, sitting in the corner with Zhu Wanshan's notebooks spread around him, made a small sound of satisfaction. He had been pushing for this disclosure for weeks. 3 more practitioners stood. This time, they left in silence, 2 of them not even looking back. 54 remained. Over the next hour, Zhao explained the technical architecture while Lin and the others answered questions. Yes, the binding would hold your life to this one central mechanism. Yes, it could theoretically be severed, but doing so would collapse within hours, and when it did, the Lich Sovereign would wake. No, he did not know how long the rest of your life meant. A century? 10 centuries. The binding did not age, so perhaps indefinitely. By the time the evening chi lamps came up, something had shifted. The 54 were no longer thinking of themselves as practitioners in an experimental cultivation group. They were thinking of themselves as locks. Locks did not question their purpose. Locks held. The news spread into the wider cultivation world within days, carried by sect emissaries who had been positioning themselves in the capital. By the end of the week, the narrative had rewritten itself. The Resonance Collective was not a strange fusion technique developed by 5 impossible cultivators. They were a necessity, a resource, a deterrent. And that, you discovered, was worse than being ignored. The Heavenly Mandate sect sent an emissary. So did the Jade Mountain School, the Northern Confluence, the Twilight Gate. Even conservative sects that had previously dismissed them as dangerous outsiders began drafting formal alliance documents. Lin's group had been recognized, but they had been recognized as a burden. The burden itself was valuable, but burden remained burden. Chapter 82, Strategic Alliance Building. Mu Chun arrived without warning. He walked into the meeting house at midday, his celestial aura unmistakable, that particular high-frequency resonance that marked someone born into a heavenly mandate. Behind him came 5 heavenly mandate cultivators in formal crimson robes. Yu's fire flared involuntarily. Long stood up. Chun Hualin's water chi stilled to absolute silence, the kind of quiet that preceded action. I am not here to take anything, Mu Chun said, which was almost funny given his faction's demonstrated philosophy. I am here to ask. Lin gestured for them to sit. The conversation that followed was not comfortable, but it was civil in a way that surprised everyone. Mu Chun laid out the problem. The Heavenly Mandate sect's territory in the western reaches was showing boundary stress. More tiers, more frequently. His faction's combat specialists were talented but unequipped. The void creatures emerging from the tiers did not respond to conventional cultivator techniques. They needed the Resonance Collective. We can offer material support, Mu Chun said. Territory, resources, a standing militia. We can supply specialized researchers to study the binding in exchange for methodological knowledge. But what we need from you is direct assistance. Combat teams. Containment protocols. Your presence. You need us, you said, not quite making it a question. Yes. Mu Chun's jaw tightened, but he didn't look away. The Heavenly Mandate has had the advantage of celestial backing for 3 centuries. We were unprepared to discover advantages have expiration dates. Long laughed, a sharp and joyless sound. You were unprepared to discover you could die like anyone else. Yes, Mu Chun repeated. That also. Chen Hualin was already calculating. Lin could see it in the way her fingers moved, tracing the geometry of resources, threat distribution, force deployment. She saw value. She saw worth. We would deploy collective teams, Lin said carefully, but not to be absorbed into your hierarchy. We remain independent. What we offer is cooperation. Acceptable, Mu Chun said. He left by evening with provisional agreements in place and a promise of support materials within the month. As his entourage crossed the courtyard, Mu Chun paused and looked back at you. You did not return the look, but she also did not burn him where he stood, which Long noted with some satisfaction was restraint. Chapter 83, The Lich Sovereign's pressure increases. The first tear opened in the western reaches at dawn. Resonance Team 7 was positioned exactly where they were supposed to be. They contained it. For hours of coordinated suppression pushed the boundary back to sealed status. No casualties. The second tear came that same afternoon, 3 regions to the south. Resonance Team 3 responded. The creatures that emerged this time were different, not void entities shaped like predators, but something else. Something that moved in directions that had no names. Xin Yushi described it later, like watching 3 dimensions bend in on themselves. Not a creature. An absence that's learning what motion is. The creatures were contained. Team 3 took heavy casualties. 7 dead, 2 missing, 1 surviving member with scarred spirit channels that might never fully heal. By the third tear, only 3 days later, every resonance team was mobilized. Twin boundaries tore simultaneously, one in the mountains, one beneath the capital itself. Lin Xianfeng felt them open like punctures in his own awareness. The second team responded to the mountain breach. What came through was not an absence, but a violation. Long described it as a blade made of nothing, cutting through everything it could see, leaving nothing behind. The team leader's name was Wei Shou. When the void creature consumed the boundary space around her, her last emotion, fear and defiance mixed together, flashed through Lin's perception like lightning. Then nothing. Not death. Absence. Her presence simply stopped existing in the way a word ceases to exist when you stop speaking it. No echoing spirit, no death chi dissipating. Just nothing. The spot where she had been was empty in a way that was harder to look at than it should have been. Lin felt his own breath stop. We have him. Chin's voice cut through the link. She meant the creature in the capital breach, the one their core 5 was containing with 4 backup practitioners. Pushing it back. 3 seconds. The mountain team was falling apart. Long was there, fighting retreat with a metal cultivation that sang with desperation. We need reinforcement. Now. But reinforcement could not reach the mountain in 3 seconds. Could not reach it in 30. The second practitioner, a young man named Gao Shang, did something that Lin would later understand was absolutely brave and absolutely futile. He moved deliberately into the void creature's consuming radius and began channeling his entire cultivation as a barrier, not to kill the thing, but to buy time for the others to fall back. His presence lasted exactly 4 seconds. Lin felt them both go, Wei Shou and Gao Shang, 2 distinct souls simply stopping like candles snuffed. The absence was the worst part. There should have been death chi, residual energy, something that marked that a person had been here. There was only absence, only the wrong shape of the air where they had been. Falling back, Long's voice hollow. We have 9 survivors. 2 are gone. 2 are just gone. The creature in the capital was forced backward, back through the tear, back into whatever void existed beyond the binding. The mountain creature followed, drawn back by the pressure of 5 core practitioners at maximum output, their 5 bonds burning like a furnace. When it was over, they sat in the secondary hall in the dark, because no one had the energy to light the chi lamps. 52, Chen said finally. Her voice was completely flat. We were 54. Now 52. Chapter 84. Emotional toll, 3 days of shallow breathing. The bonding sessions continued, because they had to. The binding did not care if 5 cultivators wanted to scream. The binding required resonance. On the 4th evening, as they settled into formation, Lin felt the friction immediately. Yu's fire chi came through the bond like a coal held at arm's length. Useful, controlled, completely inaccessible. Not hostile, just absent. She was in the bond, but not present in it, and the difference was worse than absence would have been. Chen's water flowed like a precise calculation, every movement optimized, every current purposeful. No excess, no spontaneity. She was managing the resonance the way she managed food supplies or team rotations. Inventory, allocation, expenditure. 3 people left, dividing resources, and one of those resources was her own emotional participation. Shen was hollow. Lin could feel it in the way her wood element binding didn't extend its normal reach. She was healing, still healing, always healing, but there was no one healing her. The toll was calcifying. Her presence in the bond had the texture of something slowly crystallizing into permanence. Long's metal was jagged, not sharp with anger anymore, sharp with trauma. The constant pressure of the boundaries, the knowledge that more tears would come, the memory of 2 people simply ceasing to exist. His cultivation carried all of it like a blade that had been driven through steel so many times its edge was no longer clean. And Lin held them all together through the resonance. His own 5 bonds pulled taut as wire, because if he let them slip, the fraying would accelerate into unraveling. He did not tell them what it was costing him. The thought came to him somewhere in hour 2 of the session. This is the choice I made. To know everything they feel without them knowing what I feel. To be the circuit through which their pain flows without ever letting the pain flow back. His fatal flaw, the one the technique had been flagging since the beginning. Emotional honesty is mechanically enforced. The thought was not kind enough. The technique knew. The binding knew. And as the realization formed, his own dishonesty about his own state, the resonance cascade hit like a fist. Not the gentle push and pull of normal bonding. Not the clean feed of 5 distinct cultivators harmonizing. A feedback loop. All 5 bonds suddenly screaming back at themselves. Energy reflecting into source. Reflection reflecting again. The whole system becoming a mirror that only showed pain. It lasted 6 seconds. In those 6 seconds, Lin understood what the technique would feel like if it broke completely. Not sudden destruction, but this. Cascading contradictions. Each correction creating the need for the next correction. The system cannibalizing itself. Then it corrected. The 5 bonds reset. The session continued, but something had cracked. That shouldn't be possible, Shin said, when they separated. Her hands were shaking. Not at Artier. It's not, Shin agreed, her voice careful. You said nothing. But her eyes found Lin's, and in them was something new, recognition. Not of him. Of the lie he'd been maintaining. Chapter 85. The technique's flaw emerges. Zhaoqing Yuan was waiting in the library when they arrived. He had pages spread across the table. Photocopies of the complementary harmony manual, transcriptions of Zhu Wanshan's notes, his own annotations written in dense, rapid characters. More pages than seemed possible. He'd been living in this room for weeks. The modification you experienced, he said, not bothering with greeting. The resonance cascade at an incorrect tier. We know, Lin said. It shouldn't be possible. It shouldn't be, but it is. Because the modification in the manual, the one where the handwriting changes on page 47, is not a fix. Zhao tapped a series of handwritten notes. It is a workaround. He laid out the technical architecture. The binding was stable only to a point. Zhu Wanshan had designed it to contain the Lich Sovereign at early-stage cultivation levels. But the binding itself was a living technique. It grew with its practitioners. The 5 core cultivators could advance, and the technique advanced with them. Up to a limit. At celestial integration, mid-stage celestial integration specifically, the harmonic architecture destabilizes, Zhao said. The modification compensates. Barely. It reduces the cascading frequency by 0.3%, which at that tier is the difference between stability and cascading failure. And Lin's voice was very quiet. And at transcendental ascension, the modification cannot compensate at all. The mathematics become impossible. The system fails. Shin made a sound that was almost a laugh. We're approaching the ceiling. The binding requires us to advance, but advancing destroys the bonds. The binding requires all 5 of you to advance together to maintain the Lich Sovereign's containment, Zhao corrected. But yes, advancement at the celestial tier and beyond will generate cascades. Advancement at transcendental will destroy all 5 bonds simultaneously. Long had gone very still. Zhu Wanshan solved this. In the original binding, he solved it. Zhu Wanshan was one person, Zhao said quietly. The binding required him to be all 5 roles simultaneously. He found the ceiling, reached it, and then chose not to advance further. He was powerful enough to maintain a one-person binding even in power stasis. But you 5. He didn't finish. He didn't need to. The binding required them to be locks. Locks needed to hold in place. But the technique itself was designed by someone who believed cultivation always moved forward, always advanced, always transcended. Those 2 axioms were pointing at each other across a gap that Zhu Wanshan had never resolved. Qin's hands had formed into fists. How long do we have? Months, Zhao said. Perhaps a year. You're generating advancement pressure constantly now. The boundary tiers, the collective operations, the constant minor destabilizations. You will reach celestial integration faster than you would in peacetime. And then, you asked, then either you stop advancing and let your cultivation stagnate, or you continue, and the binding fails, and the Lich Sovereign wakes. The library was very quiet. Lin felt the weight of what they'd known since Chapter 80 settle harder. They were locks. But locks did not last forever. Locks wore out. Locks broke. And when they broke, all the locked things came free. Show us everything, Lin said to Zhao. All the encoded sections. All the modifications. Every note Zhu Wanshan left. If there's a solution, we solve it together. And if there isn't, he paused. Then we solve it anyway. Chapter 86. The manual's secret. Zhao Qingyuan spread the pages across the table in the courtyard shadow. The afternoon heat pressed down, but no one moved to escape it. They had come here to listen. The papers were old, the ink faded to brown. Some pages bore the familiar script of the manual's printed text. Others were handwritten in the tighter, more angular style of annotations. Zhao had filled 3 notebooks just tracing the pattern of edits, the revisions, the sections where the same phrase appeared 4 times in the margins. Start from the beginning, Lin said. His voice was steady, but his hands had found their way to the stone bench's edge, gripping it. Zhao adjusted his glasses. The hidden sections are distributed throughout the manual, pages 47, 91, 103, and 147. Zhu Wanshan encoded them using a substitution cipher keyed to the character count of specific passages. The full decode takes about 8 hours of careful work, but the content is consistent. He left detailed notes about his attempts to stabilize the frequency. And did he succeed? Shen Hualin asked. There was no hope in her voice, only the need for precision. No, Zhao said. That's what I'm telling you. He didn't. He tried everything. Different configurations, resonance timings, meditation protocols. For 47 years, he worked on it. He documented every failure. And then, 3 years before his death, he stopped. Shen Yushi leaned forward. He gave up. Not exactly. Zhao turned to page 147. The handwriting here was trembling, the script uneven in places. He left one final note. It's the last thing written in the manual. He called it his confession. Yu Mingming had been still until now, her fire chi barely visible at her edges. Read it, she said. Zhao cleared his throat and began. His translation was careful, reverent. 5 is not wrong. 5 is first. The structure requires something that 5 cannot provide alone. The answer is not in the bonds. It is in the space between the bonds. What I have built will hold, but I cannot make it climb beyond the point I have reached. I have tried. I have failed. This much. I pass to those who come after. They will see what I could not. Or they will accept what I could not accept. That to have enough is a kind of victory. The courtyard went quiet. Chen's eyes had already moved, calculating. Her hands made small movements as if checking equations against the air itself. The space between, she murmured. Not redundancy, not additional strength. A space. A gap that serves a function. It reads like a riddle, Shin said softly. Like he's telling us something about how the connections work. How the bonds relate to each other. Long Ailey was shaking her head. It sounds like a problem someone else is supposed to solve. Like he's saying, here's what I couldn't do. Maybe you can. Yu Mingming had gone very still. Her eyes were fixed on the page, but Zhao could tell she wasn't reading it anymore. 5 is not wrong, you said. The others waited. 5 is not wrong, she said again. Her voice was different. Internal, working through something. 5 is first. Not last. Not final. First. You? Lin moved closer. What are you seeing? You didn't answer immediately. She stood, paced to the courtyard's edge, and stood there with her hands clasped. Her fire chi flickered like a candle barely alive. 5 is not wrong, she said a third time. That's not him saying you failed. That's him saying you succeeded. You built 5, and 5 is right. 5 is the beginning. 5 is correct. She turned back to them, and her eyes held something that hadn't been there a moment before. Not peace, but the possibility of it. We're not looking at the wrong thing, you said. We're looking at the incomplete thing. And he's telling us exactly that. 5 is not wrong. It's just not whole. Chen was nodding now, slowly. Not wrong, but insufficient. The instability isn't a flaw in the 5-person structure. It's a consequence of having only 5. And the space between, Lin said quietly. His eyes had found Zhao's across the table. What exists in the space between 5 separate things? No one answered, because the answer was still too far away to see clearly. But something had shifted in the quality of the silence. It was no longer the silence of despair. It was the silence of beginning to understand. Zhao gathered the pages carefully, and you kept whispering the phrase like a meditation. 5 is not wrong. 5 is first. Chapter 87. A choice emerges. They met alone in Lin's chamber the next morning. No servants, no observers. Just the 5 and Zhao. The question was simple, but it had taken them a day to find the right way to ask it. Could they accept the ceiling? We don't have the answer yet, Lin said. Maybe we never will. Not in our lifetimes. Maybe not in the next 100 years. The question is whether we keep the technique as it is, at celestial integration, stable, functional, or whether we spend decades chasing something that might not exist. He paused. Both are valid. Both have costs. And both require agreement from all of us. You spoke first. The first realm is high enough. I've spent my whole life reaching toward power because I thought reaching was the only honest thing to do. But reaching toward something that doesn't exist isn't reaching. It's drowning slowly. She looked at each of them. We might have climbed as high as we ever will. I can live with that. I'm ready to live with that. There was no regret in her voice. Only finality, and beneath it, a kind of hard-won peace. Chen had her stylus out, making marks on paper. The mathematics of holding the binding at celestial integration are stable. The frequency remains constant if we don't push further. The technique doesn't require ascension to survive, only to avoid collapse. We can maintain celestial integration indefinitely, consolidate our cultivation, strengthen the bonds within the current structure. She looked up. I can work with that. The numbers don't require us to go higher to hold the binding, just not to fall below. That's a framework I understand. Shin's hands were folded in her lap. When she spoke, her voice carried the softness it had taken on since Xie's death. Not broken, but aware of brokenness. The ceiling keeps us together. At celestial integration, the binding holds forever, or at least long enough. I didn't spend years learning to heal just to lose what I was healing for. If it saves everyone, then it was worth it. All of it was worth it. Long Ailey sat with the straightness of a soldier at rest. We came here to hold the line. We came here to keep the tears from widening, to keep the lich sovereigns from pouring through. We did that. We're doing it. She met Lin's eyes. Then we did what we came for. Stop looking for more. More is how you die. Lin was quiet for a long moment. We'll solve it eventually, he said finally. But not now. We'll be ready when the answer comes to us. Until then, we live, Shin finished softly. We hold, you said. We adapt, Shin added. We endure, Long said. Zhao, standing by the window, watched them. This wasn't despair. He had expected despair, or resignation, or the bitter taste of compromise. Instead, he saw something rarer, clarity. They had looked at the mountain, measured it, and chosen to plant their feet on the slope they had reached. Not because it was easy, because it was honest. Lin turned to him. You'll help us maintain the charts? The resonance records? Of course, Zhao said. Then we're not trying to become the most powerful cultivators in history, Lin said. The words seemed to come as a kind of realization, as if he was saying them to hear them himself. We're trying to hold a door shut long enough for the world to learn to do it differently. That's enough. That's more than enough. You smiled then. A real smile. The first one Zhao had seen from her in weeks. 5 is not wrong, she said. 5 is first. Chapter 88. The second great battle. The first tiers opened at dawn on opposite sides of the kingdom. Lin felt them before the messengers arrived. The bonds screamed with it. A dual pressure, a simultaneous rending of the boundary between worlds. The Lich sovereigns had coordinated. They had learned. They would not be repelled again by a single group, no matter how skilled. North and east, Qin said, reading the reports even as they came in. Her water chi was already moving, spreading through the collective's ranks to relay instructions. 2 boundary tiers. Full assault configuration. They're hitting us on both fronts. We split, Lin said. It was not a question. The bonds knew it already. You, Long, and I take the northern tier. Chun, Shan, and Zhao coordinate the eastern collective. The split was wrong. They all felt it instantly. The bonds suddenly stretched across distance, the perception remaining, but the cultivation borrowing becoming sluggish, unreliable. It was like trying to sing in harmony when you could no longer hear your partners. Lin, you, and Long rode north with 300 cavalry. The northern tear was immense, a gash in the boundary wall that poured skeletal forms and twisted light. The undead pressed through in waves, driven by something with intent behind them. A Lich sovereign on the other side, pulling them through like puppets. Hold the line, Lin called, and his fire chi blazed. But it felt thin here. He could feel Yu's rage and Long's sharp focus through the bonds, but the energy wouldn't borrow across the distance. It was a ghost of the power they wielded when they stood shoulder to shoulder. They fought anyway. A Lich sovereign's manifestation tore through the portal, not fully present, but present enough. Ice and shadow and hunger. Lin cut at it with his saber, and the blade passed through something that felt like flesh but had no real substance. The distance between him and his partners became its own kind of wound. Tighter, Yu screamed, and he felt her fire reaching for him across the kilometers. It helped. It wasn't enough, but it helped. East of the kingdom, Qin's mind moved like a machine. The numbers had to hold. The resonance had to stay true. She and Shun and Zhao. Oh, they were undermanned, underpowered. But the math was on their side. 3 more circles, she ordered. Zhao, can you? Already accounting for it, Zhao said. He wasn't a cultivator, but he could read frequency. He could hear the rhythm of the bonds and tell Chun where to place her pressure. Shin was healing. A collective member, Xie Huang's daughter, 3rd-generation practitioner, barely 20, had taken a hit meant for someone else. Shun's hands glowed green, and the girl's wound knitted, but Shin saw the calculation in her eyes. The girl knew she'd been saved, knew what it cost, took up her sword again and ran toward the eastern tear, leading a diversionary action that scattered the undead, bought time for the other collective members to regroup. The girl survived, but when it was over, she collapsed, and Shun knew she hadn't healed all of the damage. Couldn't have, with the tear still open, still draining resources. North, Lin felt something shift. The pressure eased. Yu's fire suddenly returned fully, and Long's weapon force came back sharp and killing. The tear was closing, not on its own, because the eastern assault had stopped. The coordination had broken. He sent everything he had toward the Lich Sovereign's manifestation. The ice thing shrieked and scattered into nothing. The northern tier sealed with a sound like a breaking bell. Lin fell to one knee, gasping. Around him, the cavalry stood shocked, bloody, exhausted, but standing. In the east, Chen felt the moment the northern tier closed. The bonds became whole again. For a moment, just one moment, the 5 of them were complete again, standing together across the distance. And then Chen pushed herself forward, and the eastern tier screamed and resisted and finally sealed. The eastern collective held its position. No one cheered. The cost was visible in the wounded, in the unconscious girl Shun was still tending to, in the cultivators who had given everything and had nothing left to give. But both tiers were closed. Both assaults had been repelled. The Lich Sovereigns would try again. But not today. Not today. Chapter 89. Breakthrough in Understanding. 3 days later, in a quiet room with the manual open between them, Lin had an idea. He was rereading Zhu Wanshan's final note with Zhao, running through the phrasing again. The space between the bonds. Not in the bonds. Not around the bonds. In the space between. 5 create 5 nodes, Lin said slowly. 5 points of resonance. But 5 points in a field create 4 spaces between them. And in those spaces, he stopped mid-sentence. Zhao was still, waiting for him to continue. In those spaces, Lin said, his voice changing. Interference happens. The frequencies that 5 can't harmonize collide there. They create the instability. He stood, pacing. What if you put something in the space? Not another bond partner. Not someone to join the 5, but a node. A balancing frequency. Zhao was already reaching for his papers. His hands moved quickly, pulling out the mathematical framework he'd built, the harmonic equations that modeled how the 5 resonances interacted. He began adding a new variable. A 6th position, Zhao murmured. Not a 6th partner. A 6th node. The calculation took him 10 minutes. He checked it again. A third time, his eyes moving over the mathematics as if they might change. It works, he said finally. His voice had gone very quiet. It actually works. If you position a 6th node at the harmonic center of the 5 bonds, not participating in the dual cultivation structure, but absolutely present in the resonance, the interference frequency gets absorbed into a buffer. The instability vanishes. Lin felt his heart quicken. Completely, Zhao confirmed. The frequency stays locked. The bonds would never exceed celestial integration, but they would never decay either. You could hold this indefinitely. For centuries, if you needed to. They looked at each other across the table, across the years of work, across the moment when something impossible had just become possible. Who? Zhao asked, though his voice suggested he already knew. You, Lin said. You've been the outside observer from the beginning. Present for every resonance session. You know how we work, how the bonds function. You trust all 5 of us, and all 5 of us trust you. You're the only one who fits. Zhao set down his stylus very carefully. He didn't speak for a long moment. As the 6th node, he said slowly, what would that mean? For me, what would I have to do? You'd be part of the resonance, Lin said. But not as a dual cultivation partner. The manual doesn't have a name for what you'd be. A balancing point. An anchor. Something new. Zhao looked down at the mathematics in front of him. The equations that proved his role. The numbers that said, this is where you belong. I need to think about it, he said quietly. Lin reached across the table and put his hand over Zhao's. Take the time you need. Chapter 90. The candidate Zhao sat alone in the archive, where he had spent so much of his life. The manual was open to page 147. He had read Zhu Wanshan's final note 100 times now, looking for the words that would tell him what to do. 5 is not wrong. 5 is first. The structure requires something that 5 cannot provide alone. The answer is not in the bonds. It is in the space between the bonds. He understood now. He was the space between. He had always been the space between, watching from the margins, present but not present, observing the 5 as they found their way into resonance with each other. For years, that had been enough. He had made peace with it. He had even found something noble in it. The role of the witness, the chronicler, the one who understood the bonds without being bound himself. But now Lin was asking him to become something else. I've always been the one watching you, Zhao said aloud to the empty archive. Becoming part of you feels like losing myself. The words hung in the quiet air. They were true. That was the part that frightened him. If he said yes, he would become something other than what he had been. He would be woven into the resonance, dependent on it, shaped by it. He would no longer be able to step back and observe. He would be inside. He turned the page to the mathematics Zhao had written there. His own mathematics, his own proof. A 6th node could exist without being bound in partnership, could contribute to the resonance without accepting the full structure of dual cultivation, could be intimate with the system without being subsumed by it. It was possible. The numbers said so. And then he remembered Lin's response, spoken softly. Or finding yourself. Zhao closed his eyes. For so long, he had defined himself by what he was not. Not a cultivator, not a warrior, not a partner. He had taken pride in that distance. But perhaps distance was not the only way to keep yourself. Perhaps there was another way, to be adjacent to something, to be necessary to it, to be shaped by it, and still be yourself. He opened his eyes and looked at the manual again. 5 is not wrong. 5 is first. The words seemed to be speaking to him now, speaking across the decades from a man who had also stood outside, had also watched, had also tried to solve problems that seemed to require him to be something he was not. Zhu Wanshan had been alone in trying to solve the frequency instability. But Zhao would not be alone. The 5 would be there. Lin would be there. He began to read the sections again, looking not for evidence of what he would lose, but for hints of what he might gain. The archive was quiet around him, but it no longer felt empty. It felt like the beginning of something. Zhao turned to a fresh page in his notebook and began to write his own notes. Not equations now, but questions. What would it mean to be a node? What would he feel when the resonance flowed through him? Would he still be himself? He didn't know. But as he wrote, his hands were steady. And in the steady motion of his stylus across the page, he felt the smallest beginning of an answer. Chapter 91. The integration question. The meeting room was quiet except for the sound of water running through channels beneath the floor, a technique you had learned to keep the chamber cool during long sessions. All five of them were seated in an asymmetrical pattern that they never discussed but had fallen into naturally over years, the 5 points of a pentagon, not quite equidistant, but balanced in ways that the resonance understood. Lin had begun without preamble. He'd simply told them what Zhao had told him, that a sixth node was mathematically possible, that it would stabilize the frequency indefinitely, that the manual suggested Zhao was the candidate. For a long moment, no one spoke. Yu was the first to break the silence. She was direct, as always. That was her cultivation style and her personality style, the two inseparable. We've held this together for years as five. Adding someone changes the mathematics. The mathematics changes whether we acknowledge it or not, Qin said quietly. She had a stack of papers in front of her, calculations that she'd been doing in the corner of the room while Lin was speaking. The instability doesn't care about our preferences. At celestial integration tier, and we're approaching it, the frequency fails. The system collapses. It has a failure point. Zhao's integration prevents that. I believe Qin's numbers, Qin said. She was the one who had first found the handwriting changes in the manual, the ones that hinted at Zhu Wanshan's crisis. She had a way of seeing patterns that others missed, and her skepticism was the useful kind, informed, not reflexive. But math isn't the only thing that matters. What are we actually talking about, underneath the geometry? Long had been quiet. She remained quiet, her hands folded in her lap, her expression unreadable. In the resonance sessions, Long was the one who felt most acutely, the one whose emotions ran deepest through the bonds, whose stability came from depth rather than rationality. Sometimes she didn't speak for hours. When she did, people listened. It was Shun who asked the only question that mattered. Does Zhao want this? Lin's hands moved in front of him, a small gesture that meant he was about to share something difficult. The others recognized it. They waited. He doesn't know, Lin said. I asked him. What he said was, becoming part of you feels like losing myself. Yu's expression shifted, not softening, exactly, but becoming more complicated. Judgment mixed with something that might have been recognition. What did you tell him? Qin asked. Or finding yourself, Lin said. That was what I told him. Then I told him we don't decide for him, that we can prepare for his choice, that he takes the time he needs. Long spoke then, after her long silence. Her voice was low, and it carried a weight that made the other four listen with the part of themselves that was not rational. I trust him, she said. That's all I know. In the resonance, in the bonds, in watching how he moves through all of this, I trust him. If he says yes eventually, I believe him. If he says no, I believe that too. That's not an argument, you said, but it wasn't unkind. No, Long agreed. It's not. It's just what I know. Qin looked at her calculations. We have maybe 2 years before the instability becomes critical. Maybe less if we push hard during the war. That's our window for preparation, if we choose it. And what does preparation look like? Qin asked. Actually, not abstractly. We adjust the resonance architecture, Lin said. The five of us, together. We map the spaces between the bonds. We create the harmonic buffer where a sixth node would sit. We do all of that. But we do it in a way that doesn't commit Zhao to anything. We build the possibility. And if he decides against it, we dismantle it. No harm done. Or it destabilizes us permanently, you said flatly. Let's be clear about that possibility too. We're talking about reweaving the fundamental structure of the resonance, while we're also fighting a war. We are, Lin admitted. That's the risk. I can manage it, Qin said, and there was steel in her voice. Not easily, but I can. If everyone is committed. If we move deliberately. And if we're not committed, Qin said, then we have to say no. To Zhao. We have to tell him it's not possible. Because half committed is worse than no. There was another silence. This one felt different. Less like uncertainty and more like the moment before a choice is made. Then we say yes to preparing, you said finally. But we make damn sure Zhao knows every day that he's not obligated. That we're building this possibility for him, not building him into a corner. Long nodded. One small motion of her head, but it meant agreement. All five of us, Lin said. Same commitment level. Same honesty about what we're risking. Same clarity about what Zhao owes us, which is nothing. Nothing, Qin repeated. He owes us nothing. He's already given us the solution, Qin said. Whether he becomes part of it or not, he solved it. That's what matters. They began that night, not with grand preparation, but with sitting together in the resonance and mapping, very carefully, the 5 spaces between themselves. The work was delicate and exhausting. By the time they finished, they were all running on fumes, their cultivation depleted by the precision required. But the architecture held. The possibility existed now, waiting. Outside the chamber, Zhao continued to sit with his mathematics and his questions. He had not yet said yes, but he had not said no either, and Lin respected him most for that, for taking the time to choose something real rather than accepting or refusing out of obligation. The war continued around them, but for the first time, there was a path forward that extended beyond 5. Chapter 92. Mid-war recruitment. The secondary groups were scattered across 3 operational territories, each one holding a defensive line against the void. Lin didn't visit them out of obligation. There were competent people managing the practical coordination. He visited because something in him needed to see them clearly, needed to know who they actually were beyond their cultivation metrics. The first group was stationed in the northern ridge. Their commander, a woman named Meng who had cultivated for 14 years before joining the collective, was waiting for him at the barrier with tea already prepared. She was efficient and warm, the way some military people are, capable of both things simultaneously. They sat and drank, and Lin asked the question he was actually there to ask. How are they really? Meng didn't deflect. Jia and Wei are not speaking to each other outside the resonance sessions. In the sessions, they sync perfectly, better than most groups this young. But they have their meals separately. They sleep in different compounds. When the resonance ends, they turn away from each other. Do you know why? Jia wants Jia's advancement rate, Meng said. Jia is stronger. Jia is advancing faster. The technique requires that everyone stays synchronized, so Jia has to slow down to match Wei's pace. That's creating resentment. Jia sees it as being held back. Wei sees it as Jia blaming Wei for being slower. Lin heard this clearly. It was a real problem, and it was going to get worse if left alone. The second group, stationed in the central plain, had a different fracture. One member, a young man named Fong, was clearly advancing beyond his peers. He was more talented, or he had worked harder, or some combination of both. The other 4 members of his group were watching him with the careful distance of people who know they can't keep pace. Their commander, an older man named Shu, confirmed what Lin already sensed. We can feel it in every session, Shu said. The ceiling is there. The technique won't let us advance beyond the slowest person. Fong feels that every time we resonate. Eventually, he'll see it as a prison. The third group was the worst. A woman named Qin, the group's anchor person, was showing signs of cultivation sickness, a strange, half-recognized thing, characterized by lethargy and a loss of motivation. Her group members were trying to support her, but support wasn't what was needed. What was needed was rest and withdrawal from resonance, and the technique wouldn't allow that. If Qin left, the group couldn't resonate. If the group didn't resonate, they couldn't maintain the bonds at all. They would fragment into ordinary cultivators overnight. She's scared, her commander told him. Qin thinks that if she admits she's struggling, the group will have to disband. So she's trying to push through. But the technique can feel it, and it's making everything worse. Lin sat with each group briefly, not to fix anything. He couldn't fix these things with good advice or encouragement. He sat with them because his presence acknowledged something. These were real problems, and they mattered. The secondary groups were not machinery. They were people trying to hold together a bond structure that required emotional commitment while simultaneously fighting a war against creatures that could erase them from existence. Back at the central archive, Lin reported honestly to his own group. We have at least 3 critical groups showing fractures, he said. There are probably more. I only visited 3. He laid out the specifics. The resentment between Jia and Wei. The ceiling problem with Fong. The cultivation sickness with Qin. The technique's fundamental requirement is emotional commitment from all participants. We're using it at scale during a war. The scale and the war are becoming a tactical liability. Chen had been making notes. Now she was running calculations. Her fingers moved across paper quickly, a physical manifestation of mathematics happening in her mind. After 5 minutes, she set down the stylus. I've been running numbers on how many groups are currently showing early signs of internal fracture, she said. Not yet broken, but degrading. Assuming linear progression, and it won't be linear, it'll accelerate. We'll lose approximately 30% of our secondary groups to internal collapse within 6 months if we don't do something structural. 30% is. Shin trailed off. They all knew what 30% meant. 30% of their fighting force. 30% of their power. We can recruit more, you said. We have applicants waiting. The technique is more efficient than any other cultivation method. People want in. More recruits means more groups, Chen said. More groups means more fractures. More people bound to other people who might not be good for them, or might outpace them, or might develop cultivation sickness that affects the entire chain. We've been thinking of scale as a solution, but it's becoming the problem. Long had been quiet, but now she spoke. The manual doesn't tell us how to do this. How to bind 200 people together and have it actually work. No, Lin agreed. It doesn't. Zhu Wanshan had 5 people. We have 200 and growing. So either we cap recruitment, Xin said slowly, and we lose the war advantage. Or we keep recruiting, and we lose the internal coherence. Those are the options. No one offered a third option, because there wasn't one. Not yet. The war continued. The groups held their lines. But something had shifted in the room. The acknowledgement that their beautiful, elegant technique was facing a problem that couldn't be solved with more cultivation or better mathematics. It could only be solved by making a choice about what kind of organization they actually wanted to be. That choice hadn't been made yet, but the time for making it was running out. Chapter 93. The turning point. The boundary containment operation was supposed to be routine. A void creature of moderate size had breached one of the stabilized borders, and a secondary 5-person group had been dispatched to reseal the boundary before it could expand the rupture. They had done this 100 times. The mechanics were straightforward. The creature was not straightforward. It was older than the secondary group members were expecting. Smarter. It didn't try to expand the rupture or break through the containment. Instead, it waited until 3 of the group's members were fully focused on the boundary sealing, then it moved. One moment, there was a cultivator named Kai, 23 years old, in his 3rd year of bonding with his group. The next moment, there wasn't. Not dead. The void consumed him in a way that left nothing behind. No body. No death chi. No remains to be gathered or mourned with proper ritual. The void had simply taken him, and Kai ceased to exist. The other 4 members of his group turned from the boundary and felt it immediately. The bond was broken. The resonance that had held them in perfect synchronization for 3 years simply collapsed. They tried to reform it, tried to rebuild the structure that had defined their cultivation for so long, but the technique wouldn't allow it. 5 was the minimum. 4 was nothing. They became ordinary cultivators in the space of a heartbeat. The cascade was immediate. Without the resonance amplification, the boundary containment they'd been maintaining began to destabilize. The void creature pressed into the weakening barrier. The secondary group tried to hold, but 4 ordinary cultivators couldn't do what 5 bonded cultivators could. They were failing. Lin's group felt it through the network of connection that existed between all the resonance collective groups. Not a direct connection, but a sympathetic resonance in the broader cultivation field. They felt the fracture. They felt the group failing. It was already moving, pulling cultivation reserves from the bonds. The others followed without hesitation. For the next 3 hours, they poured their power through the cultivation network, shoring up the boundary that was beginning to fail, giving the remaining 4 members of the broken group the space they needed to retreat. They held the line, but barely. When it was over, they were all severely depleted. 4 days of cultivation would be required to bring them back to baseline. For days during which they couldn't do anything else, couldn't take on any other work. 4 days of running at a deficit. And it had cost them an entire cultivator. Kai was gone. The 4 remaining members of Kai's group sat together in the medical tent afterward, not speaking, not looking at each other. They would not disband. Something in them wouldn't allow it, couldn't allow it. To disband would be to lose the memory of what they'd had. But they couldn't continue as a resonance unit either. They were suspended in a strange void of their own, existing in the space where they could no longer be what they had been. Lin sat with them, not to offer solutions, not to offer comfort. There was nothing to offer. Kai was gone. The bonds were broken. The grief was real, and it was going to stay real. He sat in the tent with 4 people who had become, overnight, incomplete. He didn't say anything. He just stayed, present and useless and necessary all at once. After an hour, he left them alone with their tea and their silence and the weight of what they'd lost. Back at the meeting chamber, Lin told his group what had happened. The room was very quiet. That could be any of us, Shin said finally. At any time. The void doesn't care about our bonds. It means we're fragile, Shin said, which was not quite the same thing. More fragile than we want to admit. 200 groups sounds like it's powerful, but if one group can break because one member dies, and death is always possible, always random, then we're actually quite vulnerable. This is the reality of the technique, you said. It's always been the reality. We just haven't paid the price before. Not like this. We're paying it now, Long said, and there was something broken in her voice. We're paying it, and we can't stop paying it. Lin found he had no words to offer. The technique worked. The bonds were real. The power was there. But the cost, the human cost of binding 200 people together in a structure that required perfection from all of them. That cost was becoming visible in a way it hadn't been before. In the morning, the 4 remaining members of Kai's group would be offered positions in other groups, or offered the choice to step away from the Resonance Collective entirely. Most who broke groups stayed away. They couldn't face entering another bonded unit after experiencing the loss of one. But until they made that choice, They sat in silence, suspended in the space between what they'd been and what they could no longer be. Chapter 94. Use confession. 3 days after Kai's death, you pulled each of the other 4 members of her group aside separately. She did it deliberately, in sequence, with no announcement. First Lin, then Chun, then Shun, then Long. Each conversation happened in a different location: the meditation chamber, the archive, the practice courtyard, the tea pavilion. As if the location mattered, as if changing where the conversation happened could change what she was about to say. To each of them, she said the same thing. I need to tell you that I've been considering leaving the group. The reactions were different, depending on who was listening. Lin's was immediate concern. Chin's was calculation, as if she were running numbers to determine if the group could function with only 4. Shun's was quiet sadness. Long's was something more complex, a recognition that was almost relief, as if she'd been waiting for someone to say the thing that couldn't be unsaid. To each of them, you continued, I'm not leaving. I've decided I won't. But I need you to know that I have considered it. That I was close. When she finally got to Lin, she was sitting across from him in the archive, the same place where Zhao sat most days, surrounded by the mathematics and the questions that had led them to where they were now. I need you to know that I stay by choice, you said. Not obligation. Not the bonds. Not what I promised when we formed. I choose this every morning now, deliberately, and some mornings it's harder than others. Lin listened without offering solutions. He just listened, the way Long had taught him to listen, with the whole of himself, not just his ears. The political power is real now, you continued. I have it. I can feel it through the bonds. The collective is significant. We matter in the war. That was what I wanted. That's why I stayed with the technique when it was difficult. Because I could see the power coming. She paused, her hands folded in her lap. But Kai's death, she said. Kai being erased from existence because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's the price of the power. And I have to choose, every day, whether that price is one I'm willing to keep paying. Some days it's easy to say yes. Some days it's not. And today? Lin asked. Today I'm choosing yes, you said. But I need you to know that's what it is now. A choice. Not a given. Not something I can hide from or pretend isn't hard. Lin reached across the space between them. Not far, just a hand's breadth, and you met him halfway. They sat like that for a long moment, not embracing, but connected in the way that was theirs. Direct, clear, without softness, but without barrier either. Thank you for telling me, Lin said. For telling all of us. That's the honest thing. That's what we need. Yes, you said. Well, I'm good at honesty, even when it hurts. She left the archive, and Lin sat alone with the weight of what she'd given them. Not reassurance, but reality. You wasn't guaranteed. None of them were. They were all choosing, every day, to continue. And that choice could change. Chapter 95. The other struggles. Use confession was like a door opening. Once it was open, others walked through. Chun spoke first, in the meditation chamber, while they were attempting a resonance session. She stopped the session, stepped outside the bonds for a moment, something that was technically disruptive but sometimes necessary, and said, I'm afraid we'll lose everything. All the cultivation, all the bonds, the collective, and I'll have nothing to show for it. The words hung in the resonance chamber. The fear underneath them was ancient and specific. The fear of investing in something with everything you have and then losing it. The fear of having nothing to show for years of work. Show to whom? Long asked gently. I don't know, Chin admitted. To myself. To whoever asks what I did with my life. They resumed the resonance session, but the admission changed the current in the bonds. Chin had named something that had been unspoken. Shin spoke the next day, in the practice courtyard where they sometimes worked through basic cultivation forms. I'm terrified the technique is fundamentally broken, she said, and that everyone will eventually blame me for not seeing it earlier. I found the handwriting changes first. I was the one who read them and understood what they meant. If this falls apart, if the technique fails despite everything we've done, she didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. The fear was clear, that she had set them on a path that could only end in catastrophe. You didn't, Shin added quietly. You didn't set us on this path because you saw something broken. You set us on this path because you saw the possibility of something being fixed. That's different. Is it? Shin asked. No one answered. Because the answer was complicated and uncertain, and sometimes it was better to sit with uncertainty than to offer false reassurance. Long spoke on the third day, in the tea pavilion where she went to think. Her confession was the simplest and the hardest. I've been fantasizing about returning to monster hunting. Solo work. Clean kills with clear outcomes. No one depending on me to feel the right thing at the right time. She looked at her hands as she spoke, as if they belonged to someone else. The technique, she continued, is not solitary. It requires feeling everything that 5 other people are feeling. It requires opening yourself in ways that are beautiful and terrifying. And some days I just want to be alone. Some days I want to hunt something and kill it and know I did it well and move on. You're saying you want to leave? Chen said carefully. No, Long said. I'm saying I want to leave. But I don't. I stay because I love you all. I stay because the resonance, when it's working, is the most real thing I've ever experienced. But the wanting part, that wanting to leave, I need you to know that's there too. Finally, on the fourth day, Lin sat alone with the other four. The resonance session they had planned was rescheduled. Instead, they simply sat in the meeting chamber, the five of them around the pentagon of empty space, and waited. I feel responsible, Lin said finally. For all of you. I made the choice to pursue this technique. I made the choice to work with the manual when we didn't understand it. I made the choice to bind us together when we could have walked away. He paused, gathering the words that were hardest to say. I trapped you in this, he said. Not deliberately, but effectively. You're bonded to me, and through me to each other, and the bonds are beautiful, and they're also impossible sometimes. And I made that decision for all of us. We made it with you, you said. Yes, Lin agreed. But I went first. I convinced all of you that it was possible, that it would work, that the cost was worth it. And I was wrong about the cost. The cost is higher than I understood. So what? Chen said. Lin, the cost is what it is. It doesn't change because we're naming it. No, Lin said. But it changes what I feel about having asked you to pay it. That's what changes. The resonance session happened late into the night, after Lin's admission. All five of them entered together, without barriers, without pretense. They brought their fears and their doubts and their desperate wanting to be elsewhere sometimes, and they brought it all into the bonds. The session was the most painful they had experienced. There was no way to synchronize when everyone was bringing that much unfiltered doubt. The frequencies clashed and corrected and clashed again. At one point, Chen's cultivation dropped so low she nearly lost the connection entirely. At another point, Long's fear was so profound that the entire resonance shuddered. But they held it. They stayed present. They didn't withdraw or try to hide or smooth it over with false steadiness. When it was finished, after nearly 4 hours, they emerged depleted in a way that physical exhaustion couldn't account for. But the resonance, when they stepped back into it after recovering, flowed more cleanly than it had in weeks. The honesty had cost them something, but it had also given something back. A trust that went deeper than before. A knowledge that they could be broken and uncertain and afraid, and still choose to stay bonded to each other. That night, they slept without dreaming, which was the closest thing any of them could get to peace. Chapter 96. Recovery and Recommitment. The morning light filtered through the resonance chamber's silken walls, and Lin Xianfeng woke to find you already moving in the outer chamber, the sound of water and porcelain suggesting tea. He didn't need to ask. She had simply woken and known what came next. The five of them were wrung out. Yesterday's honesty session had stripped them of everything polite and left only the raw framework of what they actually were to each other. Imperfect, chosen, refusing to leave. It would have felt smaller in the daylight if they hadn't all felt the same way. There was no shame in it, only a kind of clean exhaustion. Lin found the others as you poured. Long was sitting beside Shun without needing to say anything, just existing in her space, his shoulder nearly touching hers. Shin was reading something about cultivation theory, her eyes tracking the words while her left hand rested on the armrest where Long's arm lay. Shin was at the low table with supply manifests spread before her, checking counts. But her posture was different. The urgency was gone. She was simply maintaining things, not defending them. You distributed the tea wordlessly. The cups were warm. The steam smelled like mountain jade, and something floral that you sourced from a merchant 3 villages north. This was the kind of detail that Lin had learned to notice. The tea that appeared without asking, Long's shoulder beside Shun, Chen's quieter hands. This was what recommitment looked like when it wasn't spoken. They had stood together and told each other the truth. Now they were standing together after, and choosing, again, to keep standing. The messenger arrived near mid-morning. A young woman from one of the collective's secondary groups. Her expression frayed at the edges. Lin recognized the look. It was the look of someone watching their own bonds deteriorate. We need help, she said without preamble. Our resonance is fracturing under combat pressure. 3 pairs have broken alignment. We're trying to hold formation, but the frequency just slips. We tried restructuring, we tried rotating nodes, but it's getting worse. Lin and the 4 exchanged a look. It was the same thing they had fought through last week. The difference was that they had fought through it with each other's honesty anchoring them. These practitioners had only been told that the technique should work. I'll come, Lin said. We'll come, Chen corrected, and the other 3 were already rising. The secondary group's practice space was a converted shrine at the boundary of collective lands. 7 practitioners, anxious, three of them sitting physically separated from the others. Lin recognized the dynamics immediately. The three who had broken alignment were avoiding eye contact with their original bond partners, which meant the fracture wasn't technical. It was relational. He sat with them first, just the three, in a smaller room. "What broke?" he asked. "We don't know how to be honest like you are," one of them said. A woman named May, her hands shaking slightly. "We're supposed to be in harmony, but half of us are furious all the time, and the other half are exhausted from pretending they're not noticing. And then in combat, when we're trying to synchronize, it just explodes." The others nodded. Lin understood. He had lived in that space once too. "The technique doesn't run on pretending," he said. "It runs on clarity. You don't have to be happy. You have to be honest about what you actually feel." He spent the next hours walking them through the same steps the five had discovered. The sitting together without judgment, the naming of resentments, the questions asked and answered. It was harder for these seven. Their bonds were younger, less worn by genuine crisis. But he could see the moment the chamber's frequency shifted. It was when the one who had been managing everyone else finally said, "I don't want to be the only one holding this together." And the others said, "We know. We were waiting for you to say it." Shun and Chun set up a small resonance field to show them what stability actually felt like. Long and you worked with two of the practitioners on maintaining frequency through emotional turbulence. It was well past evening when the group's primary node said, "It's different now. I can feel where the stability comes from." On the walk back through the darkening paths, you said, "We're going to have to do this again." "Many times," Shin agreed. "The technique doesn't scale the way we thought," Shin added, her mind already moving through the implications. "The deeper the capacity, the more it demands clarity. We can help people learn it, but we're going to have to teach them to stand where we're standing." None of them seemed bothered by this. It was simply a problem that had been named. The quiet evening resonance session began near midnight. No crisis, no agenda, just the five of them in the chamber, sitting in their familiar positions, letting the dual cultivation technique settle into its natural rhythm. The bonds flowed clearly, not without resistance, but without pretense. The resonance ran long into the night, and no one suggested stopping. "We're not perfect for each other," Shin said at one point, her voice soft in the maintained harmony. "We're perfect because of each other," Long said, and no one argued. The session continued until the sky began to lighten, and by the time they dispersed, the kind of peace they had found was the kind that had been earned through the refusal to settle for anything less than the truth. Chapter 97. Zhao's integration. He arrived in the morning and said, "I've decided." The resonance chamber was prepared. Lin, Shun, Chun, Long, and you took their positions around the central platform. But this time Zhao was not standing outside the circle. He was standing at the center of it. "I'm not joining the bonds," Zhao said. His voice was steady, but Lin could see the small tremor in his hands. "I'm positioning myself as a node in the space between you." The distinction mattered. A sixth bond partner would have required the entire technique to recalibrate. What Zhao was proposing was different. A structural node, positioned to harmonize the existing five without adding another dual cultivation link. It was theoretically sound. Theoretically. "The frequency has to accept you first," Chen said. She had already begun the calculations. "That's the hard part." The first attempt failed quietly. The five established their resonance, and when they tried to draw Zhao into the space between them, the frequency simply slipped. It was like trying to fit a key into a lock that was the right shape, but not the right texture. His presence disrupted the harmonic immediately. "Try again," Shin said. She was breathing carefully, her hands steady at the resonance points. "But this time, don't pull him in. Let him rise into it." The second attempt lasted longer. Zhao's presence settled more gently into the space, and for almost a full breath, the frequency held. Then it wavered and broke. "The phase alignment is off," Chen murmured. She was already recalculating, her fingers moving through the air as though she could reshape the mathematics. "It's not a strength problem. It's a frequency problem." The third attempt failed faster than the second. It was not dramatic. It was quiet and incremental, and it was harder on all of them than a spectacular catastrophe would have been. By the fourth attempt, they were both exhausted and resolute. Shin adjusted the channeling. Chun repositioned the harmonic center. Long extended the resonance field to create more space. You steadied the baseline. And Lin, at the heart of it, held the structure open. Something shifted. Zhao felt it from inside rather than observing it from without, and the difference was profound. For years he had been watching the five of them from outside, seeing how the bonds moved through them, understanding the technique intellectually. This was not intellectual. This was the structure opening around him, inside him, through him, not overwhelming but undeniable. He was still himself. His mind was his own. His hands were his own. and he was also now woven into something larger than himself, positioned in the spaces between 5 people he had watched grow into this. The frequency harmonics shifted visibly. The instability that had been present since the boundary pressure first began, that constant subtle vibration of imbalance, simply disappeared. The resonance field became smooth. "Breathe," Long said, his voice coming from inside the resonance rather than from outside it. Zhao breathed. They all breathed. The chamber settled into a profound stillness. When they finally released the resonance, an hour later, Zhao was still sitting at the center. His legs were shaking, but his face was clear. "I thought becoming part of you would mean losing myself," he said. His voice was small but certain. "I didn't realize I'd still be watching, just from inside." Lin understood exactly what he meant. The technique created a space where you could be both individual and interconnected, both observing and observed. Zhao had always been the watcher. Now he was watching from a different vantage point, and it had changed everything. Chapter 98. New capabilities unlocked with Zhao as the 6th node. The frequency ceiling lifted in ways that rippled through the entire collective's understanding of what the technique could do. The major unlock came 3 days later, when Shun said, "Synchronized consciousness sharing. All 6 of us, simultaneously, in one person's perceptual field." They tested it carefully, in a controlled session, with protocols for withdrawal if anything felt wrong. Long volunteered first. He sat in the center position while the other 5 arranged themselves around him and opened their consciousness to his senses. The experience was disorienting. Suddenly, he was seeing through his own eyes, feeling the afternoon light on his shoulders, and simultaneously aware of 5 other perspectives receiving the exact same information through him. It was like being split into 6 partial versions of himself, all occupying the same moment. "Breathe," Chen said, both from the chair beside him and from inside his own perception. "You're overwhelming the channel." It took practice. Long focused on his breathing, on his hands, on the solid reality of his own body. The 6 perspectives began to feel less like fragmentation and more like a choir singing in harmony. When they released him, he was pale and shaking. "That was extraordinary," he said hoarsely. Chen volunteered next. She was analytical about it, her mind immediately beginning to catalog the information flow, the harmonic patterns, the way consciousness could be transmitted without losing coherence. What should have been chaos was instead crystalline. She could think through all 6 of them and arrive at conclusions that none of them could have reached alone. "This is going to be decisive in combat," she said, her eyes bright. "But also terrifying." Shin volunteered third, and the experience was different for her. She opened herself to receive the perceptions of the other 5, and instead of the cool clarity that Shun had found, she discovered herself drowning in feeling. She could feel all 5 of them feeling her. It was simultaneous love and vulnerability and terror, and her first impulse was to close the connection. "Stay," Lin said gently. "You're safe." She stayed, and slowly, the 5 separate loves that she felt stopped being overwhelming and started being something she could hold. The connection stayed open for a long breath, then 2, then 3. When she finally withdrew, tears were streaming down her face. "That's too much," she whispered. "That's how much we feel about you," you said. "All the time. We're just better at hiding it when we're not all in the same head." Zhao volunteered fourth. From the moment the connection opened, he felt a strange sense of homecoming. He had been watching the 5 of them for years, understanding their dynamics from the outside. Now he was inside, seeing them as they moved through the shared consciousness, and it was like having 5 years of observation suddenly confirmed and contextualized. The information was overwhelming in volume, but not in kind. He was watching, just from deeper inside. "This is what I've been seeing all along," he said, when the connection released. "Just more of it." Long went in again, prepared this time. You opened herself completely, her consciousness flowing into him like water, finding its level. When the 6 of them were aligned, moving through Long's perceptions together, there was a moment where they all understood something at the same time. This was what the technique had been building toward all along. Not power, coordination, not strength, clarity. Lin was last, but he didn't volunteer. "Together," he said. "All 6 of us, in one space, at the same time." They had never attempted it. The risk of losing someone in that kind of unified consciousness was theoretical but real. They positioned themselves carefully. They opened the channels methodically. And then, for the first time, all 6 of them were present in a single unified perceptual field, each of them both individual and indivisible from the other 5. It lasted only a few seconds before the channel became too narrow to hold, but it was enough. When they emerged, none of them could speak for a long time. What they had just done had no name in the language they used. It was the technique reaching beyond what it was supposed to be capable of. Chapter 99. Final war push. The coordinated counteroffensive began 3 days later, when the secondary groups launched a unified assault on the Lich sovereign's pressure points at the boundary. It was not the 5 alone. It was the full collective network, all major sect allies, coordinated through the resonance field that the original 5 maintained at its center. There were 243 practitioners in the field, divided into 17 coordinated groups. The Lich sovereign's pressure against the boundary had increased dramatically in recent weeks, and the decision had been made: push back. Lin's role was not the strongest fighter. It was the one holding everything together. He maintained the resonance bonds across distance, allowing the synchronized consciousness sharing to function across the entire alliance. It meant that every group fighting at the boundary could access the real-time tactical awareness of every other group. It meant that when one flank began to buckle, the others could adjust. It meant that when an opening appeared, all 17 groups could strike simultaneously. The battle was massive and costly. 3 secondary groups lost members in the first hour, 3 more in the second. The collective suffered real losses: 17 dead, 43 wounded. The equation of victory was being written in blood, and everyone knew it. But the coordinated assault was working. The Lich sovereign, accustomed to fighting in isolation and overwhelming through sheer power, found itself unable to focus on any single target. When it turned to destroy the northern flank, the southern flank exploited the opening. When it pressed hard against the eastern wall, the western groups used the consciousness sharing to coordinate a simultaneous strike. Lin held the resonance. His entire existence had narrowed to this: maintaining the harmonic connection across 17 coordinated groups, feeling the pulse of the technique flowing through all of them, adjusting the frequency when stress threatened to cascade, holding the channels open when exhaustion threatened to close them. By the 5th hour of sustained combat, he could barely feel his own body anymore. He was all channels, all resonance. The 5 around him maintained the core structure, while he poured outward, holding the network, holding the alliance, holding the pressure back. Shen's voice came through the resonance, distant but steady. "Can you feel that?" He could. The boundary was beginning to collapse under pressure. The Lich sovereign was being pushed backward, step by step, toward the far side of the dimensional barrier. "Hold," Shen's voice said. Lin held. Chapter 100. Breakthrough. The final push came as the sun reached its zenith over the boundary grounds. All secondary groups, synchronized through the resonance field that the 5 maintained at its center, reinforced Zhu Wanshan's original binding seal. They did not do this with a single strike. They did this with a coordinated wave of aligned cultivation, 243 practitioners moving as one unified force, their consciousness distributed across the 6 nodes at the center. The Lich sovereign retreated. It was not a dramatic final battle. It was a slow, incremental pressure, building and building until the entity withdrew to the far side of the dimensional boundary. The seal, the old binding that had been holding since before any of them were born, shifted and renewed and held. It was replenished rather than depleted. For the first time in months, there were no boundary tears. The realm was safe. In the quiet after, in a practice room that had become their default gathering space, you sat with the others and said what they were all thinking. "We didn't end it. We just postponed it. Then we trained people to face the next round," Lin said, and added a node. Chen said, looking at Zhao. "And held when it was hard," Zhao said. "We're still here," Long said. Shen said nothing. But she was smiling. A real smile. Not the measured expression of a cultivator managing emotion, but the genuine expression of someone who had just discovered that the people she had chosen to tie herself to had chosen, one more time, to tie themselves to her. The light was beginning to fade. In a few hours, there would be reports to file and wounded to tend, and the entire complex machinery of aftermath that followed any battle this large. But for now, in this moment, the 6 of them were simply sitting together in the quiet aftermath of clarity. It was enough. Chapter 101. The formal apologies began arriving 3 days after the seals held. The first came from the Jade Ascent sect, the second from the Twin Peaks Alliance, the third from the Iron Crown Brotherhood. Each letter was carefully worded. Each one managed to simultaneously acknowledge wrongdoing and suggest that the wrongdoing had been a reasonable precaution given the circumstances. Lin read them in the morning light filtering through the Resonance Collective's new administrative hall, a building that had been converted from a converted Imperial garrison 2 weeks ago, a building they now owned. Beside him, Chin skimmed through the diplomatic correspondence with the practiced eye of someone who had been reading between lines for longer than she cared to admit. Her water affinity had made her naturally suited to governance. Over the months, she had become the group's primary interface with official structures. She didn't particularly enjoy it, but she was good at it, and nobody else wanted to learn the endless protocols. "The Jade Ascent sect means it," Chin said, setting that letter aside. The others are hedging. Does it matter? Lin asked. It matters that we know which ones are genuine and which ones are positioning. Positioning can become leverage later. Lin had spent so long in survival mode that the idea of thinking 2 moves ahead in politics felt almost abstract. The realm had been burning. Now the realm was at peace, technically, and people were writing letters. The offers began in earnest by the end of the week. 5 sects offered protection guarantees and permanent sanctuary. 7 offered wealth, funding for expansion, resources, equipment. 3 offered territory. 1 offered a princess in marriage, which made you laugh so hard she had to excuse herself from the meeting room, and which made Lin feel oddly unsettled in a way he didn't immediately examine. 2 offered prestigious positions. Lin could chair the Realm Cultivation Council. Lin could lead the Central Archive. Lin could become a royal advisor. The positions came with titles and authority and the implication that the Resonance Collective would have a permanent voice in every major decision affecting the cultivation world. They were being legitimized. It should have felt like victory. Instead, it felt like a weight settling on shoulders that had only just stopped bearing the weight of imminent catastrophe. We were hunted, Xin said quietly one evening. The 6 of them gathered in the private chamber where they meditated together. Now we're being courted. The dynamic inverts faster than people can process. People like power that's already proven, Zhao said. She was sitting slightly apart from the others, not from reluctance, but from simple spatial awareness. She had been inside the resonance lattice for only 4 months. The intimacy of being fully bound was still new enough that she noticed when she shifted her weight, when she leaned, when her breath synchronized with theirs. We proved we could withstand the Lich Sovereign's advance. Now everyone wants proof they can withstand influence from us. The meditation was supposed to be centering. Lin found himself too scattered for it. It was Long who broke the silence afterward, who said the thing nobody else had been willing to say. I want to step back, Long said. Her metal affinity had always made her direct. She did not soften things. I'm tired of being a symbol. I don't want to be consulted on every territorial expansion, every succession crisis, every marriage alliance. I want to cultivate. I want to train individually. I want to be a person instead of a pillar. The silence that followed was different. Heavier. You started. We need to grow up and figure out who we are without the war, Long said. She wasn't unkind, but she wasn't gentle either. I can't be the answer to every question about leadership. I'm not actually that interested in leadership. I was good at it because the alternative was losing. The alternative is gone now. Lin felt something tighten in his chest. The group had always been 6 points of a formation. The thought of any of them stepping back, even partially, had the shape of a wound. Xin was looking at Long with an expression that suggested she was working through a problem. Define step back, she said. Do you mean stepping back from the bond? From the daily meetings? From decisions? From visibility? Long said. I'll maintain the bond. That's non-negotiable. We're locks. But I don't need to be public. I don't need to attend every council meeting. I don't need my name in every dispatch about the collective's actions. I can train others to lead instead. And I can stop carrying the weight of being the strong one. The words hung in the air. Nobody could quite argue with them, and nobody quite wanted to accept them. But acceptance was slowly settling anyway. Long had earned it through 4 years of genuine service. If she wanted to be a lock without being a pillar, the group would have to make space for that. All right, Lin said finally. The words felt like a door closing. We'll figure out what that looks like. Later, alone in his private room, Lin reread the letter from the Jade Ascent sect. It was a good letter. Genuine remorse, specific commitments to reparations, no hedging. These were the people he had fought against. Now they were being diplomatic. He thought about Long wanting to step back and felt the first small flicker of fear. The formation was holding, but things were changing. The war that had defined them was moving into history. They were becoming something else, and he had no map for that transition. He did not write this fear into his personal correspondence. He simply noted it, the way he had learned to note things when they hurt. Keep moving. The fear could wait. There was too much else to think about. Chapter 102 Celestial Integration came in waves, not as a single unified advancement. The 6th node had stabilized the lattice 3 months prior. The seal on the Lich Sovereign had held through the final battle and beyond. Now, with the external pressure lifted, the group began experiencing something none of them had anticipated. Mutual cultivation growth that felt less like climbing a mountain and more like slowly waking from a very long sleep. Lin was in the meditation chamber at dawn when he felt Yu's advancement first. It came through the bond like a sudden rush of wind, not violent, but undeniable. The resonance lattice hummed with new frequencies, and when he opened his eyes, Yu was sitting cross-legged across the chamber from him, her eyes still closed, her whole body beginning to glow with the soft gold of celestial integration midstage. It happened to each of them over the course of a week. Qin's advancement felt like the settling of a stone back into its proper place, organized and purposeful. Shin's felt like a door opening in a structure you hadn't known was sealed. Long's felt like ground becoming solid beneath you, holding firm. Zhao's felt like being seen after a long time in darkness, witnessing and being witnessed. And Lin's came last, which surprised everyone, because Lin had always progressed at his own pace, sometimes faster than the others, sometimes slower, never quite predictable. When it came, it was not what he expected. The Tao manifestation emerged first through the others, and Lin watched them each embody the principle that underlay their cultivation. You became a blur of acceleration, not fast, but impossible to pin down, everything about her suggesting momentum and change. The impossible becomes possible when the impossible is in motion. Chun moved with precedent, each gesture suggesting a chain of consequence, every action a set pattern that governance could build upon. Shun became continuance itself, wounds healing in her presence, broken things mending, the very principle of restoration taking form in her movements. Long's threshold was almost terrifying to witness. She stood at the edge of her own endurance and chose to go further, and everyone in the room could feel exactly where that edge was, could sense the precise weight she was carrying and the precise moment she was choosing to carry more. Zhao's witness was quieter, a kind of attention that seemed to change what it observed, not through intervention, but through seeing truly. Then the formations shifted, and it was Lin's turn. The Tao rose up through him like a word he had always known the shape of, but never quite managed to speak. It moved through his cultivation base with the texture of something unfinished, something still in progress, something becoming instead of something complete. Incompleteness, not failure, not lack, but the principle of not yet finished, the fundamental truth that a thing not yet complete is still full of possibility. A blade being sharpened is more dangerous than a blade already dull. A child not yet grown is not a failed adult, but a person full of potential. A life half-lived is not a wasted life, but a life still being written. He stood with this understanding moving through him like water, and he understood why it had come to him, why his technique, his method, the very thing that bound him to these 5 people was incompleteness. Because the complementary harmony technique had never been finished. Because Zhu Wanshan, in binding the Lich sovereign, had created something that existed in perpetual becoming, that required them to choose its shape again and again, that gave them no choice but to remain unfinished. When he opened his eyes, you was watching him with the expression of someone who had felt something profound move through the bond. What was that? She asked. I don't know how to explain it, Lin said. His voice sounded strange in his own ears. I think I understand something about why I was chosen for this. He sat with it in the meditation chamber for another hour after the others had left. The principle of incompleteness felt less like an answer and more like a question being born inside him, one that would not settle or finish or resolve into understanding. It would remain, always becoming, never quite complete. He found that he could breathe with it. Chapter 103. The question came in Chin's careful handwriting, delivered to Lin in the form of a preliminary governance document she had been drafting. What is the purpose of the Resonance Collective going forward? It was a reasonable question. It was the question that Long's declaration from weeks ago had forced them all to face. The 6 of them gathered in the strategy room to discuss it, and the conversation proved immediately difficult. We need clear structure, Chin said. She had brought papers. She always brought papers. Academies in 5 major cities. Representatives from each region. Succession protocols so that if something happens to any of us, the organization doesn't collapse. Right now we're running on the assumption that we'll be here and functioning forever. We should assume something different. Something different being what? You asked. Her acceleration principle made her impatient with abstract planning. We're locked to the technique. We can't leave even if we wanted to. Circumstances change, Chen said. Priorities shift. We should build something that doesn't require all 6 of us present and functional every single day. Shan, who had been quiet, spoke up. I want to focus on healing work. The war left 70,000 wounded in the central provinces alone. Most of them will never see a high-level cultivator physician. We could build a network. Clinics in every major settlement. I could train others to do what I do. You'd step back too? You asked. There was something almost panicked in her voice. You'd leave? I wouldn't leave the bond, Shin said gently. I'd just prioritize differently. There's room for both. Long nodded. That's what I meant too. The bond stays. Everything else can change shape. Lin listened to this and felt the weight of his incompleteness principle more keenly. He was not finished understanding what the collective was supposed to be. He was not finished understanding why he was supposed to lead it. The questions kept multiplying instead of resolving. Why was I chosen? He asked suddenly. The others fell silent. For this. For leading. For being the primary node. Nobody ever answered that question. Not properly. It was Zhao who finally spoke. Her witness principle made her patient with difficult questions. You were chosen because you could hold the technique without running away from it, she said. Zhu Wanshan's notes are extensive. She tested 23 candidates. Most of them broke. Most of them couldn't sustain dual cultivation with multiple partners without either trying to dominate or trying to escape. You could do both at once. You could be present and uncertain. That's rare. I feel like I'm supposed to know what comes next, Lin said. I feel like I should have answers about what the collective is for. You're allowed not to know yet, Chen said. It was the warmest tone she had used in days. You're allowed to be incomplete about that. We build the structure, and the purpose clarifies as we go. But purpose didn't clarify easily, and by evening, the preliminary documents had expanded to fill 3 tables. Later, you found Lin in the gardens where he had gone to think. She moved with the restlessness of her acceleration principle, never quite still. Long's right, you said without preamble. I'm tired too. Not of the bond. The bond is the only thing that still feels right. But I'm tired of being defined by emergency. I was raised to be fast, to adapt, to never stop moving because stopping meant dying. Now there's no reason to keep moving except habit. I don't know who I am if I'm not running. So stop, Lin said. I don't know how to stop, you said. That's the problem. I'm not sure I'm even a person without the forward momentum. Lin understood that better than he wanted to. He was not sure who he was without being the one holding the formation together, and the formation was changing shape. We'll figure it out together, he said, which felt like the only honest thing he could say. I know we will, you said, but I'm scared we'll figure it out separately. There was nothing to say to that. They sat in the garden as evening fell, and the bond hummed between them with all 6 points lit and uncertain, but lit nonetheless. Chapter 104 Chen's governance charter took 3 days to write, and another 3 days of negotiation with the other 5 before it could be implemented. The document was comprehensive. It outlined the structure of 5 regional academies, one headquartered in each of the original bond partners' home regions. Each academy would have its own leadership structure, its own curriculum, its own mandate. The complementary harmony technique would be taught, but not all of it. The binding seal mechanics, the lock system, the knowledge of the Lich sovereign's continued existence, those remained secret, known only to the 6 of them and to the Council of Representatives. We're making a public version, Chen explained, spreading the documents across the table. Enough to let other cultivators benefit, not enough to let them break something they don't understand. Long reviewed the succession protocols carefully. This says that if I'm incapacitated, the Metal Affinity Academy falls under shared governance, she said. That's good. That's what I want. There's a ceremony, Chen said. All 6 of us sign the charter together. It becomes official the moment we do. The realm knows you're stepping back, Lin. They'll need to see you choose a structure that doesn't require you to be everywhere. Lin had been avoiding this moment. Signing the charter felt like accepting that the shape of his life was changing permanently, that the emergency was truly over, that he would have to learn how to exist differently. But the charter was good. Chen's work was always good. She had thought of things he would never have considered: succession for the regional academies, dispute resolution protocols, training standards, ethical guidelines for dual cultivation bonds formed outside the original 6. That last one had been difficult to negotiate. We can't control how people use the technique, Chen had said firmly. We can only establish standards and make clear that violations have consequences. The collective will be a legal entity recognized by the realm. We can enforce rules. The signing ceremony was small, just the 6 of them in the old meditation chamber, the space where they had first recognized each other as a formation. Chen had prepared the formal documents herself, had written their names in the clear script of someone trained to create official records. Long signed first. Her metal affinity made her methodical. She read through every line again before applying her seal. When she finished, she looked lighter. The public role was not being abandoned. She would still be consulted, still be a representative voice, but the constant visibility was ending. That had been the heaviest thing she was carrying. You sign next, quick and sure. She was still afraid of stopping, but the fear was becoming less paralyzing. The academies would need instructors in momentum, in transformation, in the rapid adaptation that her acceleration principle embodied. She could do that without being an administrator. Shin signed with a small, grateful smile. The healing clinics were already being designed in her mind. She could see the work clearly now. It was no longer abstract political positioning, but actual hands pulling wounds closed, voices reassuring the frightened and pain-stricken. Shin signed her own name last, before handing the documents to Lin. The handwriting of the witness principal was precise, observant, settled. Zhao had read through the entire charter silently, and now she applied her seal without comment. But the bond carried her approval. She understood what Chun had been trying to do, create a structure flexible enough to hold many different forms of service. Lin held the pen for a long moment. His incompleteness was still rising, still uncertain, still full of the shape of questions not yet finished. He signed anyway. The moment the seal was complete, something shifted in the realm's official records. The Resonance Collective transformed from an informal alliance into a recognized legal entity. The regional academies were authorized. The charter became binding. Outside the meditation chamber, the first groups of applicants were already gathering, ready to learn the technique they had heard so much about. "We did it," you said simply. "We started something," Chun corrected gently. "The difficult part begins now, maintaining it without the external threat to keep it focused." But for now, in this moment, the six of them sat with the completed documents and let themselves acknowledge that the first phase had ended. The war was history. The formation had held. What came next was unfinished. That was terrifying. Lin was beginning to understand through his incompleteness principle, also full of possibility. Chapter 105, the first ethical violation report, came 3 months after the charter was ratified. It was not violent. It was not dramatic. It was simply a letter from a cultivator in a peripheral city claiming that the master of their cultivation sect had coerced junior disciples into dual cultivation bonds without informed consent, using the structure of the technique to argue that the bonds were necessary for advancement and that refusing was refusing the collective benefit. There were 4 more reports by the end of the week. By the end of the month, there were 17. One case involved a cultivator dominating 3 others, keeping them in a hierarchical bond structure under the guise of complementary harmony. 2 cases involved unequal power dynamics being manipulated through misrepresentation of the technique's requirements. Another involved what was essentially slavery, with a wealthy cultivator keeping 5 younger people in permanent dual cultivation bondage through financial coercion and isolation. The technique was being perverted. Lin sat in the records room at midnight, reading through the accumulated reports, and felt something that was almost grief. For 4 years, he had protected the complementary harmony technique as something sacred. He had held it carefully against the threat of the Lich sovereign. He had built a structure to preserve it. And now strangers were taking it and using it to dominate each other. He didn't hear Xin come in, but he felt her presence through the bond before she spoke. "You can't have prevented this," she said, not a question but a simple statement. "I could have kept it secret," Lin said. "I could have refused to make it public, and let thousands of wounded cultivators remain wounded because you were afraid of how it might be used," Xin said. She pulled a chair close and sat beside him. She didn't touch him, but her presence was warm. "You can't choose how people use something you give to the world. You can only choose whether to give it at all. You chose to give it. People used it badly. That's what people do. So I just accept that?" Lin's voice was sharper than he intended. "I accept that the technique is being used to abuse people?" "No," Xin said. Her water affinity made her patient with pain, but it didn't make her gentle. "You read every single one of those reports. You understand how people are being violated. And now you're going to decide what to do about it." It wasn't absolution. It wasn't even comfort. It was better. It was clarity that demanded action, not pity, not reassurance, but the hard work of choosing a response and following through. Lin looked at the woman who had been a healer first, a warrior second, and a cultivator somewhere after that. "What would you do?" he asked. "I'd establish enforcement protocols," Xin said. "I'd make clear that violations have consequences. The Resonance Collective has legal authority now. Use it. And I'd establish a training program for dual cultivation bonds, not to teach the secret mechanics, but to teach informed consent, power dynamics awareness, the ethical foundations. Make it required for anyone wanting to teach the technique publicly." It was good advice. It was obvious advice. It was the kind of thing Chun would have already suggested, except Chun was carefully not looking at these reports because she was trying not to make Lin feel worse than he already did. "I'm afraid," Lin said quietly, "that I'm not actually the right person to be leading this." "You probably aren't," Xin said. She was still looking at the reports, not at him. "But you're the person who is here, and the person holding the technique, and the person who understands what was supposed to be sacred about it. So you lead until someone better comes along, or you figure out how to do it, or you collapse trying. Those are the options." She stood to leave, then paused in the doorway. "Lin," she said, "you're allowed to be incompletely good at this. You're allowed to be still learning. You're allowed to make mistakes, and be trying anyway. That's what the rest of us are doing." After she left, Lin spread the violation reports across the table and began making notes. By dawn, he had sketched out the beginning of an enforcement protocol. By morning, he had called an emergency council meeting. The work of holding something sacred in a world that was constantly trying to break it into pieces was not a war. There was no final victory. It was simply the slow, uncertain work of building and rebuilding, of establishing consequences and standards, of being present when people wanted to use beauty for domination and saying clearly, no. He was not finished learning how to do this. He would never be finished. His incompleteness principle rose up in him with the shape of acceptance, and he set to work. Chapter 106. The council chamber was the old sect meeting hall, repurposed now as the Resonance Collective's governance space. It still smelled like old wood and incense, but the table had been replaced, something longer and less hierarchical, though Lin noticed that people naturally gravitated towards certain positions anyway. Xin sat with the violation reports laid out in front of her, like a cartographer mapping something invisible. We need an ethics framework, Xin said without preamble. She'd asked to lead this piece, and no one had argued. Not philosophy. Something operational. Something that gives consequences teeth. Xin was already taking notes, her hand moving with the precision of someone used to translating principles into policy. You listened intently, her fire affinity making her still feel warm even in the cool morning air. Long sat back in her chair with the bearing of someone who'd already decided to let this conversation prove itself. Zhao had 3 separate notebooks open. Lin watched them all arrange themselves around the table. Start with this, Xin said, pulling a document forward. Consent is ongoing. A bond cannot be formed on one-time agreement. Every 6 months, minimum, both parties confirm continuation. If either party wants to dissolve the bond, for any reason, separation happens within 2 weeks, no penalty, no questioning. That won't stop someone from pressuring their partner into confirming, Long said. It wasn't a challenge, just a fact she was noting. No, Xin agreed. So we add the second principle. Emotional honesty is mandatory within the bond. We establish peer review networks. Any member can request their bond be reviewed by a neutral third party, someone from outside the pair. If the review identifies coercion, domination, or imbalance, the bond dissolves and the violator faces investigation. You lean forward. Investigation means what? Expulsion. Expulsion is the consequence for severe cases, Chin said, already writing. But we need calibration. First violation might be training requirements, loss of teaching privileges, mandatory ethics study. Second might be suspension from bonding. Third is expulsion. That's too lenient, Long said flatly. Someone who uses the technique to dominate another person. That's not a second strike offense. That's catastrophic. Shin looked at Long calmly. What do you want instead? Immediate expulsion. Zero tolerance. Long's metal affinity made her conviction feel like something sharp and clean. You abuse someone through a sacred technique, you're out. You don't get 3 chances. Yu's hand rose in gentle disagreement. He was an antagonist, she said quietly. Everyone knew she meant Mu Chun, who wasn't here yet. And now he's trying to learn a different way. I'm not saying let violators keep teaching while they study. But if someone legitimately learns from what they did, that's not the same situation, Long interrupted. Mu Chun wasn't exploiting someone through a bond. He was harming the system itself. These are people who are actively abusing the technique after it's already public and they know better. Lin listened to the argument spiral outward. Chun proposing a severity matrix. You suggesting redemption pathways that might mean probation before expulsion. Long holding the line that certain violations were simply unforgivable. Shin let them talk, occasionally asking clarifying questions that reframed the discussion more sharply. What struck Lin was that they weren't disagreeing about whether violations mattered. They were disagreeing about what kind of justice made sense. And underneath that, they were negotiating how they wanted to be as a collective. We could tear it, Zhao said, speaking for the first time. She'd been writing steadily, watching the debate pattern itself. Low severity, pressure, emotional manipulation, boundary violations that don't involve magical control. Medium, partial control, magical influence without explicit coercion. High severity, full magical domination, binding without informed consent, exploitation of vulnerable populations. And the consequences? Chen was already organizing. Low, training, loss of teaching privileges, probation, peer review requirement, Zhao continued. Medium, suspension from bonding for 2 years, mandatory re-education, investigation into whether there's a pattern. High, immediate expulsion, investigation for criminal prosecution, public record. Long nodded slowly. That works. But I want the high-severity clause to be non-negotiable. No redemption pathway, no appeal. You cross that line, you're out. Agreed, Shin said. She picked up a pen and began writing formally. This wasn't discussion anymore. This was law being born from disagreement and consensus. Dual cultivation bonds within the resonance collective are subject to the following ethical framework. 1. Ongoing consent is mandatory. Any member can request bond dissolution with 2 weeks' notice and no penalty. 2. Emotional honesty is required. Neutral peer review can be requested by either party at any time. 3. Violations are tiered and carry proportional consequences. She wrote for several minutes. The room filled with the sound of her pen, the rustle of paper, the slight shift of people adjusting in their seats as the weight of what they were doing became clear. They weren't just making rules. They were declaring what they believed the technique was for. They were drawing a line and saying, "This is the difference between what we do and what we refuse to become." When Xin finished, she signed her name at the bottom. It looked formal and strange, seeing her signature there. She slid the page toward Xin. Xin read through it carefully, then began writing amendments in the margins. She wrote 3 in total. Clarifications about what constituted ongoing consent, what specific behaviors triggered medium-severity violations, how peer review would be conducted, and by whom. She signed next. Long took the page last. She read through it without comment, then wrote something in sharp, efficient letters at the bottom. The high-severity expulsion clause is binding. No exceptions. No negotiation. She signed that too. You signed without amendments. But she wrote something in small letters beside her name. But we remember they were people who failed, not people who were always evil. Lin held the page when it reached him. His hand shook slightly. This document would govern how 600 people conducted their intimate lives. It would determine who stayed in the collective and who was cast out. It carried weight that no piece of paper should have to carry. He signed beneath the others. We need to publish this, Chin said practically. Distribute it to every bond group in the 5 academies. And we need to implement the peer review system immediately. It'll take resources. I can coordinate the training, Shin said. Neutral reviewers need to understand both consent and coercion intimately. I'll establish the investigation protocol, Long added. We need clear procedures. I want a redemption pathway study, you said quietly. Not to override Long's high-severity clause, but for medium-level violations. I want to understand if people can actually change their relationship to power. Lin looked at the 5 people he'd bound himself to, the 5 people who were binding the entire collective together with this piece of paper. This is going to make people angry, he said. Both the violators and the people who think we're not going far enough. Yes, Shin said simply. Is that acceptable? Lin asked. No, Shin replied. But it's necessary. And those are different things. The morning light had shifted across the table by the time they finished. Lin held the ethics framework and thought about what Shun had said in the library, about being incompletely good at this, about being allowed to make mistakes while trying anyway. This framework wasn't perfect, but it was clear about what the Resonance Collective refused to become, and that was something. He folded the paper carefully and carried it to the archives to be copied and distributed. Chapter 107. Mu Chun arrived on a Tuesday carrying only a small pack and his cultivation records bound in worn leather. Lin recognized him from a distance. He'd changed in 6 months. The brittleness was gone. There was something settled in him now, the kind of quiet that came from having walked through fire and found something on the other side. The group was in the central practice court when he appeared. Long saw him first, and her hand tightened on her sword hilt, not drawing it, just acknowledging it. You, she said flatly. Long, Mu Chun replied. He bowed, not deep, not performatively. Thank you for not forbidding me entry. I don't make decisions that affect the whole collective alone, Long said. But I will tell you that I was skeptical about letting you through the gates. Mu Chun accepted that without flinching. You should be. Chun stepped forward with the careful formality she used in governance. We'll need your cultivation records, your status for the last 6 months, a statement of your intention regarding the Resonance Collective. He handed the leather-bound folder to her. I separated from my internal spirit companion bond 6 months ago. I've been cultivating alone since then. I want to learn the technique properly, not for power. To understand what a bond is supposed to be when it's not controlling you. That's a good answer, Zhao said, already reading through the records. But I'll need to verify against the cultivation records we have from before your separation. You'll forgive the suspicion, spirit companion bonds can be deceptive. Completely, Mu Chun said. You was the one who extended the offer to sit. You're not threatening. That's something. She gestured to the practice court. But we should talk about what happened. Not to punish you. To make sure you understand what your presence means. They sat in a circle, which Lin realized was unusual. Usually they configured themselves by the strength of their bonds, but with Mu Chun present, they arranged themselves differently. Neutral. Assessing. You were an antagonist, Long said. It wasn't cruel, just stated. You tried to dominate the group. You were weaponizing your bond against us. Yes, Mu Chun said. And now you want to join, Long continued. I want to understand why I shouldn't view this as a threat. Why shouldn't I assume you're trying to gain access to the technique so you can harm others? Mu Chun was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was steady and without the performance of false humility that so often accompanied these conversations. Because I'm not the same person. I was bound to something that fed on control and domination. It shaped how I saw power. As something you took, something you held against others. When we separated, I had months where I didn't know who I was without that bond speaking through me. And Shin prompted gently. And I realized that I was afraid, Mu Chun said. I was afraid of being nothing. So I spent those 6 months becoming something on my own terms, without the bond amplifying every impulse toward control. I want to learn the technique because I want to understand what connection can be when it's not built on domination. People say things, Long said flatly. People mean them sometimes. How do we know you mean this? You don't, Mu Chun replied. You take the probation. You watch. You ask me to prove it, and I do. You don't get certainty with something like this. But you get the opportunity to see if someone who is antagonistic can become something else. It was you who looked at the others and said, I believe him. She said it clearly, without apology. He was an antagonist. Now he's someone who learned. That's what we're supposed to be about, isn't it? The possibility of becoming different. It's not a good idea to trust too easily, Long said. And it's not a good idea to close the door permanently on someone who actually separates themselves from what was harming them, you replied. I'm not saying no oversight. I'm saying yes to the possibility. Shin was reading Mu Chun's cultivation records more carefully now, cross-referencing them with their own archives. The separation was done cleanly, she said finally. There are no signs of spirit companion influence in your current cultivation baseline. The records match. Zhao looked up from her comparative analysis. I need access to the records from before you joined our group. There's a gap I want to verify. I'll send them, Mu Chun said. And if you need to investigate my cultivation pattern going forward, I consent to that. Lin had been watching this entire exchange, watching the way Mu Chun sat with their scrutiny without deflecting or performing remorse. He wasn't trying to convince them. He was simply present to their distrust and allowing it to be there. That kind of stillness was harder than any argument. We'll accept you on probationary terms, Lin said. No formal bond for 6 months. You cultivate with the groups here. You observe the technique's mechanics. You work with Shun on the ethical framework we've established. And at 6 months, if there's no reason to believe you're a threat, we discuss a permanent bond. Understood, Mu Chun said. There will be people who resent your presence, Long warned. People you harmed. You don't get to demand their forgiveness. I'm not here to demand anything, Mu Chun replied. I'm here to try. He rose to leave, and the group dispersed back to their practice. Lin watched him walk across the courtyard toward the guest quarters, the afternoon light catching the slight silver at his temples that hadn't been there before the separation. 6 months of cultivating alone had aged and refined him in ways that bondage never had. You came to stand beside Lin. You don't trust this, she observed. I trust your judgment, Lin said. But you're right. I don't entirely trust him. No one does yet, you replied. That's the point. But he's going to work for that trust. That's different. Lin nodded slowly. The Resonance Collective had defined itself around the possibility of redemption, but only if the person seeking it was willing to do the work. Mu Chun looked like someone who'd already started that work. Whether it would hold, time would tell. Chapter 108. The breakthrough came during what should have been an ordinary resonance session. All 6 of them were in the chamber together, rare now, given their governance responsibilities, and they'd settled into the familiar current that governed their cycles. Lin felt the usual warmth of their connections, the way each bond thrummed with its own frequency. Then something shifted. It wasn't dramatic. It was the opposite, like something that had always been there finally came into proper focus. The sensation moved through the network, and Lin felt Yu's presence suddenly clarify, her fire affinity taking on a new dimension. He sensed it before she made sound, felt the moment it happened, ascendant flame. Her Tao law emerged not as something new, but as something finally named. Courage in the face of external pressure. That was you, had always been you. Now it had a shape, a definition, a truth written into the fabric of her cultivation. You gasped, and her fire flared visibly in the chamber. I see it, she whispered. I see it now. The reverberation moved through the network. Shun was next, her mercantile flow, the understanding that value moved through all things, that every exchange was a negotiation, that what was given and what was received could balance in ways that weren't always obvious. It should have felt cold, that law, but it didn't. It felt like deep mathematics made warm, like the structure of the world suddenly legible. Chen's cultivation rose to early stage Tao manifestation in a quiet steadiness that matched her completely. Long felt the breakthrough differently. She didn't gasp. There was a moment of absolute stillness, and then Lin felt her through the bond. Felt the moment honest edge crystallized into her being. Clarity in combat and conviction. She'd been doing that her entire life. Having a name for it, having the cultivation acknowledge it as her fundamental law, felt like permission. Permission to be what she already was without apology. Long said, and there was relief in her voice, not triumph. Just relief at finally being named. Shun's harmonic healing moved through the network like water finding its level. Restoration through resonance and truth. It was methodical, complete, utterly in character. Her cultivation stabilized at early stage Dao manifestation with the same steady presence she brought to everything else. Zhao was observing something with her multiple layers of attention. Lin felt her breakthrough like a pattern suddenly resolving into clarity, pattern recognition, the ability to see hidden structures, the connections between things that others missed. Zhao's cultivation advanced, but she was also already beginning to analyze her own advancement from multiple angles simultaneously. And then Lin felt his own breakthrough moving through him. But it was different. It wasn't something arriving. It was something that had always been happening finally being named. Resonant binding. Connection between disparate things. That's what he'd been doing this entire time. Building bonds, creating networks, resonating between different frequencies and making them cohere. His cultivation rose to early stage Dao manifestation as the truth of it settled into him, like coming home. All 6 of them opened their eyes at nearly the same moment. The chamber was filled with their accumulated presence, 6 early-stage Dao manifestations in the same space, each carrying their own law, each resonating with the others. We did that together, Shin said. It wasn't a question. The 6-node configuration allowed the breakthrough to happen cooperatively. Different from what the records suggested would happen, Zhao was already noting. She had a notebook materialize somehow. Individual Dao manifestation was theorized to require isolated contemplation of personal law. But we've just demonstrated that the network itself can serve as the medium for realization. That's going to change everything, Shin said slowly. If the next wave of cultivators can have breakthroughs cooperatively, that's a problem for later, you interrupted gently. Right now, let's just feel this. Lin felt the 6 of them, distinct and integrated, each law moving in its own frequency, but all harmonized together. His resonant binding law made the harmony visible to him in ways it hadn't been before. He could see the threads connecting them, the way their individual laws reinforced each other, the mathematics of their network made actual. We've never been stronger, Long said. It wasn't boastful. It was just fact. We've never been more responsible, Shin replied. Every advancement means we can cause more harm if we choose to. Or more healing. Then we choose healing, you said firmly. We choose it every time. The 6 of them sat in the aftermath of their breakthrough, each internal with their own realization, each grounded in the physical reality of the chamber and the 5 other people they'd bound themselves to. Lin thought about Shun's words in the library, about being allowed to be incompletely good, and realized that they had just become more completely themselves. The incompleteness was still there. The possibility of mistakes was still real. But now they had new names for what they were, and in the world of cultivation, the names mattered. They walked out into the afternoon together, and the disciples of the collective parted before them, sensing the change. 6 people who had passed through their own transformation and emerged more themselves than they'd ever been. Chapter 109. The messenger arrived at sunset on a day that started ordinary. It walked through the gate of the collective's main academy, and there was nothing immediately unusual about it. Robed, calm, the bearing of someone accustomed to travel. But the cultivators who encountered it stopped and stared, and within minutes, the word had spread. Something not of this realm. Shin was the one who met it in the council chamber, because of course she was. By the time Lin arrived with the others, the entity had already settled into a chair with the kind of ease that suggested it had been sitting in such chairs for centuries. I am the wandering sage, it said. Its voice was precise and patient, slightly at odds with the absolute clarity of its attention. I have come from a celestial realm beyond the dimensional boundary of your xianxia world. I am here because the resonance collective interests me. Long had her hand near her sword, but she hadn't drawn it. You could be a threat, an invasion force in a single form. I could be, the sage agreed calmly. But if I were, your handgun would be less effective than your strategy already is. You would want to listen rather than attack. Why are you here? Shin asked. The sage turned its attention toward Shun with a kind of methodical focus that suggested it was reading layers of information in her presence. Because I have observed a pattern that repeats across multiple realms. Seals that are failing. Boundaries that are weakening. Entities trapped in places they should remain trapped beginning to test their prisons. The chamber went very quiet. There are other worlds like yours, the sage continued. Other dimensional boundaries. Other realms that have their own versions of the Lich Sovereign. And in each of those worlds, the seals are failing at almost precisely the same rate. You're suggesting what? Chen asked carefully. I'm suggesting that what you experienced as a catastrophic threat, the Lich Sovereign testing the boundary of your realm, may not be an isolated phenomenon. I'm suggesting it may be coordinated, or it may be symptomatic of something larger. A systematic weakening across multiple realities. Zhao was already asking questions. How many realms? What's the failure rate? Are there established communication networks between the boundary keepers? The sage seemed to find Zhao's rapid-fire inquiry satisfying. At least 7 documented cases. The failure rate suggests a timeline of 30 to 50 years before catastrophic breach in the most vulnerable realms. There are no established communication networks, which is itself interesting. The keepers of these seals have been working in isolation, believing themselves to be unique in their problem. You're saying we're not unique, Long said. It wasn't a question. You are unique, the sage replied. But the problem is not. And isolation means no cooperation. No shared intelligence about what might be weakening the seals. Lin felt something cold move through his chest. The Lich Sovereign had been a specific threat, a singular enemy that they had managed to contain. But what if it was part of something larger? What if the boundary itself was failing not because of one entity, but because of something systematic operating across multiple realms? What do you want from us? Shen asked. I'm not here to want anything, the sage said. I'm here to offer information, because I believe you should have it. What you do with it is your choice. But I would note, the techniques you've developed to manage bonds and resonance networks might have applications beyond individual cultivation. They might have applications to the boundary itself. You're suggesting we could strengthen the seal, Zhao said. She was already 3 steps ahead of everyone else, and Lin could feel it through their bond, her mind moving through the implications of what the sage was telling them. I'm suggesting it's worth investigating, the sage replied. But that requires understanding the seal itself, which requires understanding what's happening across all the realms, which requires cooperation, Zhao finished, and intelligence sharing, and possibly travel to other realms. Yes, the sage said simply. The wandering sage looked toward Lin last. You are the primary holder of the technique that binds this collective. The question they're beginning to ask, they will ask you. Should we pursue this? Should we expand our understanding of the seals, seek other groups maintaining similar boundaries, potentially leave this realm to serve a larger purpose? Lin felt the weight of the question. He felt it in the way all 6 of them looked at each other through the chamber, their new Dao laws all activated and present. He felt it in Zhao's immediate yes, in Chen's analytical posture of someone beginning to calculate resources, in Long's hand still near her sword, as if she could fight whatever larger threat was emerging, in Shun's steady presence, and use open readiness for whatever came next. I need to understand more, he said finally. Before I can answer that. Understandable, the sage said. Shall we begin with what I know about the other seals? The sun set fully on the Resonance Collective, and the scope of their world suddenly expanded far beyond the boundaries they had thought defined them. Chapter 1, 10. The conversation with the wandering sage deepened over the next 12 hours. It filled an entire journal of Zhao's careful notes and raised more questions than it answered. By the time morning light was filling the council chamber again, the landscape of their understanding had shifted fundamentally. Equivalent techniques exist in at least 4 of the documented realms, the sage was explaining. They vary in implementation, but the principle is similar. Networks of linked cultivators using coordinated resonance to maintain boundary integrity. But none of the networks know about the others. How is that possible? Chen asked. She was trying to fit the information into frameworks that made sense. If the seals are failing at the same rate, wouldn't some communication have occurred? The seals were built to prevent outflow, the sage said. Not inflow. But more importantly, the entities maintaining each seal have been trained to believe their boundary is unique to them. It's a security measure that has become a liability. Shin was thinking about the ethics framework they'd just established for the collective. The larger question is whether these seals are failing because of external pressure or because they're being deliberately weakened from the outside. Yes, the sage agreed. That is the question I cannot answer definitively. But I can ask it. And I am asking you. Do you want to find out? Zhao said yes before Lin could say anything. She simply turned toward him and nodded, a clear affirmation of what she'd already decided. Yes, we investigate. We contact the other groups. We understand what's happening. That means expanding beyond this realm, Long said. She said it like she was noting an enemy position. That means travel, danger, resource commitment. It means potentially saving more than one world, you replied. She wasn't asking for permission, just stating context. Chen's mind was already at the logistics. We'd need to select which members go, establish protocols for communication across dimensional boundaries, figure out how to teach the technique to people in other realms if necessary. And we'd be leaving the collective here without us, Long said flatly. That's a real consequence. Mu Chun is here, Shin said quietly, and the other trained practitioners. They can maintain governance and practice. The collective doesn't collapse just because its founders go elsewhere. Lin felt the truth of it, and underneath that truth he felt something else. The strange comfort of Zhao being 3 steps ahead of everyone else already, of her having moved past the question of whether they should do this into the territory of how they would do it. That was who she was. That was her law written into her bones. The pattern recognition that saw hidden structures and moved through them with such clarity that others could only follow. We would need to establish a transition, he said slowly. The ethics framework we just created needs institutional support. The collective needs stable governance. We can't just disappear. 6 months, Long said. We give the collective 6 months to stabilize with local leadership. We train whoever's going to stay behind. We establish the governance structures so thoroughly that we're just advisory once we leave. That's acceptable, Chen added. 6 months gives us time to prepare for whatever traveling to other realms requires. The wandering sage watched this exchange with that precise, patient attention. When the group looked toward it for response, it simply said, "You move toward this with remarkable speed, but not recklessness. That is good. The work ahead will require both." Lin felt the weight of the decision settling into him. He had spent the last months learning to lead a single collective through the aftermath of violation and the establishment of ethics. Now the scope was expanding past the boundary of what he'd imagined possible. Another realm, another seal, other groups of cultivators he'd never met, facing problems he could barely comprehend. And alongside the clean terror of a new scale of problem came something else. Zhao's absolute clarity that this was the right thing to pursue. She was already asking the sage specific questions about travel between realms, about how other networks were structured, about whether there was any intelligence on who, or what, might be coordinating the seal weakening. Lin reached over and squeezed her hand through the network of their bond. Not to pull her back, but to anchor himself in her certainty. She squeezed back, her mind still moving 3 steps ahead, seeing patterns in information that others were just beginning to comprehend. "Tell us everything you know," Lin said to the wandering sage. "And then tell us what you think we should do." The sage began to speak, and the future of the Resonance Collective shifted from the small grace of 6 people bound together to something vaster and far more dangerous. But as Lin sat in the council chamber with the 5 people he'd built his life around, each carrying their own law, each present and grounded and ready, he felt something that wasn't quite hope and wasn't quite fear. It was the specific strange comfort of knowing he wasn't walking into this alone. Chapter 1:11 The transition began on the morning Zhao arranged the data on the council table like a map of catastrophe. Lin arrived early, habit from months of being the first one in the chamber. Instead, he found her there with papers spread across the entire surface, not scattered but organized in careful rows, each sheet connected to the others by a system of notation only she could fully parse. The wandering sage had provided raw intelligence. Zhao had been processing it for 3 weeks. She hadn't slept much. "Look at this," she said, not bothering with greeting. There was excitement in her voice, the kind that emerged when pattern recognition encountered a mystery large enough to truly engage it. The sovereign's binding showed accelerating degradation across 70 years. But that's one seal, one realm. I took the sage's data from the other realms and cross-referenced the timeline. Lin set down tea he'd brought. Zhao didn't drink it, but she would, eventually. "All of them," she continued, pulling out a chart. "All the seals, simultaneously accelerating degradation across the last 100 years. Not random variation, synchronized. The acceleration began at the same point in time across every realm the sage has monitored." Lin studied the chart. Numbers he didn't fully understand arranged themselves into a clear picture. Something like a wave, beginning gentle, becoming increasingly urgent. "The sage didn't notice?" he asked quietly. The sage didn't have the perspective to notice. It lives in a single realm. It sees one seal degrading and understands it as normal wear. But I've been thinking about this wrong. Zhao's eyes had that focused intensity that made her look older than she was. "We've been assuming there's a sealed entity trying to break free from each binding. One entity per seal. But what if there's one entity trying to weaken all of them?" Lin finished. "Or multiple entities working together with impossible coordination. Or something else entirely that I can't see yet." Zhao finally sat. "But the degradation isn't natural. It's active, intentional, and it's been happening longer than the sovereign has been bound. The room seemed to contract around that information. Lin felt it the way you feel the first moment a storm changes direction. Suddenly the wind is coming from everywhere at once. How long until the first seal fails? He asked. Unclear. The sage's data is incomplete. But if we extrapolate from the acceleration pattern, Zhao's hand moved across the numbers. 7 to 15 years for the weakest seals. Some realms have longer. Ours might have longer. And when they fail, multiple catastrophes across multiple worlds, almost certainly in cascade. If our seal fails and the sovereign is loose, that destabilizes whatever reality binds it. That causes ripples. That weakens adjacent seals further. She was speaking rapidly now, her mind already 3 steps ahead into consequence. Each major failure makes all the others more likely. Lin went very still. In his mind, he was watching the collective he'd just promised to protect dissolving under pressure he couldn't have imagined weeks ago. But underneath that was something else. The clear recognition that Zhao was exactly where she needed to be, and he was exactly where he needed to be next to her. We have to tell the others, he said. I've scheduled a council meeting for tomorrow evening. I wanted to run it past you first. She looked at him directly. We're going to have to move faster than 6 months. The sage will need to start arranging contact with other realms immediately. We'll need to understand what those realms are preparing for, what resources they have, what they're willing to share. 6 months is the absolute maximum we can afford to wait. It might not even be enough. The meeting the next evening was held in silence for nearly 3 minutes after Zhao finished her presentation. Long was the first to speak. So we're not solving a sealed realm problem, she said, her voice flat and certain. We're facing a coordinated campaign to destroy multiple seals at once. Probability high, evidence incomplete, Zhao corrected. But yes, that's the operational assumption we should move forward with. Yu's hand found Lin's across the table. Can it be stopped? Unknown. But it can be defended against. Zhao pulled out another chart. If we have early warning of which seals are weakest, which realms are most vulnerable, we can reinforce those first. We can coordinate across seals instead of each realm trying to solve this alone. Chen was already thinking in trading terms. We need to establish information networks immediately. What do other realms know? What are they trying? Have any of them made contact with whatever is behind this? Shin asked a quieter question. Who would want this? Who would want to destroy all boundaries between worlds? The wandering sage had prepared an answer to that exact question. It was scheduled to deliver it in 3 days. Lin found himself grateful for its patience, its clarity, the way it moved through crisis with the same methodical precision it applied to everything else. The group would need that calm. What he didn't expect was how the next 6 months would reshape what the collective actually was. The transition period he'd imagined, orderly, controlled, a careful handoff of power, became something far more complex. It became preparation for war on a scale they were still barely comprehending. And underneath all of it, holding firm, were 5 people he'd bound his life to, each carrying their own law, each doing exactly what their law required of them in the face of cosmic stakes. Zhao, 3 steps ahead and pulling everyone else along. Chapter 112 The Wandering Sage revealed the dissolution collective the way a researcher shows you the specimen you've been studying without realizing its significance. They exist in the higher dimensions, it said, which meant approximately nothing to Lin until the sage paused and reconsidered its phrasing. They exist in realms that interface with multiple lower dimensions simultaneously. From their perspective, the boundaries between worlds are not architecture but injury. The council chamber was full. Mu Chun was present now, a quiet supportive figure in the corner who had earned his place through honesty and steadiness. The core group sat at the table's center. Everyone was listening. Their argument has merit, the sage continued, and this was the part that made the whole situation more complicated. Separation causes isolation. Isolation enables atrocity. If all realms were unified, they argue, cooperation would be inevitable. Exploitation would become impossible. They believe they are performing liberation. Long leaned forward. How many of them? Thousands. Perhaps more. The sage's knowledge of higher dimensional entities was limited, and theirs was deliberately incomplete. They do not share information freely. It paused. They also do not need to. They operate primarily through influence rather than direct intervention. Influencing whom? Chen asked sharply. Existing entities in sealed realms? Cultivators willing to work towards seal weakening? Both. Neither. The answer is more precise than simple influence. The sage produced a document, actual paper, which it had learned humans found grounding. In many sealed realms, entities exist that remember pre-seal existence. They remember the time before boundaries were established. Some of them have been cultivated by the dissolution collective across generations. They have been given understanding of what pre-seal existence was like. taught to believe that seal breaking is liberation rather than catastrophe. He was thinking in practical terms. Are any of them reachable? Can we negotiate with the Dissolution Collective? Can we make them understand what would actually happen if they succeeded? The sage considered this with genuine patience. Unknown. The Dissolution Collective believes the transition period, though destructive, would be temporary. They believe reality would restabilize into a unified whole. They have models. The models are, from certain mathematical perspectives, internally consistent. It looked at you directly. But their models are built on assumptions about how consciousness scales in unified space. Those assumptions have not been tested. The Dissolution Collective has no actual data about what would happen if the seals failed in Cascade. So they're theoretically certain they're right, but practically ignorant about consequences, Zhao said. It wasn't a question. Precisely. Long pushed back from the table. What are their weak points? Coordination. They are unified by philosophy, but distributed across multiple realms. Message exchange between their operatives is difficult. If contact could be disrupted, the sage made a small gesture. But you lack the dimensional capability to operate in higher realms. Not yet. Perhaps never. The Dissolution Collective has spent centuries establishing infrastructure there. You would be operating in territory entirely under their control. What about other sealed realms? Shen asked. Are there others like us? Others who've already detected this? Yes. Some have already begun defensive preparations. Some deny the threat is real. Some are attempting negotiation with the Dissolution Collective, believing they can convince the higher dimensional entities of the danger. The sage paused. Thus far, no negotiation has succeeded. Lin felt the weight of this settling into the council's collective understanding. They weren't facing a problem they could solve alone. They weren't even facing a problem they could solve with the collective's current resources. They were facing a cosmic problem that required coordination across worlds they'd never seen, alliance with cultivators they'd never met, against an enemy that was carefully orchestrated and philosophically certain of its righteousness. We need contact, Zhao said. Immediate contact with other realms. We need to know what they're doing, what they know, how much time we actually have. The Wandering Sage can facilitate this, it said. But it will require your willingness to commit significantly to the effort. Once you establish contact with other realms, there is pressure to commit resources to defense. You will be bound by alliance obligations. We're already bound, Long said quietly. To this realm, to the people we're trying to protect. Whatever obligations come with alliance, they're secondary to that. The council voted that night. It was unanimous. By morning, the sage was already establishing the first contact bridges to other realms. By the end of the week, the scope of the problem had expanded beyond even Zhao's earlier projections. There were at least 12 sealed realms actively defending against seal degradation. At least 3 more that were collapsing into civil conflict over how to respond. The Dissolution Collective was patient. They could afford to wait while realms tore themselves apart from the inside. The Resonance Collective's task suddenly became clear, not just to defend their own seal, but to help coordinate a response across worlds that had no experience communicating with each other. Lin looked at Zhao, who was already 3 steps ahead into whatever strategy she was constructing. She felt his gaze and glanced back at him for just a moment, eyes bright with the terrible clarity of pattern recognition engaged on a truly cosmic problem. He thought, this is what she was made for. Chapter 113. The cultivators from the Emerald Realm came through the dimensional bridge in a configuration that Lin's mind didn't immediately know how to process. They weren't humanoid, exactly. They had forms that suggested intention and conscious movement, but the intention was expressed through geometries that human eyes had to work to follow. There were 3 of them. The Wandering Sage had warned the council that different realms had developed different approaches to cultivation and consciousness. Their power systems are not strength-based, it had explained. They operate through conceptual resonance. Understanding that will help you comprehend them, though not perfectly. Nothing human observes another consciousness perfectly. The lead entity, it was difficult to call it a being. It seemed more like a walking principle, like someone had given movement to a mathematical concept. Introduced itself through a medium that wasn't quite speech, but was translated into speech by something the Wandering Sage had arranged. We are threefold reflection from the Emerald Realm. Our seals are held by consensus and mutual reinforcement. The Dissolution Collective has been directly approaching our coordinating councils. We have declined. We have been referred to you by the Sage because we understand what you have done, created resonance between previously separate entities. This is analogous to our seal-holding philosophy. Zhao leaned forward slightly. Lin recognized the expression. She was fascinated. Can you detail your seal structure? Yes. Perhaps better, we can show pattern correlation with your approach. Your Resonance Collective is built on bonds. Ours is built on reflection. Each entity that maintains the seal sees itself reflected in the collective vision, and this reflection strengthens the commitment to the whole. This is not identical to your bonding, but addresses similar problems. How to create commitment without coercion. The conversation continued for hours. There was initial awkwardness, moments where threefold reflections' conceptual frameworks didn't translate cleanly into human experience, where the group's assumptions about how seals worked simply didn't apply to the Emerald Realm. But underneath the communication gaps, Lin found something that felt almost like kinship. A group of cultivators who'd already figured out that the only way to survive threatening forces was to learn to work together. Over the next month, contact was established with cultivators from 5 other sealed realms. Each had a different cosmology, a different approach to power, different understandings of what the seal was and why it mattered. But all of them were experiencing the same accelerating degradation. All of them were beginning to believe that isolation wasn't a viable strategy anymore. The pattern that emerged was Zhao's work. She spent nearly every night mapping how the different seal systems could reinforce each other, where different cultivation philosophies could offer mutual support, how information could flow between realms without being corrupted by the translation barriers that existed between fundamentally different ways of understanding reality. It's like teaching different languages to speak about the same crisis, she explained to the group. Once they all understand that they're facing the same threat, translated into their different systems, they become capable of cooperation. The Dissolution Collective assumes that different realms can't coordinate. They're assuming isolation is inevitable. But we're proving that's not true. By the middle of the transition period, the first Inter-Realm Council convened. Lin was asked to be the primary human representative, though threefold reflection and 2 other elder entities from their respective realms attended as well. The council's purpose was simple: establish whether a unified defense was possible, and if so, begin planning the structural and spiritual components of that defense. Lin had never considered himself a diplomat, but he found himself becoming one anyway, explaining the resonance collective structure to beings who thought in fundamentally different ways, asking questions that revealed commonalities beneath surface differences, working to establish enough mutual understanding that conversation itself became possible. The breakthrough came when threefold reflection asked him to explain why the bonds in his collective worked. Because there's trust, he found himself saying. Because each person in the bond believes that the others are committed to something larger than their individual survival. Because they've proven it to each other repeatedly. Because there's no coercion, anyone can leave. And because no one wants to. This resonates, threefold reflection said, and despite the awkwardness of its form, Lin understood the pun was intentional. In our realm, we call this truth-holding. The collective truth is more durable than individual power ever could be. This is what the Dissolution Collective does not understand. They believe that unity requires erasure of difference. They believe all consciousness must become the same to function together. They have never considered that difference might be the architecture of strength. The Inter-Realm Council began to take shape, a coalition of sealed worlds committed to mutual defense, sharing intelligence, coordinating against seal degradation, and, most importantly, standing together against the Dissolution Collective's vision of enforced unity. By the time Lin returned to his realm for the second month of the transition period, he understood that what they were building was no longer just a local defense. It was the foundation of something the Dissolution Collective hadn't anticipated, a network of consciously different realms choosing to remain separate, but bound together by commitment to each other's survival. Zhao was waiting for him when he returned, with new patterns she'd observed, new connections she'd mapped. 3 steps ahead, as always. We're winning, she said quietly. Not completely, not permanently, but we're winning the preliminary phase. We've made it so the Dissolution Collective can't simply dissolve the seals and assume the realms will merge peacefully. They'll have to deal with us first. And what happens then? Lin asked. Then it becomes the kind of conflict I'm less equipped to understand. She smiled very slightly. That's when I stop being 3 steps ahead. That's when we'll need people like Long. People like you. People who understand how to survive in the actual territory of what's coming. Chapter 114, The Communication Breakdown, should have been catastrophic. It began with a simple mistranslation. The cultivators from the crystalline realm operated on a consensus decision model that didn't have an analog in human governance. When Lin's representatives proposed a joint defense strategy that required rapid response to seal degradation, the crystalline realm interpreted this as a demand for surrender of their internal decision-making authority. It took 3 days to realize they'd stopped responding to messages. Lin learned of the problem in a council meeting from one of the sage's intermediaries. The entire fragile inter-realm alliance was suddenly at risk. If the crystalline realm withdrew, others would likely follow. If humans could be perceived as trying to impose their governance model, other realms would decide the defense coalition was just another form of control. For a moment, Lin considered not telling Chen. The thought came and went so quickly he almost didn't notice it. A moment of wanting to handle this alone, to fix the fracture without involving anyone else, to prove he could manage the cosmic scale problem without help. He caught himself in that instant of withholding. Chen, he said, communication breakdown with the crystalline realm. Need your help. She looked at him for exactly long enough to understand that this wasn't a casual request, that there had been a moment when he'd considered keeping it to himself. She didn't say anything about that moment. She didn't have to. Her eyes said it. Show me the initial proposal, she said. She fixed it in 2 hours. The solution was elegant. Instead of proposing a shared decision-making structure, they reframed the defense as a series of complementary actions each realm could take independently, while also supporting the other realm's chosen strategies. The crystalline realm didn't have to surrender their consensus model. They just had to choose to act in ways that reinforced the collective defense. It's like trade, Chen explained to the council afterward. Each party maintains their own interests and decision-making processes, but they structure their actions so that everyone benefits from everyone else's choices. No coercion, no enforced unity, just coordination. Lin watched her deliver this explanation and felt something shift in his understanding of what the technique had been preparing them for. It wasn't just about intimate bonds anymore. The principles they'd learned, consent, honesty, individual integrity maintained within collective commitment, those were scalable. They worked across dimensional boundaries. They worked with beings who thought in completely different ways. The crystalline realm re-established contact within hours of Chen's reframing reaching them. They agreed to the strategy. The crisis resolved. But Lin noticed that Chen watched him differently in meetings after that. Not with coldness or suspicion. Their bond was too solid for that. But with a specific awareness that he had an almost flaw, that in moments of fear he'd inch toward the one error that could damage everything they'd built. The withholding of truth from those who needed to know it. It was a small thing. It was also everything. The remaining months of the transition period became a careful dance, maintaining the Resonance Collective's local governance, while simultaneously operating as a key node in a cosmic defense network. The wandering sage moved between realms, facilitating communications, translating concepts, establishing infrastructure that hadn't existed before. Lin found himself developing a capacity he'd never known he needed. The ability to work simultaneously at multiple scales, to hold both the intimate reality of his 6 bonds and the vast impersonal scope of a civilization-spanning crisis. Long began training local militia on inter-realm communication protocols. By the end of the transition period, the collective had a dedicated group of younger cultivators who could speak knowledgeably with entities from 5 other realms about sealed defense, about power sharing, about what it meant to be part of something larger than their individual world. One evening, during the 5th month of the transition, Long approached him alone in the archive where he'd been reading reports. We're actually going to do this, she said. We're going to leave everything we built here and go fight a war in other realms. Yes, Lin said. I want you to know that I'm ready. Long's metal-edged honesty had only deepened during the months of preparation. Not happy about it. Ready, though? This is what the edge is for. This is what I was made to do. He understood then that the 6 months hadn't been a transition period at all. It had been a transformation period. The collective wasn't shrinking down to 6 people ready to leave. It was expanding into something larger, something that could function without its founders precisely because its founders had spent months teaching the deeper principles on which it rested. By the 6th month, the Resonance Collective had become what it was always going to become, not a small group of bonded cultivators holding a local seal, but the seed infrastructure of a cosmic defense that spanned multiple realities. And Lin's role in it was no longer about maintaining what they'd built. It was about helping others build the same thing in their own realms. Chapter 115. You stood in the courtyard of her new warrior academy on the afternoon the 6-month transition period officially ended. Lin watched her from the entrance. She was teaching a class, young cultivators, maybe 20 of them, learning the fundamentals of combat, while also learning something deeper. The idea that strength without wisdom becomes destruction. That victory means nothing if there's nothing worth protecting left afterward. She's magnificent at this, Chen said, appearing beside him with 2 cups of tea. She always said she wanted to do this someday. I didn't realize she meant she could build an entire institution in 6 months. She's had more focus than most, Lin said. When you decide something matters, it matters. The academy had grown beyond what any of them expected. There were 40 students now, and you had already begun negotiating with other cities about establishing satellite locations. It was still early, The real work of institutional building would continue for years, but it was real. Yu's fire law didn't just burn. It built new things from what the burning cleared away. Qin's trading network was already proving profitable. She'd established connections with 3 cross-realm merchant groups, and while the actual commercial flow was limited by the still fragile communication bridges, the preliminary network was solid. She had maps drawn out for at least 5 years of expansion, nodes plotted across realms, partnerships documented in meticulous detail. The mercantile flow didn't just move goods. It moved possibility. Shun's healing sanctuaries were quieter, less immediately visible than Yu's academy. But they were doing work the collective desperately needed. 3 locations were already training local practitioners to continue healing work after the group departed. In one small city, Shun had established a sanctuary that was becoming a gathering point for cultivators interested in the philosophy of healing as philosophy rather than healing as technique. The wood law grew slowly, but when it rooted, it stayed rooted. Long had started with 6 young hunters. By the end of the transition period, she had mentored 20. They weren't bonded together the way the core group was. That kind of deep resonance took time and intention, but they understood the fundamental truth Long had always embodied, that strength was meant to protect, not to dominate. She'd left behind a legacy of metal-edged clarity in a city that had previously understood mentorship as an old hunter training their replacement. Now it meant training people to be better than you, to see farther, to understand their edge nature as something beautiful rather than something to be ashamed of. Zhao had compiled everything, not just the strategic cosmic history, though she'd done that. Not just the documentation of the defense protocols, though that existed too. She'd created something that surprised even Lin when he first understood its scope. A complete archive of what the Resonance Collective had discovered about dual cultivation resonance. Theory, practice, evolution, the things that had worked and the mistakes they'd made. Zhao had organized it in a way that made it accessible to beings from other realms, in multiple conceptual frameworks, with redundant explanations that could reach cultivators who thought in fundamentally different ways. It's for other groups, she said simply when he asked her about it. When they want to try resonance bonding in their realms, they'll need this. We won't be here to teach them. Someone else will have to understand what Zhu Wanshan discovered and what we learned by living it. Lin was doing something similar, though it felt more personal. He was writing an exegesis of the complementary harmony technique, a complete record of everything he understood about how it worked, why it worked, what had surprised him, where his understanding was still uncertain. It was meant partly as a record for the collective, a documentation that would help whoever took over the core teaching role after they left. But it was also meant for people he would never meet. He realized this halfway through the 4th chapter, when he found himself writing explanations not for contemporary cultivators, but for someone reading this years from now. Maybe decades, maybe centuries. Someone who would pick up the complementary harmony technique in the future after the founding group was gone, and would want to understand not just the mechanics but the philosophy, the why of it. The way it grew from Zhu Wanshan's observation that incompleteness was full of possibility, that a thing unfinished could still hold grace. He thought about Zhu Wanshan sometimes now, the woman who'd built the technique centuries before Lin was born. She'd understood something profound about human nature, that people could be strongest when they were incomplete, strongest when they were willing to lean into the incompleteness of others, strongest when they were honest about what they couldn't do alone. The exegesis was for that tradition, for the continuity of understanding. On the evening of the 6-month anniversary, the 7 of them gathered in the council chamber one last time before the departure. Mu Chun was there, no longer on probation, but fully integrated, his honest edge sharpened by months of being trusted to help maintain the collective. The wandering sage stood to the side, patient and precise as always, waiting for the question it knew was coming. "We're ready," Zhao said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," the sage agreed. "You have established sufficient foundation for the collective to persist without your daily guidance. You have begun coordination with other sealed realms. You have documented your techniques and philosophies. You have created the conditions for continuity." Lin looked around the table at 5 people he'd built his life around. Each was doing what their law required. Each was both fully themselves and part of something larger than themselves. Each was ready for the vast and terrible work ahead. "Then we leave tomorrow," he said. That night, he walked through the collective's grounds one last time before departure. The training fields where you had taught warriors to be more than just strong. The trade houses where Chun had established networks that spanned worlds. The healing gardens where Shun had grown sanctuaries of genuine care. The hunting grounds where Long had mentored the next generation. The archives where Zhao had documented possibility. His own study, where pages accumulated into understanding. Tomorrow they would leave all of it behind. Not abandoned. It was in good hands, but left nonetheless. moving into the larger territory of what the cosmic threat required. And underneath the fear and the weight and the vast scale of what was coming, Lin felt something that his technique had taught him to hold. The specific strange comfort of knowing he wasn't walking into it alone. That 5 people were walking beside him. That their bonds, forged in dual cultivation and refined through crisis, had prepared them for exactly this. Not hope, not quite, but the ground beneath hope, the knowledge that they had built something durable enough to carry them through what came next. The 7 of them stood together in the council chamber as the wandering sage began opening the final bridges to the other realms. By morning, they would step through into a war none of them fully understood yet. But they would step through as they had done everything else, together, bonded, each carrying their own law, each incomplete, and therefore full of possibility. Chapter 116. The offer that almost made sense. The Dissolution Collective's envoy did not arrive like an enemy. She arrived like a diplomat. Her name, she said, was Mei Rue. She was neither old nor young in any meaningful cultivation sense. Her age registered as vast, in the way that cultivators at the highest tiers stopped having ages and simply became the accumulation of their choices. She wore no sect markings. She carried no weapons. She sat across the council table from Lin Xianfeng and his 5 partners with the specific quality of someone who believes they are bringing genuinely good news and is prepared to be patient while the recipients process their initial resistance. "We are not your enemies," she said. "We are your future, if you are willing to see it." Lin looked at her. He had been expecting violence, or at least the threat of violence. This was more difficult. You are dissolving the boundaries between realms and allowing the merged result to collapse. That is one interpretation. Mei Rue's voice was precise. Another interpretation is that we are removing the artificial separation between layers of existence that were always part of the same fundamental reality. The boundaries were never natural. They were built by cultivators 3,000 years ago who did not trust what lay beyond their current understanding. "We are removing what was constructed incorrectly," Zhao Meiling said. From the end of the table, "The people in those realms die when the boundaries dissolve. They transition," Mei Rue said. "The loss of individual form is not the same as death. In a merged reality, what they were continues in different configuration." "That is a beautiful way of describing death," Zhao said. She did not say it angrily. She said it with the archival precision she brought to everything, identifying the precise meaning of language rather than the stated meaning. The configuration that continues does not have their memories, their relationships, or their experience of being themselves. The thing that continues is not them. Mei Rue did not argue this. She was too experienced a diplomat for that. Instead, she turned to Lin. "Your technique, the harmonized bond. You understand, better than most, that individual identity is not the final form of consciousness. That people can be part of something larger without ceasing to be themselves." Lin had been watching her watch him. She had, he noted, done her research. She knew the technique's name and understood enough of its mechanics to frame this appeal directly at the principle he had spent 15 years building his life around. It was well constructed. He was not unaffected by it. He looked around the table at his partners. At Yu Fengling, whose wild law had spent years learning that strength could coexist with tenderness. At Chun Lihua, whose thread of commerce had learned that connection was not ownership. At Shun Mingzhu, whose healing vow had learned that care could exist without consuming the caregiver. At Long Baiyu, whose hunter's way had learned that pursuit needed to include the possibility of the pursuit ending freely. At Zhao Meiling, whose archivists I had learned that recording the world was not the same as controlling it. "Come back tomorrow," he said to Mei Rue. "We need to discuss this." Chapter 117. The refusal that knew what it was refusing. They discussed it until past midnight. Not because the answer was unclear, because the answer deserved to be reached properly rather than reactively. Zhao was first. "The philosophy is not as wrong as I want it to be," she said. "Individual boundaries in consciousness are constructed. The sense of being a separate self is, in many traditions, understood as a kind of illusion. Dissolution as a path is legitimate in some frameworks." "It is legitimate," Shen said. "And it is also what happens to the people in the realm she dissolves without their consent. That is the thing that makes the philosophy irrelevant to this discussion. They are not choosing it." "Yes," Zhao said. "That is the answer. I wanted to reach it correctly." Yu Fengling had been quiet for most of the evening. "She aimed the appeal at you specifically," she said to Lin. "She understood that if she could create genuine doubt in you, not about the destination but about whether the path we are choosing is more about our preferences than our values, she would be most effective." "She was effective," Lin said. "Yes, that is why you need to be the one to give the answer." He sat with this for a moment. Outside the council chamber window, the collective's grounds were quiet, training fields, healing gardens, archives. Things they had built. Things that would persist after them. I understand why they want to merge the worlds, he said finally. The philosophy is real. Individual boundaries cause suffering. The desire to dissolve them is not evil. It is, he considered the word, impatient. It is the most efficient solution to a genuine problem, without accounting for what is lost in the efficiency. And what is lost? Long asked. The specific experience of being this person, in this relationship, with this history. Which is exactly what our technique is built on. He looked at the faces around the table. We do not merge into something larger and lose ourselves. We hold each other without consuming each other. The collective's answer is, remove the self to remove the problem. Our answer is, become skilled enough at holding that the boundary is no longer the source of suffering. The next morning, he told Mei Rue. He told her without arrogance and without dismissal. He told her, we understand your philosophy. We find it genuinely wrong on the question of consent. We will not join you, and we are coming to prevent what you are doing. Mei Rue nodded once. Then we will see you at the dimensional seal. She left the way she had come, like a diplomat, cleanly, without violence. The war began quietly. Chapter 118. What the final stage felt like the supreme unification breakthrough did not happen all at once. It had been building for months. All 6 of them feeling the approaching threshold through their bond, the shared awareness that was specific to the harmonized bond technique at its highest expression. When you shared cultivation with 5 people deeply enough, you felt their readiness as your own. Their approach to the next tier informed yours. Lin felt Yu's breakthrough first. She was in the training yard at dawn when it happened, not mid-exercise, but in the specific stillness that followed exercise, the moment when the body was spent and the spirit expanded into the space the body had vacated. The wild law, which had always been about the intersection of untamed power and conscious choice, reached a synthesis that had been approaching for years. The air around her stopped moving. Then it moved differently, not by wind, but by law. Her law? The wild law at supreme unification did not dominate the environment. It entered into relationship with it. The trees in the yard leaned toward her not from force, but from the specific quality of recognition that happens when 2 things that are part of the same world acknowledge each other fully. Lin felt it through the bond, and found his own cultivation shifting in response. This was the quality that made the harmonized bond technique what it was. They were not cultivating in parallel. They were cultivating in genuine concert. Yu's breakthrough opened a pathway in his own development that he had not been able to see before, because his understanding had been reaching toward it from a direction that only her perspective could illuminate. His own advancement followed hers by 6 days. Then Chunli was, over a transaction in the trade house, surrounded by the evidence of the networks she had spent years building. Then Shun Mingju's, in the healing gardens, hands in soil. Then Long Baiyu's, on a night hunt. The moment when the hunter's way understood that the highest form of the hunt was one where the hunter and the hunted were both transformed by the encounter. Then Zhao Meiling's, in the archives, reading something she had written years ago and understanding it differently than she had when she wrote it. 6 days apart, each one, until all 6 stood at supreme unification midstage. The personal laws that each had spent years cultivating were now powerful enough to reshape local reality. Not permanently, not at the scale of worlds, but visibly. Where they went, the world held the shape of their values for a time after they left. The dissolution collective could not be fought by ordinary means. They could be met by 6 people whose laws were strong enough to insist on a different answer. Chapter 119. The night before the seal, the dimensional seal trembled. They could feel it from 3 realms away, the harmonized bond transmitting information that individual cultivation senses could not have registered. Something vast and patient was pressing against the boundary, testing its integrity with the specific quality of something that had done this before and knew how long it took. The cosmic alliance that Lin had spent months building was assembled at the staging point. 12 groups from 11 realms, each one representing a different tradition of cultivation, each one having received enough of what the harmonized bond technique understood to approach the dissolution collective with something other than raw power. Lin walked through the staging camp in the evening, visiting each group. At the Jade Plateau contingent, he found Yufeng Ling already there, talking with their senior cultivator, a woman whose wild law was different from Yu's, but clearly related, the specific kinship of people who had arrived at similar truths through different paths. They were not teaching each other. They were comparing notes, and the comparison was producing something neither had reached alone. At the River School section, Chen Lihua was reviewing trade network maps, the flow of cultivation resources that kept the allied realms functional during a prolonged conflict. She had been managing this logistics problem for 3 months. She looked tired in the specific way of someone doing the hardest kind of work, the kind that requires constant attention and produces no dramatic moments. She looked also satisfied. Shin Mingzhu had established a triage system for the staging camp's healers. She had spent the day teaching triage principles to 23 healers from 8 different traditions. The healing vow, at supreme unification, allowed her to perceive the specific quality of need in any injured cultivator, not just physical injury, but the spiritual damage that extreme conflict produced. She had designed the system around this perception, building in a level of care that most battlefield medicine did not include. Long Baiyu was with the scouts, preparing the approach to the dimensional seal. Her hunter's way at this tier had become something that most cultivation traditions did not have a name for, a perception so attuned to the movement of things in the world that she could read the dissolution collective's approach vectors from the pattern of their absence. She was explaining this to 3 other hunters from different realms, and they were listening with the quality of people who recognize something they have been working toward but have not named. Zhao Meiling was writing. She was always writing. This time she was writing for the record, not for Lin's personal archive, but for the Cosmic Council's historical record, the document that would describe what had been attempted here and why, regardless of the outcome. Lin sat with her for a while without speaking. She wrote. He watched the camp settle into the quiet before a battle. "Are you afraid?" she asked, without looking up. "Yes," he said. "Good," she said. "Fear is information. It means you know what's at stake." Chapter 120. The seal and what it held. The Dissolution Collective's attack began at dawn. It looked, from the outside, like the sky learning to dissolve. The dimensional seal above the convergence point between 3 realms was visible to anyone with cultivation sensitivity, a vast lattice of ancient law, built by cultivators 3,000 years ago who had understood that some separations needed to be preserved. The collective's approach to it was not explosive. It was patient, the way water approaches stone. And the seal was, despite its age, beginning to answer. Lin felt the first failure point through the harmonized bond before any sensor reported it. Zhao Meiling was already moving toward it from the record-keeping position, not because her law was specifically suited for seal work, but because the archivist's eye at supreme unification could perceive the structural integrity of constructed things, could see where the seal's logic had gaps that the collective was expanding. "Northwestern Junction," she said, through the bond. 3rd tier down from the outer lattice. "They're not attacking the strength. They're finding the philosophical inconsistency in the original construction." "What inconsistency?" Lin asked, already moving. The seal was built to preserve separation, but it was built with a latent assumption that separation was the natural state, that it was restoring something original. The collective is arguing at the fundamental level. They are showing the seal that its premise is wrong. A pause, and the seal is listening. This was the thing about ancient construction. It was built with intention, which meant it could be argued with. Long Baiyu's voice came through the bond. "They have 7 approach vectors, all of them philosophical. Physical cultivation techniques will not disrupt the approach. It is not a force action." Lin looked at the lattice above them, where the dissolving was beginning. He understood what was needed. Not a counterforce, not stronger laws. A counter-argument. Something that answered the collective's fundamental claim, that separation was constructed and therefore destroyable, with a different fundamental claim about what constructed things could be. He activated the harmonized bond at its deepest level, drawing all 5 partners into full resonance. Not for power, for clarity, for the specific kind of truth that 5 perspectives held together could reach that none of them could hold alone. "Tell me what you believe," he said, to all 5 of them. "About separation, about connection, about whether constructed things can be worth preserving." And in the deepening light of dawn, as the dimensional seal began to respond to the collective's patient argument, his partners told him. And what they told him, he began to speak into the seal, not as a technique, as genuine answer, reaching for the part of the ancient construction that was built with the same longing for genuine connection that the harmonized bond had always been about, not separation for its own sake, but the specific separateness that made genuine connection possible. The seal steadied, very slightly, just enough. Above them, the first assault wave of the Dissolution Collective's physical forces arrived at the boundary, and the Cosmic Alliance rose to meet them. The battle for the dimensional seal had begun, and in the deepest layer of the seal's ancient construction, something that had been waiting 3,000 years recognized what Lin was saying and began, very carefully, to listen. Chapter 121. When the seal remembered what it was, the resonance began before dawn and did not feel like anything Lin had experienced before. Not power. Scale. The harmonized bond at full activation with 5 partners was already something that transformed the environment. The air around them holding the shape of their combined laws, the ground under their feet responding to the weight of 6 distinct wills in genuine concert. When they extended the bond outward to include the 60 trained cultivators of the Resonance Collective, and then outward again to the 212 allied cultivators from 5 other realms, the scale stopped feeling like cultivation and started feeling like weather. The dimensional seal above the convergence point had been responding to the Dissolution Collective's patient philosophical assault for 3 hours. Its ancient lattice work was not broken, nothing so dramatic. It was more like a structure learning to doubt itself. The collective's argument that separation was constructed and therefore unjustified was technically correct in ways that the seal's original builders had not anticipated, because they had built a structure meant to last rather than a structure meant to be right. Lin addressed the seal through the resonance. Not in words. In law. The combined personal laws of 6 people at supreme unification and 60 at various levels behind them, and 200 more adding their own understanding. All of it pointing at the same thing the harmonized bond had always been about. Boundaries were not prisons. Boundaries were definitions. Without them, you could not have the thing the Dissolution Collective was trying to achieve, genuine connection between distinct entities, because without distinct entities, there was nothing to connect. The seal heard this. He felt the moment it registered, not as a structural reinforcement, but as something more like recognition. An ancient construction, built with longing for genuine preservation, finding that the argument it had been made to embody was being stated clearly for the first time. The Dissolution Collective's advance slowed. Around the convergence point, the physical assault forces that had arrived with the dawn encountered an alliance that had been expecting them and had prepared in the specific way of people whose technique was fundamentally about working together under pressure. Not perfectly, not without loss, but effectively. Long Bayou Scout Network had mapped 17 of the 20 approach vectors. The 3 they had missed produced the morning's serious casualties. 3 cultivators from the Jade Plateau contingent were gravely hurt in the first exchange, and Xin Mingzhu moved to them before the second wave arrived, doing the work she had been doing for years now. Caring without being consumed, being present without being swept away. The seal held. It cost them more than they had wanted to spend to hold it. Chapter 122. The face of the boundary breaker. The Dissolution Collective's avatar appeared at noon. Not an assault. An appearance. The kind of presence that required everyone around it to acknowledge that it was there. Lin had been expecting something that looked like a villain. The boundary breaker looked like someone who had been in pain for a very long time and had found, after centuries of searching, what they believed was the cure. The boundary breaker's form was difficult to perceive directly. It occupied space the way an idea occupies space, present and real, but not reducible to a body. When Lin tried to fix his attention on it, he perceived age in the way you perceived weather, as environment rather than individual. You held the seal, the boundary breaker said. Its voice arrived as meaning rather than sound. That required more than force. You argued with the structure. Yes, Lin said. Most cultivators do not understand that constructed things can be argued with. A pause that felt like decades compressed. That suggests you and I are approaching the same question from different directions. What question? Yu Fengling asked. She had moved to stand beside Lin without his noticing, which no longer surprised him. After 15 years of the harmonized bond, their positions in relation to each other in difficult moments had a kind of gravity. Whether connection requires destruction. The boundary breaker's form shifted. I have been watching realms since before your cultivation ladder existed in its current form. I have watched boundaries cause conflict. I have watched the difference between realms produce wars that killed millions over the course of generations. I have watched isolation turn people inward until they could not recognize the personhood of those outside their boundary. You want to end the suffering isolation causes, Chun Lihua said. She had approached from the other side, her thread of commerce law active, reading the structure of what the boundary breaker was offering and what it was asking. Yes. And your answer is to remove the thing that makes connection possible, she said. Because connection requires 2 distinct things to connect. Remove the distinction and you end isolation by ending the people who were isolated. The boundary breaker was quiet. That's not a philosophical error, Xin Mingzhu said, from behind Lin. Her voice was precise in the specific way of a healer who had learned to name what was wrong in order to address it. It is a grief response, something that has experienced enough isolation to conclude that the only way to end the suffering is to end the capacity for suffering. The avatar's form changed again. Smaller, more human. You understand grief, it said. Yes, Xin said. And I understand that grief is not always a reliable guide to the solution. Chapter 123. An argument that mattered. The philosophical confrontation had no clean beginning. It emerged from the conversation the way arguments emerge when both parties are genuinely trying to understand rather than simply to win, organically, without announcement, the moment when discussion becomes something with higher stakes. The boundary breaker had been alive since before most of the current cultivation world existed. It had watched 3,000 years of development and had 3,000 years of evidence that boundaries cause suffering. It was not arguing from theory. It was arguing from observation, and the observations were not wrong. Lin, through the harmonized bond with his partners, addressed the observations directly. You have watched realms fracture and isolate, he said. I have too, in smaller scale. I have watched communities become insular. I have watched the specific kind of suffering that comes from people on different sides of a boundary deciding the other side is not fully real. He paused. And I have also watched what happens when people with very different laws, very different natures, manage to hold genuine connection without dissolving into each other. You mean your technique, the boundary breaker said. Not just the technique. The principle it's built on. He gestured, and Zhao Meiling brought forward the exegesis she had been writing for months. The documentation of the harmonized bonds philosophy, the record of what 15 years of working with it had produced. The suffering isolation causes is real, but it is not caused by the existence of boundaries. It is caused by boundaries that refuse connection. The solution to a wall that prevents relationship is not to remove all walls. It is to put in doors. The boundary breaker studied the exegesis. Its perception was vast enough that this took perhaps 4 seconds. Your technique works for 6 people, it said. The scale I am describing is realms, civilizations, dimensions. The door metaphor breaks at civilizational scale. Does it? Zhao Meiling stepped forward. The archivist's eye at supreme unification was perceiving the structure of the boundary breaker's argument with the same precision it applied to ancient texts. Or have you been assuming it breaks because every attempt to scale it has failed, and you have concluded from those failures that the model is wrong rather than that the attempts were insufficient? The boundary breaker looked at her. Show me a case, it said, where the door model worked at scale. Zhao looked at Lin. He looked at his partners. And then they did something that had never been done with the harmonized bond at this stage of its development. They opened it fully, extending the resonance to include the boundary breaker itself. Not merging, not dissolving, showing. What the boundary breaker experienced in those 4 seconds was 15 years of 5 distinct people choosing, repeatedly, to remain distinct and to remain connected. All the moments when one of them had wanted to retreat and had instead reached. All the moments when one had wanted to consume and had instead acknowledged. The full catalog of what genuine connection between distinct beings actually felt like from the inside. The boundary breaker went very still. Chapter 124. What it had never been shown, the stillness lasted longer than anything that had come before. The allied cultivators at the dimensional seal maintained their positions, uncertain what was happening. Long Bayou scouts reported no movement from the collective's physical forces. The seal itself had stabilized fully, no longer straining. It felt, Lin thought, like the specific pause that occurred when someone was genuinely processing new information. The boundary breaker had not been shown this before. Not because no one had understood the principle. There were traditions across many realms that understood the difference between connection and dissolution. But because no one had been able to transmit the experience directly, in the specific way the harmonized bond allowed. Theory and experience were different things. This exists, the boundary breaker said. Yes, Lin said. I thought, a long pause. I had concluded that genuine connection without dissolution was a hope rather than a reality. That the literature describing it was aspirational. That the suffering I had watched was evidence that the hope could not be fulfilled in practice. The suffering is also real, Yu Fengling said. She had been listening with the patience that her wild law had developed over years. The specific patience of something powerful that had learned to wait. The walls that refuse doors are real. The isolation that turns people inward until they cannot see outside is real. You are not wrong about the problem. But your solution, Long Bayou said, is ending the possibility of connection in the process of ending the suffering. You are treating the symptom, the isolation, by removing the people who are isolated. I had not. The boundary breaker stopped. In the pause, Lin perceived something that he would later describe to Zhao as the sound of a very long certainty encountering its first genuine doubt. I had not considered that my 3,000 years of observation might have selected for the failures. That I might have been watching the walls and not the doors, because the walls produced the events worth recording. Events worth recording, Zhao Meiling said quietly. Conflict is what gets recorded. Peace does not generate documentation the same way. The boundary breaker looked at the exegesis she was still holding. May I read the rest of this? She gave it over. It read for 20 minutes while the Allied forces held position and the dimensional seal continued its patient endurance, and the 6 of them stood together and waited with the quality of people who understood that some transformations could not be rushed. Chapter 125. The Bridge Between Worlds. When the boundary breaker returned the exegesis, something in its form had changed. Not its appearance, that remained as difficult to perceive directly as before, but the quality of its presence was different. The specific heaviness of something that had been certain for a very long time, and is now carrying the weight of a more complex understanding. I have spent 3,000 years watching, it said. I have not spent those years attempting. I concluded from watching that the door model was insufficient. I did not attempt the door model myself. It is harder than the dissolution model, Lin said. This was honest, and he said it without softening it. Dissolution is a single act of force. Building genuine connection between distinct things requires ongoing attention, ongoing choice, ongoing willingness to acknowledge the difference between yourself and the other. It does not stay built. You have to keep building it. That seems, the boundary breaker paused. Exhausting. Yes, Lin said. And then, because the moment required honesty rather than rhetoric. It is also the only thing I have done in my life that does not eventually feel hollow. Everything I have achieved that I did through force alone has the quality of an ending. Everything I have built through genuine connection has the quality of a beginning. The boundary breaker was quiet for a long time. I cannot immediately stop what I have set in motion, it said. The collective is a movement as much as a force. There are beings within it who have been convinced by my certainty for centuries. They will not accept a new conclusion from me without evidence. Then we provide evidence, Chun Lihua said. She was already thinking in trade network terms. Lin could tell. The specific quality of someone who had spent years building connections that created mutual benefit and could see the same architecture here. Not just the exegesis. Demonstrations. Realms that have implemented the bridge model at scale, not perfectly, but visibly. Evidence that can be pointed at rather than simply described. That will take time, the boundary breaker said. Yes, Lin said. And during that time, the collective's members who are not persuaded will continue their work. Yes, and the alliance will continue to hold the seals. He met what passed for the boundary breaker's gaze, the vast old presence that had been wrong for so long, and was now beginning the process of being less wrong. You have been trying to solve an urgent problem through a fast method. We are offering you a slower method that does not create new urgent problems in the process of solving the original ones. The boundary breaker looked at the dimensional seal, at the allied cultivators, at the 6 people standing together, distinct and connected. I will speak to the collective, it said. I cannot promise what they will choose, but I will speak to them with the same honesty you have spoken to me. That's all we're asking, Yu Fengling said. The boundary breaker's form began to withdraw from the physical realm. One more thing, it said, before it fully departed. The technique. The harmonized bond. Zhu Wanshan built it as a method for cultivation advancement. What you have made of it is something larger. A pause. She would be proud of the iteration. And then it was gone, back into whatever dimension it inhabited between manifestations. The 6 of them stood at the dimensional seal as the dawn light strengthened over the convergence point. Behind them, the allied cultivators were beginning to understand that the assault had stopped, that something had changed, that the war they had prepared for was not going the way anyone had expected. Lin felt his partners through the bond, the specific quality of 6 distinct people who had just been through something significant together and were processing it in their own distinct ways. It was not over. The collective's members who were not persuaded would need to be dealt with in ways that were less philosophical and more practical. The bridge building the boundary breaker had agreed to consider would take years to implement. There were realms that had already suffered from the collective's dissolution attempts that needed repair. There was a great deal of work left. I need breakfast, Long Baiyu said. She said it in the tone that meant, I am acknowledging that a significant moment just occurred, and I am also a person who has not eaten since dawn, and both of these things are true simultaneously. Lin laughed. It was genuine, and it surprised him. Yes, he said. Breakfast first. Chapter 126. The terms of peace. The boundary breaker returned that evening with terms. They were not the terms Lin had expected. He had anticipated demands structured around the collective's agenda, some version of we will stop if you help us achieve our goal more slowly. What the boundary breaker offered was different. It had thought. In the hours between its withdrawal from the convergence point and its return, and what it had thought had produced something less like a negotiation and more like a request. It wanted to learn how to build doors, not as a concession, as a genuine project. It had watched dissolution fail, or rather, it had watched dissolution succeed at ending suffering in a way that also ended the people who were suffering, and had finally allowed itself to register this as a failure rather than an acceptable outcome. It had 3,000 years of observations of walls. It wanted to spend the next phase of its existence studying the alternative. The condition it attached to withdrawing the assault was, in Lin's assessment, the most unexpected demand he had received in 15 years of navigating impossible situations. "You will work with me," it said, "not to direct me, to show me what you know. The Resonance Collective, your technique, your documentation, your 15 years of evidence. I want access to it all. I want to understand how the door model works well enough to apply it at the scale I have been working at." Zhao Meiling looked at Lin. He looked at his partners through the bond. The specific quality of their collective assessment, 5 distinct perspectives considering the same offer simultaneously, was one of the things he would never stop finding remarkable about the technique. "You thought, this is more than we asked for." "Careful," Chen thought. "The terms are asymmetric. We give more than we get. But what we get is the end of the assault, which is worth more than what we give." Shen thought, "It is genuinely trying. I can feel that." Long thought, "It could be sincere and still be wrong about whether it can change." Xiao thought, "Everything it asked for we were planning to make public anyway." "Yes," Lin said, "with one condition of our own." "Name it." "The collective's members who are not persuaded by your change of direction, they will continue the work they have been doing, because they have believed in it for centuries, and your change of mind does not immediately change theirs. We need to know that you will not prevent us from addressing those factions directly." "Agreed," the boundary breaker said. "I would not prevent it regardless. I cannot speak for what others have become in my name." The assault on the dimensional seal ended by midnight. Not with ceremony. The collective's physical forces simply stopped advancing, and after an hour, began withdrawing. The seal remained intact. The convergence point was still. In the staging camp, 300 allied cultivators sat in the specific, exhausted quiet of people who had been prepared for a longer and harder thing and are now adjusting to the fact that it did not happen. Chapter 127. What it cost to win. Xin Mingzhu did not collapse until 2 days after. This was itself evidence of how she had changed. 3 years ago, she would have collapsed during the resonance, would have given too much, reached too far, treated the drain on her cultivation as someone else's emergency to be addressed before her own recovery. She had learned the difference through 15 years of the harmonized bond's ongoing argument about care. She had held steady through the assault, had administered to the 3 seriously injured Jade Plateau cultivators during the battle, had maintained the resonance with Lin and the others through the night. And then on the second day, when the immediate crisis was resolved and the allied cultivators were beginning their departure and the Resonance Collective's grounds were returning to ordinary functioning, she sat down in the healing gardens and could not stand back up. Lin found her there. He sat beside her without speaking, which she had told him once was the right response to this specific kind of exhaustion. Words were effort. Presence was rest. After an hour, she said, "I need 2 weeks." "Yes," he said. "The collective cannot sustain its full coordination during that time." "No," he said, "which is why the other 5 of us will handle coordination and you will heal." "I should know." He said it gently. "You have spent 15 years arguing with yourself about whether you can accept care. You have been getting better at accepting it. You are going to accept it now." She looked at him. The healing vow at supreme unification, he knew, gave her perception of her own needs that was more precise than most people possessed. She could feel exactly how depleted she was and exactly what recovery required. The difficulty was not knowing. The difficulty was the residual belief that her needs were less urgent than others. "All right," she said. 2 weeks. Good. He looked at the healing gardens, at the careful work she had put into them over years. "The gardens will be here when you come back." Long Bayou had changed in a different way, not depletion but alteration. The hunter's way at its highest expression, pushed through the sustained resonance at dimensional seal scale, had moved into territory her cultivation had never encountered before. She could now perceive not just the movement of things in the present world but the movement of things across dimensional layers, where potential threats were gathering, where connections between realms were forming or fraying, where the collective's remaining factions were continuing their work. This was more information than she had asked for. She spent 3 days finding the new scope of her perception and understanding how to hold it without being overwhelmed by it. The cost of winning, Lin reflected, was learning to carry what winning had produced. Chapter 128. What comes after triumph? The Cosmic Council met a week after the seal defense. It was a different meeting than any that had preceded it. The previous meetings had been structured around threat response, what was coming, how to address it, who was responsible for which defenses. This meeting was structured around something that did not have a formal template. What to do when the anticipated war had become, instead, an uncertain peace. The boundary breakers' withdrawal had created a situation that no one had fully modeled. The Dissolution Collective was not defeated. Its philosophical movement continued in the realms where it had gained adherents, and the absence of its leader's certainty created the specific kind of organizational instability that could go in any direction. Some collective members were reassessing. Others were more committed, finding the leader's change of course a betrayal of the cause. The Cosmic Council spent 2 days documenting what it had learned and deciding how to disseminate it. Xianxia proposed the exchange program framework. It was, Lin recognized, the same pattern she had applied to cultivation resource networks for years, now extended to the realm-to-realm scale the boundary breaker had agreed to facilitate. Trade routes that carried not just materials but cultivators, people willing to spend time in other realms, learning different cultivation traditions, building the kind of genuine cross-realm understanding that could not be built from a distance. The council was skeptical at first. Cross-realm exchanges existed, but they were rare, expensive, and generally limited to high-tier cultivators who could navigate dimensional boundaries independently. Chun had already drafted the logistics of making them accessible to cultivators below nascent soul. She presented the draft, and the council's skepticism became the specific kind of attention that skeptics give to well-prepared arguments. Suyu, who was documenting the meeting proceedings, leaned over to Zhao Miling and said, "She has been preparing this for months." "Yes," Zhao said, not looking up from her own recording. "She has been waiting for a moment when people were ready to hear it." The council adopted a modified version of the framework. Not Chen's full proposal. It was too ambitious for immediate implementation, but the foundational structure from which a full program could grow. This was, Lin thought, how change actually happened. Not in single dramatic moments, but in decisions made by exhausted people in the aftermath of crises, when the resistance to new ideas had been worn down by evidence. Chapter 129. What was always true. The conversation between Yu Fengling and Chen Lihua happened in the trade house, late in the evening, which was appropriate given that most of their significant conversations had happened there. Lin was not present. He learned about it afterward, from Chun, who told him with the directness that was specific to her. No preamble, no softening. Information delivered clearly, and then held to see how it landed. "We realized something," Chun said. "Yes," he said, "that our cultivation partnership had become a romantic partnership several years ago, and neither of us had said so, and after the sealed defense it seemed worth saying." Lin looked at her. He had known, through the harmonized bond, that something had been developing between them. The specific quality of two people's cultivation resonance when it went from technically excellent to something with more personal weight. He had chosen not to name it because the technique's foundational principle was that each person's law was their own, and the relationships within the bond were each person's to define and manage. "Are you telling me for a reason?" he said. "Because you need to know that our partnership functions at the technical level it always has, and also functions at a level that will require us to be thoughtful about what that means for the bond's architecture." She met his gaze. "And because I want you to know, not as a disclosure that requires management, as information shared with someone I trust." He thought about this. "You and you have been honest with each other, and are being honest with you now." He sat with the specific quality of being trusted with something significant by people he cared for. "Thank you for telling me. How are you and Zhao?" she asked. The question was precise. It named what had also been developing between himself and Zhao Miling. The specific deepening that came from years of adjacent work, of being the person who thought about the technique's meaning while he was the one living it. "I don't know yet," he said honestly. "I think I need to ask her." "Yes," Chen said. "I think you do." He found Zhao in the archives, which was where she was always found. She was reviewing the complete documentation of the sealed defense, doing the work of accurate recording rather than triumphant narrative. He sat across from her and said, "I need to ask you something." She put down her recording stylus. "I have been wondering when you would," she said. "I have been waiting for you to arrive at the question, because I know you well enough to know you needed to arrive at it rather than be prompted toward it." He looked at her, at the archivist's eye that saw through constructed surfaces to genuine structure, at the specific quality of someone who had spent 15 years being present to his story rather than participant in it, and who had somewhere along the way become both. "What are we?" he asked. She thought about this for a genuine moment. "Something I have been recording the evidence of for several years," she said. "Something I am fairly certain I know the category of." A pause. "Something I would like to continue, if you are also inclined to continue it." "Yes," he said. "I am inclined to continue it." She picked up her stylus. "Then I will make a note," she said. Chapter 130. The choice they made. Again, the question of whether to continue the harmonized bond had been technically present since its beginning. The technique required active maintenance, active choice, and a person could, at any step, choose to withdraw from the resonance. None of them had ever withdrawn. But 15 years in, with the immediate crisis resolved and the longer-term work defined, the question was worth asking properly. Not as a formality, as genuine consent renewed by people who now understood exactly what they were consenting to. Lin called the conversation 6 weeks after the sealed defense. He did not frame it as a choice that might go differently than it had before. He framed it as, we are different people than we were when this began, and the choice should be made by the people we are now rather than assumed to apply from who we were then. They met in the council chamber, which had housed so many of their significant conversations that it had acquired the specific atmosphere of a room that understood the weight of things said within it. Yu Fengling spoke first, which surprised no one. She had always been the one willing to say the thing that others were working toward. I came to the technique because it was the path to advancement. I stayed because, she paused. The wild law at supreme unification was fully present in her voice, something vast and chosen. Because what we built together is more real than anything I could have built alone. Not stronger, more real. She looked at Lin directly. I choose to continue. Not from the original reason. From this one. Shunlihua said, I have built networks across 11 realms. The one I value most is this one. She said it with the precision she always used, which transformed the sentiment from sentiment into fact. Yes. Shin Mingzhu had come from 2 weeks of rest in the healing gardens. She looked, Lin thought, more herself than she had in months. The specific quality of someone who had finally fully received what they normally only gave. I used to think that choosing to continue was a form of dependency. I understand now that it is the opposite. I am choosing to continue because I want to, not because I need to. She met each of their eyes in turn. Yes. Long Baiyu said nothing for a moment. She was looking at something above and to the left of the room, which meant her expanded perception was processing something at dimensional distance. Then she looked back. I have been tracking the collective's remaining factions. The work is not done. We have years of bridge building ahead of us. She paused. I want to do it with all of you rather than separately. A pause that was very long by you. Yes. Zhao Meiling looked at her notes. I have documentation suggesting that the consistent quality of our collective decisions has been higher than any individual member's consistent quality. I also have documentation suggesting that this has become not the primary reason any of us would choose to continue. She closed the archive. Yes. Lin looked at all 5 of them. At the distinct people they were, distinct in their laws, distinct in their ways of being in the world, distinct in what they had each chosen and where it had brought them. Yes, he said, for the same reason that was there 15 years ago and is more true now than it was then. I want to do the work, and I want to do it alongside the people in this room, because the work changes shape when you hold it together instead of alone. The bond had always been active between them. In this moment, with all 5 saying yes from genuine choice rather than from the momentum of having not said no, it felt like a new beginning. Outside the council chamber window, the Resonance Collective's grounds were quiet and full of the specific kind of life that takes years to grow. The training fields where people learned to be strong without being cruel. The trade houses where connections were built and maintained. The healing gardens where care was given and also received. The archives where understanding accumulated. Tomorrow the bridge building work would continue. Tonight, 6 people who had chosen each other properly sat in a room they had made significant through years of honest work, and the choice felt, as the right choices often do, like exactly what it was. Chapter 131. What the Academy became the Central Academy of Resonance Cultivation opened on a Tuesday. This was Zhao Meiling's choice of day. She had reviewed historical records from 7 cultivation traditions and determined that significant institutions founded on ordinary, unspecial days had better long-term stability than those founded on auspicious dates with ceremony attached. The expectation of significance, she had found, created a pressure that made founding documents more aspirational than operational. The Academy opened on Tuesday, without ceremony, with its first class of 42 students arriving between the morning and afternoon meal. Lin stood in the entrance hall and watched them arrive. He had expected to feel something more dramatic, some sense of culmination, of a thing finally achieved after 15 years of building toward it. What he felt instead was the specific, ordinary feeling of a thing that had been coming for a long time finally arriving. Not dramatic. Present. Mu Chun, who had completed his transition from probationary member to senior instructor over the previous year, was coordinating the intake process. He had a gift for administration that the Academy's earlier coordination had relied on informally for months, and watching him direct the intake process, Lin thought, he was always going to end up here. The 3 months of probation had just been the formal version of a direction he was already moving in. The 42 students came from 9 realms. Not all of them had cultivation aptitude for the harmonized bond. Some had come to study the resonance theory that the technique was built on, or the philosophical framework, or the cross-realm bridge-building applications that Qin's exchange program had generated interest in. The Academy had made a decision, which Lin had not initially agreed with, and had been persuaded to accept by Zhao's archival arguments. Not every student needed to be a harmonized bond practitioner. The broader tradition of resonance cultivation had value independent of the specific technique. Teaching the full range made the institution more honest about what it actually knew. By the end of the first week, 17 of the 42 students had begun preliminary bond formation. By the end of the first month, the Academy had accepted applications from 316 more cultivators from 12 realms. Zhao updated the intake documentation. The technique that had begun with one man reading a legendary manual in a library 30 years before was, as of an ordinary Tuesday, an institution. Chapter 132. The question nobody wanted to ask. The question emerged naturally, which made it harder to avoid. If 5 people at Supreme Unification Midstage could do what they had done at the Dimensional Seal, hold a battle-scale resonance that had stopped the Dissolution Collective's advance and produced a genuine philosophical confrontation with an entity 3,000 years old, what could 5 people at Supreme Unification Late Stage do? And beyond that, what lay at the tier above? The Wandering Sage had been asked this question by Zhao 3 months earlier and had answered in its characteristically patient way. It had explained the Transcendent Dissolution tier. It had explained what it required. It had declined to make a recommendation. Lin had been carrying the information since Zhao had shared it with him. He had been carrying it the way he carried things he was not yet ready to fully examine, present in his awareness, informing his choices in ways he could not fully articulate, waiting for the moment when he would have the clarity to look at it directly. The moment arrived during a training session. He was working with 4 advanced students on deep resonance technique, and one of them, a young woman from the river school who had natural aptitude for the technique that exceeded most of what he had seen, asked, "What is the highest tier this technique can reach?" He looked at her. "That depends on what you are willing to give up for it," he said. She took this as a teaching moment. He meant it as an honest answer. After the session, he went to find Zhao. "Tell me about Transcendent Dissolution," he said. She looked at him. "I told you 4 months ago. Tell me again." "I'm ready to hear it now," she told him. The Transcendent Dissolution tier required the dissolution of individual ego, not metaphorically, not as a cultivation concept to be understood and worked with, but literally. 5 people reaching this tier together through the harmonized bond would find their individual laws merging into a single unified consciousness. They would retain access to all 5 personal laws simultaneously. They would lose the experience of being distinct people. Zhu Wanshan stopped at Supreme Unification, he said. Yes. Because reaching further would have ended what she had built. Yes. He sat with this for a long time. We need to discuss it together, he said. Yes, Zhao said. I have been waiting for you to arrive at that. Chapter 133. The manual's last page. The final sections of Zhu Wanshan's manual were not hidden in the sense of being concealed. They were written on the final pages, in the same script as everything that preceded them, in the same precise language that had characterized the entire document. They had simply not been read by most people who encountered the manual, because most people who encountered it were looking for power, and power was described in the earlier sections. And by the time you reached the final pages, you either had what you came for, or you were someone who read to the end. Zhao read to the end. She had read it in parts over 15 years, adding each section to the archive as her understanding of the technique developed enough to accurately contextualize what she was recording. The final section she had reached 2 years ago and had set aside until she had sufficient understanding of Supreme Unification to assess what it was describing. Now she read it to the group, in the council chamber, in the same ordinary way that she recorded and communicated everything. Zhu Wanshan wrote, I have reached the threshold of the tier I described in these pages as the Transcendent Dissolution, and I have chosen not to cross it. I want to explain this choice for anyone who follows this path, so that they can make it with more information than I had. The tier is real. The capability it represents is vast. The consciousness that emerges from 5 harmonized bond cultivators reaching it together would be the most powerful cultivation state I have been able to conceive of, not because of accumulated power, but because of the depth of genuine integration. I chose not to cross it because I value being this person, not any particular achievement or capability, but this specific self, with this specific history and these specific loves and this specific way of seeing the world that I have spent my life building. The Transcendent Dissolution would end this person in the process of creating something extraordinary. I do not judge the choice to cross. I understand the choice. But I want anyone who reaches this point to know that the choice not to cross is also a valid path. That stopping at the highest tier you can reach while remaining yourself is not a failure of ambition. It is the final choosing that the technique was built toward. The document was Zhu Wanshan's last entry. The council chamber was quiet for a while after Zhao finished reading. Long Baiyu was the one who finally spoke. She stopped because she wanted to remain herself. Yes, Zhao said. And she wrote this so that whoever came after her would know that stopping was an option. Yes. Long looked at Lin. She wrote this for us. He thought about Zhu Wanshan, the eccentric ancient founder who had designed a technique built around maintaining 5 simultaneous cultivation relationships, which everyone in cultivation history had described as the most spectacularly impractical approach to power advancement possible. He thought about her decision to stop. He thought about the specific quality of someone who understands what they are giving up and gives it up anyway, because what they would gain is not worth losing what they have. Yes, he said. She wrote it for us. Chapter 134. Remaining. They discussed the choice over 3 days. Not urgently. There was no deadline. The question of whether to attempt transcendent dissolution was not being decided by external pressure, but by internal understanding, and internal understanding needed the specific kind of time that could not be shortened. Shen Mingzhu spoke first. She had thought about this longer than the others. The healing implications of dissolution were something she had considered professionally as well as personally. The version of me that would exist in the merged consciousness would have access to everything I know, all my cultivation experience, all my understanding of care. But she would not be me. She would be something that contained me. She paused. I have spent 15 years learning to receive care as well as give it. Losing myself in the process of becoming something larger does not feel like the completion of that work. It feels like abandoning it before it is done. Yu Fengling said, I came to cultivation because I wanted power. I have power that would have seemed impossible to the person I was when I started. If I stop here, I am stopping with more than I began with and more than I could have imagined. I do not feel incomplete. A pause. I also feel things now that the person I was would not have known how to feel, and I do not want to stop feeling them. Chen Lihua did not speak immediately. She was doing what she always did with significant decisions, examining the network implications, tracing the consequences outward. The harmonized bond can continue advancing the work we have started at Supreme Unification late stage. The exchange programs, the bridge building, the collective's remaining factions, all of this can be addressed without crossing the threshold. The power gain from transcendent dissolution is real, but not necessary for the work. She looked at Lin. I choose to remain because the power gain is not worth what it costs, and because I find I am unwilling to lose Chen Lihua. Zhao Miling said, I have documentation on this choice from Zhu Wanshan and from our own archive of 15 years of development. The documentation suggests clearly that what matters is choosing. That both choices, dissolution or remaining, are valid. That what makes the technique what it is at every tier is the choosing being genuine. She looked at her notes and then at Lin. I choose to remain. Not because dissolution would be wrong. Because remaining is what I want. Long Baiyu said, the work isn't finished. I want to see how it turns out. She said it in the tone that meant she was saying more than she was saying, and leaving the more for him to hear if he was listening. He was listening. He heard it. Lin looked at all 5 of them. He thought about Zhu Wanshan, about the choice to remain himself, about the specific strange luxury of having reached something enormous and being able to say, enough, this is enough, I want to stay here. We remain, he said, together and as ourselves. Chapter 135. What the teachers teach. Training the second generation took longer than establishing the technique had taken. This surprised Lin until he understood why. Establishing the technique had been about 2 people finding a way to work together that was genuinely new. Training the second generation was about helping people understand something that already existed, which required the specific patience of translating your own hard-won experience into language accessible to people who had not had it. He was not, he discovered, naturally suited to this. Yu Fengling was. She could take the experience of the wild law's intersection with the bond's resonance and describe it in terms that another cultivator could use as a guide. She had, over 15 years, developed the vocabulary. Long Baiyu was surprising. The hunter's way seemed like it would be difficult to transmit, because so much of it was perceptual and experiential. In practice, she taught through demonstration rather than description, taking students on what she called observation walks, where she simply moved through the world using her expanded perception and allowed the students to follow in her resonance and feel what she felt. It was, from the outside, the least formal teaching method in the academy. It produced the most rapid development in the students who could access it. Chen Lihua had developed a curriculum for the network building applications that was, in Zhao's assessment, the best documented portion of the entire tradition. She had been building networks for 15 years and had strong opinions about what worked and what failed elegantly versus what failed badly, and she transmitted these opinions with the directness that had always characterized her. Shen Mingzhu taught the care applications with the specific combination of precision and warmth that the healing vow had produced in her. She could explain the techniques that kept caregivers from being consumed by care in a way that made them feel not like limitations, but like structures that enabled more care rather than less. Zhao documented all of it. This was the teaching form most natural to her. She made the tradition legible, provided the historical context, showed students the development of the ideas over time rather than presenting them as complete. It helped students understand not just what to do, but why, and why was what made the practices stick. Lin taught everything badly and got better at it. He found that teaching required a kind of humility about his own knowledge that 15 years of practicing the technique had not fully developed. When he practiced, he could trust his understanding. When he taught, he discovered all the places where his understanding was tacit rather than explicit, things he knew how to do but did not know how to describe. He was, by the end of the first year, a better teacher than he had been at the start. In the same way, he had become better at everything related to this technique. Through practice, through attention, through the ongoing willingness to acknowledge what he didn't know yet. The second generation was learning. The work continued. Chapter 136. 5 years of ordinary peace. 5 years was long enough for peace to become ordinary. Lin had not expected this. He had expected the work of bridge building to feel different from the work of crisis management. Calmer, perhaps, or less urgent. What he had not expected was that it would eventually feel like practice rather than performance. That the weekly resonance would become a rhythm instead of an achievement. That the cross-realm exchange programs would generate administrative problems rather than existential ones. The boundary breaker, who had, at the collective's request, and with the reconciler's own agreement, been renamed the reconciler, had spent 5 years working through its former followers with the patience of something that had been wrong for 3,000 years and understood that correction at that scale required exactly proportionate patience. Some of the collective's members had accepted the new direction immediately, seeing in it a more honest version of what they had always wanted. Others had required years of evidence that the bridge model actually worked. 3 factions had refused and were continuing dissolution attempts at smaller scales. The Cosmic Alliance maintained the SEAL protocols and addressed those attempts through the same combination of philosophical argument and structural defense that had worked at the Dimensional Seal. It was not finished. It would not be finished in Lin's lifetime, and possibly not in the lifetimes of the students he was training, and possibly not in the lifetimes of the students his students were training. This was the thing about genuine peace. It was not a destination, but a practice. Something you did every day rather than something you achieved. The Resonance Collective had 1,000 trained practitioners across 9 realms and new applicants arriving monthly. The Central Academy had 3 cohorts of students working through the full curriculum simultaneously. Chen's exchange programs were operational in 7 realm pairs and had generated the first documented cases of cross-realm dual cultivation partnerships. Lin reviewed the monthly coordination documents with the same attention he had always brought to the work and found that the attention felt different now. Not lighter, there was still real weight to it, but grounded. The difference between carrying something you understand and carrying something that might fall. He was walking home from the academy on a Wednesday afternoon when Long Baiyu appeared beside him, which was something she did now because she could, her expanded perception allowing her to track him across the collective's grounds without effort. The reconciler sent a message, she said. What did it say? That progress is slow and steady, and it wanted you to know. A pause. I think that's its version of a friendship check-in. Lin thought about this. Something ancient and philosophical developing the cultivation equivalent of texting. Yes, Long said. I find it moving. Chapter 137. The visitor from elsewhere. The cultivator arrived from beyond any known realm boundary, which should have been impossible. She was young by supreme unification standards, perhaps 300 years, and she moved through the dimensional layers with a quality that Lin's expanded perception registered as similar to the harmonized bond's resonance and also fundamentally different. The same principle, differently expressed. Her name translated roughly as bright thread that reaches, and she said to call her Liang. She had found the academy through the reconciler, who had apparently been sharing information about the Resonance Collective across dimensional layers for years. She came from a cosmos where a similar technique was emerging. Not the same technique, not descended from Zhu Wanshan's work, but reaching toward the same understanding through independent development. Zhao was in the council chamber for most of the 3 days Liang spent at the academy, recording everything. Liang's technique was built around a different number, 7 cultivators instead of 5, with a different resonance pattern that emphasized collective decision-making over individual law development. Where the harmonized bond maintained distinct personal laws that resonated together, her technique worked toward a consensus law that incorporated all 7 practitioners' input. The differences were significant. The underlying philosophy was recognizable. Independently, Zhao said, the second evening, reviewing her recordings. She was speaking to the room rather than anyone specifically, working through the implication aloud. 2 techniques. Different cultivation worlds. Different approaches. Same conclusion. That connection without dissolution is possible. That it requires genuine respect for individual difference. That maintaining bonds takes more work than establishing them. Does that mean something? Yu Fengling asked. It means it's probably true, Zhao said. Ideas that emerge independently multiple times tend to be tracking something real rather than inventing something convenient. Liang was invited to train with them during her final day at the academy. The 2 techniques resonating together produced something neither had experienced, a harmonic that was not either technique, but somewhere between them, suggesting that the 2 independent discoveries were approaching the same underlying principle from different angles. Lin watched this and thought about the boundary breakers' 3,000 years of watching walls and not doors. About how often the truth was present in multiple places simultaneously and only needed someone willing to look. Come back, he told Liang when she departed. I intend to, she said. I want to know what the technique becomes when it talks to itself across dimensional boundaries. Chapter 138. What was waking Liang mentioned it in the 3rd conversation, not knowing it was significant. She was talking about the communication networks in her home cosmos, the cross-realm connections that had been developing for the past decade. Channels for information exchange that had been expanding as more practitioners found their way to the resonance understanding. And then she said, something has started noticing the networks. Lin felt his awareness sharpen. What kind of noticing? Liang considered how to describe it. The way you might notice someone entering a room. Not hostile, not immediately, but aware. Something that existed before the communication networks were established, that may have existed for a very long time, that is now perceiving that something has changed. Long Baiyu, who was listening from across the room, said, similar to anything in the reconciler's observations? I asked it, Liang said. The reconciler said it did not recognize the description from its 3,000 years of observation, which suggests it is older than what the reconciler has watched, or different enough in nature that the reconciler's perception does not register it. The conversation moved on to other topics, as conversations do. But afterward, in the bond's quiet evening resonance, Lin noticed that all 5 of his partners had been holding the same fragment of attention, older or different. Something that had been present before the reconciler began watching. Something that was only now becoming aware that the cosmos was doing something it had not done in a very long time. He did not know yet what it was. He was not afraid of not knowing. He had learned, over 15 years of the harmonized bond, that the things you needed to understand had a way of presenting themselves when you had developed enough to receive them properly. He filed the information in the same category where he filed all information that was real and not yet actionable, present, patient, waiting for the moment it became relevant. He trusted that the moment would come in its own time. In the same way, all the important moments had come. Chapter 139. What each one was building. The question Yu Fengling asked herself was not whether to open the combat academy. It was where. She had been thinking about it for 2 years. The harmonized bond had changed her understanding of combat cultivation in ways that produced a different kind of practitioner than conventional training produced, and she wanted to transmit that understanding to cultivators who might not find their way to the Central Academy on their own. Cultivators in regions where the major sect tradition was the only option, where strength without gentleness was what you learned because it was all anyone taught. She was still deciding where when Lin asked her about it, and she said, somewhere it's needed more than it's wanted. Those are usually the same place. Chen Lihua had begun the preliminary documentation for dimensional trade networks 3 months after the seal defense. The exchange programs were proof of concept. What she was planning was significantly larger, a framework for cultivation resource exchange across dimensional boundaries that would make the cross-realm support that had held the Cosmic Alliance functional into a permanent structure rather than a crisis-assembled one. It will take 20 years to implement at full scale, she said, when Lin asked about the timeline. That seems about right for something worth doing, he said. She looked at him with the dry precision she always used when he said something she found both true and optimistic. You have gotten better at patience. I had good teachers, he said. Xin Mingzhu had started the first healing center in a second realm 6 months ago. She was not staffing it herself. She had trained the practitioners who ran it and checked in regularly through her long-range perception, but the center operated independently. This was the thing she had been working toward, not her own endless giving, but structures that gave without requiring her constant presence at the center. Long Baiyu was doing what she had always done, which was moving through the world at the edges of what could be perceived, watching for what was coming before it arrived. Her expanded perception now covered more territory than a single person could reasonably attend to. which was why she had been training apprentice hunters for 3 years. People who could extend her network of attention into spaces she could not cover alone. Zhao Meiling was writing. She would, Lin thought, always be writing. The archivist's eye at supreme unification could perceive the structure of events with the same clarity it perceived the structure of texts, which meant the work of accurate historical recording was also the work of accurate present moment understanding. She was not writing the past. She was writing what was. Lin was doing what he had been doing since he was 20 years old, finding his way forward through the technique, holding the bond with 5 people who were each more than he could have imagined when he started, and paying attention to what was coming. Chapter 140. The resonance continues. Wednesday evenings were when they met for the weekly resonance. Not because Wednesday had any special significance. Because when the routine had been establishing itself years ago, Wednesday had been the day all 6 of them happened to have no conflicts, and routines built on convenience had, they had found, better staying power than routines built on ceremony. They met in the council chamber, which had accumulated enough significance over the years that it no longer required additional ceremony to feel meaningful. They sat in their usual positions, which had arranged themselves through habit rather than assignment, and they opened the bond fully. The weekly resonance was different from the intense cultivation work of the earlier years. It was not for power advancement. They had made their choice about advancement and were holding it. It was for maintenance, for the specific kind of attention the bond required to remain healthy, for the practice of choosing each other again in the ordinary, non-dramatic way that made the extraordinary choices possible when they came. It was also, now, for something else. The cosmic frequencies were changing. Lin could feel it through the bond's expanded perception, not dramatically, not urgently, but unmistakably. The communication networks across realms that had been building over 5 years were producing something larger than the sum of their connections. The reconciler had noticed it from its dimensional vantage point and had described it as, something that was sleeping has realized it is not alone. Through the bond, he felt his partners noticing the same thing. What was waking did not feel like a threat. Not yet. It felt like recognition, the specific quality of an attention turning towards something that surprised it. He thought about Liang's description, older than the reconciler's observations, different enough in nature that the reconciler's perception did not register it clearly. Do we worry about this now? Long Baiyu asked, through the bond. No, he said. We notice it. We remember it. We keep building what we're building, because what we're building is the appropriate response to whatever is coming. Not because we designed it that way, but because genuine connection between distinct beings is the right answer to most questions, including ones we don't know yet. Yu Fengling, through the bond. That's the most confident you've sounded in months. I've had good reason, he said. He felt the 5 of them around him, distinct, present, choosing to be here. The technique that had started as a legendary manual in a library 30 years ago, that had been described as spectacularly impractical by everyone who heard about it, that had turned out to be true in a way that he had not fully understood when he started and still did not fully understand now, even after everything it had produced. Outside the council chamber window, the Resonance Collective's grounds were lit by the evening's first stars. The training fields were quiet. The healing gardens were dark and full of growth. The archives held records of everything they had learned and everything they had yet to understand. The bond held all of them, and all of them held the bond. And in the vast cosmic frequencies, something very old was learning that the cosmos had changed. They would find out what that meant together. The technique had always worked best that way. If this journey has moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell so you can join Lin and his partners for part 2, where something ancient has finally woken to find a changed cosmos. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.